The air hung thick, viscous almost, saturated with the dust of centuries, and the dry, sweetly sour scent of ancient parchment slowly surrendering to time. Tiny, golden motes swirled in the faint illumination, caught briefly by the ethereal glow before vanishing into shadow, stirred fitfully by the silent passage of servitor drones. These automatons, their flesh fused with cold metal, glided along well-worn grooves in the obsidian floor, their presence announced only by a deep, resonant hum that resonated through the bones of the library itself, a basso continuo beneath the silence. High above, shadows writhed and twisted across the vaulted ceiling, puppets dancing to the swaying luminescence of suspensor globes that drifted like captive stars. Their light, a fragile, dim gold, barely penetrated the profound gloom, washing over the endless canyons formed by rows upon rows of towering shelves. These monoliths groaned under the weight of history bound in leather and vellum, crumbling books threatening to crumble at a touch, iron-bound codices heavier with secrets than with metal, fragile scrolls precious enough to be cradled in suspensor clamps that hummed softly, preventing the very air from completing the work of decay. It was not merely a repository, but a tomb, holding the whispered soul of humankind's sprawling, brutal ascent. Millennia rested here, stratified, dense, and overwhelmingly forgotten, unknown to the teeming masses whose lives flowed on, oblivious, beyond these hallowed, oppressive walls. Hunched like a gnarled gargoyle over a broad slab of oak, its surface a battlefield map of scars, ink splatters, and the worn fingerprints of countless ghosts who had sat before, scribe Hieronymus Gale bent his aged frame. The scritch-scratch of his quill was the most insistent sound, a counterpoint to the deeper vibrations, its sharp nib periodically dipping into an inkwell containing thick, midnight fluid brewed from Terran soot and rare oils, releasing a sharp, acrid perfume that brazenly cut through the library's deeper olfactory tapestry of age and erosion. Faintly from within the cold, tomb-like marble walls, ghostly murmurs echoed the binary whispers of automated archivists communing with the slumbering cogitator stacks embedded deep within the stone, exchanging data in secrets only machines could comprehend. Gale paused, the quill trembling infinitesimally as he straightened, a groan escaping his thin lips as vertebrae protested. His gaze lifted, weary yet inevitably drawn upwards, tracing the intricate frescoes adorning the celestial vault. At the apex blazed the Emperor's visage, rendered in radiant gold and imperial crimson, radiating an almost palpable aura of stern, divine light. Around him, scenes unfolded in painstaking, terrible detail. Humanity's unending, brutal wars, their valiant sacrifices etched in scenes that curved across the dome, each panel a testament to desperate millennia, a chronicle in pigment and plaster of the blood-soaked path that carved the Imperium's dominion through the treacherous stars. This sanctum, heavy with the breath of time, was the Sanctum Historica, buried in the heart of Terra's Scholastica Psychona, a sacred vault for the scattered, fragmented memory of man. And it was here, amidst this silent congregation of the past, that Hieronymus Gale, one of the eldest chroniclers still enduring in the oppressive service of the Adeptus Administratum, a man whose own life was etched onto his face like faint palimpsest writing, had been summoned to an impossible labor. His task, to compile an encompassing summary, to distill the radiant colossus that was the Astra Militarum, the Emperor's hammer, whose relentless deeds sprawled across 10,000 bloody years, and an uncountable infinity of star systems, a river of sacrifice too vast for any single soul to fathom. Gale's ancient robes, threadbare and the dull, humble gray signifying his renunciation of worldly concerns in service, rustled softly like dry leaves as he shifted his weight again. The only adornment upon him was the simple yet weighty rosette of the Administratum, pinned defiantly to his frayed collar, a tiny badge symbolizing lifetimes of labor and the crushing responsibility for truths that could break lesser minds. A sigh escaped him, a sound as ancient as the shelves surrounding him, heavy with bone-deep weariness yet layered unshakably under with awe, before the artifact dominating his desk. Before him lay a tome immense and imposing, its cover forged of dark, cured hide, reinforced and protected by bands of resilient ceramite, a fortress guarding its contents. Upon it, the title screamed in solemn high Gothic script inlaid with fading gold, Deeds of the Astra Militarum, a chronicle of valor. Beside it, stacks of thin, fragile vellum awaited his hand and ink, blank receptacles ready to absorb the distilled essence, the painfully extracted marrow, of the Astra Militarum's legendary and agonizing history. Gale dipped the quill once more, the black ink clinging to the nib like ichor. The device moved with the steadiness born of decades of ritual motion, yet Gale's mind raced far ahead, dwarfed by the sheer, mountainous scope of the knowledge he must condense. He must sieve through dust-fine grains of sacrifice, the monumental deeds of Cadia echoing like thunderclaps through the centuries, the last stands of forgotten regiments, whose very names had become mere phantoms drowned out by the unceasing, deafening clamor of history, marching relentlessly on. His work, illuminated solely by the shifting, dust-streaked luminescence of the suspensor globes, and companioned by the faint, ghostly scratching of other unseen scribes lost in distant alcoves, lonely satellites in the void of knowledge, was to impose coherence upon a legacy whose only consistent measure was blood. Beyond the soaring, arched windows, defiant against the internal silence, the ceaseless thrum of Terra's skies intruded, a distant, omnipresent roar of engines vibrating through the very stones, a stark reminder of the galaxy's insatiable demands on the Emperor's toiling, diminished subjects, forever striving against a darkness that seemed a sentient predator, perpetually eager to engulf them whole. Gale paused yet again, the quill a poised dagger suspended above the pale skin of the parchment. He permitted himself a moment, a rare secular devotion of pure contemplation. This labor was sacred, it was a prayer. It was the solemn chance, the crushing duty, to snatch immortality for men and women whose lives were extinguished like sparks in the void, for those who had faced the yawning abyss, stared into its infinite maw, and roared their defiance across an empire barely listening. A steadying breath filled his chest, expanding ribs against the constriction of his robes, hauling in the musty, histor-laden air. The stories, the agonies, the glories sacrificed in mud and radiation-tainted dust would be inscribed. They would, he vowed in his silent ritual, echo throughout the relentless corridors of eternity. In his mind's weary eye, vast plains materialized under bruised skies thick with smoke and the ozone tang of battle, regiment upon regiment mustering, their tattered battle standards unfurling against the wind like the last defiance of forgotten gods. He heard the ghostly thundering roar of millions upon millions of voices, each a spark, each destined for the pyre lifted in a rough-hewn, desperate chorus shouting faith in the Emperor's name. Here, under the unwavering, baleful gaze of the frescoed wars, and among the silent, judgmental whispers of the accumulated history radiating from the shelves, Hieronymus Gale, servant of the beak and the scroll, would defy oblivion. He would ensure, word by agonizing word, that their sacrifice, that river of uncounted lives, would never be consigned to the ultimate emptiness of the forgotten. To begin in this vast ocean, Gil grimly concluded, one must chart the tides. A brief distillation of the Astra Militarum's foundation becomes necessary, both to anchor understanding and prepare the shores for the tumultuous waters of its history that crash in later chapters. The mists of time are as thick and choking as the permanent, greasy smog engulfing Terror's colossal hive city spires, obscuring the precise details of the primordial days. Yet even after 10,000 scorched years, the palest echoes of the thunderous Great Crusade still reverberate, trembling through the bedrock of imperial worlds and resonating deep within the very bones of our soldiers who stand where titans once strode. We, the vigilant instruments of the administratum, the humble and often overlooked scribes of blood and record, stand upon shoulders carved from bedrock the vanished, almost mythic titans who were the Imperiales Auxilia. They were legion, not merely an army, but a living tide of humanity stirred and channeled by the Emperor's impossible will, washing in waves unstoppable across the fractured wilderness of the stars. Millions, billions, numbers fail. Drawn from every conceivable, suffering corner of a known universe exploding outwards, their faces wove a tapestry depicting 1,000 worlds, ruddy from the icebound wastes and glacial howls of Valhalla, weathered bronze from the furnace blast plains of desert death worlds, grimset to endure the steaming, carnivorous jungles choking Kessa. They answered a call that transcended the comprehension of the individual soul, hearts outwardly filled with the potent promises of a future washed clean, a golden future they knew, in the grim, unspoken depths of their shared resolve, they might never even glimpse for themselves. They marched alongside the Astartes, the god princes encased in the adamantium shells of their dread craft, a sight majestic and terrible even in fragmented picture chords. Yet where the Space Marines served as the Emperor's clenched fist, the annihilating blow delivered with impossible speed and precision, the Auxilia, they were the anvil, the unyielding wall, the colossal, grinding pressure that broke enemy resolve not through brilliance, but through attrition most fundamental, the crushing weight of implacable human will made manifest as bodies and bullets. This expanse humanity sought to claim was no longer a mystery held by myth and legend. It was mapped by blood and sacrifice, vast beyond comprehension and unforgiving in its hostility. It remained, and ever remains, teeming with predation both alien and familiar. The Xenos, those ravening alien horrors dripping ichor onto unspoiled Earth, lurked perpetually within fathomless shadows. Within humanity's own vitals, however, a more insidious treason fermented, the whispers of heresy, the cunning snakegulls of rebellion threatening to tear the thin skin of the nascent Imperium apart through fratricide writ large. Against these twin implacable horrors, the Auxilia solidified into humanity's first, broad bulwark, an unwavering shield desperately protecting the fledgling Imperium from the ravenous darkness forever pressing close. They served as guardians in the most literal sense, guardians of shattered hopes, guardians of the emaciated spark of mankind, guardians ultimately of the Emperor's fading dream, glimpsed only through a glass darkly as it was brutally forged. But dreams, even those conceived in the searing crucible of relentless war, can curdle into the grimmest nightmares. When the Horus heresy descended across the imperial firmament, it brought with it a darkness so profound it dimmed even the Emperor's bound radiance. It didn't just shatter the foundations, it dynamited them, collapsing reality itself into chaotic micro-skirmishes across a million worlds. Brothers, forged in gen-enhanced fire, turned upon themselves with claws and blasphemous fury in a civil war that scarred the soul of humankind like acid-etching ceramic. The Auxilia, caught with terrifying suddenness in the crossfire of these demigods clashing, were shattered. Their indomitable fleets were bombed into plasteel confetti swirling in the void, their chains of command severed as if by blunt scissors, logic abandoned, order crumbling as chaos reveled in its intoxicating supremacy, maddening supreme. From this planetary maelstrom of absolute destruction, this psychic nuclear winter pulverizing faith itself, the Astra Militarum clawed itself into being. It was the phoenix, yes, but a phoenix forged from wounding shrapnel, rising not upon pure flame but from the sulphurous ashes of betrayal, its feathers charred and its song a guttural scream. The lessons seared onto imperial consciousness by the heresy were the bitterest chalice. The Emperor's vision, so grand, so ambitious, demanded immediate action tempered by icy, ruthless pragmatism. History screamed its warning. Power left unchecked inevitably decayed into corruption, seeping into the very foundations. Trust gifted carelessly became the anvil upon which betrayal forged its treacherous blade. And so the Astra Militarum was born anew, forged specifically in the crucible scorched by Horus's pyre, its very structure a grim memorial to past failure, designed to prevent yet another such cataclysm. The umbilical cord linking the void-spanning Navy commandments and the planet-conquering Army divisions was deliberately severed, a brutal surgical procedure demanded by survival, a sacrificial amputation to halt the metastasis of rebellion. The colossal state-blanketing legions were shattered, recompiled into regiments, each a microcosm of the Imperium itself, structurally isolated, bred unto itself, its loyalty laser-focused purely upon Terra, upon the entombed Emperor held only as a cold, dead visage upon their standards. The commissars were sent forth. Their figures, clad in the black of final judgment, became constant, watchful presences, their eyes flinty windows constantly scanning for the first, faint flicker of heretical muttering, the subtle tremor signaling nascent rebellion waiting to blossom into bloody revolt. They stood as stark reminders, gifted their power to judge unto death, of the eternal price demanded by disloyalty, a necessary thrombus of unflinching hardness injected into a shattered system, a brutal methodology essential to counter the terrifying fragility threatening to render the Imperium dust. The age of the Auxilia closed with the finality of a tomb sealing, a necessary ghost sacrificed. A new, darker era, the grim darkness dawned, an era defined solely by constant vigilance screamed into the void, of endless grinding war prosecuted on a million bleeding fronts. The Astra Militarum, the Emperor's hammer. Thus it stands, perpetually poised at the abyss's rim in readiness against the relentless darkness, perpetually seeking to consume the fragile candle flame of human existence. The Astra Militarum has long clawed its title like a shield boss seared into flesh, Hammer of the Emperor. This epithet is forged not from idle boast, but meticulously annealed in the furnaces of unstoppable centuries of relentless warfare paid for by sacrifice stacked upon sacrifice piled atop sacrifice, stretching back into unrememberable antiquity. To truly understand the brutal poetry of this name is to grasp the fundamental, horrifying calculus underpinning the Imperium itself. A weak yet ferocious empire stretched beyond breaking across a galaxy, perceived as a predator-ravenous galaxy, an empire compelled continuously to lash out, to destroy utterly, simply to hold its tattered borders for another dark cycle. Imperial maps document stars gleaming as mere distant, transient embers suspended in weathered leather scrolls within chambers like this very sanctum, fleeting beacons of life, flickering amidst suffocating pitch. Communication binding these scattered jewels exists only through a horrifying lifeline, the roiling, insane sea of the Empyrean, the warp and abyss where time writhes in agony and reason dissolves like salt in acid. This realm is treacherous beyond madness incarnate, yet its violating embrace remains brutally necessary, the sole conceivable artery pumping coherence, however corrupted, between the Imperium's decaying territories. Even this dimension-spanning lifeline seeps with cancerous flaws as standard, messages inevitably delayed like time-bound stones, sinking in treacle entire fleets, vanishing into gaping non-existence. intricate strategies ruthlessly unmade by the capricious, tidal whims of the immaterium. Against this backdrop of incomprehensible strategic submarine struggle playing in a sea of insanity, the Astra Militarum is conscripted onto the stage grim to perform the dual, impossible role of both sentinel, the watchful eye peering into the void, and executioner, the revolver shot delivered without remorse or warning, perpetually forced to act, invariably in isolation, devoid of coordination or support from the distant, ghostly entities calling themselves command. Warfare waged in this scarred 41st millennium bears little resemblance to the glorious sagas peddled by hololith propagandists. Victory is not seized through glittering acts of daring, singular paragons of heroism, nor moments of tactical brilliance lighting the tactical review chambers. Victory is extracted solely, painfully, drop by drop, through the grinding, flesh-rending gears of relentless attrition, vast logistics chains feeding blight into the maw. The Imperial Guard is this grinding totality, this embodiment. They bring to bear the immense grindstone of humanity's war machine against any Xenos mutation, any heretic madness, any existential threat rising to contest the choked light emanating from this throne world. They seek neither parity of arms nor aristocratic subtlety. They drown their mutated, monstrous foes in an all-consuming flood of stubborn human will and overwhelming, earth-shattering firepower hurled without restraint. Yet beneath the commanding silhouette of the mighty Lemon Rust battle tanks shaking continents, beyond the deafening, physics-steering roar of basilisk artillery, turned skywards at suicidal angles to scream defiance, lies the pulsing, bleeding heart sustaining this colossal embattled machine, the infantry. They are countless, immeasurable, facsimiles rendered insignificant by scale, their ranks refilled with unthinkable efficiency from each generation squeezed dry upon worlds harvested for war. Their faces, glimpsed briefly under the harsh glare of arc lamps' fizz lighting muddy trenches, are forgotten as swiftly as they vanish amidst cordite smoke and splattering mud. Each regiment commanded represents but a single, anonymous grain of damned sand plummeting through the unforgiving glass belly of the great hourglass, measuring out imperial warfare. Each life within it is meticulously measured, poured unceremoniously onto the scales, and remorselessly poured out without sentiment, except the grim calculation of cost efficiency. And yet this dehumanized anonymity is absolute. A guardsman possesses no identity beyond a stamped number on a worn dog tag rasping against a sweat-stained uniform tunic. They are not a person. They are a unit of ammunition, a single round mass-produced upon conveyor belts stretching into nightmare vistas. Their budding lives, blooming briefly, are tallied dispassionately on the flickering, scrolling tactical screens overseen by commanders light years away, ghostly projections sacrificing ghostly projections. Their deaths, whether slow and agonizing beneath flensing knives or instantaneous in radiant vaporization, are precisely, mechanically reduced to sterile statistics in the eternal calculus of cold-blooded planetary survival. The command barked over vox channels, static-laced and distant, carries no consolation, demands no heroics beyond the necessary. They are implored to preserve nothing, ordered only to expend their precious cargo of flesh and fear wisely, maximizing the return on each investment of blood drawn from suitable worlds nominally loyal. And yet, astonishingly, frighteningly, piercing through this crushing indifference arises stubborn patriotism. Despite the cold mathematics of annihilation, the grinding dehumanization that steamrolls hope itself, there are moments startling as saints, miracles amidst plague pits, when the searing courage of individual guardsmen flares defiantly above the impersonal abattoir carnage unfolds around them. Legends whisper, past soldier to soldier like plague warnings, that the irresistible tide of a planet-spanning battle shifts not solely by the thunderous deployment of 1,000 armored behemoths, nor by orbital bombardment scarring continents, but by the desperate, saving spark ignited by a single company, ripped to remnants fighting towards internal extinction. Imagine that crucible moment, a ragged sliver of guardsmen, their uniforms scorched rags slick with mud, and the viscous fluids of former comrades, thick clots of broken bodies tainting the churned earth around their boots. Their lasguns spit impotent hoarse crimson beams, ammunition packs long drained, their exhausted voices hoarse yet rising nevertheless in a ragged, last defiance roar as they brace their broken formation against an advancing tsunami of alien nightmare biology, drawing grim final breaths. They do not stand rooted by halcyon hope, nor expectation of gilded victory. They stand because duty, forged within stern centuries of conditioning, demands they consume that final breath for their fellows. They stand because to falter, to shrink back until the ground vomits them into individual graves, would mean the instant death, the torture beyond imagining, of the evacuating wounded stumbling away behind them, cherishing fragile life perhaps still 5 minutes longer. The collapse of that line in one sector, triggering the fatal domino cascade, collapsing the entire defense, permitting the consuming darkness unfiltered access to the desperate millions trying to flee, holding the last transports loading kilometers away. These agonizing moments, inevitably small, swallowed by history's vast grand chroniclers whose pages thirst after planetary warlords and stellar admirals resigned to strategic file. These flickers of doomed defiance are, Gil ruminates with resigned wonderment, the true beating heart of the Astra Militarum. Such staggering, soul-defying heroism does not spring from blissful ignorance. Every artillery guardsman, bless them, with any span of life, beyond the first meat-grinder drops, inevitably learns the crushing dread of the universe unveiled. They have peered into the all-consuming, soulless glare of the Necron hibernations woken within ancient tombs, relics of races dead before Terra's master walked incarnate. They have witnessed the chilling physiological impossibility of green tidal waves crashing upon fortresses, orcs in their crude numbers layered towards infinity, chanting mindless screams of chanting, save the laughter became shrieks when closed. They have inhaled deeply the unnatural fetid corruption radiating from chaos-warped landscapes, a stench creeping into the soul like cancer's tendrils. They do not raise weapon and scream charge towards such madness, because they whisper belief in trivial triumphs capable of vanquishing its formless entity. They fight, crouched trembling behind shattered rockcrete, because gentle surrender equals immediate abandonment of humanity itself, surrender yielding infection seeping irrevocably into their lineage, allowing darkness unholy to coalesce, form, and finally extinguish all. It is tragically commonplace, a doctrine understood implicitly across regiments' whispered nightmares, that entire campaigns demanding annihilation, exchanges of millions upon millions of bodies, processed through cynicism controlling hive factories, are required merely to secure often a single, irradiated rock bled dry of strategic value by time, and the roots of this terrible legacy. Gil notices sharply, his quill instinctively departing the sacred text, stained sacred with stories mere inscriptions upon flayed histories. Beneath the frozen surface whispered by sheer weight of elders passing lore mouth to our tongues, these roots burrow deep into the unlit primordial soil of humanity's once fractured obscurity. They stretch claw-like graspingly backwards, back towards Terra's own scarred infancy, and dreadful emergence screaming from the age of strife's suffocating womb. An epic witness Terra rendered a desolate battleground upon whose primordial ash and irradiated ruins warlords, maddened pygmies compared to even hive nobles today, ruled over techno-barbarian hordes wading through radioactive sludge-piled mountains, an era where the future imperium's cradle spat hypocrisy, coughing until the magnificent glories born ages past were mercilessly stick-reduced to toxic ashes piled beneath collapsing pre-imperial castles tower-bearing. It was within this ultimate crucible foundation, Gil concedes recognized immediately upon accessing early fragmented rock-carved microrecords spooled automatically. Formed within scorched earth history, an echoing betrayal din lingered beyond those sealed windows streaming diluted daylight onto vellum, already drying, committing near-sacred truth, witnessed unparalleled sacrifice, coldly forging imperial future materially, upon whose honored, consecrated corpse the Astra Militarum, now dogma etched. The Emperor of Mankind, a titanic figure among the shattered remnants of Terra's ensuing tribes, rose from the toxic ruins of the strife epic, his indomitable will bending the broken to his purpose. From the ashes and genetic slurry of that forsaken age, he forged the first army's grim legions of Genos, warriors patched and augmented through mysterious arts, their enhanced forms the nascent spark against the darkness. These relentless soldiers, products of a desperate world tearing itself apart, hammered the fractured techno-barbarian domains back into submission during the brutal unification wars, their bootsteps echoing through the dust-choked canyons of old Earth as they imposed a terrifying order. Victory upon grim victory bled the poisoned soil of Terra Crimson, and from this crucible of conquest, the Emperor dreamt vast. He built the Primarchs, godlike sons of his own essence, and the legions Astartes, demigods encased in thunderous ceramite, who would be the spear tip of the Great Crusade. But even these god machines of war needed steel beneath their feet. The Genos, the hardened regiments of the unification, became the bedrock of the fledgling imperial army, the enduring anvil against which the Emperor's celestial ambitions were struck. Through those early, heady days of reclaiming the stars, dragging humanity's scattered, frightened children back from isolation, they were the ever-present foundation the glowing dream of the Imperium rested upon. They were the first beat of the hammer of the Emperor, its ponderous blows falling relentlessly onto fractured human kingdoms and alien empires alike, the impacts resonating through the void, the drumbeat marching alongside the superhuman legions carving order from the abyss. This hammer, wielded by the Emperor and his demigods, sculpted an imperium from nebulae and bone-strewn planets, unifying the disparate shards through unyielding force. Whispers cling to the guard like grave dust. It is said the Imperium breathes only so long as the last guardsman draws breath, only until the final lasgun sputters its dying charge against the encroaching horror. Until that grim twilight, the hammer falls again and again. Yet the dream required more than ideology and warriors of legend during those earliest crusade days. It demanded boots on the ground, unbreakable multitudes, to secure the ground won by the unstoppable advance of the legions. The galaxy sprawled vast and infinitely hungry, even for superhuman attention. As conquest stretched the nascent Imperium thin across impossible distances, the noble myth of the Emperor's vision ground against the relentless gears of necessity. To hold the worlds newly wrenched from barbarism and Xeno's control, to ensure the borders didn't fray before the vanguard propelled further into the unknown, the fledgling Imperial army swelled into existence. Conceived not in some palace of polished obsidian on Terra, but in the mud and blood of distant compliance, forged from raw need, not ceremony. It gathered disparate elements: fervent volunteers credulous of the Emperor's promise, grim-faced mercenaries sworn for coin or survivalism, remnants of indigenous forces defeated during compliance, their varied battle harnesses painted with fresh Aquila symbols scraped over older loyalties. At first, their role was garrison, peacekeeper, holding the line against insurgents and marauders amidst the shattered ruins left in the wake of the Legion's swift thrust. Slowly, relentlessly, as the crusade gnawed into the galactic east, devouring stars and spitting out imperial fists, the nature of the army underwent a profound and thunderous shift. The nascent warp-capable ships once used only for troop transit became battle fleets in their own right, a command structure blossoming, and this new Leviathan learnt to walk entirely on its own. No longer confined as sentries, the army marched with its creation. It swallowed planetary tides whole, entire regiments drawn like tribute blood from hive worlds heaving with teeming billions, where desultory muster lines snaked for kilometers, or sparse frontier planets offering up barely a few hundred sons and daughters clad in local burlap uniforms, handed las rifles still smelling of Factorum grease. The logistical coils of the Munitorum, calcifying into early form measured tithes with chilling precision, balancing loyalty against utility, each contribution an echo of dominance paid in flesh and bone. Billions strong now, a surging tide of humanity clad in borrowed armor, the army evolved from shield to colossal hammer itself. Vast battle groups detached, conquering systems without a single gleaming Astartes pauldron in sight, deploying monstrous war engines, land battleships called tanks, and fleets that blotted out stars, a rolling tide of gunmetal and grim resolve capable of grinding entire star systems beneath its armored treads, or reducing rebellious continents to steaming glass beneath plasma bombardment, conquering and holding solely in the Emperor's name. Precisely this crushing strength, this terrifying autonomy grown from necessity, became the crack that shattered the galactic dream. When Horus Lupercal, the Warmaster once beloved, the Emperor's brightest son, turned the shining truth of the Imperium into a chaos-scarred lie, the Imperial armies might curdled into its darkest nightmare. Fully half the Astartes legions embraced damnation, and swirling in their monstrous wake came vast swathes of the Imperial army's finest, entire battle groups armored to the teeth, their fleets teeming with corruption. The hammer became the serpent intent on biting the hand that forged it. Worlds screamed as orbital bombardments ceased to be the anvil heralding liberation and became instruments of apocalypse. Streaks of plasma ignited cities into infernos, the skies weeping ash, oppressive clouds choking all life beneath. Armored columns, bearing once-proud Aquilas now defiled with obscene runes of blood and brass, rolled over loyalist positions, grinding friend and foe alike beneath rust-caked treads into crimson paste staining ruined plazas. Brothers recognized brothers in narrow trench lines, choked with mud rendered slick with gore, only to realize their las rifle barrels were now aimed at one another across piles of rubble that were once homes. The proud light of compliance, the unity achieved through unimaginable sacrifice, drowned in rivers of pulverized bone and offal, replaced by the actinic glare of chaos arcing across ruins, and the obscene green fire belched from idolatrous shrines hastily erected to alien, malevolent gods. The betrayal of the legions was a shattering blow, but it was the scale of the Imperial army's defections that truly drove the knife into the Imperium's heart. These were the forces intrinsically designed to hold ground, policing systems far from Terra's gilded core. They were self-sufficient entities, entrusted with guarding mankind's fragile unification. Now entire fleets, brimming with battlecruisers and regiments hardened to obey Imperial orders without question, turned those gleaming tools of conquest and garrison against the foundations of the Emperor's vision itself, striking inward with terrible familiarity. The Horus heresy ended, leaving the Imperium a ragged, bleeding behemoth staggering amidst its own entrails. The Emperor, impossibly broken by his faithless son, slid onto the bleeding wound that was the Golden Throne, sustained by lunatic machines and the psychic screams of souls fed screaming into an eternal void furnace. From this absolute nadir, Robot Guilliman, the Avenging Son, picked up the blood-soaked shards of the broken empire. His reforms were born of paranoia and frozen grief. Trust itself was declared a casualty. The unified Imperial army, so devastatingly effective when corrupted, could not survive. It was torn asunder, a surgery performed with cold certainty. Two entities rose phoenix-like from its sundered corpse: the Imperial Navy, sovereign over the silent void, and the Astra Militarum Imperial Guard, the Hammer, now shackled to the planetary surface, its regiments forbidden forever from touching the stars they defended. The link was severed like diseased nerve cords. No single ambitious, corruptible commander would ever again wield both fleet orbit and surface force autonomy, the very power Horus had abused to nearly rend reality. The newly forged Astra Militarum existed within a prison of pragmatic, iron constraints. Regiments were reduced to isolated cells, autonomy sacrificed brutally on the altar of absolute security, tied inexorably to administratum sanction and the cold, watching eyes of the Munitorum. Coordination became a tangled web spun by distant functionaries, adaptability often chained by procedure designed solely to prevent unity beyond rigid command structures. Above all loomed the black-robed commissars of the fortified Officio Prefectus, grim arbiters of existence and extinction, their presences a freezing shadow across every command bunker and rallying point. These iron-shod arbiters carried the vitriolic authority to execute hesitation with a precise boltron to the skull over cowardice or perceived dissent, with flamboyant sword strokes that cleaved heads from shoulders, transforming fear into fortitude and faith into a desperate belief against reason. Twin pillars shoring up a military machine designed not for conquest, but grim, bloody endurance. This reformation was survival at a terrifying price. The Guard was now a blunt, grinding instrument, clunky and costly compared to the Crusade's swiftness, its every potential advantage sacrificed to ossify against treason. Yet Guilliman's brutal calculus proved itself in the galaxy's unrelenting dark. Rebellions were fragmented, contained like cancer cells crushed before any metastasis could begin. The Astro Militarum became an anchor. Thus inscribed upon the history of the stars and fought over ever since, the Guard drew its uncountable defenders from worlds beyond counting. A million whispers of defiance and resignation blended into a roar, tales of home cherished and lost forged within the heat of Laskan barrels, local saints born in the mud, tales propagandized in soot-filled planetary archives, or murmured over a shared pinch of bland proton paste around guttering auspex lights in stinking trenches. Triumphs etched onto melted metal trophies melted. Tragedies drowned in cheap amasic passed silently between soldiers whose eyes say everything. The duty remains singular: stand, hold, sacrifice. Cadia, the adamantium bastion overlooking the mad rift of the Eye of Terror, became their fixed pole star, entire generations doomed to stare into the soul-dimming horror beyond the sky, holding the impossible line against chaos itself as the Imperium bled elsewhere. The Adeptus Ministorum wove faith deeper than steel into their marrow, as the uncaring millennia ground relentlessly on. Ministorum priests wearing prayer parchments thick as armor, voices booming with borrowed thunder, united disparate conscripts from icebound wastelands, and acid-corroded hive underbellies under one chilling hymn, brandishing the Aquila like a shield against the tangible horror whispering beyond the parapets. Yet not all sacred duty was chanted over crackling vox. The tech priests of Mars, redrobed surgeons scraping sacred oils onto skull mechanisms burning with binary prayers, bent over the rumbling hearts of lemon rust battle tanks promising succor to the defiant roar of their engines, the chanting priests on the surface denied. Engine seers connected spiritually to the machine's spirit within the heavy bolter, whose sacred oils ensured it did not jam amidst blinding promethium fumes choking a trench line. But darkness inevitably seeped in. The shadow of the 36th millennium, the age of apostasy, fell upon them all when the despot Goj Vander, manipulating both throne and altar, turned the Guard's muscle into his personal instrument of terror. Only the shock wave of Saint Sebastian Thor's defiant sermons echoing in the ears of common soldiery, reinforced by the sudden thunderclap attacks of Astartes' legion sanctuaries and the implacable golden giants of the Custodes, shattered this internal nightmare, adding another bloody chapter to their frozen struggle. The decades rolled into brutal centuries, then millennia punctuated only by the dark stars of Abaddon's carnivorous black crusades, ripping apart the Imperium's sagging frontiers. The ceaseless insectal screeching of tyrannid hive fleets, consuming planetary population, centers whole, monstrous orc invasions trampling entire star sectors under a tide of green muscle at places like Armageddon. In desperate holding actions, purging traitor cells during the Gothic War, grinding down regiment after regiment sacrificed to oblivion amid punishing void battles and nerve gas horrors. Victory flickered only briefly. Lord Commander Solar Macharius carved a cataract of burning compliance through 1,000 worlds, leaving a path of heroes hewn into legend, while simultaneously soaking the segmentum in guardsmen's blood. And in the heresy's searing aftermath stood the Great Scouring, the icy counterstroke rising like vengeful ghosts from Terra's half-collapsed hulk. The Guard became the cleansing fire, sweeping the crippled, shattered remnants of humanity's unified territory clean. Traitors fled terror-stricken into the cancerous wound of the eye-carrying, corrupted war engines and soul-breaking incantations. The Imperium chased them into the impossible psychic storms, seeking not conquest but utter erasure. Vengeance served colder than the void. Entire battle groups launched into the dreadful silence of exiled duty, hounded the fractured traitor legions through warp-twisted stellar wastes. Orbital bombardments scourged surfaces bare down to luminosity in the cold starlight, making planets sterile tombs. Vast siege lines bristling with guard tank regiments and artillery, the size of hablocks, surrounded fortress towns entrenched for decades. The loyalist Astartes exorcised planets still radiating cosmic dread wrought by Horus's armada even on Terra itself, their homeworld haunted by ghosts of betrayal, a bitterness flowing as thick as blood through long-forgotten tunnels beneath molten battlefields, seeing the taint everywhere, demanding scouring fires burn away not just the bodies of betrayers, but the very shadows they cast on monuments. Planets vanished from maps deliberately forgotten. The Guard was the implacable fist-crushing retroactive heresy out of existence symbol by symbol, curse by curse, conscript by sacrificial conscript until a fragile security was purchased, the worn hammer steadied, ready to fall again against the next surge of darkness, its head forged in ancient Terra, its handle stained permanently with the blood of Horus's gamble. Wounds that would not cauterize bled into history, bled into the very soul of the wounded Imperium. These were not mere injuries of flesh but deep, festering psychic scars that ignited the relentless pursuit known as the Scouring. The iron hands moved, cold and implacable instruments forged anew in the fires of betrayal at the Dropsite massacre. Their vengeance was a precision strike, unfeeling and mathematically executed, seeking not just bloodets paid, but the absolute annihilation of traitor genetic material wherever the tendrils of the Warmaster's taint had reached. Across burning sectors, the space wolves answered with a howl that echoed through the void, feral suns unleashed, tearing through corrupted strongholds with a savagery that blurred the line between warrior and wild beast. While stars burned under Lupin wrath, Robot Gilliman, bearing the unbearable weight of a fractured galaxy upon his shoulders, steered the Ultramarines through the wreckage, rebuilding, reordering, ensuring no haven remained for the fleeing heretics, his indomitable will applied to the crushing machinery of survival. Beside these giants strode the newly forged Astra Militarum, a million faces stiff with resolve beneath helmets, born from the fractured bones of the old Imperial army. They were the wall against which the roiling countertides of chaos broke, the anonymous thousands digging trenches under enemy fire, fortifying shattered cities, manning labyrinthine defenses night after terror-filled night. They carried lasguns and bayonets against monstrous forms from beyond sanity, bearing something heavier still, the desperate, grinding resolve of a species dangling over the abyss of annihilation. On worlds stained by betrayal, planets where the Emperor's light had been extinguished by treachery, the Guard's grim standards were driven into the polluted earth. They reclaimed those lost territories inch by soul-crushing, bloody inch, their sacrifice measured in mountains of their own dead. Yet the Scouring seemed more than merely purge. The galaxy itself writhed in a kind of anguished rebellion. Worlds that had clung to neutrality during the heresy's storm found no mercy when the loyalist hammer descended. To the sons and daughters of the wounded Imperium, hesitation was a cancer, neutrality a betrayal deserving only one response: cleansing fire and merciless steel. Upon these isolated battlefields, the Astra Militarum and the freshly configured Adeptus Arbites became instruments of pitiless imperial justice, their actions grim necessities undertaken in shadows cast by galactic oppression, acts forever darkened by their ruthless demands. Gilliman, the regent bound by impossible duty, orchestrated the restructuring of humanity's broken might. He shattered the monolithic imperial army into countless smaller, specialized divisions, a necessary fragmentation mirrored painfully among the legions. His great treatise, the Codex Astartes, demanded the fracturing of the vast Astartes legions into compact chapters, each a mere 1,000 warriors strong. It was a surgical amputation, a painful sundering of brotherhoods forged in fire and blood, a sacrifice enacted so that no single demigod could ever again wield the cataclysmic power of an entire legion's war machine. Even the sons of Macreg bowed before the decree, the Ultramarines spawning innumerable successor chapters, smaller torches lit from their ancestral flame, destined to carry Guilliman's cold blue legacy into the grim darkness of future stars. Finally, the active violence of the Scouring waned, though its bitter embers smoldered with endless hate. The traitors were flung, broken but eternally poisonous, into the seething hellscape of the Eye of Terror. The Imperium emerged, victorious on parchment, yes, but mortally diminished. The blazing, idealistic light of the Great Crusade was extinguished utterly, replaced by a struggling, guttering ember fueled solely by the grim imperative of survival. The Emperor's dream, a galaxy unified, free from the shackles of superstition and mindless fear, had perished on the anvil of the Horus heresy. In its place ascended an Imperium clad in shadow, governed by ossified bureaucracy, enforced by crushing dogma, driven only by the relentless, unyielding will to endure the endless night. Now, history narrows its harsh eye to one particular battleground, a war against the ruinous powers not with a thunderclap, but with a treacherous whisper's insidious beginning. This conflict, the Siege of Vrax, defies simplicity, neither swift nor easily chronicled. Its overture is an ancient tragedy, etched into the Imperium's decaying spine, the ambitioned corruption of a man of God, the loyal servant twisted into a marionette dancing on chaos strings, the sheer, suffocating vastness blurring the creeping infection until it ruptured. It began, as countless grim tales do, with a death. Cardinal Astor Borca, his presence a fixture ruling the Scara sector across impossible centuries courtesy of Mars Biologa's alchemy, had stood as a mighty bastion of imperial faith. Yet even Mechanicus Technomagic dances reluctantly with entropy. In 84M41, the ancient cardinal exhaled his final prayer-scented breath into the unforgiving void. Stepping into that vacuum, clad in seemingly righteous purpose, strode Cardinal Zaffin, the chosen successor, a figure of silvered oratory and burning conviction, radiating the zeal the Imperium demanded of its shepherds. Or so the illusion held. Zaffin's ascension was a spectacle befitting the God Emperor's own representative. Grand processions choked hive streets, sermons roared from towering pulpits, great cathedral bells tolled their leaden dirge, and hymns soared from 10,000 pious throats. Yet scarcely had the cathedral incense cleared when the new cardinal announced a pilgrimage. This grand progress, a journey piercing the heart of the Scara sector, promised spiritual renewal for the masses and cemented his nascent dominion. Accompanied by a swelling cortege of preachers exhorting, elite sisters of battle clad in ceramite faith, a glut of sycophantic retainers, Zaffin sought to ignite a wildfire of devotion. Where he strode, faith did blaze fiercely. Tyrants faced sudden downfall, rebellions blossomed screaming the Emperor's name, and hope roared like a star going nova. To the adoring masses, Zaffin was transfigured. No longer merely a man, he became a living conduit, an anointed saint bearing the sacred flame of divine will itself. But deep beneath the blinding fervor, within the cardinal's innermost sanctum, the rot bloomed. Among his most trusted counselors skulked Deacon Mammon, a serpent wrapped in honeyed platitudes, his soul long ago bartered to the grinning monstrosities of the warp. Unseen by his master, Mammon perpetually whispered. He murmured insidious secrets of destiny into Zaffin's willing ear, fanning the latent embers of pride and monstrous ambition into a consuming blaze. He painted the cardinal not just as a guide, but as the Messiah reborn, heaven's own warrior destined to wield holy fire against the cancer, consuming the Imperium from within. Treacherous poison dripped from every syllable, twisting Zaffin's once-staunch faith into a seething weapon aimed at the very civilization he was ordained to serve. The man of devout duty curdled. He saw schemes lurking in every loyal gaze, daggers hidden within humble reports. Trust vanished, preserved only for those whose loyalty could be purchased with promises or crushed beneath threats. Guided by Mammon's clawing whispers, Zaffin wove a stagnant pool of devotion around himself, an inner circle bound by fiercely sworn oaths, men and women drowning alongside him in the conviction of the Imperium's terminal decay. Only a great firestorm of holy war, they believed, could cauterize the festering wound. They chose their inferno stage carefully, Vrax. An Imperial armory world of staggering strategic value, a fortress planet armored in forgespires and bastions, a pulse point in the galactic war machine. Crucial still, Vrax bore the shrine of St. Leonis the Blind, sacred ground consecrated by martyrs' blood, drawing endless tides of pilgrims. Beneath this veneer of piety and industry, beneath the planet's very skin, the machinery of schism began its horrific churn. Mammon's agents, disguised as priests, insinuated themselves among thronging pilgrims and hardened labor gangs. Whispers spread like pestilent mold through sweating tunnels and echoing shrine halls, whispers of an imminent threat of the faithful to the holy site. These calculated embers of paranoia ignited swirling eddies of zealotry, common men envisioned themselves consecrated soldiers bracing for the apocalypse's dawn. Simultaneously, Mammon slithered into the shadows where military commanders dwelled, applying promises of divine favor and sly leverage to ensure Exrax's formidable shield walls would answer only to Zaphan's divinity. By the time faint echoes of brewing sedition reached distant Imperial monitors, Vrax was already a shuttered coffin. Its immense planetary batteries loomed, ancient cannons of god-killing power now sighted menacingly into the void. Within the vast, echoing gloom of his citadel, Zaphan assembled the core of fanatics and unveiled the terrifying scope of his ambition. Gone was the humble servant. Here stood the self-proclaimed prophet of the new dawn, the chosen scourge who would purge weakness from the palace of stars. The faithful still flocked, their devotion impervious to his increasingly unholy rants. They shared his conviction. They were holy, this war was righteous. Their very existence signified the blessed emperor's will. The throne sat silent, its light eternally distant and unreadable. It cast no illumination upon this tortured world. The darkness behind Zaphan's fervor, nurtured by chaos whispers, became a lodestone drawing truly ruinous entities. Beneath the glittering, hollow veneer of his holy crusade lay the horrific truth. Zaphan, ensnared, corrupted, his faith defiled, his vision twisted into a sacrificial knife sculpted for the ruinous powers. The stage groaned under the weight of inevitable carnage. When the Officio Assassinorum struck, deploying a Vindicare paragon of death unshot, one kill to snuff the heretical spark before wildfire, it was fire that recoiled upon itself. Cloaked in shadow for agonizing cycles, a flawless instrument of extinction awaited its moment. As Zaphan raised his arms before innumerable throats chanting his name, the bolt was released. It was Linegesturing, a perfectly whispered death kiss traveling through the thick air. Yet the Emperor's hand did not guide its trajectory that day. Metallic miracle, Zaphan's Rosarius, a sacred artifact relic refractor field older than faith, flared with impossible light, deflecting the hypersonic round. To the faithful below, it was undeniable divinity manifest, a sign blazing their cardinal saint preserved by imperial will. What should have ended rebellion became its ultimate vindication, a divine catalyst ignited. The volatile labor gangs, seething with manufactured zealotry, exploded into open revolt. Chaos descended like a biblical plague, engulfing Rax in a volcanic eruption of frenzy. Machine lines froze as workers seized lasguns. Orbital defenses built to shield against ancient void horrors were wrested inward by their own corrupted officers. The repercussions screamed across the Imperium's crippled logistical spine. Rax Prime served as a vital artery pumping munitions, armor, and the sustenance of war directly to the desperate regiments, holding the Cadian Gadeth last great barrier before the howling tidal wave of chaos poured forth eternally from the Eye of Terror. With Vrax's manufactories choked with heresy, the lifeblood of those defenders was severed cold. Entire subsectors, vital bulwarks, were left frighteningly vulnerable. The heavy, groaning wheels of the Administratum finally ground out its decree. Vrax must be reclaimed. The cost infinite, millennia of lives was irrelevant alongside the catastrophic strategic void. Yet by the time the decree echoed through war rooms, the heretics had already transformed Vrax Prime into an armored, fanged monstrosity. Planetary defense batteries, vast destructive engines honed through ages, now guarded Salvation City like granite sentinels against orbital wrath. Zan's rebels, swollen with looted Imperium warglories and meticulously steeped in the very siegecraft and trench warfare doctrines their former masters perfected, dug deeper than ever. They were coiled, ready blood harvesters laying cruel traps within the dedicated killing grounds they now commanded. Facing this monumental task, the High Command turned to those bred for blood and mud, the death corpse of Krieg. Individuals absorbed wholly into their role, faces hidden forever behind grim rebreather masks distilled from generations grinding warfare into ash, their very existence defined by attrition and unflinching sacrifice. The Armada assembled with glacial, inevitable momentum. The Imperium's vast 88th Siege Army, a tidal wave of gunmetal gray regiments forged solely from Krieg stock, bore the duty. From the outset, the campaign crystallized into brutal statistics. Every lost meter demanded rivers of gore. Every stubborn stronghold center was pulp sevens counting the corpses. The grinding drums of Imperial retribution began their dreadful cadence as the 10,000 silenced vile generators hissed their death gases over No Man's Land. For 1,700 days turned hellish years, the abattoir consumed millions, leaving a planet scoured to poisoned bedrock. Meanwhile, upon the tortured surface of Vrax Prime, the initial firestorm of rebellion solidified into an iron-fisted hieratic order. The apostate Cardinal's legions, blood-forged from fractious labor gun hordes and the remnants of militarized PDF cogs hardened by betrayal, functioned as a grim engine. Fierce devotion discovered earned power. Commanders emerged. The elite disciples of Zaphan swelled their ranks with the favored fanatics. Lesser sparks of faith found grim purpose in brutal conscription or were driven back beneath the whip, doomed to bone-grinding servitude within the Citadel's rumbling manufactoria engines. Disobedience earned only swift oblivion, administered by Zaphan's cold-eyed enforcers bearing martyrs' zealotry like condemning hammers. Under the Cardinal Tyrant's shadow, Vrax was reshaped into an unyielding bastion of pain. Vast killing fields seeded with hidden death replaced its desolate plains. Forests of cruel razor wire coiled in ever-expanding walls. Heavy gun skeletons tracked every distant dust cloud signaling an enemy's death march. Every defender understood the hideous truth shimmering beyond their ramparts. There would be no surrender, no bargaining chip thick enough to save them. Clemency was dead. Survival slaved solely to the impossible engine of victory. Failure could only bring oblivion-grade exterminatus hammering from the merciless fists of the scornful Imperium, striding towards them through fire and void. The drums grew louder. The air above Vax Primaris thickened, heavy with the sickly tang of ozone and the acrid scent of mast, unwashed humanity and corroded machinery, a prelude to the slaughter-bloated storm gathering around its desolate orbit. Below, the planet itself seemed to hold its breath beneath bruised, ash-choked skies, anticipating the brutal embrace to come. The fortifications, a gnarled network etched into the volcanic wastes by desperate hands and fanatical will, teamed with the apostate Cardinal Astraphan's nightmare army, a perverse reflection of the Imperium it had betrayed. This was not an army forged in discipline, but a desperate amalgam, stitched together from the carcass of loyal service and the festering sores of heresy. At the bleeding edge of this grim host stood the disciples of Zaphan, the Cardinal's chosen elite, distilled cruelty-clad in scavenged flak and stolen ceramite. Their eyes, fever-bright with a faith corrupted beyond redemption, saw not the Emperor's light but the sickly luminescence promised by their twisted prophet. Loyalty wasn't merely pledged, it was branded onto their souls, rewarded with the plundered dregs of worlds they'd helped desecrate. War was their sacrament, the battlefield their sacrificial altar, and mercy an artifact of a feeble past. Descent into the howling dark awaited them, and they welcomed it as a release valve for the fury burning in their veins. Tiered beneath them, rank upon rank of corrupted might solidified the heretical core. The Virian garrison auxiliaries, once the stoic guardians of this vital armory world, stood now as monuments to enforced treason. Their loyalty had buckled under panic or been broken on the rack of Cardinal Zaphan's ambition. Dragged from abandoned guard regiments and planetary defense stockades, they were the disenchanted veterans, the officers without commands, now unified beneath a banner they knew screamed damnation. Yet their pragmatic sin was cold efficiency. Access to Vax's once imperial arsenals, ranks of lemon rust tanks hulking like dormant beasts, basilisks whose long barrels whispered promises of shattering firepower, chimeras ready to vomit infantry into the killzones transformed their betrayal into a terrifyingly effective shield. They lacked the Spatanpolis professionalism of the Astra Militarum. Drills were replaced by grim determination and the cold knowledge that their former comrades would show no quarter. Their strength lay in static defense, in reinforcing shatterpoints, grim technicians of fortified murder rather than maneuverers of fluid destruction. They hunkered down within their pillboxes and trench lines, the stolen arms pointing accusingly outwards. But the true, crushing weight of Astraphan's rebellion poured forth from the churning bowels of the Munitorum itself. The Labor Legion's multitudes of souls ground into dull, hopeless automatons. By decades of crushing servitude beneath the shadow of the Citadel's walls presented Zaphan's greatest tactical paradox, overwhelming numbers born of absolute despair. They were the dregs, the forgotten, minds numbed by the endless mechanical thrum, bodies broken by grueling shifts in weapon factories and logistical nightmares. The Cardinal and his blasphemous cunning offered them a spark in the suffocating darkness, purpose, however catastrophic, or at least a martyr's oblivion. Drawn by desperate hope or coerced at gunpoint by his raptorial enforcers, 1 in 4 discarded their servitor-like existence. Their ranks swelled into a staggering, rage-mutated mass, a seething tide of humanity clad in ill-fitting flak and wielding hastily distributed auto-rifles, still slick with factory grease. Though their individual skill was negligible, their morale brittle, the colossal cache of Vax's own manufactoria quickly made them impossible to ignore. Armed, deployed en masse, stirred by Copperal's fury and the terrifying proximity of his disciples, they became a bulwark of desperate flesh and salvaged iron. They held not with precision, but through sheer, grinding weight of numbers, clogging trenches and bolstering crumbling lines, a human wall destined for bloody pulverization. Their pitiful ranks were supplemented by the even more tragically misled, the pilgrims and the petty bureaucrats. Drawn to the shrine of St. Leonis, the blind like moths to a corrupted flame, they sought solace, blessings, a shred of celestial grace. Unaware of the cancerous plot metastasizing beneath the holy facade, their simple, questing faith became putty in the hands of Zaphan's demagogic preachers. whipped into a frenzy of righteous terror, they were told phantoms besieged their saint. Honest pilgrims clutching devotional trinkets one day, they were handed crude, barely functional guns the next. Bureaucrats whose only battle was red tape found themselves armed and ordered towards the roaring guns, utterly bewildered but committed by the doom-mongering echoing from the Citadel's distorted vox horns. They received the poorest kit, the most cursory training, shoveled into the meatgrinder's maw as expendable chaff to absorb Imperial bullets, their tragic misunderstanding dying with them on the wire. Binding this fractious, desperate host together required tools only the corrupted could wield. Fear became the ultimate commissar. Drawn from the more vicious elements of the garrison or the disciples' ranks, the enforcers strode through the grim trenches like apostles of the gallows, echoes of Imperial commissars, yet stripped of any higher creed beyond terror. Their bolt pistols barked sharp, abrupt punctuation to any hint of doubt, hesitation, or rebellion. Cowardice wasn't chastened. It was vaporized at point-blank range, a visceral, crimson spray chilling even the most fervent disciple. The message was received, cold and clear. Step back onto the loyalists' bayonets or step out of line into the enforcer's muzzle. Retreat offered no sanctuary, only a quicker, more shameful demise. This brutal calculus forged a pale reflection of unit cohesion, unity born of sheer terror under a radioactive sky. Lurking beneath even that base fear, deeper within the Citadel's weeping stone foundations, writhed the truly damned, Zaphan's captive psychers. Torn from the scheduled purges of the black ships, these untrained, unstable minds were shackled in lightless oubliettes, their psychic screams stifled only by heavier chains and mindbreaker wards. Their power was liquid chaos, scalding wild magic that stained the air with an insidious psychic miasma. To the apostate cardinal, these were vessels, fragile cups overflowing with dreadful power, conduits for communion with entities whose intentions damned entire star systems. They were weapons pure and horrific, their gifts twisted into ruinous waves intended to crash over the Imperial lines. Their sanity splintering even in captivity, their release onto the battlefield promised only uncontrolled detonations of agony and warp-spawned horror, their miseries amplifying the battlefield's abattoir cacophony, corrupting the very stone they defended. Thus the Virian traitor militia stood, a cancerous legion birthed from betrayal's womb. Discipline was a frayed rope compared to the Astra Militarum's steel cable. Unity was a cobbled raft on a sea of conflicting desperation. But what they lacked in refinement, they compensated for in sheer, fanatical mass, and the relentless fortification of their hellish redoubt driven home by constant enforcer drills. They drilled amidst landscape transformed, every manufactorum access tunnel a potential death trap, every ridgeline sown with hidden mines, every open stretch zeroed by captured artillery pieces. Zaphan's hollow promises of salvation echoed against the clang of practice drills with stolen lasguns and the barks of instructors turned enforcer. Surrender was an impossibility, whispered only by fools or corpses. Retreat was oblivion paved by the Cardinal's jackbooted enforcers. The crushing certainty of extermination upon the Imperium's retribution forged them into an immovable object, a grotesque monument fashioned from the Imperium's own discarded parts, rigid in its defiance, a living bastion woven from heresy's desperate thread. Against this shoal of fanatics and conscripts, against these walls of rockcrete and misery, marched the inevitable tide of Imperial wrath. The death corpse of Krieg descended upon Vax Primaris not as heroes chanting divine litanies, but as mute, inevitable fact. Clad in monochrome fatigues thick with the ingrained grime and faint radiation signature of their blasted cradle world, they ascended from their claustrophobic holds in utter, profound silence. The boarding ramps slammed shut behind them like vault doors sealing crypts. Above them, swarming the void like carrion insects drawn by the scent of planetary-scale demise, the fleet stretched across the system, a constellation of troop carriers swollen with Grake-led infantry and munitions, so vast their tonnage would poison worlds, escorts darting like hungry piranhas, grimed naval officers on the bridge of Belen plotting bombardment runs. This exodus from death to death was orchestrated from afar by Lord Commander Zelker on secure Thracian reel, seeing only ledgers and requisition counts. To him, Vax was a grim but solvable equation. How many ton of shells? How many waves of infantry? How much time? It was arithmetic of annihilation. Touching down was a return to a desolation distantly familiar, yet Kremit's endless deep freeze was replaced by Va X's furnace scowl. The 143rd Siege Regiment, vanguard of the 88th Spearhead Army, meant explicitly to crack this traitor nut, met a landscape forged in malice. Volcanic ash choked every breath in fetid, electrostatically charged cement junkies when the rare rains fell. Violent electrical storms ripped across the heavens, painting the barren Van Merland wastes in sickly flashes of false light that illuminated jagged, rock-strewn plains and treacherous, echoing canyons, implements expertly exploited by the defenders for years under Zaphan's obsessive directive. The citadel itself loomed at the heart of this hostile storm, its spire piercing the pall like a shard of the apocalypse, housing both Zaphan's blasphemous court and the corrupted shrine of Saint Leonis. 3 colossal defensive rings radiated outwards in brutalist profusion scarifications upon the planet's crust, filled with tools for systemic annihilation. Eastern and southern approaches funneled attackers into narrowing gauntlets of rock and overlapping fire. This was the battlefield the Death Corps had been bred to endure since infancy. Crucible sites forever shrouded under nuclear winter skies, sucking trench lines operated into amphetamine drills amid ceaseless bombast, their sole lesson consumption. Their lifespan calculated at induction, chance replaced entirely with grave duty written on standard-issue tombstones, and so anonymity became their shield and shroud. Individuality was cancer, names dissolved into numerical strings. Faces vanished beneath anonymous breather masks filtering the toxic soup, blank visages reflecting squad designations not brothers, fellow gears momentarily interacting, timing death pistons, firing in sequence determined years prior, planning tables, sparse utilitarian offices creming. Each trooper was a near-identical cipher, blank slate receptacle awaiting, orders sigil mechanical pistons, firing mechanism retract, fire, retract, whose sole function remained marching deliverance via overwhelming firepower, coordinated sacrifice, overwhelming weight, death toll, meat grinder. Did they flinch beneath rebreather valleys? Conceivable. Did they ever entertain fate beyond sanctioned oblivion? Such thoughts were like splinter grenades lodged deep inside cortex implants, suppressed implant control, suppression drill, constant conditioning. Life was contingent upon Emperor's use. Death, unnoticed Emperor's currency ledger entries. To reclaim Vax would not be a triumph spun into balladic odes. Zelker twitching, lighting Brillabreakscape, brittle bones, shapping yells. Logistics carved reality, potential combat, potential sustained assault. Rate ammunition expenditure, liability remissions, logged remorseless precision administration, ordained canon arithmetic projection, validity tables predicted endless. A grim calculus stretched interminably, its accuracy marked cost mountains, chamber shell, vidi fountains. For the Death Corps, acknowledgement existed. Place defined by their own shallow pits, dug firing step, parapet gun position, waiting silence launchboards, shutter endless chorus artillery, barrage open sodden vulnerable chasms defenses. Meatgrinder fed voraciously grim gray feedstock, onto which he saw simply shells fired, costs, incurred balance ledgers, solvency, paid bodies, kilograms of ammunition, fired kill ratios formulated. Peering onto his strategic display, fortress schematic, secure bunker, Thracian Primaris, it was merely figures invoked realism, allocated casualties, tolerated acceptable parameters. Glory was illusory shimmer dissipating amidst high explosives, riotous blast shockwaves. Only corpses counted, 2 sides, transactional slaughter dens, consecrated corruptedly enemies, skill organization, Sebrillian tables, clear overmatch, anonymized delivery duration estimates, standard bereavement compression, assault models, applied decisively, paint, furious inevitability, colorless abattoir. Preparation was prayer, labor a sequence, rituals unto execution. Workers obscene find sufficient truthful passageways, lift David's landcraft conversion, unloading proper ordnance specialist detail, wizardry, volcano stratum setting placements, commenced utter absence, revelry, fraternization necessary, instructional visual audit, directive tireless preparation stations, begun meticulously chart, entrenched obsession corns, settler pioneers, specialized deep subsoil assault battery emplacement, certain construction materials, poured cement fortification, imperial. Composition stability, formally observed, without error, aspect silent survey, designated sweep landing field perimeter, established minefields, calibrated infantry weapon demo pits, duty schedule rotations, priority logistical stacking levels, surveyed assistance stacking, preparing mortar platoon, preliminary registration fire on index coordinates, outlining trenches, map discrepancy commands, attend revised topography, phase data inputs, confirmation, proceed, note, briefly realistic. Expectation, timeframe, plausibility, interrupted, holdover, reinforce, auxiliary screening detachment, path, marching assault lanes, crawl, preparatory condition, imminent commencement, established narrative progression steadily towards outer perimeter strongpoints, incomplete relative vulnerability, chosen cutting, wedge, iterative probe, decisive concentration, crush, breach, corridor, direct linking, citadel, organ, singularity, destruction, calculated sacrifice, corresponding, acceptable, pave, safe, tactical. Corridor, required sacrifice, beyond planned, schedulable attrition, accepted parameters, threshold, assured timetable, progression, deity, logistics, computation, necessity. Faces obscene rebreathers, faces, eyes, invisible humanity, occluded by necessity, endure toxic faceless operative patterns, relentless competency training drills, silent immovable units manhandling siege pieces impossible tons bulk, inherent curse gorgons, ancient baneblades tension vibration, earth tremble larger pieces creaking embark landcraft supplies, seeming advance endless regiments machines, moving to form giant insects heresy, forge world smoldering desert broken contrast monochromic. Legion servitors heretical tide warp, imbued ichor permeate soil, manifesting unnatural horror remain chamber air, tasted charged anticipation, impending first gun crew load firing quadrant elevation, infinitely rehearsed suspense platinum suspended volcanic dusk, commencing unstoppable mechanism sacrificed fuel wheels process barrel cooling systems purge charge rack cleared breach block slam home lock ram home primer detonation, lanyard pull imminent roar annihilating silence rupture. The siege had truly begun cycle sacrosanct orchestrate, ordained, commenced deafening grim aria apocalypse screamed lithobreaker prow World Cup consecrated butcher, unabating sacrifice galactic scale execution imperial will manifest final. Omnia mors, servo est, where would it end? The reality was simple, death ceased matter ended. Gothic numerals ticking down untranscribable scavira macabre finality illumination, observation calculable probability completion, datum chronological contours signaling termination requisition cycle, ordered damning process vindication ledgers, stamped processed historical regard, archive indexed thereafter forgotten empty shell judgment passed. First shots screamed insignia distant impacts raking dust voice trenches, immediate buried, alive spiritual cascade catastrophic momentum, erupt impossible escalate hellborn, began long blood-churning grind inexorable expenditure incurrence, vax voting returns incessant metal rain confirmation, means only currency compensated patiently waiting resolution script, unwinding inevitable outcome stroke future, scripted past grim certainty settled, like tangible shell shock ringing residue eterna. Volley refinery cracking legitimate payment, executed account lore emperor shrine consecrated then tomb deep, none spoke. Dye's rifle pattern load advance fire drill observance motion, weight ordnance comprehension, signal advance officers tensing tannas emitting rarity monosyllabic directive, paused everything awaited inevitable killzone entered volumetric field, prepared overlapping enfilade creating killing ground crawl, began measured meters defiance witnessed muzzle flashes, basalt outcrop emplacement, opening salvo tagged ammunition expenditure, projected consumed variance acceptable commander noted proceeding. Initial impact assessment casualties, incurred estimated within predicted parameters, report submitted endorse continuation, assault tempo established screen advance cease orbital strike zone, predesignated coordinate immediate destruction laser guide signals, incoming naval barrage strikes fluctuating navigational corrections, factored atmospheric interference damping resultant kinetic transfer rate caveat tactical disbursement strategy, authorized awaiting tiered bombardment sequence phase. Transmission acknowledgement receipt commence leveling operation interdict reinforcement pattern, delayed ammunition lift, successfully materialized battery, ordered stated interval between barrages, could not be increased given troop concentration exposed position, required suppression requested priority confirmed nourish operation, reserves committed attrition rates demonstrating acceptable values, proceed delegated authority established chains, enacted commit second, reserves cyclical vast scheme. Continued unfolding men died quietly noise, obliterating silence scream channel trade transaction, consolidated value emperor pleased consecration, advanced meter cost souls, persist purchasing reliquary sanctification measured tons expended blood absolution, secured final expenditure inexorable grist, mainly insignificant notation, incremental formations obliterated paperwork processed planetary ledger inquisition, ticked box war continued fronts elsewhere same template. Imputed consumption necessary fulfillment, shrouded cosmic accounting, normality, irrevocable charge human soul, listed assets depreciate singular value aggregate revenues, sacrifice pertinent remainstance, numbered ensuing enclosed permanent briefing, fold structured virtual monument, served purpose perceived aggregate momentary blip, recording sustained campaign activity, archive deemed sufficient expedite recall, scheduled repurpose non-vital segments, later combustion right purification. Sanction recommend mining license, reestablish manufactorum output, assign surcharge heretic reparations, integrate imperial tithe schedule, establish purgatorial confessional shrine, on-site tour incrementally returning incrementally functionality, 20 standard Marys exploitative quotas restored stability, if listen quietly beneath artillery, thunder whimper psychic distort weeping, saint eternally blind, yen the very bones of V's prime groaned under a weight unimaginable. Continental osteoarthritis settling in as, piece by grinding piece across nearly a year, the monstrous bulk of the 88th Siege Army assembled. Its ranks, already colossal, ingested hundreds of thousands of Creek soldiers like coal into a furnace, devoured countless support personnel to oil its colossal gears, and saw the wretched, penal dredgings of Arista the Labor Corps poured out onto the gray wastes in vast, silent droves. Their task was the grim midwifery of war, laying the necessary arteries of destruction. Railways clawed their way, metal scars crisscrossing the desolate plains, groaning beneath the endless flow of artillery pieces coiled like sleeping dragons and mountains of supplies. Camps metastasized against the ashen skyline, constellations of khaki tents and reinforced bunkers rising like necrotic boils, their prefabricated barrack blocks swelling with a tide of men percolating with pent aggression, waiting only for the Iron Corps summons to battle. By the time the final regiment anchored its boots on the brittle, radioactive dirt, the psychic and tectonic pressure was a physical ache, the land itself screaming silently under the suffocating dread of the carnage to come. The plan, etched into a million minds by repetitive doctrine, felt sound, almost banal in its textbook execution. Hemmed within the oppressive shadow of the citadel itself, the heretic defenders of RX had woven their fortress sanctum, concentric nooses of deep-dug trenches, earthen metal bunkers sunk low in the whispering ash, artillery emplacements hulking like petrified beasts. Brutal geology conspired against the attacker, jagged gorges and winding canyons to the south and east choked off massive assault, funneling the 88th's inevitable fury solely upon the western and northern approaches. Here, grinding the faces of men like millstones, victory had to be bought in iron and flesh. The opening act demanded collapsing the sprawling outer cord in a vast spiderweb of earthworks and hidden firing pits teeming with the vile militia of the fallen. The Death Corps regiments, marrow-deep in their resolve, were cleaved for the pincer movement, the merciless bite of the 1st and 30th Line Corps gnawing upwards from the north, the unyielding pressure of the 12th and 34th chewing upwards from the south. Their grim choreography aimed to encircle, to cordon off the diseased heart of the citadel, amputating it utterly from the wider plague of Rax's territories. Relentless pressure, the staff decreed, hammer blows landing simultaneously across the entire bleeding front, forcing the defenders to thin their gray lines into mere smears against the relentless imperial tide. Breached the outer ring, and the sea regiments, scarred but undiminished, would surge forward, contracting like a massive, inexorable fist, concentrating the immense power forged in fire for the final, ruinous strike. Speed was ingrained doctrine. The outer heretical positions must be gutted, devoured wholesale in a single, thunderous convulsion, regardless of the butcher's bill paid up front. Hesitation allowed the ruinous powers time to weave coordinated blasphemies. Once the mangled corpse of the outer defenses lay secured, the drive towards the second, inner line could proceed with a predator's wary calculation, cautious probes replacing the hammer blow, seeking out weaknesses like gangrenous rot concealed beneath scorched earth before committing the full weight again. The fall of that second line would be the ringing of the citadel's death knell, true separation complete. Then from the sanctified mud 1,000 miles hence, an incalculable distance dominated yet by the leprous ziggurat on the horizon the Death Corps artillery parks, vast blocks of grim mechanics and metallurgy, could unleash the true siege. Earthshaker cannons, capable of cracking continents, and bombard shellhoppers the size of hablocks would sing their hymns of destruction directly onto the heretical stronghold, reducing its defiance to radioactive soup. While the Death Corps labored, sweat and ash caking their brows as they turned virgin waste into fortified hellpits, the enemy watched. From the bone-grey parapets of the Citadel Fortress, the followers of the apostate cardinal, their souls already marked, fortified themselves for the inevitable. Their corrupted cardinals, whispers phlegmy with promised salvation through defiance to false ideals, pulled nervous recruits from the terrified citizenry, shoring up skeletal troop rosters. The defenses, though potent symbols of heretical resolve, were crucially unfinished, weak seams punctuating the imposing structure. For the commanders poring over Auspex arrays in prefab command bunkers miles behind the front, this represented the first tangible fissure, a crack in the Citadel's ossified skull to exploit in the long, inevitable crawl towards damnation's core. The killing fields of Rax, vast and desolate, waited with patient malevolence. Artillery crews, priests of destruction clad in grime-stained fatigues, meticulously calibrated their behemoth weapons. Elevation dials spun with unhurried reverence, shell casings polished by calloused hands as sacred relics. The guns themselves, shrouded in camouflage netting that did little to conceal their terrible purpose, were aligned on fixed bases, their maws gaping hungrily towards the enemy lines. In their chilling shadows, infantry rhythmically drilled, bayonets flashing dully in the perpetual twilight that hung over the ashen planet, their features permanently obscured by rebreather filters and gas mask eyepieces, conferring a terrifying anonymity. The countdown pulsed with the dying breaths of the planet. Soon, the leaden silence would rupture. The first salvos would shudder across the wasted landscape, a symphony of screaming metal and pulverized rock, the bass roar of artillery heralding the birth of a war destined for carcass counts in the millions. At dawn on 166.83 M41, the void-cold silence of the barren morning was obliterated. A thunderous, catastrophic roar, vast beyond comprehension, erupted from the eastern horizon, the throat of the Creek Siege Park torn wide. Guns of truly astronomical caliber discharged their wrath, gargantuan shells arcing through the polluted sky like falling stars of pure malice, detonating with ground-shattering detonations amongst the fragile earthworks of the Veritan outer defenses. The planet itself convulsed under each titanic pulse. The radioactive wasteland soil heaved like a beast in agony. Ash plumes vomited skyward, choking the few shreds of visible sky, the air instantly saturated with the throat-searing, eye-burning tang of scorched propellant and pulverized rock. The infernal bombardment raged for hours beyond counting, a relentless torrent of high explosives raining down in a ceaseless drumbeat of destruction. Gun barrels, laboring under unimaginable stresses, glowed a threatening charade, crews cadaverous figures in the flickering gunnery lights laboring with desperate haste to sustain the apocalyptic orchestra. The opening barrage rent the face of V's Prime, gouging monstrous, ragged craters into the unconsolidated ash that passed for soil, swallowing whole bunkers and emplacements, the distant keening cries of the mangled barely registering above the overwhelming din. Yet the defenders were not specters. From deep within their ferrocrete skulls, coiled in fortified battery nests amidst the ruins, the heretical artillery stirred. Basilisk self-propelled guns, their long barrels like accusing fingers pointed skyward, boomed their reply. Shells traced graceful, lethal parabolas high into the hazel-laden sky before plummeting earthwards like divine wrath amidst the ordered rows of Creek cannonry. The bombardment transformed into a monstrous duel, a grotesque contest of endurance and macabre skill between unseen artillerists leagues apart. Early heretic fire stuttered, shells falling wide, lost in the churning confusion of smoke and geysering earth. But grim acuity honed by desperation soon found its mark. At the sprawling complex dubbed Battery 413th, a single, unerring shell kissed its target. The direct hit detonated an earthshaker cannon in a towering fan of incandescent flame and twisted plating, breaching nearby munition hoppers and triggering an apocalyptic secondary explosion that swallowed men and metal in a roiling storm of fire and fragmentation, a brief, bloody exclamation mark in the ceaseless thunder of the guns. Beneath this soaring canopy of death, the infantry of the Death Corps advanced. Clad in the engines of their trade, thick greatcoats weighed down with mud and particulate matter, breather masks turning each man into an anonymous ghoul drowning in acidic vapors, the soldiers of the 158th Regiment moved forward into the inferno. They advanced not with triumphant shouts, but in a deep, profound silence, a gray-black tide flowing inexorably over the lip of their forward trenches. Artillery shells, monstrous birds of prey shrieking overhead, burst in boiling clouds overhead, or plowed craters unsettlingly close, showering them in grit and bone fragments. But the guardsmen marched on with glacial inevitability. Their orders forbade the immediate, costly storming of the enemy positions. Instead, they dispersed across the ground, brutally rearranged by the guns, and began the soul-crushing labor of digging in. Spades bit into the churned, still-warm earth, scraping shallow hollows, foxholes mirrored depressions, offering scant shelter from the sporadic yet murderous fire. By the time the system's pallid primary star feebly cast its twilight glow, crudely linked positions were scratched into the battlefield, pitiful but vital sanctuaries sculpted from the vengeance of explosions. The work resumed uninterrupted the following dawn, an agonizing ballet of survival. Each isolated foxhole was painstakingly linked to its neighbor by shooting trenches, scraped deep enough that only the grim peaks of helmets showed above the parapet. These narrow arteries expanded, merging platoon positions, then swelled into broader company holdings as squad after squad consumed the porous earth. Under cover of nights vibrant with near misses and starshell starlight, razor wire teams crawled like beetles through the mud, unspooling evil coils of serrated metal before the nascent lines. Cruel, intricate labyrinths designed to tangle and gut impulsive patrols. Heavy weapons teams anchored themselves into firing pits, water-cooled barrels of autocannons spiked defiantly forward, lascannon arrays humming with charged power, all staring hungrily across the corpse-strewn emptiness christened no man's land. The soldiers dug with the agony of the damned, backs breaking, hands blistering and bleeding into wrapped grips, lungs burning from inhaled ash. Pinioned under the unending drumfire bombardment, the defenders gave little back. Sheltered within deep, ferrocrete-impregnated bunkers and angled strongpoints, they responded only with sporadic, sullen fire, a sniper's round inevitably finding its mark with a damp thump, a mortar bomb erupting irregularly like boiling blood bursting through the battlefield skin. They offered no significant resistance, these entrenched heretics. They merely watched with unseen eyes, observed the creeping fungal infestation of imperial earthworks spreading strain by strain across the muddy slopes outside their killing zones. Between the two nascent armies now lay no man's land, a vast corpse-studded moonscape carved and recarved by high explosive, littered with tangles of razor wire, shattered rockreed, and the silent, cooling detritus of war, reeking of death and spent cordite, the emptiness within it pregnant with the terrible promise of annihilation. None yet dared venture deeper into its lethal calm. The apostate cardinal's minions had woven a sharp, complex necklace of despair around their sanctuary. Their positions, integrated deep into the volcanic bedrock and heavy with ferrocrete muscle, were designed to weather celestial bombardment. Earthen ramparts transformed into mountains, crisscrossed by tank-oblivion ditches and acres of cunningly laid mines lurking beneath the gray blanket ash like diseased burrowers. Giant grids of razor wire glittered evocatively under starshell blossoms, stretching endlessly. Peppered strategically within this layered death puzzle lay the strongpoints, veritable islands of concentrated resilience reinforced subterranean complexes capable, it was believed, of withstanding any siege ordnance the Imperium could hurl, while vomiting enfilades of heavy bolter fire to scythe any advance. These route points, as cold tactical logic termed them, were the diseased teeth in the skeletal jaw of the outer defenses. The inevitable assault commenced on 212.813 M41. Relentless for 5 unbroken days and nights, the artillery barrage from the Death Corps' 21st Bombardment Corps had reshaped reality. No man's land ceased to exist as coherent territory. It churned like a colossal cauldron stirred by apocalyptic giants, a morass of liquefied ash, steaming mud oceans, and overlapping blast craters large enough to swallow tanks, the landscape unrecognizable beneath the ceaseless tirade of earthshaker roars and gun mortars pounding with insane, arrhythmic fury. The orchestrated cacophony, the brutal symphony of utter ruination, abruptly crescendoed gun barrels overheating, magazines expended crashing into a sudden, shocking, almost physical silence. In that vacuum of sound, charged with the visceral terror of anticipation, the battlefield itself seemed paralyzed. The order, ripped from Vox sets almost lost in the ringing silence, snapped the tension. Advance, and the tide broke. The 149th Regiment launched itself over the shattered parapets towards the designated breach zone, Sector 4639, where fragile intelligence suggested the heretical skin was thinnest. On the flanks, psych-correct yet unhesitating, the 143rd and 150th Regiments surged forward simultaneously, diversionary sledgehammers intended to draw heretical reserves like blood-sucking flies from the critical point. Behind them, drawn up and spoiling for carnage, the tracked beasts of the elite 11th Assault Corps idled deep stowage racks loaded with high-explosive promises, ready to exploit any rent torn by the infantry sacrifice. The first wave scrambled out, low-hunched forms already swallowed by the roiling haze and thick chemical fumes, figures rendered merely as shadows flitting against a bruised sky, fuming with the memory of detonations. They moved with the shocking discipline of guardsmen under annihilation, pairing through the devastated wasteland not at a run, but with a hideous metronomic marching gait despite the appalling toll, step a brutal step into the meat grinder. The heretics were far from annihilated. From deep shelters resonating like subterranean gongs, survivors clambered out, limbs pumping, fear transmuted by fanaticism into lethal rage. Blanketed firing slits suddenly erupted in machine gun flame, coughing long, lethal stutters that swept diagonally across the advancing lines, expertly sighted fires intersecting, mowing down entire files as they marched. Heavy artillery shells, terrifyingly precise, detonated amidst the ranks, not atmospheric blasts now, but methodical bursts precisely correlated with infantry movement, showering fused metal that shredded or vaporized bodies whole. Men literally ceased to exist, crumpled into rags, limbs separated abruptly, torsos blowing apart into red mist. Yet terrifyingly, impossibly, the Death Corps line drifted relentlessly forward, reforming gaps instantly sealed by ghostly figures emerging from the confusion of smoke, discipline the fragile remnant holding sanity together. For many, there was only open ground, no crater deep enough, no shell-shattered wreckage sufficient to offer sanctuary. They simply fell where they walked, convulsed by impacts, bodies mangled under high-velocity explosive debitage, the heavy coats offering paper resistance, the masks perhaps mangled on mangled faces. Some, seeking momentary slither of safety, plunged into craters still radiating heat from earlier shells, only to be caught by the plunging, deadlier fire of heretic mortars dropping bombs vertically into the watery grave. Officers, identifiable only by their bellowed commands over the roaring storm of munitions, gestured forward with pistols or power swords aglow, blasting exhortations no one could hear above the industrial cacophony of their demise, until abrupt silence claimed them too, voices erased by journeying shrapnel or a marksman's trigger pull. In the jump-off trenches, the second wave, their eyes glazed with suppressed dread behind scratched lenses, bayonets cold and heavy on lascarbines, watched their predecessors vanish into the haze, heard the dreadful percussion of killing, and waited their moment to flood into that pestilential zone. The second wave moved forward in the wake of the mangled first, picking their way over terrain now unrecognizable, slick with dark fluids, scattered with contorted forms still twitching or locked in death agony's comrades indistinguishable from foe in a coma of truant movement and burning metal. They advanced through a horror irrevocably worsened, the grenadier companies at their tip, encased in heavier carapace shells than the common infantry. Their heavier armor plates deflected glancing blows, perhaps absorbing the hammer impact of shrapnel that would have disemboweled a lesser man, but the ferocity of defender fire was obscene. Few made the final yardage to the enemy parapets. Those frantic survivors achieved momentary contact, hurling their cracked grenades in desperate arcs, following with the finality of fixed bayonets, leaping into the trench lines to grapple with silhouettes that lunged screaming from murder slits. But the heretics held, their defense cunning, overlapping fields of fire converging effortlessly on any point breached, limbs tangled instantly in dense razor wire coils waiting like hungry brambles behind the forward parapets, turning each hard-won gain into a killing bottle wholesale slaughter enacted at rifle range, obedient to intricate defensive choreography. By the fractured closing of that first sacrificial day, the hard arithmetic of annihilation shook even seasoned commanders. The 32nd Company of the 149th Regiment, a full battle fortress at dawn bearing 600 guardsmen, counted only 58 souls breathing at dusk fewer, then functioned as a single platoon commander's command. Night brought grotesque relief as titanic bombardment resumed somewhere behind, masking fainter sounds. The horrifying symphony of the wounded, trying to claw their way back towards the Imperial lines under searing starshell illumination, pitiful moans blending with the sporadic, vengeful volleys of snipers, hunting crawling figures through magnified scopes. Some remained stranded, pinned immobile in craters filling rainwater bloodfall, trapped by the lethal geometry of overlapping fire lanes, bodies stiffening as cold seeped deep into burned flesh, their wound dressings long dissolved by slurry mud. Dawn on the second nightmarish day bled crimson across distorted hills. No mercy awaited the survivors. The third wave obeyed the command, surging onto the same waterlogged, corpse-clogged killing fields the first had painted red, retracing the precise avenues of destruction with robotic precision. Artillery thundered overhead once more, but the defenders, churning sludge over their parapets as they prepared fresh ammunition belts, repelled every renewed push, seemingly inexhaustible. The longed-for breach remained mythical. Reinforcements began filtering into the shredded enemy lines through underground tunnels engineered by Thrall engineers, gaps filled by fresh fanatics bearing the heat of the Cardinal's whispers. The Death Corps assaults might have ground to utter ruin had the heretics not revealed a fatal overreach. As the third day of mindless violence feathered the sky with unwelcome light, emboldened by Imperial exhaustion and casualty reports rippling through command scopes like cracks in glass, the defenders marshaled a counterattack. Haunches struggling over their own wire under tricky smoke breath screens, their reserve companies launched, driven by exorbitant psalms to shatter the mangled regiments clinging to the edges of the mudrown trenches. They charged with the fervor of zealots granted purpose extrinsically. But the Death Corps had prepared. Second-line trenches, constructed deeper and steadier during fleeting bombardments, were now honeycombed with dedicated voids bristling heavy weapons. Quadgun tracks thunderingly spooled ammunition belts thick as wrists into positions already zeroed precisely on advancing target vectors as taut as violin strings. Mortars hurled their arcing rain from positions swaddled in obscuring smoke haze kilometers behind. As wave after screaming wave of heretics swarmed onto the open ground, recently conquered Imperial territory, they found a prepared slaughterhouse instead of shattered demoralization. Autocannons raking lines as pliant as wheat, Lascannon bursts vaporizing segments where groups bunched, heavy stubber tracers drawing invisible razor floss through masses of bodies. Sheets of high explosives from the supporting artillery park slammed down into the densely packed attackers like leaden gloves punching dough. It became self-sustaining carnage. The anticipated panacea transformed into colossal expenditure of heretic bodies, horrific countercharges bleeding themselves dry attempting and failing to dislodge retreating Imperial positions. They festooned the field with their own obscenely twisting forms, chest cavities airing backwards from violent impacts, mingled grotesquely with the blue-gray mounds of guardsmen slaughtered during preceding assaults. As the infected sun finally relinquished its weak grip on another cryogenic dusk leveling Planet V, the battlefield sank into temporary stillness, only punctuated by the gynecological sound of big guns methodically reshuffling positions. Sweeter, wetter silence crept like cyanotic frost through paused heatherland. Bodies stiffened slowly into indistinct elevations, marking each kilometer one and told. The outer defenses of Rax remained obstinately, stubbornly unbroken. Stalemate solidified, calcifying the front lines in a freezing slurry of mud and entrails. This initial surge had bled the deathcore arteries alarmingly. Tens of thousands in dead guardsmen lay frozen in positions they'd reached before catastrophic suppression, sprawled in the colossal teethed fissures of no man's land or entombed in collapsed bunkers. Survivors chewed gritty nutrient paste and greasy synth proteins inside stinking, flooded burrows, the unwelcome knowledge gnawing beneath fatigue. This grim promenade across the blood-sodden field wasn't done. Many more assaults were inevitably scheduled, each a calculated effusion, each incurring a mandatory capital investment in blood measured by regimental marker flags pushed mere meters further into the corpse-littered morass. Fortune favored cruelty for Hill 453 during autumn 814 M41. Initially marking merely counting on giant strategic maps returning static arterial spur downhill, it ascended instead into engraved immortality, a week-long hellstorm of unremitting slaughter that fractured the unbreakable skin racks, proving the tactical hinge upon which the entire grinding outer defense bastion swung. 6 grinding, choking months of stagnation, pulsed by nothing significant save fidelity to the war machine's nutrition units, all culminating with the vital assignment of the 261st Regiment scraped together from multiple wrecked formations and attached to the remorseless anvil of the 30th Line Corps. Its task, probe the shifting defenses, find rotting flesh beneath impervious armor. Vital, yes, inhuman, cost inevitable. Eternity lingered consenting in sheer proximity. Like the reek gas mingling with expensive sweat beneath nested plate mail on doomed horizons, each indignity personally fresh along mismatched infantry boots, generating hypothetical avenues to escape unwanted amalgamation, imminent dizziness persistent despite explicit doctrinal implants purportedly assuring. Agitation crescendoed via orders servicing interminable numbers pulling salient vectors, required investing enforcement into sophisticated layers, impermeable structure Excelfield instrument medicine infantry, encountered temporarily adjunct settled close theater, positioning deadlocked corpse clusters, irrelevantly coordinated at distance, designed tomorrow forced injurious routes tangling denuded commands beneath jumbled armor assets warehouse. Continuations incubated absurdly held trench. Absolute necessities, forced allocation buttons etched fatally into command block displays, illuminating designs, primarily circumvented anticipated rebellion, replacing designated fallen commanders, restressing attentional strains, diffusing protocols, silently flapping parchment scroll, authorized treasured conduct-coded transmissions, bleeding recruit plenums, lashed training detachments, scheduled coordinating harmonic convergence advanced procedures. Anticipation peaked into. The constant, low thrumming of distant artillery provided the base rhythm against which the 9th Company moved. They were the chosen blade, Commander Tyok's grenadiers, tasked by the higher echelons of the Death Corps war machine with finding the artery to bleed the heretic defenses dry. Fort A 453, a cyclopean slag heap of ferrocrete and despair, anchored the enemy's stranglehold, and cleaving it open was the designated purpose. For days preceding their assigned moment, the colossal siege guns of Craig hammered the approach, a concert of obliteration conducted with monstrous instruments. They tore the crust of Rax Primus apart, sculpting Naman's land into a desolate empire of craters, mud mirrors slick with rain and worse, its depths perfect graves for the unwary or unlucky. Smoke hung over it all like a funeral shroud, acrid and thick. Beneath this manufactured hellscape, hidden within the rolling banks of fumes and the deafening chaos of the final preparatory barrage, Tyok's men advanced. They were grim specters in the murk, gas masks like expressionless skulls, movements economical and purposeful. To cross that apocalyptic wasteland should have been impossible. The ground gasped beneath boots sticky with gruel-like mud. The skies rained random shrapnel and earth fountains from heretic counter-battery fire. Yet they moved forward with the implacable pace of automatons, their training overriding primal terror. Artillery screams detonated yards away, coughing up geysers of filth, gutting comrades instantly. Men vanished mid-stride, reduced to crimson mist or sprawled grotesquely, silenced. Still, the survivors pressed on. The very air choked them, the dense smoke banking visibility to mere feet, yet Tyok, through will-honed in 1,000 drills, found the breach point. Signal flares arced briefly overhead from the smoking ruin that had been the enemy parapet the sign. A desperate, shrieking push ensued, bayonets clashing against flensing blades in the stinking confines of the trench, grenades hurled into machine gun nests just clearing a path. Victory wasn't a cheer. merely the cessation of resistance immediately around a heavy blast door. They declawed onto the dragon's flank at horrific cost. Inside the personnel shelter, the stench was overwhelming. Cordite, ozone, pooled blood, and human waste congealed into a physical miasma that coated the mask filters. The very rockcrete vibrated with the continuous percussion of artillery, a constant hammering heartbeat shaking dust loose, rattling bones. They were precariously perched, a single toehold in a universe bent on their annihilation. Retreat wasn't a word in Tyok's lexicon. He beckoned the sharpest, fleetest skeleton in his command. The runner knew the assignment: carry word of the purchase they'd secured to General Duran, far back in the command bunkers, back across that infernal crucible of mud and death. The grenadier vanished into the smoke, a shadow swallowed whole. Hours bled away, measured only in the unceasing detonations shaking the shelter, the groans of the wounded, the methodical setting of grenade traps and auspex sweeps down dark corridors. The fate of Tyok's company hung in the razor-edged balance of a single man risking every sniper's scope and stray shell fragment. When the runner finally stumbled, ashgry and wittied, into Duran's presence, his message delivered in a bloody cough, the machinery of war ground into higher gear. Reinforcements, fresh, relentless grenadiers surged forward at first light, pouring into the gap the Ninth had bought with bone and blood. Fiery vengeance hurtled down the main arteries carved by Tyok, silencing heretic emplacements in showers of masonry and flaming fragments. Below, within the tomb-like intestines of Fort A453, Tyok's survivors were already locked in a different kind of hell. The tunnels were a claustrophobic nightmare, a maze hewn into bedrock by generations of toil, now echoing with shrieks and the thunderous bark of shotguns and bolt pistols at murderous proximity. Renegades fought with the cornered spite of vermin, knowing only extermination awaited. Flamers ghosted through pillar shadows, jets of superheated promethium washing over entire squads, roasting them inside their flak armor, filling the air with the nauseating smell of seared flesh and hair, a greasy smoke that clawed at lungs. Men perished silently, stifled within their masks, collapsing into glowing ash piles. Yet, like a remorseless machine, the death corpse pushed forward. Measured shots from lasguns stitched uniformically crimson trails down corridors, the harsh snap of their discharge swallowed by the caverns. Bayonets, oiled and sharp, slid into throats from behind collapsed rocks, withdrew stained to the hilt. Step by agonizing step, corridor by branching corridor, they bled the fort of its defenders. By the muddy dawn bleeding feebly through distant vents on the second day, they owned the central access artery, the vital vein permitting the imperial steel tide to flood deeper. Fort A453 cracked wider. The third day heralded imperial might unleashed without mercy. The ground above erupted anew. Earthshakers pounded designated targets into smoking flats. Then came the grinding, tectonic roar of tracked behemoths. 3 full companies of tanks from the 61st Craig Tank Regiment rolled toward the beleaguered fortification, slab-sided lemon russes and chimneys belching greasy exhaust. Among them, dwarfing them, a Baneblade Super Heavy advanced like a small, vengeful mountain, its gigantic barrel sweeping for targets with malign intelligence. Atlas excavators, scarab-like and ponderous, labored in their wake, dozer blades gouging paths through the splintered wreckage, filling ravenous tank traps with mounds of scrap and corpses. The tanks weren't silent gods, they were roaring instruments of annihilation. Cannons spoke with world-ending authority, turning reinforced bunkers into collapsing tombs of fire and ferrocrete, silencing machine gun nests with percussive finality. Infantry followed the steel avalanche, pouring into the gaps. Below, amidst the choking dust and gun smoke, the struggle entered its most brutal phase. The sheer desperation of the cornered heretics transmuted into suicidal frenzies. They would erupt from hidden crawlspaces, dying in whirlwinds of frag, hurl crude meltabombs onto passing chimera treads, immolating themselves, and the unlucky crew within their critical distance, screaming prayers to false idols. Advancing Death Corps squads would find themselves momentarily entangled with Craig pioneers in the confusing labyrinthine dark, recognition flares hurrying skywards to avert fratricide in the muzzle flashlit chaos. But the will of Krieg was titanium. Tyok's anchors held. The securing signals flashed back constantly, artery secure. Bunker 7 cleared, resistance broken, Fort A453 fell. The capture of the fort proved the fatal lesion. The vast systems of trenches, bunkers, firing pits, and overlapping kill zones that had defined the heretical outer defenses for bitter years suddenly had a bleeding gash in their flank. Vast, gray-green waves of Krieg reinforcements, seemingly endless, flooded through the gap. Like a rotten structure bearing one too many fractures, the outer defensive network collapsed. Across vast sectors, positions were outflanked, isolated. Surrender attempts were bayoneted out of hand. Panic rippled through the heretic lines, their dread solidified into mindless flight. Cohesion dissolved into desperate groups scrambling backwards, seeking the imagined safety of the second line. The 8th Assault Corps, poised for exploit, drove deep into this ragged chaos, the tip of a gray spear relentlessly punching through the soft and collapsing tissue, rolling up positions from the rear with mechanical efficiency. Nowhere was fatal flight more ruthlessly punished than by the pursuing Death Riders of Krieg. Harriers emerged from the fog of war and dust, atop their bounding, snarling cybersteeds, ancient chain lances whirring like hungry insects. They swept through the shattered remnants of regiments, their hoofbeats an unholy drumbeat of doom, cutting down stragglers, charging isolated knots of resistance, turning retreat into a wholesale slaughter. Anything overtaken was trampled under iron-shod hooves or run through, the riders themselves grim monoliths impassive to individual pleas or screams. Every assaulted position, every overwhelmed pillbox faced annihilation. No emplacements were bypassed. The method was grenade saturation, through firing slits followed by deliberate fire teams advancing through the smoke. No prisoners counted. Within days, the outer defenses, that grim bastion of defiance against the might of the God Emperor's fury, was silenced beneath a blanket of cordite, fresh corpses, and Krieg Regiment flags planted in the smoking ruins. Success, however, bore the sharp metallic tang of harsh sacrifice. The fort above was a broken crown, its tunnels below catacombs. Gray dunes of Krieg dead mingled with the broken ochre lumps of the heretics, clogging corridors, filling trenches where the mud turned thick with gore. The defenders didn't pause to tally the cost beyond munitions and manpower reserves. To stand amidst such carnage and lament was indulgence. Here, death was duty fulfilled, a sacred transaction completed, offering spent life to the distant eternity of Terra. The gaze of the living, bloodshot eyes behind scratched lenses, flickered only briefly over the mountains of Greycled dead, witnessing not tragedy, but completion. Then they turned as one grinding machine, their gas mask lenses reflecting the smoking silhouettes of the towering second-line bastions ahead. Fort A453 was a hard-won victory, shattering the brittle outer rim. It was a pivotal fracture in the apostate Cardinal's calcified shell, prophesying the inevitable collapse of the defenses anchored upon it. But Rax Primus was far from conquered. Beyond lay the second line taller, thicker, ravenous with fresh defenders and deeper entrenchments. Beyond that impossibly vast, the citadel itself, its cyclopean spires clawing at the polluted heavens like a tumor of heresy, casting its deep shadow across the kilometers of ruin they had just paid so horrifically to tread upon. The narrative of the siege, already written in rivers of carbonate mud mixed with blood, was about to descend into an even deeper, more suffocating darkness. After the grinding warfare simply to reach the second line, a pitch of fury born of stolen momentum and broken faith consumed the heretics. The crisis of the army's foiled advance began in the early months of 815 M41. Haunted by the panic retreat from the outer ring, forced to abandon the muddy grave of the old northern defenses now exposed like a Picatclean fossil, Ridge, the apostate Cardinal's forces, had writhed backwards into their deeper, harder-shelled positions. They left behind desolate plains pulverized into gray powder, nothing but foundations and shell fragments embedded in crusted ash. The death corps of Crimea advanced into what they believed was new ground freed for assault. It was the open jaws of a trap. The first scarcely-noted warnings slithered into the stalled momentum of 255815 M41. The 19th Siege Regiment, part of the battered 1st Corps, had scraped out overnight positions in the sector 6053, tangle a wasteland heaped between the shattered remnants of the northern defenses now behind them and the looming massif of the 2nd defensive line ahead. It wasn't enemy territory anymore, they thought. It was battered, smoking, pulped safe. Krieg sentries hunched on the firing steps that night, their senses stretched thin listening through the omnipresent rumble. Distant sounds teased the greasy air, a persistent low thrum that wasn't earthshakers, the metallic, rhythmically irregular grinding, tracks moving. Frantic Vox reports hissed with the suspicion's unseen shapes ghosting through the debris fields beyond the trenches. Command responded wearily. Harassing artillery fire sputtered into suspected areas, stalkings of shell impacts probing the darkness, brief flickers of light illuminating only shadows and shattered rockcrete. It achieved little beyond expending shells. The night passed dense with tension, unrewarded. At dawn, the regiment stood to as per the grinding rhythm of siege existence, scrambling along freshly dug scrapes, lasguns held over the parapets, night vision attachments crackling on auto senses, expecting perhaps probing lamers, maybe a brief infantry nuisance action, utterly unprepared for the monstrous storm they had enticed into position. First came the desultory rain of shells, a ripple of concussions slamming the earth, rattling the rifle butts, kicking dirt clods into faces behind masks. More a gesture of annoyance than intent. Then the earth vanished. It arrived without preamble, overhead a concentrated artillery impact of stupefying density. Not separate blasts anymore, but one continuous, overlapping roar like the sky itself ripping apart. High explosives crushed trenches flat, sent splintering timbers spinning like matchsticks in a gale. Just as shield reflexes clamped down, the camouflage miasma arrived. Dense white smoke shells exploded simultaneously, smothering the entire regiment's sector in an abrupt, blinding blanket. Sight vanished. Noise became the only reality, and within that thunderous universe, a new sound swelled like the opening gates of prophecy. A rolling metallic avalanche, the grinding din of 1,000 tracks converging, accelerating, punctuated by the sharp crump of main battle cannon firing point-blank demolisher shells into the smoke bank. Wham, wham, wham. Heavily armored shapes materialized out of the chaos directly on top of the forward trenches. Hebler variant lemon rust tanks painting with shells. They crashed through earthworks already crumpling from the barrage, crushing men like beetles under their treads, machine guns stitching spitting fire along the parapet positions. Explosions convulsed along Craig positions, sending men and their sandbags skyward in organic clouds. Before the survivors could choke back screams or properly aim their las guns, swarming up from churn craters and rents torn by the tanks, came the wave. A seething mass of Gevasa traitor militia poured through the breaches like rancid water, released incoherent shrieks on their lips. They had patchwork flak armor salvaged from dead Kriegarns, wielding stubbers belching slugs, crudely forged blades flashing in the encroaching firelight, brutish power axes cleaving downwards. Their charge wasn't discipline. It was pure, frantic malice launched on the impetus of the steel tide, smashing the defenses open. Lasgun volleys spat disciplined defiance from the trenches that still held. Heavy bolters mounted on tripods traversed arcs, scything through the leading ranks, turning them into pulped meat gatherings. But still they came, scrambling over the churned earth, over the bodies of their own fallen like vermin swarming offal. It was enough to drown individual courage in a tsunami of bodies plunging into the trenches. Colonel Adele, stationed at a cluster of deeper bunkers designated regimental command post, watched the catastrophe unfold through periscope lenses scored by flying grit. Smoke and dust choked all visibility beyond flickering shapes illuminated by tank flares or bursts of munitions. The Voxnet screamed incessantly, a litany of loss and frantic pleas cratering any illusion of order. Position Gamma 7 overrun. Tanks in the trench. Enemy infantry swarming. Beta 2 need reinforcements. Communication to Delta cut. Heavy enemy walker sighted. He saw the flanks crumbling. Tanks in Krieg Grey being caught turning slowly in the confined alleys of the trench network, assaulted by swarms climbing on their hulls, plasma pistols firing point-blank into vision ports. The enemy tide crashed relentlessly, washing against the defensive rocks only to surge around. Pressure mounted. He ordered his reserves forward. Seasoned grenadiers fed piecemeal into flaming breaches. Pleas to higher command for additional forces met grim silence. The 19th was stretched across a leaking dike alone, and every other regiment was already committed elsewhere. The day descended into a gray nightmare. Loyalist and traitor forces mixed horrifically as tanks shoving past obliterated landmarks separating platoons. Quad launcher positions overrun were ruthlessly turned against their former masters by jubilant heretics until the ammunition bins ran dry on carnage painted in Craig Grey and traitor ochre. Slowly, insidiously, position by position crumbled under sheer weight and ferocity. By clutching twilight, no formal frontline remained. Instead, Sector 6053 became a writhing archipelago of isolated firefights amidst oceans of shifting enemy forces. Men fought back-to-back in shell craters serving as final redoubts, litanies of hate recited over vox channels choked with static as they emptied power packs. Regiment cohesion ceased to exist. Only desperate knots of Krieg frantically signaling their position remained like candles guttering out violently one by one in the murk. Colonel Adele fought beside them. Come dawn, the first wash of a hopeless morning revealed the abyss. He stood in a shallow communication trench transformed into a charnel house, bodies stacked as awful sandbags just to maintain firing lines. Heavy bolter teams smoked quietly where they'd died, covering retreats that couldn't occur. His own lasgun was slick with mud and carbon scoring. Wave after ragged wave came, scrambling over the pulped dead, screaming incoherent promises of torture if captured. Reports barely filtered through the chaos. Positions left and right annihilated in the night surge. His command was now an isolated debris pile besieged at its base. Communication lines beyond tactical nets were silent. Lieutenant Colonel Den, his stalwart deputy who'd been feeding fractured Vox reports, vanished suddenly as a lemon rust demolisher round punched into their central command dugout, pulverized rockcrete and vaporized Voxcasters marking where command infrastructure existed seconds before. Dell stood amidst his remaining men, 80 grim phantoms encircled in an ocean of iron-gray smoke and screams. Their power cells were running low, casualties mounting with each renewed heretical push bouncing off the shifting piles of dead. Adele made his calculus in seconds. Retreat into the enemy storm slashing at their barricades was impossible death. But someone had to carry warning, appallingly accurate warning of this monstrous counterpunch, lest regiments beyond perished similarly unaware. Despair was alien to him. Grim necessity drove the choice. He issued orders. A decimated platoon would attempt a fighting breakout towards friendly lines, running the gauntlet through enemy infantry swarms. Adel himself and the men too wounded to sprint fast enough would form the stand, the wall, to delay, to buy minutes snapped from the grinding teeth of annihilation with their carcasses. The rearguard accepted grimly. The breakout group vanished into the smoke-dense crater maze, immediately vanishing beneath a hail of small arms fire audible only moments above the thunder. Adel snapped power cells into his rifle, sharing his pitifully small stock of cracked grenades amongst the grim panting figures around him. They knew the pact they'd made. By time, the enemy came again, howling their desperate catechisms. Lambasts barked cut-down tightly packed gevesses wading through their own dead. Bayoneted counterattacks drove minor breaches momentarily shut. Adel fought like a machine, his voice calm, clipped targeting orders over the regimental vox frequency that no one else likely heard, the only thing momentarily holding their sliver of hell together. But it couldn't last. It was geometry, attrition, physics grinding inevitable. Reports whispered of movement probing their rear. They were encircled entirely. Then came the ghastly howl, a rising scream building over the thunder. Adel turned. Hurrying through gaps created by an intensifying tank barrage came the Predator Death brought low, a Hellhound assault tank, its Promethium tanks bulging malignantly under the turret line. Its multimelta nozzles swung towards their desperate survivors piled behind crumbling barricades. Time stretched brittle. Adel saw the pilot light flare Sapphire into the murk. He uttered a final curt order: stand firm. Hideous order fulfilled authority. Immense, roaring dawn erupted. A torrent of burning chemical vengeance jetted 80 feet, liquid orange-white annihilation enveloping Colonel Adel and his last Kriegarns instantly. The Promethium sheeted their position, swallowing desperate silhouettes writhing like beetles before collapsing into pyres consumed fuel-sourced fury. There was no lingering scream, merely a monstrous woof as superheated air displaced cooler remnants. Minutes later the fiery hell died, revealing charred black stalks where men once stood fused to slagged rockcrete. Adel's command post an indistinguishable pile of glowing cinders spitting molten metal. Harries plodded forward through the wreckage unimpeded, crunching cinders like snow. Of Adel and his legacy annihilated utterly, his parameters established their tools brutal and exacting this trap. The consequences rippled outward with seismic intensity. The annihilation of the 19th Siege Regiment wasn't defeat, it was evisceration. Over 80,000 men consumed in the fiery Moloch dead, disappeared into the heretical bowels, or fleeing incoherently into the ash wastes never to reign. The singular purpose they represented vaporized. The meticulously planned second-line assault imploded instantly. Heretical forces poured unstoppable momentum into the vast hole the regiment once occupied. The entire Craig First Corps, already fractured by weeks of grinding pressure, found itself violently unmoored. Local command emplacements were overrun before word disseminated. Entire sections found their flank exposed simultaneously. Orders became garbled panic, cohesive resistance fractured, chaos bloomed. The Corps imploded into emergency mode, salvaged the line. Anything capable depleted squadrons from the 7th Tank Regiment, bloodied knights of the Death Rider companies, already so thin they operated in squad units, were flung like gravel into the path. Roads leading backwards became vital arteries, clogged desperate counterattacks aimed not at victory, but gaining precious hours, allowing artillery park withdrawals, bolstering crumbling deeper defenses. Scattered infantry remnants reformed under nearby commissars, their shovels digging desperate breastworks, while their lasguns held advancing heretic scouts at bay. Chimeras and basilisks hurriedly evacuated burning supply dumps ignited by infiltrator squads. It was stark, brutal rearguard action. War reduced to minutes bought with fresh armor scarred into flanking ambushes, surges rust smashing into columns, insistent Gevasa tearing into crew hatches. Lithe and Duck diving behind burning wrecks, holding a crossroads for slower detachments retreat. Oblivious Death Riders launching whistling charges down traverse lanes into advancing tank flanks, delaying infantry envelopment seconds counted again, shelling bought moment. Claw's bleeding hours purchasing meter, whilst kilometers stripped north behind them lapsed into enemy torrent control bleeding, was slow extracted, toll armor couldn't withstand forever brutal sacrifices, inflicted grievous wounds, hemorrhaging tanks, flaming Gevasa bodies, mountains, accumulating below the second line wall, advancing steam, inexorable defied days, blazing ruins, accumulated trackways, coolant boiled vile greases, surrendered skeletons, blackened continent halt, found early 4th day. Breaking sheer weight, allied iron grind, slowed steel, aligned deeper defenses, thickened ashen soil, solidified advance, petered out, bled momentum. Exhausting 3 days facing mounting corps pay cost, coerced withdrawal, chaotic reshuffling territory fort, a 453 paid fort. now traded quarry-conquering fingernails scratching the eternal fortress face, cheaply bought illusions shattered burden bestowed the astral seedy rumble, proceeded on racks reminding mankind paces caught breath, then spade bayonet fixed. Resumed the construction's fortified despair eternal, there would be no headlong rush, no grand, final gamble born of desperation. Instead, with that same implacable rhythm that defined their existence, the soldiers of Krieg bent once more to their task. Spades bit into the churned, corpse-laden earth, carving a complex lattice of trenches and fortifications that inched, yard by deadly yard, closer to the heretical lines under the rattling canopy of their own artillery fire. The Van Mierland wastes transformed, day by grinding day, into a sprawling, nightmarish labyrinth etched in mud and viscera, an eternal testament to the grim, stoic persistence of the Emperor's chosen. Years bled into the void. On the cold dawn of 128.816 M41, the 88th Siege Army, as if governed by some unalterable mechanical clockwork, committed itself again to the offensive. The prelude was familiar, a world-shattering barrage that reduced the defiled ground to a churning, smoking ocean of craters. Then came the order, echoing through voxhorns coated in frozen mud. 6 entire regiments surged forward in unison, their movements synchronized, precise, robotic. They hurled themselves against the tangled webs of heretic trenches, log-reinforced bunkers weeping rust, and coils of gleaming, blood-encrusted razor wire, with that same relentless forward momentum that had propelled them this far into hell. But the enemy, steeped in the same grim calculus of siege warfare, was prepared. Across most stretches of the mangled front, the imperial assault fed upon itself beneath the hammer blow of defensive fire. Entire companies simply ceased to exist, obliterated within moments, their bodies piling into grotesque, steaming mounds amidst the freshly pulverized earth of the burgeoning no-man's land, slumped or contorted where the charge had faltered and died. Here and there, like a fist punching bloody knuckles through rotten cloth, the attackers gained fleeting purchase, seizing shattered sections of enemy trench or a collapsed strongpoint. Yet even these brief islands of apparent victory proved tragically ephemeral, mirages dissolving in the smoke. The heretics pivoted instantly, their own artillery thundering down with lethal precision, tearing through the newly won, isolated scrapes of earth. Crucified by their own advance, cut off, the attackers were swiftly overwhelmed, slaughtered where they stood or driven back in broken fragments towards their own ravaged lines, leaving behind only the fading screams and the silent dead. The battle ebbed and flowed like some macabre tide upon a corpse-strewn shore, each wave of Krieg infantry crashing with lethal predictability against the apostates' defenses only to recede minutes later, ground down by blistering counterthrusts. Gains were negligible, measured in yards torn from the mud rather than glorious miles, counted not in victories but in body counts tallied under flickering lamplight. Yet day after grim day, the corps commanders issued the same terrible orders, dispatching fresh waves of gray, cadaverous soldiers into the grinder. Each assault was a precise, horrific echo of the last, a soul-crushing loop of sacrifice repeated over countless months. Hundreds of such attacks were launched, each inevitably left behind its pitiless toll of the dead, the limbless, and the sanity-shattered, feeding the monstrous appetite of the siege. One more planetary year cycled into oblivion, and the stalemate held, a malignant tumor festering upon the planet's surface. Far north, where the relentless pressure of the First Corps pressed like a slow, inexorable glacier, change, though agonizingly gradual, registered anew. Reinforced by replacements shipped from Krieg's Foundry World bowels, their intricate networks of trenches crept infinitesimally closer to the enemy positions. Their massed artillery batteries, never truly silent, continued their grim work with terrifying patience, reducing the heretics' makeshift shelters to splinters and molten slag. The ground surrendered in harrowing retreat months prior was won back inch by corpse-littered inch, though it demanded half a year of bloody toil to reclaim what had been lost in a single, chaotic week of the enemy's initial violent counteroffensive. By that desolate year's end, the First Corps stood once more before the jagged teeth of the vaunted second line. The skeletal, irradiated ruins of Hab 1 sprawled like a gutted beast behind them, its prefabricated carcass utterly obliterated by months of relentless, unceasing bombardment. The war itself seemed to ossify, settling into a dreadful, hypnotic rhythm composed of the ceaseless thud of entrenching tools, the distant rumble-tashrik of artillery duels, and the vicious staccato of constant patrol clashes across the corpse-choked wasteland. For weeks on end, the front remained seismically static, transformed into a quagmire of mud, water-filled craters, and dissolving corpses, where even the smallest shovelful of territory exacted a price measured in rivers of blood and mountains of shattered men. The corps commanders dreamed, night after fitful night, of a decisive rupture, a single, clean blow that would shatter the heretic's spine, but the brutal reality facing them was attrition, pure and unadulterated. They waged a war that consumed men and materiel with the indifferent veracity of a planetary furnace. A campaign that seemed destined only to devour all resources sent its way in an endless cycle of destruction. This unyielding grind, this horrific microcosm of the Imperium's wider, galaxy-spanning agony, was the reality of the battle for Sector 5045. Just when despair threatened to congeal into fatalism, a sliver of operational hope pierced the gloom on 649818M41. The 158th Regiment committed grenadier squads to a night raid, a move born of cold calculation and colder necessity. Capture and obliterate a vital enemy defense laser silo, a key component protecting Rax's skies from orbital interdiction. To preserve the fragile element of surprise, the preliminary bombardment was tailored, precise, a scalpel instead of a sledgehammer as darkness cloaked the scarred land. The Grenadiers began their perilous journey across No Man's Land, their dark uniforms and close-fitting masks rendering them near-invisible wraiths slithering through the lunar landscape of overlapping shell holes churned to viscous soup by endless rain and blood. Progress was agonizingly deliberate, a crawl through a graveyard of the frozen fallen, each muscle screaming against the sucking mud. Without warning, a flare would stab upwards, detonate with silent fury, flooding the desolation with livid, blinding light that froze the crawling figures, pinning them down like grotesque sculptures amidst the corpses whose limbs mimicked their prone forms. Despite their mask-filtered discipline, their whispering moves, fate betrayed them. An enemy patrol materialized like phantoms from the darkness. A sudden muzzle flash, a choked scream abruptly silenced the brief, vicious firefight that erupted was over before the spent casings hit the mud, but the damage was irrevocable. The alarm shrieked through the heretic trenches. The Grenadiers reached the serpentine coils of razor wire surrounding the silo complex. Another flaring star shell unveiled their shapes starkly against the silhouette of the massive installation. A sentry, eyes wide with terror and recognition, howled the alert. Shouted curses and frantic commands ripped through the night air, rallying the defenders. Heavy bolters began spitting their lethal defiance, tracers flashing in garish streaks through the gloom. The night exploded into bedlam. Deafening gunfire mingled with the detonation of cracked grenades attempting to breach the wire. Thick black smoke, acrid and eye-watering, drenched the silo vicinity, fractured only by the stuttering epileptic flicker of muzzle flashes, revealing glimpses of frantic shadows grappling in the inferno. Under relentless pressure, the Grenadiers hacked desperately at the wire, breaching it at terrible cost, hurling themselves forward in a final, savage charge towards the silo entrances, knowing hesitation meant obliteration. The blast-proof structure became a vortex of shrieking death, a monstrous reverberating drum filled with shrapnel and men dying in desperate claustrophobic slaughter. Dawn began its gray, unforgiving creep across the horizon, illuminating a scene of utter devastation. Recognizing the critical moment, assembled corps commanders threw infantry companies into the deepening chaos, ordering a full battalion assault to rescue or reinforce the dwindling Grenadiers. But the initial assault had failed its primary objective. The silo's automated defensive arrays and cruisive positions remained brutally active. The fresh attack dissolved before it could coalesce. No Man's Land east of the silo became a charnel house within minutes, the ground littered with the burning, twisted wreckage of Gorgon transports and scores of infantrymen slaughtered meters beyond their own trench lines, their advance cut down like grotesque hay. The raid ended in soul-crushing disaster. The laser silo stood unbowed, its deadly aperture gleaming dully in the ash-filled light. Of the elite Grenadiers who spearheaded the assault, pitifully few crippled survivors struggled back to friendly lines. The majority lay silent upon the hateful razor wire, tangled corpses festering amidst glinting steel barbs, or worse still, were dragged struggling into enemy custody as trophies. Those captured alive endured tortures so unspeakable as to make death a mercy, an end finally granted to their broken husks only after agonizing days of interrogation. Their lifeless, mutilated bodies were then mounted like obscene warnings on the wire, macabre totems swaying gently in the toxic breeze. By 820 M41, the siege of Vrax Priam had consumed 7 long, bitter years. Each passing day carved its cost into the very spirit of the beleaguered Imperial forces, etching despair where once flickered optimism. Lord Commander Zuelskaya, orchestrating this ponderous doomdance from the distant, pristine sanctuary of Thracian Primaris, felt the weight of Segmentum High Command's displeasure like chains tightening around his neck. The insatiable demands of the Adeptus Administratum pressed down like a suffocating blanket, whispering the lie he desperately needed to hear: more men. More regiments, this will tip the scales. A hopeful, perhaps futile petition snaked its way through the impossibly convoluted arteries of the Departamento Munitorum. Fresh legions of Krieg's unyielding soldiery were summoned from the crucible of their birthworld. Yet even Zuelskaya, cocooned far from the mud and the blood, knew the laggardly transit times meant precious months, perhaps years, before they arrived. Time itself felt weaponized against him, a resource ever dwindling, a luxury violently denied to both sides as the siege's monstrous weight ground planets into dust. Then came missives colder than the void itself, reports clutched in shaking hands by his adjutants, casting a chilling, deeper shadow over the campaign's bleak stagnation. The previously assessed defenders, presumed stretched beyond breaking, weakening day by grim day, offered no such comfort. They had in fact surged terrifyingly in strength. Not with rattling militia, but monsters from the darkest stars. The Alpha Legion, dread artificers of chaos undivided, had descended upon Vrax. Their arrival, cloaked in sorcerous misdirection, had slipped past even the Imperium's watchful celestial eyes, unnoticed like a poison seeping into a wound. Led by the infamous heretic Astartes Lord Arcos the Faithless, their sleek battle barge Anarchy's Heart, penetrating the Vraxian system under arcane concealing shields, void presence masked from the vigilant Imperial fleet patrols. Masquerading with blasphemous perfection as loyal sons of the Emperor, Arcos' warriors utilized their legendary skill at infiltration to bypass all cordons, arriving at Vrax Prime's primary starport and seamlessly blending into the apostate Cardinal's disparate forces beneath a veneer of purported loyalty. Their presence first manifested not in intelligence briefings, but in raking bolt gun fire, in the thunder of ceramite boots crushing Krieger skulls. In Sector 5249, the 261st Regiment, supported by the hulking bulk of Gorgon assault transports, had miraculously clawed out a foothold, punching a credible breach in the formidable second-line defenses. A fragile spark of optimism ignited momentarily among the command bunkers deep below Vrax's tortured surface. The counterattack that surged forth was unlike anything witnessed in 7 years of brutal attrition. It bore no resemblance to the fanatical human waves. It was delivered with chilling speed and supernatural ferocity by figures encased in skeins of dark blue ceramite, adorned with deceptive Hydra symbolism, appearing instantly amidst the fray. The ponderous Gorgons, vital anvils for exploitation, were ripped apart from within by close combat weapons and plasma fire, their blackened, gutted carcasses lying amidst the craters like metal behemoths murdered. The breach slammed shut with crushing finality. Once more the corpse faltered, choking on the dust of destruction raised not by men, but by angels become demon. Unbeknownst to the entire hierarchy of the 88th Siege Army, Vrax had mutated into a deadly lure, its protracted agony and oceans of spilled Imperial blood acting as an irresistible psychic beacon to the servants of the warp. At the heart of the apostate's defiant citadel in Rax Prime, Arcos the Faithless stood before the bloated Cardinal, offering his legions unholy aid in the name of dark gods worshipped without reservation. His proposition resonated with cruel practicality. Where the Cardinal's ragtag militia floundered with zeal over discipline, the Alpha Legion offered peerless expertise in sabotage and infiltration, nuanced terror tactics beyond human ken. Their superhuman physique, relentless endurance honed by millennia of betrayal, and unwavering devotion to their dread masters brought an unprecedented lethality to Vrax's defense, a lethality far exceeding the crude violence wielded thus far. Arcos himself, a mind forged in deceit by centuries of warfare against the Imperium he despised, represented a tactical quantum shift. Under his chillingly competent direction, the Raxian defenders began morphing. Their static trench network solidified and deepened. Their counterattacks evolved into orchestrated symphonies of murder, precision ambushes, replaced brute frontal resistance. The Alpha Legionaries threw themselves into their blasphemous task with chilling relish, their contempt for the servants of the Emperor palpable and profound, their joy only deepened by the spreading tendrils of despair among the besiegers. For the Hydra, Vrax was a sacrifice inscribed upon the altar of ruin, an unparalleled opportunity to bathe in the carnage of the Emperor's favored gatekeepers and earn the dark boons of their patrons. Yet the arrival of Arcos' warriors heralded a far more ancient, visceral horror. Nestled among the ranks of warriors were twisted acolytes steeped in forbidden lore chaos sorcerers. These malefic psyker lords, granted terrible powers by demons lurking in the Immaterium, sent a psychic beacon screaming into the Empyrean, a clarion call of slaughter that echoed across parsecs. It was a siren song of promised carnage and unchained plunder, vibrating through the cursed sea of souls, piercing the roiling madness of the Eye of Terror itself. From that cancerous rent in reality, legions of horrors stirred the eternal armies of the dark gods heard the call, flickering eyes turning with malicious intent towards Vrax, drawn irrevocably to the scent of renewed slaughter on a planet steeped already in 7 years of sacrificial gore. The news struck Zwailsky command like a physical blow transmitted through surly astropaths. The Alpha Legion's discovery alone was a strategic calamity, dooming conventional assault plans to predictable meat-grinding failure. But intelligence confirming the psychic beacon actively summoning more ruinous powers was apocalyptic, a vision of catastrophic defeat unfolding like a slow detonation. Suez's pre-existing campaign framework collapsed into strategic tatters. The fundamental calculation of the stalemate, already a heavy burden draining sector reserves, twisted into a horrifying specter, a quagmire deepening into an abyss capable of swallowing entire Imperial armies whole. For the rank-and-file soldiers of the Death Corps, weathering this fresh tempest of cosmic horror, the shift in enemy capability registered purely as another lethal variable demanding confrontation. They met the metamorphosed threat with the same bleak stoicism that defined their service since landing in this purgatory. They would fight, as they always had fought, against this gravest incarnation of heresy. The Alpha Legion injected an insidious, treacherous poison into the familiar brutality. Sabotage crippled supply columns deep behind Imperial lines. Artillery parks vanished in balls of plasma fire struck pinpoint from clandestine observers. Ambushes materialized with lethal precision from positions declared secure only hours prior. Potent demolition charges eviscerated command bunkers precisely at midnight briefings. The Greyclad soldiers found themselves battling not merely an entrenched, fanatical foe, but a shadow enemy capable of phantomic attacks, turning the very fog of war solid with niffied malice. Yet for all their superhuman dread potency and chilling intellect, even the corrupted veterans of millennia aboard the Hydra starship could not fundamentally shift the bedrock resolve of Krieg. They could compound the horror, escalate the casualty lists, bleed the attackers whiter still, but they could not break them. The war, elevated in savagery but grimly recognizable, ground on, consuming lives at an even greater pace. M40-1821 brought tangible succor amidst the escalating nightmares. Zhuelskaya's distant pleas, bolstered by deft political bartering and sheer necessity, finally manifested. The 46th Line Corps, fresh regiments shipped directly from Krieg, disembarked from groaning orbital transports onto Vraxian soil. Their uniforms less stained, their shovels still gleaming, these true sons of the blasted homeworld brought a stark counterpoint and tangible lift to the exhausted siege army drained manpower finally replenished. Yet this arrival, significant as it was, paled beside interventions Zhuelskaya did not orchestrate, tactics he was kept ignorant of through long-standing tradition. The Lord Commander Militant of Segmentum Obscurus, apprised independently of Vrax's escalating peril, the impossible Hydra head rising amidst the grinding corpse advance took action beyond mere troop rotation. He sought champions capable of the impossible. His pleas penetrated cloister citadels, drifted through the void in mobile mountain fortresses. Answering the call, amidst others sworn to secrecy, came the First Legion themselves, the Dark Angels. Renowned for their implacable nature and millennia-long fealty, their massive fortress monastery, the Rock, pierced the Vraxian system like a blade drawn silent from shadow. It carried Supreme Grand Master Azrael, and the terrifying, concentrated might of over half the entire chapter's remaining Astartes. Their arrival possessed a gravity beyond mere reinforcement. It was the settling of a predator onto the planetary surface, the gathering bulge of a storm front before the killing lightning descends. Azrael exchanged no pleasantries with Zhuelskaya, offered no coordination with the core command structure. The Dark Angels moved with accustomed independence, vaulting over tenebrous chains of command as mere obstructions. Their focus bypassed entirely the stagnant, brutal attrition consuming the trenches like a primordial sucking bog. Azrael's keen, detached gaze settled not on the massed infantry battles scarring the wastelands, but southwards towards a prize neglected in the heretics' confidence. The primary starport nestled under the shadow of the Abos Hills. This vital logistics hub, the main artery sustaining the apostate cardinal's resistance, feeding his forces men and munitions rested across the chaotic warp currents, had been virtually overlooked defensively. Protected only against the threat it perceived, distant trench lines garrisoned by Krieg infantry, constitutionally incapable of rapid maneuver warfare, not against deep-striking, teleporting fear. Its fixed defenses were sparse, understaffed, complacent through years of improbable safety deep in their own hinterlands. This fatal blind spot was the fissure Azrael's strategic genius aimed to exploit. Thunderhawk gunships in screaming drop pods, like the vengeful falling stars of gods outraged, descended upon the calcified mudflats flanking the starport as orbital assets deployed finite but overwhelming firepower to suppress sparse flak emplacements. Within scant, brutally efficient hours, a formidable strike force assembled from the Voidborn reinforcements consolidated outside the starport perimeter. Their target, the chaotic lifeblood pumping directly into the monstrous heart of the Vrax rebellion. The choked silence of the Cerna flats shattered under the grinding roar of approaching war machines. Tongues of dust, centuries deep, swirled into a gritty fog as columns of rhinos and land raiders advanced with dreadful purpose. Supremacy Grand Master Azrael stood rigid in the lead raider's cupola, his gaze fixed on the distant starport spires. Cutting the causeways was essential, sever the lifelines strangling the embattled defenders. Yes, but crucially for the First Legion, force the heretics to divert strength. It created an opening, a weakness, a possibility. For now, scouring reports spoke of the Alpha Legion slithering onto these battlefields. Alpha Legion. The name resonated deep within the ossified vaults of Azrael's being. Where the Alpha Legion slithered, whispers of the fallen so often followed those tainted brethren, whose eternal hunt defined his chapter's shadowed existence. The chance, however faint, however perilous, to claw back a fragment of forbidden knowledge kindled a fire colder than the surface of Fenris beneath his unwavering resolve. The presence of the faithless himself, arrows, it was an omen, a taunt, an enticement, reason enough for blood. Prayer steeled purpose, turning conviction to bone-deep certainty. They would have the starport. They would crush the heretics. They would find the truth hidden in the Alpha Legion's lies. Lightning swift and utterly silent until the moment they struck, the dark angels fell upon the causeway defenses. Thunderhawks materialized from the sun-blasted haze above, unleashing streams of lashbolts and missiles, the impacts hammering the unprepared garrison positions, transforming machine gun nests into fountains of fragmented rockcrete and pulverized flesh. Before the echoes faded, assault marines erupted from the gunships, grav chutes flaring like angry stars, descending onto the roadway's eastern flank with chainswords already roaring to unholy life. The defenders' scattered, bleeding cries lost in the shriek of engines and weapons broke. Some threw down their lasguns mere heartbeats before the power-armored wrath consumed them. Others turned blindly to flee only to be ripped apart. Their attempts at resistance were brittle things, born of primal fear, not hope, snuffed out with the brutal, silent efficiency of the stoic Astartes. Blood slicked the dry, ancient stones, dark and steaming. While the assault squads secured their bloody foothold, the hovering Thunderhawks pivoted, their heavier munitions finding the central checkpoint. Crack missiles slammed home, turbolacers punched through ferrocrete, and the heavy structure disintegrated, great chunks cascading into the fathomless ravine below like tumbling tombs. Into the chaos, relentless as the tide, tactical squads disembarked from advancing transports. Bolters snarled in controlled bursts, disciplined lines advancing with a rhythmic precision that brooked no defiance, driving the shattered remnants before them. Hemmed in, no salvation from the heavens, crushed between hammer and anvil, the causeway garrison ceased to exist in moments, reduced to cooling meat amidst the molten, slagged remnants of their positions. Azrael's orders cut through the vox. The causeway had to be rendered an impassable gap wound into the world's skin. Devastators deployed menacingly, their heavy weapons trained down its remaining length even as the tacticals fell back. The telltale tremor announced approaching reinforcements long before their heat-distorted shapes wobbled into view on the far flats. The lead tank scarcely registered before vaporizing into a secondary explosion as a last cannon found its volatile heart. The following column dissolved into sluggish confusion, vehicles swerving blindly, halting stalking prey for missile teams waiting with infinite patience. Cracked warheads arrowed in, overloading shield generators, melting treads, liquefying crew compartments. Last cannons vaporized hull plating. Mere minutes later, the causeway was a graveyard of blackened skeletons. Lemon rust carcasses fused to chimeras smoldering like funeral pyres, the air rich with the sweetser scent of cooked flesh and scorched promethium. Simultaneously, assault marines moved with grim purpose, scaling the tortured metal girders beneath the causeway's belly, planting multi-melta charges against critical support pillars melded over millennia. The Thunderhawks returned, hovering beasts disgorging their kill teams once more. As the last assault marine crossed the threshold, boots thudding on steel decking, Orion activated the detonation signal. Percussive thump chain reacted down the line, a series of monstrous detonations that tore the ancient stone and metal supports like paper. The causeway emitted a tortured metallic scream, sagging violently before collapsing into the void below, dragging screaming defenders and mountains of debris into an eternal darkness. An immense pall of dust billowed upwards, a burial shroud settling over a new wound gouged into Cerna's face. By dusk, every major causeway feeding the starport had suffered identical fate, leaving its garrison severed, abandoned, facing the monstrous wrath of the Adeptus Astartes utterly alone. Cutting through the choking fog of pulverized rock and drifting ash, Azrael's armored spearhead ground inexorably forward, reaching the fractured sprawl marking the starport outskirts. Stench was overwhelming, the ozone bite of heavy weapons fire, mingling acridly with the thick, cloying reek of vaporized promethium, all underscored by the raw metallic taint of freshly spilled blood hot on the dry air. Rhinos tracks ground over twisted wreckage, land raiders shoved aside shattered enemy armor, the relentless grind a pestle against the mortar of heretic resistance. Precise bolter fire silenced scattered pockets still foolish enough to raise a weapon. The scent of prey was thick now. Then squawked across the Vox Ravenwing outriders skirmishing at the edges, buzzes of stolen data, movement. An armored column attempting to punch southwards from the main starport defenses, perhaps seeking to counter-encircle, perhaps simply fleeing. Azrael directed the covering Thunderhawks skyward. Invisible until their first devastating strike, they pounced on the desperate enemy column emerging from the swirling haze. Underwing launchers spat missiles that connected, transforming the lumbering shapes into sudden suns that ignited fragile armor. One chimera, struck amidships, vanished in a fireball so profound the Thunderhawk banking above shuddered violently. Lasfair lanced downwards, shearing through tracks, perforating engines. The silhouettes flared impossibly bright like pale dawns before collapsing into pyres. Azrael's own momentum never slowed. His Speartip land raiders bypassed the carnage, plowing through undefended territory like vengeful avatars of ruin. The quarry, traitors fleeing the tightening jaws, became ragged panic streams funneling towards the dubious safety of the starport's bulk. Supreme Grand Master Azrael orchestrated the closing fist, his vehicles snaking through the periphery roads, surrounding the immense complex infantry squads deploying to sever escape routes. Outside the giant Ferrocrete bays, amidst Manufactorum debris, the iron noose drew untouchably tight. Vindicators lumbered forward, monstrous siege engines designed solely for obliteration. Their deafening demolishers spoke first, flooding defensive barricades built between crumbling warehouse stacks with dense, annihilating shockwaves that liquefied bodies and shredded masonry. Razorbacks disgorged tactical squads directly into those clouds of pulverized stone. Bolters barked rhythmic death as they methodically cleared cover, alley by corpse-strewn alley. Above, Thunderhawks returned, plowing furrows of missile impacts and cannon fire across troop concentrations revealed by darting Ravenwing speeders, their locations relayed instantly. Whirlwinds, momentarily silent predators, waited for targeting data. When it flowed in, their barrage began an apocalyptic metronome of high-explosive shells arcing into the sky before plunging into defensive holds, collapsing fortified positions, and reducing reserves to crimson mist. Strategy became relentless pressure. Under the veil of these concussive hammer blows the staccato thunder of bolters, the deep crump-crump-crump of demolisher fire, the high-pitched shriek of incoming artillery, the banshee wail of strafing, jets the defenders disintegrated into atomized pockets of desperate, disorganized fury. Coherence died under ceaseless, grinding application of overwhelming power. Dawn failed to pierce the permanent pall of smoke and ash enshrouding the starport. Became a place dominated by ruin and the deep, grinding crunch of armored tracks advancing over rubble. Azrael, relentless, pressed through smoke-choked streets no wider than ravines gouged through buildings reduced to skeletal ferrocrete frames, the hollow maws of broken windows weeping cables like intestines. By the pitiless ghostlight of glowing fires, his lines reached the scarred plains of the northern landing fields, the vast ferrocrete runways fissured and cratered by bombardment. The remaining defenders, compressed into a mutating core around the hangars and central command spires, turned these edifices of flight into brooding fortresses, burning buildings blazing like monstrous torches. Their defiance held a corner rednimal keen. Ghastly flares of promethium and the building-shaking thump of explosives marked the renewed assault the following dawn. Probing patrols of devastators and tactical marines tested the enemy perimeter. Discipline collided with desperate rage. Isolated counterattacks manifested frenzied charges fueled by stims and despair erupting from shattered doorways or collapsing roof lines. They were futile. Whirling chains, disciplined bolter volleys scythed them down, each such eruption met by an avalanche of Astartes' firepower. Overhead, assassination runs continued. Thunderhawks screamed down from the coppery sky, pouring death into any concentration large enough to register. The Supreme Grandmaster, the chessmaster in the slaughterhouse, withheld his absolute might. He saw beyond conquest. Annihilation demanded passing the prey into inevitable death. Small outriders were allowed to slip through the tightening cordon, bearing panicked vox signals summoning every desperate heretic within miles to the pyre poised under the immense heel of the Dark Angels. The third sun illuminated the critical grip. The noose was final. Enemy holding areas had shrunk to a tortured core. Azrael unleashed righteous fury, ancient oaths. The Sixth Company surged forward, led by the terrifying shadow of Interrogator Chaplain Baylor, his face a grim death mask, the sermon emanating from his vox scroll, a basso profundo hymn to oblivion. Before him strode veteran Brother Anmiel, bearing aloft the chapter's most sacred relic, the standard of devastation. Its fabric, impossibly ancient, hung heavy with divine sigils worked in sacred silver thread, yet darkened and stiff with the encrusted blood of legendary brothers fallen in past glories. The impact was visceral. Militia crumpled before its baleful presence, fleeting courage extinguished. Where resistance solidified, holy flames roared forth from heavy flamers held by salamander veterans, liquid promethium dousing choke points, incinerating defenders wholesale, the chemical tang sharp over the sickly roasted meat stench. Through the collapsing infrastructure, through superheated corridors paved with carbonized bones and molten steel, the Sixth advanced in grim silence, broken only by the whump of flames and crack of bolter fire. By the hellish glow of cities burning, by the flicker warping the ancient banner's image, the southern sectors were declared purged. Yet the cost 15 brothers returned to the rock shrouded in silence, cast a deeper chill than the surrounding ruins. Day 4 sharpened the focus like a whetstone drawn down Azrael's blade. First Corps efficiency became terrifying reality. Coordinated strikes from all compass points turned the starport's heart into a tightening vortex of annihilation. Tactical devastator, even assault elements blended their terrible crafts. East, south, west, the heresy-infested zones contracted block by sanguinary block into an ever-shrinking ring, choked by thick ash and streams of chaotic humanity running for illusory shelter. Streets degenerated into labyrinths through carnage, the stench of decay thickening daily despite the fires. Cornered, infused with frenzied courage born of terminal despair, the remnants fought like demon-possessed, tooth and nail bolter slugs slamming into ceramite with hollow clangs. Jury-rigged demolition charges detonated in confined spaces, screaming tons of slag downwards. Fierce, yes, futile utterly, only delaying the certain end. Amidst this maelstrom, slicing through frantic vox traffic laden with static and panic, came a pulse of pure ice from the Third Company holding a western ingress. Alpha Legion sighted, elite traitor Astartes, enemy armor pattern verified, faithless sigils detected. The hunt beneath the hunt had indisputable confirmation. They were here. For Azrael's tactical brilliance and obsessed persecution burned a hole deeper than vengeance. This became consecrated ground. The Eighth Dawn saw resolution etched onto the rock face of every battle brother's expression. Azrael was finished waiting. 5 companies, a focused distillation of the chapter's martial fury, converged on the central ramparts. The Supreme Grandmaster emerged from the Thunderhawk Storm's arc, trod the scorched earth personally, his towering form unmistakable, sword of secrets shimmering with deadly intent like a sliver of moonlight captured from the abyss. Advancing berths became killing grounds. Elite vanguard terminators beside tactical discipline shattered militia lines. Victory fell like a physical weight upon the remaining defenders, as Azrael carved through gibbering cultists armored in flakboard and prayer sheets like a resharpened scythe through rotten wheat. The bodyguards protecting a final redoubt crumpled. Heretic officers fell choking on their last garbled prayers. Then, from the ruins, from the deep shadows beneath buckled gantries, inside crumbling transitube tunnels, they surged. Alpha Legionnaires. Ancient power armor gleamed like polished venom scales, crawling with blasphemous sigils expressing mocking devotion to entities whose names curdled sane thought teleport flares. Heavy bolter fire erupted from unexpected vectors, ripping through the Astartes' advance like artillery on point-blank victims' unfolded traps. Concussive crack grenades, shredded cover spots Azrael's warriors absorbed ordered to shield their chapter leadership flowing currents. Chain axes howled, matching chainsword teeth screaming harmony to death. The disciplined ranks buckled ambush perfected, velocity. Precision punishment born thousands wars, mountain warfare methods, designed fracture core armies, lay exposed momentarily. Azrael saw Anmil stagger, Boltron slamming sickeningly into his chest. Beautiful ancient intricate pattern holy banner, he bore twisting slipping fingers him arc, agony graceful horrifying, billowed dust stained blood, slammed earth sight punctured ball deep beneath skin pride, forged millennia crack, physical wounds entire network really priest commands losses, sudden defect deployment impossible unit cohesion collapse hunger triumph, fell roaring Azrael moved instinct cultivated predator speeds, surging vortex fighting tunnel vision raw razor wire brightest. Exploding braziers chaos warrior, heavies interposed chaos impart blades, screeching deflected belly kings, unforgiving hate lightning sword of secrets, slammed shell of cordite ancient steel deflected clang rang tower plaza sent shockwave tremble stones foundations. Parry, riposte, counter riposte, leg sweep, headshot whipcrack chains spurting internal bile. Steel bit ceramite showered sparks visible the acrid smoke sown deeper, cuts into Lord's skin rockcrete wounds. Where dark armor breached rings, thick metallic echo cry recognizing redundant weapon blow exerted pressure, driving Grandmaster backwards reverberating bone, was narrow desperate raw flurry impossible block numbing force agony dazed head ringing, punishing ground faceplate impacted stone sword skittering inches, reach unavoidable finality arcing blade, descending judgment salvation detonation. Rounds tore heaven's daylight above swirling vortex ash reminiscent collapsing causeway, Terminator plate, glowing imperial aquila marking revered purity darkest green, Baylor, Deathwing materializing smoke trails, divine retribution, Heavy's assault cannons hymned utter annihilation, decimating fire, caused sealed armored enemies secondary concussions. Baylor's Gorslick Crozia swung thunderclap, connecting armor-ruined helm rocked skull within cratering skipped like stone touch agonies, shuddering silver. Chaplain pivoted finish blow, settled failed velocity, realign impossible evaporated crawling depths, smoking wreckage nearby buildings, mocking silence bastards, infect reality profoundest breaches, tattered banners, commanded living embodiment chapter honor regained holding, aloft visual beacon rekindled determination, shredded forces, cohesive fury regrouped, streamered spiritual matter, condensed duty stain earth, cleansed promethium immolated, breach secured, internal fortifications cracked. Concourse stormed, final shelters breached with meltacharges blasting thirdaton adamantine blast doors, intact minutes thermal bloom, igniting precisely executed executions, conducted jellied precision. Alpha Legion Shadow had sunk beneath invaded fortress cores, machinery engineering remains, looted precious genes, samples salvaged before ignition sequence brand, simultaneously, ignited burned unrecoverable days, ritual cleansing system, void toxins unleashed architects, despair days, physical structures collapse core, deliberately destabilized shattered monuments, hubris fractured continent spewed choking poison, sunlight failing penetrate scaled hull chapter, thunderhawks depart. Carcass expanse lessons, written plasma fires consuming history's long dead failed armies, gasping weapons, silent crucified ruin tactivus ratio, verified continuous loss chaotic factions, pocketed reduced effectiveness corridor reinforcements, able catechizing strangles preventing redisposition, critical frontlines, loyalist regained initiative elsewhere, silent actions, orchestrated theurgical precision, secured endless war effort unknowingly bought. Deep beneath bedrock strata fortress worlds bearing terra, sanctified name nameless gray-faced figure historian gal, set trembling quill meticulously copied official panuman transcript side finally translation, mathematically accurate physically exhausting skull, pounded uncleanly residual data overload rising stiffly polished wooden cane, leverage prepared essential recaf, kept processing furious ritual congregation, poured glassware, brushed deep stains symbolic sacrifice, ingested calming. Compounds undeniable ticking chronometer inexorable progress deeper archives, seeking papers trails fade eternal sunset, soft susurrus data intoxicant cooling forgotten tales, like cooling sword returns sheath awaiting bloodshed, assured renewed commemorated sacrifices enduring immortal patience. As Gale waited for the recaf to steep, its dark surface catching the dim light, he turned to the cramped shelves lining the refectory wall. From the meager selection, a simple bowl and a ladle of thin, steaming broth filled with anonymous grains and pale root vegetables, came forth the unadorned sustenance marking his place among the Imperium's servants. Its faint, earthy aroma offered a whisper of warmth as he balanced the bowl and mug carefully in his worn hands, moving towards a battered high-backed chair set against the stone wall. Setting his modest meal on the small table, his fingers brushed the cracked leather spine of a nearby tome, The Black Crusades, Chronicles of the Despoiler. Ancient leather creaked in protest as he opened it, releasing a cloud of dust that danced in the still air, tickling his nostrils. Gale ate mechanically, spoon dipping into the cooling broth with a hollow echo, while his hungry eyes devoured the inked horrors upon the parchment. The words summoned spectral legions, the thunderous fall of Cadia, the galaxy-daring scar of the Great Rift, the crushing tragedy of consumed worlds, and the flickering defiance of the Astra Militarum, steeped in despair. His gaze lingered on a faded illumination Akkadian soldier, face etched with ruin, standing amidst the skeletal remnants of her home. A low, reverent prayer for her sacrifice, and for all the countless souls obliterated in humanity's grimmest hours, escaped his lips. The recaf in his mug lay cold and forgotten, the broth untouched, his mind lost in 1,000 nightmare landscapes. Outside, the ceaseless, low hum of Sanctum Historica Tur seemed the very breath of the throne world vibrating through the stones. With slow care, he shut the book, the lamenting creak sharp in the stillness, sliding it back onto the shelf. He reached up, tapping the suspensor globe above his chair, instantly plunging the alcove into deep shadow. Gale crossed to his bare sleeping cell, its Spartan furnishings a stark testament to enduring servitude. The cot's surface felt unyielding against his frame, the thin blanket a feeble barrier against the chill, yet long years had hardened him to such austerity. Lying beneath it, his mind remained turbulent ocean of ancient pain, the despoiler's brutal fury, washing against the unbreakable rock of impossible human endurance. A final rasping prayer, broken and weary, escaped him in the thick darkness before his eyes closed, surrendering swiftly to a sleep as deep and encompassing as the void beyond Tur's walls. The rain outside hammered a relentless tattoo against the thick armored viewport, each droplet momentarily catching the fitful, amber glow from lumen globes set into the ceiling, before streaking down into obscurity. Beyond the diamond drainforce struts and lowered adamantine shutters, the view was a churning void of dark water and darker rock, hundreds of feet below, where furious storm waves sent plumes of crystalline spray exploding against unyielding black cliffs, only to be instantly shredded by the gale into mist. Here on this desolate, ever-rain-swept leg of Terminus Obscura, far from the feeble warmth of the equatorial zone, the storms were a constant companion, an unending symphony of wind and water that resonated deep within the bones of the isolated structure clinging precariously to the cliff face. It was a ceaseless, almost peaceful drone to archivist Morin Vogue, a meditative counterpoint to the dangerous whispers of history unfolding beneath his scarred hands. He ran fingers, calloused from decades of handling forbidden texts and worn metal, through the coarse tangle of his beard, its once-rich chestnut hue now washed away by the relentless passage of years and worry into dull silver. 16 years he'd haunted this forsaken rock, a self-imposed tomb for a mind consumed. The small cervical hovering near his right shoulder gave a soft, grinding whir as it minutely adjusted its position, its single blood-red lens tightening focus on the expanse of yellowed, chemically treated parchment spread across his desk. Smooth, polished curves belonged to Magasina, his final fleeting touch of true kinship in a universe gone increasingly cold, her remains now bound into loyal service, digitizing his illicit thoughts, etching them into crystalline lattices for a future that likely had no place for them. "Begin new entry," Vogue rasped, the words scraping against a throat unaccustomed to conversation save for these grim recitations. The red lens pulsed brighter for an instant, an unblinking mechanical acknowledgement. "I'm Morin Vull, former Adeptus Historica Section Chief, Terran Sub-Archivum Gamma Phi 7, resume this unsanctioned chronicle of the 14th Astartes Legion." A pause, heavy as the atmosphere outside. The rain slammed harder, a sudden gust shaking the skeletal frame of the ancient spires. The rain, it falls heavy tonight. Thick ropes of it lash the shields. It makes the glass shake with a rhythm that echoes another downpour. Hydraxis Prime, year 8912M41, I was 9. He lifted a small, chipped ceramic cup to his cracked lips. The recaf within was dark and cold, bitter dregs long stripped of any comforting warmth. He swallowed the cold tar. Such discomforts were mere whispers to a man who had walled himself in the cavern of his own exile. That day, vivid as a fresh wound beneath the skin of memory, he'd been pressed against the grimy plexiglass of the Habunit Tower, frozen, watching shapes move through the boulevard canopy. Not the glorious angels of him on Terra he'd prayed to nightly. These were perversions, bloated, rust-scabbed things encased in ceramite that moved with horrible inevitability, and the rain that fell with them, it wasn't rain. It streamed down thick and vile, yellowish green, coating the cleaner plascrete streets in a slick of putrescence. He saw it strike an old vendor woman seeking shelter. Saw the pustules bloom instantly across her shrill terror, the liquefying screams choked into gurgles as the flesh itself slewed away where the foul torrent touched. The terrifying crescendo of those shrieks still clawed at the rafters of his sleep, a memory symphony of agony conducted by pestilence. The tower protested with a metallic groan as the wind surged, a colossal beast slamming its shoulder into the cliff. Ancient heating coils, long buried within the stone walls, clanked and wheezed into life, battling the pervasive, bone-deep damp chill, a defining characteristic of this deliberately forgotten fringe of the planet. Behind him, on shelves bowed under their burden, scores of thick, dark leather-bound tomes seemed to shimmer faintly in the gloom, whispering their secrets across the room, each crammed with coded observations, salvaged data slivers, and perilous truths meticulously hoarded over the long descent of forgotten years. 30 years. He'd given 30 faithful years to the Administratum's labyrinthine embrace, meticulously chiseling the Imperium's sanctioned epic onto marble tablets of orthodoxy. Hallowed ignitions, glorious ends the Fabrica Belli in all its curated glory. But the question seated that grim day on Hydraxis Prime, festering questions choked by the weight of dogma, they found no answers amidst the ordered stacks. How does a legion forged from the God Emperor's own will, humanity's stalwart bulwark, plummet into such unfathomable degradation? What insidious rot could transform the stoic Death Guard, the shields who weathered storms of plasma and psychic fire, into emissaries of decay and limitless suffering? The sanctioned chronicles offered only barren platitudes. Treason infects the weak, the soul falters. But it was a sterile explanation. It evaporated before the stench of melting cities, the sound of billion-throated agony, lies or vast omissions. Pieces of the puzzle were missing, deliberately hidden foundational pieces crucial to comprehending the sheer scale of the betrayal. There was more. Always there was more. His gaze, half-lidded, drifted across the worn surface of his desk to the sealed stasis unit occupying its corner. Through the slightly fogged crystal viewport, he could make out the shape within, a massive, severely rusted shoulder plate, its ceramite thick and brutal. A few flakes of pitted enamel, the faded ghost of the Death Guard Legion crest, a trio of skulls radiating decay, was barely discernible beneath layers of corrosion and the lingering, impossibly ancient taint of battle. This artifact was pre-heresy, pre-Nurgle. It had cost him dearly, 3 folds of administratum minions bribed with fortunes he no longer possessed, and one obstinate Prefectus Archivus found with his throat neatly perforated by a monoknife under a flickering lumen in sublevel Sigma. The man's life, a negligible sum traded for a shard of immutable truth from the fires of the Great Crusade. Next to the desk, in a small, bronze brazier carved with faded pestilential warding symbols, a bundle of old Terran herbs known only to silenced apothecaries smoldered low. It fought the persistent, wet fungal smell permeating the stones and the transient, fugitive microspores that drifted up from the lowlands seeking living tissue. The sweet, sharp, almost cloying smell of the smoke was a frail shield, a fleeting comfort in a place steeped in the ambient memory of decay. To comprehend your foe is to grasp the first stone to dash against his skull. Vogue murmured the ancient maxim, the words tasting like recaf dregs as he carefully unrolled a huge, crumbling map across the desk surface. The edges flaked at his touch, star charts, old ones, paths dead worlds once traversed. That at least is the bulwark I raise when doubt, that insidious rot within the soul, gnaws at my resolve, when the sheer decades swallowed by this consuming obsession threatened to choke me. His eyes, dry and tired, flickered upwards involuntarily to a small, faded pick capture speared onto the damp stone wall. 2 adults radiating a solemn, lost-world dignity, and between them a small boy himself. Serious eyes already carrying too much weight. Hydraxis Prime had taken them. The yellow rain, the screaming, few survived. Survivor, was that all he was, or just a ghost walking, commissioned to deliver a message from the drowned past? So he breathed the word into the damp air, fogging the section of star map before him. I returned to this penance. This chronicle of damnation's architect, the Death Guard. I traced the dismal path from their birth under the brooding skies of Terra, known then as the grim specters called Dusk Raiders. From their elevation under the Primarch Mortarion, the name itself felt like a sacrilege whispered against the thrumming storm. Through their stumbles, their tightening resolve, their deepening creed. Right to the inevitable moment of the knife, sliding home the stench of betrayal thick in the ether during the accursed heresy. I mapped their descent, not driven by a heretic's hunger for darkness, not lured by the forbidden like some war-peddled fool, but because I demand understanding, raw, unfiltered comprehension. He shifted slightly, his weary bones protesting on the hard seat. Knowledge, it is the sturdy cartridge, the hardened warhead. Understanding the wound is the first step to cleansing it. Only this weapon, forged in forbidden archives and whispered truths, might ever grant the Imperium, our fractured, hurting Imperium, the means to cauterize the plague itself. The service cull emitted a soft, acknowledging tone as Vogue reached beneath the desk, carefully extracting another volume. This one differed. Its binding was unnervingly smooth, devoid of grain, a pale synthetic skin substitute that seemed almost luminous in the gloom. The pages fell open to a meticulously hand-drawn rendering executed with obsessive detail on chemically pulped paper. It showed a towering figure, angular and unnaturally gaunt, encased in heavy, ornate armor coated in Baroque carvings depicting suffering and entropy. A rebreather mask, skull-faced and fused to pitted metal, obscured the lower half of its head. Gripped tightly in one gauntleted hand stood a massive scythe, its blade as chillingly sharp and final as the void. Mortarion. Reaper of Barbarous, harbinger of the Fourth, the Primarch who summoned his own sons into damnation's waiting jaws. Vogue stared at the image, the resentment a cold, hard knot beneath his ribs. Thus, his voice hardened, taking on the timbre of a dying planet's epitaph. I commenced the true catalogue. From the initial spark of creation ignited by the Emperor's will through the forging anvil of Mortarion's indomitable and ultimately poisoned leadership. Down the relentless plunge into the fetid embrace of the grandfather of plagues himself. He dipped his head, the gesture hollow. May Terra forgive my trespasses into these silenced repositories. May the weight of blasphemy in my pursuit not damn me utterly. And may these forbidden words, stacked against oblivion, one day find hands willing to lift them, minds able to wield their ugly truth like an immense purgaflame against the unending, crawling horror. Outside, the fury peaked. Colossal bolt of warp-charged lightning ripped the sky, a blinding blade of actinic white slashing the darkness. For a single stark heartbeat, the entire study was etched in brutal, unforgiving light. In that frozen instant, Archivist Morin Vogue's careworn features were stripped bare, deep crevices carved by fear and obsession. Eyes sunk in grave pits fixed on a past encased in foreboding vaults. He looked skull-thin, spectral, the bones stark beneath the stretched pallor of his flesh. An image of death contemplating the deaths of legions. Then the light imploded, consumed by the returning abyss. Only the stubborn amber of the lumen globes reclaimed the space, joined by the unwavering, single red eye of Magasina's relic, diligently etching its potentially deadly scripture. words that carried the rank stench of heresy. Words whose discovery by the wrong eyes, the righteous eyes of the Ordo Hereticus, would see his body burned, his soul damned, his existence wiped from all ledgers save the lexmark of those condemned. But Mournval had grappled with that grim specter long ago, made his uneasy compact with its inevitability. Some shards of truth, he knew with a conviction colder than deep space, some unspoken names reflected in the tears of poisoned rain, they demanded the price of a life. Especially if paying that ransom meant others might be spared the grinning nightmare that had swallowed Hydraxis Prime. He lowered his hand, dipped the worn metal nib of his lubrication stylus into the well of viscous, archival quality ink, distilling fact and supposition onto the thirsty parchment. The dry, satisfying scratch of metal carving truth into defiance joined the eternal rhythm hammering on the viewport, a counterpoint to the orchestral thunder shaking the bedrock foundations of his exile. Back when all they recalled was humanity, adrift on bobbing islands of stolen knowledge in a galaxy turned rabid with horror, the Emperor walked alone. Terra herself bled from 100,000 septic wounds unstitched by the age of strife. Shattered cities lay like immense, decaying ribcage under polluted skies. Blasted plains, scoured clean by fusion fires and psychic backblast, cycled dust through pallid air. Tribes warred in the ruins with salvaged horrors and faiths so vile they spat on hope. Fragmented, terrified, crippled humanity clawed its own eyes out in the gathering dark. It was into this apocalypse's middle stanza the master of mankind strode. His purpose, unification, heresy writ large, a violent mending. Gather the squabbling remnants choking on radioactive ash. Bind them beneath the Aquila's shadow, singing the hymn of terror reforged. Only then dared they dream of reaching beyond their shattered cradle, daring the stars once more. The storm he unleashed, the thunder shearing across the wounded face of the globe, became the unification wars. And among the most stubborn kernels of resistance, yielded not to the hammer blow of his initial assaults, the techno-barbarian warlord clans, dwelling on the quarried bones of ancient Albia. Unlike the hordes carved apart by transhuman thunder warriors, the Albians dug deep trenches, erected immense fortifications anchored deep in bedrock, and answered the invading Titan colossi with their own hulking, constructs hissing beasts of riveted iron and belching steam. Their warriors, clad head to toe in layered, archaic plate dubbed Ironsides, held trench lines where others dissolved into fleeing chaos, relentless, enduring, driven by a fierce warrior pride resonant of older Terran ghosts. The casualties piled deep, earthworks becoming ossuaries, stalemate threatening endless, gnawing conflict staining the Emperor's nascent dream in a tide of attritional red. But he perceived value within enemy lines, strength, discipline, a bedrock patriotism twisted into defiance. He saw gristle worth preserving. Propaganda, genius, madness, he went before them, not as conqueror clad in battle steel, but as prophet, white robes slashed with crimson. Unarmed within the echoing chamber of their assembled warlord parliament beneath Mount Albia, he spoke, not of annihilation but unity, not of chains, but chains shaken off together, chains of old night strangling them all. He painted pictures on the smoke-thick air, a humanity reunited, unchained, lifting its head to reclaim the heavens, brothers laying down weapons against brothers. To the gasps and muttered curses of many, the Albion lords bowed. Not entirely, not gracefully, but with an understanding of brutal necessity, they offered an alliance, a binding, but beyond mere pacts and borders, they offered their sons, strong sons, sons born amidst the cold iron discipline of Albia, a tithe of flesh for genetically infernal forges. Thus the blood thread of ancient Albia fed directly into the newly forming lattice of genostocks destined for legion creation. It was from this stubborn rootstock the very foundations of the XIV Legion would spring. Those who received the genoseed derived from Albion stock carried within them the indomitable, silent spirit patient as mud settling to stone, undisturbed by shock, unmoved by withering fire, disciplined beyond mundane reason, an implacable seawall against the storm tide. Where other legions might dance, shattering foes with rapid bladework, the 14th became the very concept of the grinding flux. They were the endlessly turning screw, the immovable rock, the meticulously planned avalanche of destruction rolled out in methodical waves. Their greatest weapon was their will, forged into an anchor of resolve. War became a dreadful metronome against which the aggressor's own strength shattered like glass. As his fury rolled outwards across the bleeding continents of Terra, pacifying and executing his vision with brutal majesty, the nascent XIV honed its signature voice, the Dusk Attack. Screaming defensive lines, dug deep and braced against daylight assaults, found their resolve crumbling as the sun sank towards the toxic horizon. Crimson dusk times uncertain hour. Glares faded, perimeters blurred into shifting, deceptive shapes. Noises distorted, whispers became moving targets. It was then they struck. Silently, implacably, their gray armor merging with the twilight like tomb shadows, their movements concealed, a tide of disciplined death emerging from nowhere. Bam. They were across the wire before remote sensors could register heat blooms. Bam! Flanks were collapsing as unheard detonations ripped holes. Soon the mere pronouncement of approaching nightfall became a command for enemy desertion. Soldiers, commandos, even hardened mercenaries abandoned weapons into the mud to flee the coming darkness rather than face the nameless dread promised by long shadows. Their plate remained loyal to Terran practicality, functional gray ceramic, thick, unadorned heavy plating, designed as mobile fortifications for genetically enhanced bones and muscle. But one stark break in the monochrome existed. The right shoulder pauldron and vambrace were lacquered the deep, profound crimson of blood losing its sheen to dryness. Identified, marked. Once this color served the unspeakable excesses of the Pan-Pacific Empire, screaming death from the hand of a despot who ground nations to husks. Now appropriated, reforged, it proclaimed the Legion as nothing less and nothing more than the Emperor's red right hand. Justice would fall, judgment would crush. Irresistibility was their creed. They kept capitulation agreements offered beneath white flags, if given by opponents containing valuable human stock worthy of imperial accession. Mutants. Degenerates, Xenos swimming in forests beyond Terran dreams. Only the cleansing flame of extermination answered their existence. For 80 years of campaign, they were the thunder in the slow roll. Leaving Terra's scarred breast, they pushed into the interstellar void with the Great Crusade, anchoring worlds to his nascent imperium with countless examples of their grim, purposeful indifference. While other legions rang their names across star systems upon finding joyous reunification with their genetically amplified fathers, the Primarchs scattered across the night like improbable seeds. The 14th remained fatherless, orphaned. They built their own identity, brick by bloody brick, hauling acknowledgement not via blood ties but through achievement bought in rivers of alien blood and the sweat of worlds crushed under heel. This enforced self-reliance forged a bitter alloy within them, a profound, unspoken pride fierce as Albion steel and cooled in the vacuum of recognition. They were known across compliance fleets for tenacity bordering on the inhuman. They held positions against environmental catastrophes that melted transhuman forms and psychic assaults that shattered lesser souls. Their prosecutions of war were characterized by a cold, methodical certainty, detonations sequenced with chronometric precision, lines swept clear with absolute finality. Ask them, they merely lined up for the next deployment. Ask them for anything beyond the privilege of service, unthinkable. Recognition was irrelevant. Only the task, the grim duty, the inevitable outcome sanctioned by Terra endured. Perhaps it was this core of humble, stubborn, unwavering duty that rendered the horror of their eventual corruption an agony transcending mere violence. It lent betrayal an intimate dimension of absolute tragedy. They were the image putrefied, the shield corroded. In those early grim campaigns amongst the stars, they were named Dusk Raiders, not yet cursed Death Guard. They fought back then entirely for the flame of life, zealously protecting the tiny sparks against darkness. Unwitting participants in the greatest tragedy yet conceived, they stood as shields, steadfast and impossibly grim. Blinded by duty, ignorant of the design gestating worlds away, they stood firm, unaware in their staunch service that they were destined to become the very darkness they held at bay, its most utterly devoted disciples. Of all the miracles seeded from Terra's firmament, flung by inscrutable fate or cruel design across untold parsecs into strange stellar wombs, there were few whose fall would prove more steep than Mortarion, he whose infant scream echoed against unbreathable air. The infant spacepod, a metallic casket forged for survival, tore through the upper shroud clouds of Barbarous as a falling star of unknown origin. It plunged into breathable space, into a suffocating hellscape. Barbarous orbited a wan, sickly yellow star struggling miserably to penetrate the planet's perpetually dense mantle of oppressive, irradiated fog. How the tiny craft survived aerodynamic friction at that descent velocity remains debated in closeted xenogeological scrutiny, remains the province of myth, but Primarch flesh and bone possess resilience untold. Found not in a field of flowers, nor a barren desert, but amidst a rotting battlefield piled high with strange, pallid corpses and corroded primitive weapons under a sky the uniform gray yellow of a corpse's skin. Normal human infants, any human infant within unprotected fresh air would expire in moments on Barbarous lower slopes. This one screamed, loud, piercing shrieks of pure, terrifying defiance against the miasmic toxins already seeking to invade minuscule lungs. Witnesses. Dead things prowled contaminated mists, but one overlord descended, drawn by the impossible screaming resonance shattering the thick silence. Highest among the lords dwelling in the peaks, Necker. Cruelty incarnate dressed in desiccated sinew and preserved essence. Master of the Black Paul, seeing beyond the impossible biological defiance, seeing infinite potential, Necker claimed the phenomenon, named it Mortarion, dialect name wrested from ancient whispers, child of death. The name alone a proclamation, He took it not to some ancestral castle fortress atop his domain, but higher, far higher, where the air bubbles thick with toxins beyond mortal conception. He built a hidden spirale just beneath his own dizzying mountaintop, eerie Mount Sur space, so lethally poisonous that even the alien physiology of this miraculous infant failed at its threshold. Here, amidst suffocating vapors lingering at the very bleeding edge of the infant Primarch's ultimate tolerance, raised in suffocating isolation, the entity called Mortarion grew. Tutelage, lessons carved in agony. Vile battlecraft designed for hunting men became weapons handling. Dark alchemy brewed from suffering transmuted into arcane knowledge distilled for pure destruction. He learned the deep language of suffering as Nekir's favored weapon-learned blade handling, offered forbiddance. The fortress of Nekir himself perched atop Mount Sur, tauntingly visible yet impossibly distant, a silhouette in broiling poison storm weather, where the very air itself boiled primordial acids capable of dissolving transhuman tissue in seconds. Implicit, only the strongest child reaches the father, kindling determination, stoking ambition, using isolation as tinder. Through countless seasons under skies perpetually choked with yellow-grey sickness, the young Primarch, trapped high above and utterly alone save for the sustenance and brutal instruction provided at intervals that felt like forever in between, underwent profound transformation. The screams of fury became layers of resilience hardened against perpetual agony. The nightmare lessons became hardwired compliance. He learned everything his patient tormentor would allow him to comprehend. Knowing always the final, insurmountable peak loomed above. Driven by the cold protocols of his tower existence, Mortarion absorbed Nekir's teachings with a frighteningly sharp intellect, a mind honed in isolation that devoured knowledge like parched ground drinks poison rain. Yet, as his towering form filled out within the fortress' claustrophobic stone, his questions, once purely analytical, began to probe forbidden territories. The pitiful, fleeting things that struggled and screamed in the murk far below, hunted by Nekir's kin, they obsessed him. What were they? Why did their suffering scrape against the inside of his ribs with jagged edges? Nekir's explanations curdled in his mind dismissive pronouncements calling them chattel, resources, base vessels for dark necessities, utterly devoid of the spark Nekir claimed distinguished Mortarion. Dismissal couldn't bleach the image of their terror, their anguish echoing upwards on the tainted wind, a discordant note the Overlord refused to hear. A chasm yawned between the pale student and his dark mentor, each exchange laced with growing suspicion. Mortarion probed ever deeper, his questions chiseling at the foundation of Nekir's rule, while the Overlord's evasions grew slippery, transparent, veiling nothing but contempt for the squirming humanity he harvested. Years bled into Mortarion's frame, stretching him to a gaunt, powerful, agonizing manhood, the toxic air he breathed etching its price into pallid flesh. Bound by the stone and servitude of his upbringing, yet driven by a burgeoning fury against invisible chains, the decision crystallized one suffocating night: freedom or death. He wrenched himself from the supposed sanctuary of the tower, a whirlwind of lethal precision against the guardians at the gates, shattering bone and armor alike. With the iron tang of blood sharp in his nostrils and purpose igniting a furnace in his chest hotter than Barbaros's poisoned sun, Mortarion turned his back on the shadowed peak and plunged downward, into the corrosive curtain of mist, seeking truth in the valleys below where life flickered in perpetual dread. The descent was a gauntlet thrown by the planet itself, punishing beyond endurance even for a Primarch. Every step deeper meant firmer ground beneath worn boots, yet the thinning poison haze played tricks on senses acclimated to constant assault. Clean air, untainted by biting fumes, felt alien, sterile, almost thin in lungs forged for toxicity, a disorienting shift that squeezed his chest tighter than the mountain's fist. When the clinging fog banks finally tore like rotted cloth, spilling him unexpectedly into the feeble light piercing the fringe of a human settlement, the sight that met his mist-stung eyes shattered Nekir's carefully curated world. The things hunted were men and women, smaller, softer, threads frailing under perpetual fear, yet undeniably like him. Their small lives, carved from harsh rock and unspeakable sorrow, modest huts clustered against dread, stunted crops wrestled from thin soil. The startled cry of a child existed beneath a sky pregnant with terror delivered from on high. They recoiled instantly from this spectral giant emerging from the deathly mists, this pale terror from the nightmare highlands, another harbinger of torment. Their fear rooted them to the spot, primal terror cold in their eyes. It dissolved, however, not by words, but by bloodshed that echoed Nekir's legacy. Creatures, twisted things fashioned from flesh and malign intent, agents of one of the mountain lords, descended howling upon the defenseless village. Helpless villagers fell like wheat before the scythe, their screams a sickening counterpoint to the monster's roars. A glacial rage, colder and sharper than any poison mist, settled over Mortarion. He saw Nekir's vile gospel enacted, life extinguished as nothing. Muscle memory learned under sterile tutelage disappeared. Instinct took hold, primal and demanding action. His massive hand closed around the thick, splintered shaft of a farmer's scythe resting against a wall. A crude tool transformed instantly into an executioner's blade. With impossible speed, a blur of pale fury, he cleaved through the attacking pack, superhuman strength pulverizing flesh, bone, and distorted armor. The monstrosity behind the assault, one of Neckier's lesser kin, seeing his host obliterated, screeched with sudden panic and scrambled back towards the shrouded sanctuary of the Toxic Highlands. But the pale ghost pursued, vengeance incarnate, following him back into the choking embrace of the killing mists. Despite the atmosphere that gnawed at his own lungs, Mortarion cornered the Overlord, the blade of the scythe whistling with lethal finality, executing the architects of fear without hesitation and snuffing the spark of the overgrown maniac in an instant. From that crimson-soaked act of defile bathed in poison haze, everything changed for Mortarion and the broken humans who witnessed it. Fear shrank back to awe, terror retreated before the dawning realization of a protector forged from nightmare itself. They embraced him, this unlikely savior from the cursed peaks, pouring hempen-choked grains into his huge hands, sharing rough bread that tasted of dust and desperate hope. Mortarion, the isolated experiment, the conditioned weapon, felt a tectonic shift within his ancient being. Connection, purpose unfettered by sterile philosophy, a roaring furnace of belonging ignited from embers of shared defiance. It washed over him, warm and alien, a sensation Neckier's cold tutelage had never permitted. This feeling became his banner. From that valley, Mortarion began his pilgrimage across the poisoned ravines of Barbarous, walking the harsh land. He sought out settlements clinging to existence beneath the fog line. He identified the hardest among them, the survivors with fire still smoldering behind haunted eyes. He became their relentless tutor, teaching the brutal arithmetic of survival, turning desperation into disciplined violence. Survival, not just defense. He huddled with grim-faced artisans whose crafts had long been confined to plowshare and pestle, laboring through sweat-blinded nights. Together they hammered and welded crude solutions, airtight helms cobbled from scavenged metal, sealed joints smeared with pitch and resin, attempting to shield human lungs from the bite of the higher taint. Costly trial in skirmish and ambush against the overlords descending like vultures, each brutal lesson sunk in laborious increments. For every engagement against Neckier's grotesque servants, a field test soured by agony and overloaded filters, a head lugged back to the smithy's reeking forge. The crude breathing sacks evolved valves slicked to reduce stickiness, tanks reforged to resist corrosive condensation, leather replaced by vulcanized gutta-percha aching into tight form. They would push higher, valley by contested valley, poisoning air thin as blood-streaked phlegm choked inside failing apparatus before retreating, only to hammer metal brighter again, driven relentlessly by the gaunt Primarch's burning will. The Death Guard emerged not as a name decreed, but whispered across liberated outposts with both terror and fierce pride. Liberated villages became training camps. Each bloody push required new skills grafted onto instinct. How to move in choking blindness, where vision blurred worse than cataracts scarred eyes. How to close ranks and anchor safely when unknown vents belched corrosive fogs through careful defenses. How to disable overlords vulnerable despite advantages, when their familiar environment masked cunning demons who knew no ground was safe. Barbarous forced adaptation upon its conquerors. Every push upwards stretched Mortarion's brilliant strategies to breaking points of elevation that scrambled coordination, regulated joint rotation, with panic slights. Neckier's empire of rotten peaks began to crack from below. With each mountain fortress seized monumental victories, rested with rivers of human sacrifice. Mortarion's army refined tactics like surgeons honing scalpels. Isolates paths up sheer slopes choked with miasma were scouted, routes defined solely by geological vent placements, overlaying clean air tunnels through valleys of ochre haze. Scaffolds anchored with desperate prayer into frights, rope ladders vanished upwards into fog above exhausted armies stretching for fresh heights as fortresses swallowed hard fatal rock. As seasons unraveled into years, Mortarion's rebellion carved order from chaotic terrain. Fortified points arose throughout ever-climbing liberated zones, surreal concrete townships built resolutely within war survivors to house brutal training squat structures that honeycombed into sheer cliffs, impenetrable havens away nightmare skies, and a base to launch offensives ever deeper into Overlord's territory driven higher into thinning air amidst poisoned fog banks thick as gray sludge. Overlords ruling for terrifyingly immutable centuries found horror blossoming their bastions besieged. Forced exile boundaries collapsed. The overlords fought back with waning vigor, unnatural rage, their numbers dwindling steadily as Mortarion's forces systematically purged peak after gruesome peak. Despite palpable victories that sang through the valleys with rare bright melody, Mortarion remained perpetually unsatisfied. Each conquest brought them fractionally closer to that final, unconquered summit, teasing contact edges of Nekir's domain, whilst brutally challenging fragile limits of those precious suits that strained every pact with survival. Humans died pushing gear past design tolerances, trying to breach altitudes the atmosphere poisoned deeper than perception itself. For every overlord thrown from his perch with impossible effort, for every fortress painstakingly depopulated in ferocious combat through choking gloom, Mortarion drove his death guard harder, demanded more. Push, higher, closer. Every advance demanded newer refinements, strained backbreaker tank valves, traded for double-walled tank reservoirs, cooled by costly radiating fins, crafted with desperate inventions stolen from forbidden vaults. Rebreather units the size of men carried like skeletal pack frames sucking poison, filtered for precious seconds of survival time amidst hellish heights where normal outdoors prognosticators miserably failed. His obsession, clearer than clean air should be but battered by Barbaros's shroud, was fixed on that highest peak, piercing the rusted veil of poisonous skies like a broken fang. Nekir awaited at its summit the architect of this suffering, his manipulative jailer, his false father. Once unprecedented heights became merely stepping stones upon a path leading inexorably towards that ultimate citadel and final reckoning. Through relentless campaigns marked by grim attrition and horrific environmental attrition, Mortarion himself transformed. The youthful intellect breaking from confinement had solidified into implacable, flinthard determination. His pale countenance became cragged landmark for freed humanity, an icon of liberation sculpted of will and endurance. But steeled beneath that stony, impassive exterior, he grew increasingly fatalistic, stark line drawing ever-enlarging scorched voids, where villages once stood proudly liberated now bled bone heal. To sustain warfare, migration up higher peaks became inevitable negotiation terms, with cold statistics written on mounting casualty rolls. His philosophy hardened as much as his flesh. Freedom demanded steel sacrifice. Victory consumed fuel bodies. Its cost was anguish-born, stoically less collapse prove worse alternatives. The Death Guard forged here embodied him. Quiet endurance became doctrine. Pride grew less in offense, born to starved opponents measured by stamina, tested to psychopathic extent against physical erosion beyond man or machine. Soldier termed enduring, alongside Primarch, accepted casually sacrifice impossible cold, because freedom required such bitter payment. Decades-long struggle culminated. Only one overlord remained uncornered: Nekir himself, enthroned astride Barbaros's supreme pinnacle. His fortress citadel impossibly perched amidst air so violently toxic, corroded plasteel armor plates within minutes, dissolving seals and pancakes pigeon skeletons into rust-smelling slag acid fumes that burned paint, instantly curling onto liquid remorse upon settlement eyes could no longer see burnt intensities, never before witnessed on planet known for such brutality. Mortarion stood gazing upwards from margins deemed inhabitable by his own augmented physiology, days hard march away from summit, now a distant shadow deep within swirling yellowish gases, promising obliteration to anything foolish enough ingress deeper, past shade threshold, hauntingly clear edge defining life from terminal exposure within mere meters traversed higher. His adopted father's domain mocked him. Stepping onto sacred ground, staining where he'd been imprisoned, cultivated by Nekir-filled mortal man emotions, twisting him tighter than constrained filter valves threatening burst. Years preparing laddered towards this very confrontation, a reckoning deeply personal, saturated every molecule, choking Barbaros, poisoned air. Nekir owned his earliest memories, solidity to isolation cage around consciousness. A creature pretending paternal responsibility revealed callous objectification. His betrayal, vile twisting truth about beauty, hidden humanity, below beyond callous disregard, amounting cosmic obscenity, but jailhouse intellectual spoon-feeding scientist, raising experimental creature, observing behavior under influence, disparate truths, seeded lie upon foundation. Each overlord slaughtered etched pattern onto solo, faced expectations floodhead. All campaign led monumentally soul-charged confrontations, signifying conclusion. True freedom defined beyond mere valley security. Before that, fortress symbol power built upon suffering, complex currents eddied inside Mortarion. Doubt sodden as saturated chemtrencher boot leather, churned against indomitable will. They struggled deep within him like opposing titanic elemental forces. The peak's atmospheric malice, vindicating Nekir's imperial lethality, surpassed even Mortarion remarkable endurance against previous grades, poisons pushing higher. Genuinely impossible fought combat upon such heights, unsuited for any breathing outsider, proved fortress invulnerable, due to its very location, demoniacally brilliant strategic fortress location, near truly lethal environment. Could winner even stand breathing victory upon such ground minutes afterward without lesser suit? Unknown level poison dissipate without occupant lifting shift. Alter transcendence apparently dictates. Logistics grew impossible variables. Faith remained cold experiment, convinced correct path only big risk possible. Planning crystallized under particulate sky grim precision, honed battle intoxication levels, excruciating air environments already stretch limits body science. Mortarion gathered talismans, strength precious handful warriors, survived crucible countless plagues, barbarous campaigns. Champions whose stamina transcended human capability to an almost alien degree meaningfully defined physical resilience. Forged predecessors, earlier warsuits predecessors, obsolete perhaps incomparable breathing protection against plateau instantly lethal collapse mechanisms unseen elsewhere like nectar above decadence mists. Others amongst Death Guard Legion's fates sealed remaining positions, maintaining protection penned valleys. The freed men, women, children barbarous endured centuries enough horror shattered psyches, barely healing daily routines. Even saying peace mediocre burden justified permanent scar, created overlords, vanishingly possible creating stable conditions, moving forward, without liberation pressure, against enemies feared returning nightmare form, returning terror, strike back mightiest fortress inaccessible. If Mortarion failed unfinished massacre potential specter, forever hanging over mines, battle-wrecked communities, rebuilt hellishly laborious rocky slopes margins death food growth zones, already scarce enough. People deserved preternatural calm fragile bubble tranquility, possible victorious aftermath, regardless outcome imminent attempt impossible climb conquer absolute summit guarded by capital overlord personally, and vapor clouds utterly unbreathable solutions necessary science, pushed beyond reasonable trajectory success odds plummet sharply. Sacred procedure must observed. Solemn ceremony before ascent began. Mortarion and elite few stood overlooking destruction future, past layered into paradox like rock strata. Each donned exquisitely over-engineered suits, armor pinnacle generations, refinement horrific testing conditions, battlefields dying soldiers feedbacks, implemented improved via artisans engineers master mechanics borderline insane dedication innovation, focused singular oppressive, require breathable air higher lethal mists, where light bends unnervingly falling death silently misstep survival calculation. Joints sealed double temporary connective interface skins, welded upon subtle motions, protective outer layer damage potential compromising integrity, meaning crumbling disaster instantly. Resin-able flowing coolant conduit reservoirs, pressure backup schematics impossibly complex, strained by manpower salvaging, literally preposterous feats metallurgy chemistry, performed limited resources, halfway liberated planet facing perpetual shortage materials, cannibalized from previous suit generations, reaching shattered limits numerous combats scaling predecessor fortresses conquered. Eyes met through reinforced plasteel visors, no words exchanged beyond faintest nod. They knew perhaps none, perhaps one, perhaps not even Mortarion could reach summit fighting condition viable murder, certainly none descend physically intact enough survival worth celebrating. Logic dictated madness, yet purpose dictated action. Under starless blanket tangible murk promising suffocating embrace, Mortarion led ascendancy. Darkness obscured path treacherous footing, swirling smog thickened progressive altitudes, rendering topography impossibly alien unfamiliar blurred shadow world peril. Towering walls stone looming, unexpectedly forcing detour to late unexpected orifice breathes, concentrated corrosive venom vaporous mass impossible, resist seeping past seal inevitable sometimes ending climbers instantly crumpled sucking skin, melted upon contact sudden accident unpredictable droplets, acid rainfall liquefying without warning suit integrity, its lifeline tenuous bargain. Higher climbing crawled, assault against suit components increasingly crippling. Joints began visibly seizing relentless chemical conspiracy, penetrating microscopic protection, layer failure points, breached increasing frequency rhythmic clicking, became grating friction unworkable struggle steel forward momentum unnatural effort heightening fatigue, burden breaking morale driving desperation, lost rhythm focus vital survival technique discipline, hard-learned brutal campaigns beneath now below depths, shelved comfortably survivable standard suits, comparably now trivial heights scale. Adopted routine breathing apparatus heaved tortured mechanical wheezes, filters choking overload particulate matter clog ultrafine penetration, molecular, attacks passive external armor layers, slowly disintegrating scale-like shedding metallic dander leaving vulnerable skins, beneath exposed compromised spots inevitable accident onto exposed skin, instantly blistering blackened oxidization, disseminated explosively devastating consequence, indecipherably localized poison storm effect pure. Concentration spot, lacking intelligence merciful apathetic degradation physics, laboring risk ridiculousness. warriors faltered, dropping one brutal increment time impossible ignore physiology, finally taxed beyond superhuman breaking point, enhanced flesh could endure. Collapse came sudden muscle seizure, internal overwhelm imminent cardiac collapse lungs dissolving cancerous cellular erosion, accelerating degradation, inevitable resting, stance immobility death trap, meaninglessly delaying inevitable crumpling dissolution body, willingly offering environment consumption, feebly resisting winds. Mortarion witnessed every loss, honored fallen stoic pause, acknowledging monumental sacrifice towards impossible task, each comrade falling proximity fortress gates bringing agonizing inch closer. Soon only skeletal loyalist gathered ragged advance climbing, trudged silently resigned fate immolated cause, saw Primarch impossible climb, continuing upward upon a lone timeframe dust, departing collapsing forces atmosphere, claimed upon their weak point strategic withdrawal ordered feasible escape, offered yet punishable flight, impossible acceptably moral burden abandoning Jininganeered master destined summit alone, or die trying final pet project scarring memory, forevermore barring oblivion depth. Unseen horrors planet could muster willingly absorbed risk end personal vendetta stretched toward infinity decadence. Mortarion pressed ever onward subjective personal hell, instead planetary pinnacle fortress walls, becoming vaguely discernible through swirling yellow-green smog, barely lit from indigenous growths bioluminesce deep within stone crevices. As armor wept metallic tears, calcified corrosion bleeding seals, fabricated closure slowly giving way critical gaseous entry, permeating inner layers compression suit defense structure buckling. Under intense pressure anomaly likely mountain peak structure alteration rock formation, sucking ozone poison air downwards, instead escaping atmospheric bleed, causing gravity unusual strength toxic composition, unable escape apex, meaning concentrated unfathomable density, deadly air god's nostril. Literally inhaling celestial excrement pollution, designed extinguish life, permanently manifest literally onto surface planet barrier insurmountable lords, setting high home deliberately restricting access intentional defensible position supreme superiority, over biology sheer force blizzard cleansing attempt, aborted levels impossible contemplate, overcoming even theoretically designed by non-barbarian science, attempting scale steep lethal obstacle philosophical hurdle defying, but shat. Morale hundreds generations, capit human dwelling belief, inferior biological entity, inevitably lost scheme, considered leap trust perfection impossible biological configurations, plausible achievable reality unless, pure toxic agony burn Mortarion corrosive inhalation, perforated compromised lung tissue, despite his enhanced regeneration mechanisms, overwhelmed cellular structural degradation, accelerated exponentially environment, designed specifically failure step. Advancing step. Needed dragging colossal corpsuate, limbs consciously navigating treacherous slope, treacherous altered state consciousness swimming illusion directionality, muddled neural signals misfiring perception distorted signals, misinterpreted cascade, debilitating symptoms pilfering dexterity cognition essential coordinating step-by-step progress, beyond endurance finite comprehension impossible mechanics, remain marginally coherent somewhat onward toward gates I see distant perceive blurry, fixed point. Delirious focus crucible defining moment, existence approaches catastrophic crossroads, transcendence annihilation, dissolved distinction boundaries merging drowning consciousness, reparably irretrievably folded intricately layers breath impossible vision, materialized vision, no presence supernaturally grand amid swirling gases distinctly registering reality, untouched devastation mineral intake liable touch destruction, utterly effortlessly circumvent indefinitely physics itself. Flawlessly golden hide armor, untouched amidst jetting acidic fog billowing, over ornate decorated regalia unstained. Immaculate imperviousness poisonous vapor curling around stranger contact, dispassionately evaporating scent concentrated effort. Brighter celestial glow haloed, imposing arrival turning towards, laboring dying Primarch striding easily abyss which Mortarion inchworming dying time, accelerating insignificance apparent physical manifestation superiority, undeniable chasm. The procession halted majestic commander, imposing stature magnificent armor terror recognition. Unknowing familiarity magnetic resemblance genetic perfection. Encountering mirror polished magnified godlike persona revealing identity, with calm resonant pronouncement echoing chemically depleted air, with miraculous clarity, unmuffled overcoming death shroud harmful elements, effortlessly modulating acoustic propagation medium disastrous hazards from poison air. He announced Emperor Mankind Creator Universe Primarch, scattered far-flung worlds galactical decades, search galactic scouring, culminating finally rediscovery messenger destiny, commanding transhuman legion supersoldiers, bearing Primarch genetic marker, 14th Space Marines waiting stellar command loyal compliant. will soon stand shoulder-activated potential guiding galaxy, unequivocal supremacy, unified humanity, extinguishing threats, galactic chaos, scourge foes, misplaced Xenos. Ambition's hostile environment, rendered conquest integral plan, divine justification, undisputed imperative requirement, grand architecture, harmonious existence, possible future beyond constant warring fragments, dissolving steady advance terra, and gathered liberated humans, crowded valleys below. Drawn irresistible allure, arriving newcomer, executive order gravitas, distilled purity, intention unmarred, terrifying beauty, manifestation power, offering freedom, effortlessly propagating resource, prosper, holistic salvation, supplanting incremental painful climb, liberation, struggle, formerly representing hope, symbolically embodied Mortarian, personally absorbing gratitude, loyalty, blood sacrifice, bound ideology. Swiftly devoid telepathic transmissions, rumor propagating thrill, messianic arrival, transcendent soul, luxury planet, experiencing calculated benevolence, immediate uplifting horizon, destiny, gentler path, toward future unimaginable prosperity, governed absolute wise governance, offered alternative, perilous, permanent, marginal existence, perpetual borderline, collapse, biological fragility, incompatible, planetary lethality, preference, invite, dominant leader, offering genuine escape. Atmosphere, sanity, collaborative enterprise, unity yielding collective salvation, templated, carefully designed systemic advancement, removing inherent struggle necessary, demanding bloody repayment, elevating humanity, glorified benefactor, willing, acceptantly, imperial, gifted wonderland. Whispers grew, cries, adulation, rising valley slopes, deadened sickness breaths, drowned exultant fervency, embracing savior, conjured miracles, easily replacing warrior, tyrant expensively gained battlefield, inch by bloody metric inch, dragged unwilling horror, destroying planetary surface life, fighting tooth nail, compromise, survival, daily constant sacrifice, never fully escaping stench reservoir, despair, perfection, rulership, delivered celestial governing archetype, brother gods, promise, perfection. Galvanizing increasingly restless crowds, shifting focus, sky-seeking empires, arrival, looking far beyond Mortarian achievements. Subtle yet profound abandonment, pierce Primarch mind despite drowning poisons within sensory deprivation, rapid brain activity collapse, unable fight, gravitational effort prevent, falling knees, watching peasants, embrassive, alternative, superior, alternative. Division, deeper wound, invisible blade, severing purpose, validating deepest insecurity, planted generations. Prior instrumented neck-air, complex mind games, psychological warfare, using attachment towards dismissed inferior species, later discovered real brothers, sisters, whose value undermined, father indoctrination, isolation, teaching rejection, human fraternity condition, suppression, empathy, irrelevant, footnote, preliminary stage of maturation, superseded, transcendent state, achievable, attained. Once proven worthy, tutorial, hell environment simulation, purposed, unready, ascension, whatever rationalized neck-air motivations, prince's unknowable courts, ritual knowledge, excluded mortals' interpretation, transcend biological limitations, restrained minds, incapable processing concepts, superseding survival matrix, incomprehensible. Now emperor imposing, future replacing Mortarian, proven inadequate, unable secure planetary freedom, single-handedly sheer physics, dictates, constraints, molecular exchange, poisoning, build-up, plateau, impossible concentrations, mutations, immune system, failing, impossible pressures, dispose, mutant warlord neck-air, ensconced within private atmosphere, inimical life, itself barrier, absolute, physiological, defined, shape, speed, context, differently. The fury ignited, pride burning, poison, stripped him bare, agony, gore, seeping eyes, mouth, unable, halt, crimson tear flow, wounded else beyond pain, humiliation, swallowed, dignity, conscious cowardice, refused, offered assistance. Instead proposal, challenge, flung defiant between gasped breaths, lungs, searing lava-soaked battlefield, chemically induced improvisation, negotiation table, decimated ground zero, limit personal powers, equivalency measurement, surviving attempts, define worth, comparing god-slaying ability, representing self-sufficiency, dependence, mortal duel. If I slay neck-air alone, you depart, barbarous, leave planet governance, myself, people, freedom, determined, invest, earned. If failure, obvious mortality claims, defeat, inevitable satisfaction, hollowed yet pledged loyalty onto Emperor command legion, without hesitancy, bind eternal chain, acceptance, destiny, despite resistance, contrary, imperative, predetermined alignment, manifesting momentarily delayed avatar, paternal order, paramount, the master, mankind. Taciturn acceptance, motion, gesture, scarcely perceptible beneath masterful control, barely hinting, knowing, irony, impossible task, physics, stacked objective probability, astronomically negligible, allowing pride, dictate, downfall, convenient oversight, perhaps predetermined teaching, moment, engineered perception, personal impossibility, except divine intervention, demonstrating necessity, hierarchy, inherent cosmic structure, inevitably dictating loyalty established superior entities' understanding. Wider vision essential paradise, engineered necessary hardship, reveals fallible mere tools, greater purpose, wielded perfectly aligned force salvation species, bound servitor, requiring guidance navigational control system, predefined coordinated interrelatedness. Emperor accepted the terms on manifesting physically tangible movement, indicating assent conspiratorial knowingness, deeply buried impossible decipher Mortarian condition, beyond coherency immediate understanding rent layers consciousness fighting poison, converging climbing Neckir gateway, literally moments away prove grotesquely overconfident idiot refusing temporary employer form, ultimately ruler everything willing bow under sword promised mastery victory, disgusting bargain knowingly. Undertaken ego demand fuel, heaving physical desperation driving movement upwards impossible renewed determination, surged agonizing limbs battling simultaneous poison onslaught ceaseless torment, escalating exponentially around fortress imposing walls, nestled grotesquely within downtown poisonous clouds tendrils, curling against high stone battlements, dissolving mortar grotesque stalactites, toxic residue weeping walls, clumsily carved Neckir insignia surround. Steprise impossible impossibly achieved, while pushing past established biological sovereignty spark ignited defiance, flare-consuming mind-sourcing fountains, despair-harvesting determination, sport abyssal mind games, Neckir delighted perpetrated since infancy, inevitably overriding logically defined survival mechanisms, preposterous probability defiance, death notice linger moment monarch, helm grotesque percentile self-dispersion, ultimately incapable overcoming denizen apex predator planet. Gladly soaking death toll generations internal corruption, void growl landlords receiving sentient tool, scheduled replacement unit, outstaying meant expiration date romantic fodder foolish experiment, concluded premature detonation complexity, good riddance replaced design simpler predictable utilitarianism, council lords commissars. Mortarian pushed transcendently through thickest soup physically intolerable immersion thick substance impossible continual dozing undermined consciousness hardening, resolve crystallized diamond glint purpose, achieved victory against nature declaring defiance dissolving soft hostile universe resistance, chosen stance impossible spite yielding, inch reconciliatory peace blessings, emperor representative outside terrifying command neighborhood cosmological rings, terrifying insight frightened collapsing history. Reveals impossible became, attainable, then shattered, collapsed. Knees impacted cracked stone scree bleeding, meshed volcanic crag shale, fragments stabbed joints armor peeled, dissolving fragile seals compromised structural weakness, exploited momentum impact piercing integrated seals, vaporizing internal pressure differential implosive collapse mechanism, triggered final warning alarm shrilling, unnoticed neural network meltstance coma probability rising probability scale, momentarily suspended override attempt neurological misfire conscious effort. Re-establish motor control failing, spinal synapse misfire cascading shutdown primary organ function, approaching irrecoverable cascade, collapsed. Unable move forward leveraging mineral outcrops, digging palms anchoring crumbling shale, uselessly handholds, dissolved acid slide friction non-existent patches, slick hydraulic fluid lubricant signature malfunction roaring silence body, surrendering poison atmospheric pressure concentration, approaching mathematical certainty, physiological impossible biological imperative suspended asphyxiation, accelerated neural decay hemorrhaging visual membranes bursting capillaries, eye sockets art. Dam rupture critical system, peak overload collapse inevitable failure biosystem organic chemistry saturation, precipitating cascade irreversible organ damage, accrued exposure beyond recovery matrix capacity, absorbing shock waveforms emanations, resolving overwhelming lactic acid blanket suffocating aerobic functions, dissolving cellular metabolism framework, ceased coherency interaction, pseudo-death state approaching terminal velocity organism dissolution, gadget dimming detection. Vision blurred hearing distorted auditory harmonic wind shrilled, hissing nothing gurgle rhythmic pulse nearing silence pumping consciousness, increasingly sluggish signal transmission degradation relative time frame, approaching subjective infinity milliseconds, stretched fracturing transcendental dimension, meaningless barometric gradients, collapsing bodily integrity internal systems, collapse repeated shutdown declaration, automatic distress signal, repeating primary fleet rescue universe message impossible. Planet borderline moot pressing cancelled permanently logout sequence, terminating active reinforcement visible meltdown imminent staggering conviction, impossible crushed realization, seeing fortress gate opening Neckir, strode effortlessly uncorrupted poison-wreathed winds peaceful surroundings, productive habitat hosting comfortable existence commanding dominion, explored happily selected genetic attributes foundation, fostering disrespectful traitorous project malfunction disposal necessary. Eyes locked mockingly, pitiful wounded animal chained, agony treatment malfunction, uncaring lord contemptuous acceptance, intervention execution, inevitable. Weapon raised ritual dismissal, designed to accumulate psychological torment, prolonging inevitable downward strike satisfaction, derive contribution cathartic release preparation, obliterate defective prototype genocide contamination, risk removing painful memory failure delete existence, permanently clear record cleansing venture new improved iteration, design implementing lessons, learned major behavioral flaw susceptibility emotional engagement, outside perfect logic overlord perspective. Detached ownership genetic assets assigned management, cultivating optimal advantageous outcomes scouring, blade descended towards neck Mortarian immobile paralyzed microseconds suspended finite slow evaporation consciousness, swirling dissolving air tastes, iron tang gathering momentum strike caught amplified deafening silence frozen tableau majestic divinity, imposingly barges intervening conflict mere voyeurism, escalated property reclamation. Image clarified prestige progenitor creator, vast intellect perceiving undeniable spectacle crafted intentionally undercutting independence, displayed fragile remnant mystic circumventor apex physical constraints, symbolic gesture simultaneously, mercy justice efficient ownership, embodying purpose smiting usurped false patriarch unauthorized curator, illegally retaining imperial property rightful owner demanding restitution, instantaneously crushing insolent subordinate dissent. Manifesting physical barrier, insolent blade impact, snuff, intended trajectory contemptuous dismissal reprobate minder, unworthy handling superior technology imperial primarch, rediscovered, emperor, appeared between combatants moving faster perceptibility, shattered universal constant frozen frame bypassing causality tangential thought. One single dismissive gesture, unleashed raw psionic power, indomitable concentrated instantaneous ontological removal. Necker ceased exist structurally disentangled physically optics resonance displaced reality consequence, implosion quantum, vacuum winking existence, disappeared sans residue cosmic accounting adjustment apparent disappearance, vacuum filling soundless pulse wave radiating mountain, rattling stone pebble displacement adjustment Necker gone, dissolved, annihilated, nothingness reclaim lone space matter occupying fractional eternity, reason appearing justified non-continuous apparition, reappearing midst. War ended unevolved larva imago abortive conclusion, predetermined anti-climax theft vengeance, stage deus ex machina, spectacularly underwhelming personal quest, unresolved dissolved margins authorship, expert stagecraft manipulation, behind misconception uncanny timing, disturbing conclusively uncanny coincidence plausible deniability, possible plausible deny association impossibility, denying personal injury, manufactured through circumstantial irony disastrous timing. Coincidence monumentally unlikely plausible deniability, accepted registry, behind protocols denying responsibility, managed transparent fabrication, acceptable truth reconciliation, inevitable loyalty pledge binding contractual obligation dignity, dissolved compound humiliation, witnessing raw political maneuvering podium staged conclusion, grand plan instrumental pawn, manipulated predictable parameters, desperate need final approval judged. Mortarian unable gesture gnashing teeth, silently screaming rage impotence absolute internal meltdown, consuming dignity facing emperor. Bode conscious effort pack a protocol program, implemented ingrained biological module, implanted cultural reference genetic lineage, triggered automatic observance acknowledging paramount authority biological imperative surpassed, psychological betrayal floodgate, restraining hold disintegrated, knelt, pledged service, commanded 14th Legion. Outwardly poised stoicism, iceberg floating polar seas bitter turbidity dark, undercurrents rage betrayal unresolved trauma, meticulously cultivated nesting heart, undergoing metamorphosis putrescent blight. Seed festered personally intolerable nuances, composition, fashion complex structure, increasingly inseparable identifiable multifaceted aversion, concentrated betrayal experience transformative efficiency, witness supreme replacement, effortless worthworthiness personal sacrifice, easily supplanted unimaginable power disparity, emphasized cosmic scale insignificance Mortarian achievement, theoretically laughable galactic perspective trivial planetary wargame concerning primitive feudal. Vicious world barely recognized significant galactic milestone benchmark borderline parochial significance allocation resources marginal military significance recategorized simply intelligence gathering preliminary recon illegitimate implantation scola progenium assimilation footage galactic register acquisition aftermath dispellation. Subtle displacement adoration locals infinitely painful scarring deeper echo necker, teaching inevitable abandonment reinforcement fear isolation conquer pride replace stable thing purpose shattered, experiencing similar psychological pattern betrayal paternal figure, appearing offering better future alternatives, discard imitation outdated model, unable compete updated specifications, designed obsolescence built systemic variance evolutionary branch, unfit dominant genetic footprint. Marketability receding brand recognition, recalling Necker lessons, teaching superiority inherent species, stratified designated station, within enclosed hierarchy, understanding role chattel ultimately replacement plan generations, role turnover continuing product life cycle inevitable discard, obsolete merchandise unsaleable, layers piled stressing fundamental framework perception governance. Overlord's Necker kingdom position dominated beneath mountain fortress, exploiting human resources, callously inflicting suffering, justified asshole benefits, easy victories, exploitation, slave mindsets, compliance societal style. Emperor emerged larger-scale masters, humanity dictating unified vision grandiose scale savior trajectory, individuals worshipful duty, serve ideal surface nobility deeper, parallel troublingly similar absolute conviction, overlay proxy empathy hierarchical superiority, benign oversight misguided paternalism, potentially looming tyrannical galactic governance enforcement homogenization cultural genocide, implied unquestioning obedience demanded loyalty tests, constant psychologic. Validation-seeking conditional approval manifesting unpredictable tyranny, whims planetary governors, perhaps even minor administrative local overlords, rarely held accountable becoming miniature Necker germinating seeds, entitled privilege, licensed savagery operational necessities. Parallels drawn inevitable association nausea, inducing reflection within Mortarian core principles defied possible corruption, embedded expectation foundations, injustice mirrored flickers recognition ventricles, pumping poison pessimism, regarding worthwhile objectives vain imperial machine, grinding interchangeable prosecutor, automated replicator fleets conquering galaxy, demands stream compliant conquerors disregard individuality, varied cultural expression worlds crushed similar. Toxic molds barbarous imposing regime, prejudged unsuitable inferior installation, compliant imperial utopian, standard upgraded cemetery peaceful superficial facade, manifest multitude hells, beneath sheen propaganda, glorious purpose insufficient physical manifestation material, welfare ignored favor ideological purity immortal leader vision immaterial sufferings, populace against galactic war requirements, calculable expendable assets, glorious imperium objective critical. Resource allocation, projected requirements centuries distant achieving, strategy, outweighed neighborhood, suffering inefficient emotional response, counterproductive grand strategy. Leaving barbarous starboard embarkation, tangent interstellar adoption, fourth astral glide Mortarian, carried cancerous burden resentment dormant structures, embedded physiological emotional framework, receding physical departure amplified repressed injury nostalgic recall eternal, farewell familiarity visceral planetary environment, born thy crafted shell molded personality matrix. Cold surface betrayed turmoil seismically stacked emotional bombardment, astonishing compressive carnival forcing superficial appearance, immovable iceberg glacial movement, taciturn calm serene exterior pageantry, honor guard marching feet ceremonial perfection, playing required role military commander illustrious conquering prince returned paternal majesty, commanding oceanic fleet, awaiting his ship operation theater command. Beneath crushing weight internal contradiction, metastasized confusion, enraged betrayal systematized suspicion, nurture inevitable consequence, extrapolated imperial administration, disastrous prediction vision flawed paternal overlords, recreated hyperdrive empire, exponentially reproducing insidious tumor microscopic glimpse, perceived profound human dimension, overlooking population units, mere numbers statistical abstraction, expendable resource grand project, ill-conceived. Impossibility achieve affordable karmic balance satisfactory, moral calculus satisfying, formidable spiritual cost, acceptable sacrifice, incomplete knowledge, divine agenda, perceived abandonment, suffering matters individual perspective cruelty design systems, serving central authority, crushing decent lower facilitates optimization operational effectiveness, diluted worship infallible entity, transcending petty moral conventions, championing necessary evil expanding comfort delusion. Inherent superiority scale galactic civilization, normalized malignant malignancy festering planet-scale crimes smoothing schedules. Mortarian became master superficial stoicism. Secrets desperately concealed sorrowful ironic legacy, shared deathless endurance inherited death guard, recruits expecting heroic welcome legend, forged brutal crucible liberation barbarous steel, tempered poisonous wind, forging incredible resistance hardship. Adopted his grim fatalistic assurance, inflicting rigor design, refusing fracture, seemingly impossible odds, relentless demanding standards, forging legion unstoppable tide, grinding offensives, gravitational inevitability, destructive force supplant honorable figure, liberator anticipated closing distance, fledgling legionnaires, assembled formidable wall, transhuman muscle, disciplined battlefield killers, anthem, past filed with deeds, spectacular brutality, focused purpose boiling beneath. Starry void swallowed poison world carried hidden predator, within hang silent guard, shadowing Primarch footsteps like physical manifestation, brooding negativity cloud doom, preceding army slow, inevitable march galaxy assimilation, cleansing pathway, towards unknowingly future conflict seeds, bitter fruit, impending betrayal, nourished rich soil resentment, sprouting defense mechanism, reasonable plausible causation, self-fulfilling trajectory, gradually abstracting emperor imagined tyrant validating. Treasonous whispers lulling toward damnation, inevitable corruption, galactic turmoil rising beckoning, embrace welcoming alternative domination, explicit hierarchy, honest demigod promising nihilistic empowerment, sordid afterlife, excluding hypocrisy, shining lie, illusionary paradise, borrowed personification, inevitable conquerable power, smooth transition, allegiance, preserving commander's legacy, preserving warrior brothers' bonds, eternal acceptance. Poisonous future brewing within resemble neck-air, preordained betrayal, reenacted predator-prey relationship, switched perspectives, grand scale, inevitable confrontation, unfolding galaxy-wide theater stage scene, approaching planet fall, inevitably hammers, falling loyalties testing, declared lie, witnessed historical inflection, point vividly resurrected within mind, Mortarion prayed forgetting. Legion perceptively registered shift resonance, telepathically broadcasting silent resignation, hollow dedication, honor, twisted bywin deflection, hollow lie wearing thin atmo, implied superiority, cracking imperial court necessity, retreat reinforced crown prince apparent insolence, desecration, decorum, impromptu operetta choreography, enveloping perceived slight, inadvertently kindling bears, whiner stubborn backlash, fermenting silent rebellion, burgeoning starlit void. First chaotic step, chaos descent, walked unknowingly barbarous mountain peak emperor, offer verbatim promising legionnaires, wondering unfocused future possibility expansion, limitless conquest, galactic scale, crystallized. Mortarion stood towering, assembled ranks legionaries, awaiting creator word, priming fragile souls, chemical preparation, genetic loyalty alterations, physically reinforced connection, claiming loyalty, tangible tendrils, molecular attraction, binding forces, witness resurrection, Messiah returning bearing gifts, unimaginable defending gateway humanity, immaterial hellstorm stirring prophecy, unfolding chaotic irony projection, ultimate supernova providence, betrayed inevitable. The reunion site carried no trace of the jubilation known to other legions. Choked by the lingering planetary miasma, Mortarion still seemed to carry in his bones. The air itself felt thick with heightened solemnity. Before his assembled Jennison stood the towering figure of their Primarch, a gaunt silhouette against the artificial suns of the mustering ground, tall even among transhuman giants. Everything about him whispered of a starkly different Genesis in perpetual shadow. The pallid, death-like skin seemed translucent, reflecting long exposure to Barbaros's insidious poisons. Dominating the space was the massive scythe, its blade a dull, hungry curve against the sterile light. And eternally shrouding the lower half of that formidable visage, the practical rebreather, mask a necessity salvaged from his grim homeworld, destined to become the spine-chilling icon of the Legion he would brutally refashion. Mortarion projected not exultation, but the chilling gravity of a monument unearthed. The Dusk Raiders themselves were a stoic legion of granite-faced warriors, their creed carved in deeds, not wasted whispers. The greeting was startlingly direct, stripping away all pretense. Where others sought familial warmth, Mortarion unfurled a stark manifesto for their shared future. His first pronouncement was a death knell, uttered with chilling finality. The Dusk Raiders were no more. From this moment, the rattle of their armor would resonate under a new and baleful banner, the Death Guard, named for the tortured force he had commanded amidst Barbaros's toxic swamps. This renaming was merely the first rupture in a systematic dismantling. Gone was the Terran-inspired structure, the touch of the Officio Militaris scrubbed away. Mortarion mandated a radical reorganization into 7 great companies, 7, a number humming with ritual significance from Barbaros's cruel soil, each ambitiously projected at 70,000 gen-enhanced warriors. 7 became the grim cornerstone, a numerical scar interwoven into the very fabric and rituals of the emerging legion. The transformation saturated their very appearance. The slate-gray plates of Terra dissolved beneath Mortarion's decree, replaced by unpainted armor, the sickly, porous hue of sun-bleached bone. Adorning this pale expanse were thick bands and symbols of murky jade, grimly echoing the corrosive-resistant mud caked onto the desperate warriors who fought beneath Barbaros's poisonous skies. The singular flash of the Dusk Raiders, the defiantly crimson right arm, their ancient beacon vanished entirely, pried away like a severed nerve. Another cord to Terran identity, cauterized by Mortarian's uncompromising vision. Far deeper doctrines shifted under the Pale King's remorseless gaze. While the raw material of the 14th Legion had always possessed a foundational resilience, Mortarian honed this into an unyielding theological cornerstone of warcraft. True victory, he preached into the mute silence of his gathered sons, lay shackled not to speed or cunning, but to relentless, grinding determination, to the sheer capacity to endure every horror the battlefield vomited forth. His death guard would embody the unmovable anvil shattering enemies upon their defiant presence, or the crushing hammer descending with inexorable, soul-breaking force. This creed permeated every punishing level of Legion training, Mortarian enacted regimens surpassing brutal. His warriors endured systematic immersion into worlds of poison, gases swirling mockeries of Barbaros's own cloying death. They trained snarling through searing heat and soul-etching cold, drilled relentlessly until their hands bled and their muscles screamed, taught to fight not merely when wounded, but through pulped organs and shattered limbs. Counter to the specialized paths other legions trod, Mortarian demanded absolute, universal mastery. Each Death Guard Marine, down to the rawest initiate, must seamlessly transition from tactical strategist calculating firefights in one engagement to the implacable engine behind a heavy bolter in the next. Infantry warfare formed their entire crucible, their sole expression. The recruits conscripted wholesale from Barbaros proved terrifying catalysts for this cultural conflagration. These people, forged in toxic genesis, possessed a terrifying physiological resilience woven into their poisoned evolution, a gruesome birthright making them terrifyingly ideal vessels for Astartes' conversion, perfectly suited to Mortarian's doctrine of suffering and endurance. Soon, the ranks swelled almost exclusively with Barbaros-born warriors, the trickle from other worlds dwindling into deliberate insignificance. These new sons arrived encrusted with the grim fatalism and alien traditions of their dying world, invaluable solvents dissolving the remaining Terran bedrock that survived the Legion's founding. Mortarian actively nurtured this invasion, savoring the annihilation of imperial norms. He witnessed his fractured childhood vision solidifying, a legion sculpted wholly in the stark, unforgiving image of Barbaros and its liberator, not the distant, arguably suspect ideals of Golden Terra. The defiant spirit of old Albia, once the Legion's marrow, corroded away like rust on neglected steel, replaced entirely by a bleak, silent acceptance of pain and duty, the stoic resignation to oblivion only Barbaros could truly impart. The most profound severance emerged from Mortarian's psyches. His eventual abolishment of the Librarius was a brutal act forged in profound personal trauma. On Barbaros, the torment he endured witnessing the overlords wield warp-fueled torment against mortals had seared into him a visceral, near-pathological hatred of psychic powers. This was not caution but potent revulsion. It was the same occult malignancy he had battled, merely wearing a golden eagle. Despite the proven combat applications librarians offered the tactical precognition, the telekinetic barriers, the mind-scarring blasts Mortarian's revulsion overruled necessity. This witchery, this fundamental chaos pollution, could have no abode within his legion. It was violently purged, exorcised like a recurring nightmare, stripping the death guard of sanctioned psychers entirely. This relentless metamorphosis generated profound friction, tectonic plates of identity grinding deep within the Legion's core. The Terran veterans, warriors who had fought beneath the standard of the Dusk Raiders since the Great Crusade's earliest dawn blazed, found themselves inexorably displaced. These were the architects of the Legion's initial bloody reputation, decades of loyal service etched into their battle-scarred signatures. Now, they were unwilling spectators as Mortarian's implement systematically dismantled every tradition they held sacred, replacing it with customs as alien and incomprehensible as Barbaros's toxic fogs. Loyalty, that iron chains forged over fire, compelled initial obedience. Terrans remained Astartes, shrouding their disquiet in discipline. They learned the new command structures, the altered signifiers, the unfamiliar doctrines, fought alongside their Barbaros brothers with the grim effectiveness that defined them. Yet attrition inexorably thinned their ranks, year upon grinding year. The losses weren't replaced by Terrans, but by the ceaseless tide from Barbaros's poisoned crucible. The weakening Terrans clung to isolated companies, barrack lodges, squad unities wherever possible, fiercely hoarding fragmented shards of their founding identity like precious heirlooms. Their hearts remained loyal to the Imperium's sweeping vista, the Emperor's grand unification beneath reason's banner, the imperial truth as shining scripture. Conversely, the Barbaros-born harbored a singular, consuming devotion, unquestioning fealty to Mortarian above all. To them, he transcended Genefather. He remained their liberator king from the nightmare before ever knowing Terra's heir. Their allegiance flowed beyond the Legion itself, a dedicated current that barely registered the distant emperor as a figure of diminishing relevance. This ideological schism manifested constantly. Debates over tactical nuance, clashes over battlefield precedence, the weight assigned to Legion heritage versus primarchal command. Terrans quietly ached for the multifaceted warfare disciplines once defining the Dusk Raiders, while barbarous recruits embraced wholesale the Legion's new face, toxic saturation warfare, and the Primarch's relentless infantry dogma. Veterans maintained frayed ties with Imperial institutions, fostered relationships with other legions, clinging to a broader sense of identity. Barbarous looked inward, draining the Death Guard into near-total isolation, sealed away by mutual contempt and differing devotions. As the Great Crusade's fires scorched galaxy edges, these tensions curdled into palpable, unignorable division. By the time the terrible heresy beckoned like a spreading plague star, the 14th Legion writhed as two forces sharing only badge and battle plate, a dwindling, stubborn core of Terran veterans clutching the ghost of the Dusk Raiders, and the crushing, dominant multitude of barbarous ascendancy rendering primary loyalty solely to Mortarion, Legion loyalty secondary, Imperial fealty an abstract, near-forgotten concept. This fracture, meticulously widening for decades, proved the deathblow in the moment of final choice. When Mortarion declared for Horus, compelled by chains forged earlier, the Terran's spine within cracked. Perhaps a full third of the Legion remnants resisted their Primarch's betrayal. Their deepest roots loyalty to the Emperor, forged in Terra's heart, outweighed even their foundational bond to their sire. The brutal purges that followed were a final, bloody terminus. The last fragile connections to the Legion's founding soul were obliterated. With that, Mortarion's grim transformation reached its horrifying zenith. The Death Guard emerging was a grotesque reflection, utterly indomitable, implacably enduring, suffocatingly loyal to their death-shrouded Primarch. His scarred vision stood incarnate. Yet in wholly adopting this ghoulish identity, they swallowed the tainted shadows nesting deep within Mortarion's own broken heart. His gnawing resentment, his profound isolation, his corrosive suspicion of any authority save his own cruel vision, all these dark inheritances poisoned the Legion's soul. The Emperor's unbreakable sons were tragically primed vessels, destined to embrace the most sickening corruptions ever spawned by the Warp's infinite malice. Mortarion's solitary nature bricked the Death Guard into fortress isolation. Alliances formed rarely, regarded as burdensome chains to self-reliance rather than bonds of brotherhood. Yet within this formidable remoteness, a handful of fateful connections articulated the Legion's melancholy trajectory, whispering impetus towards eventual ruin. The most pivotal, the anchor dragging them down, was the fraught bond between the Death Lord Mortarion and Horus Lupercal. Within the Warmaster, Mortarion grudgingly conceded a commander of rare perception. Horus alone seemed to pierce the Death Guard's monolithic resilience, grasping the complex tactical lattice underpinning their apparent blunt force simplicity. Where others saw only mindless attrition specialists or siege engines, Horus perceived a force capable of calculated, unflinching dominance honed to perfection. Their symbiosis became a brutal ballet. Time and again, Horus deployed the Death Guard and Luna Wolves in devastating concert. The Death Guard would surge forward, an irresistible tide of pale ceramite locking the enemy in position, pinning them fast while consuming their fury and reserves in grinding, meat-grinder advances. Only when the foe's focus and reserves were entirely tethered to breaking this sustained, bloody assault with the signal flare. The blistering counterstroke of white-armored Luna Wolves erupted like lightning from unexpected vectors, shattering the compromised defenders, applying lethally precise, unstoppable force. Shared annihilation of worlds bred mutual, if reserved, respect. The Death Guard acknowledged the startling, fluid cunning of the Wolves' Werngin. The Lunar Wolves harbored genuine admiration for that immovable grit making Mortarion's sons such unshakable linchpins. Crucially, Mortarion himself garnered a brittle trust foundation for Horus rarely extended. In the Warmaster, he saw something alien: recognition. Horus lifted his eye beyond mere utility. He saw the Legion's intrinsic, terrible worth. Beyond the battle plans, Horus exerted effort to bridge Mortarion's own profound, ice-filled remoteness, seeing through the Primarch's repellent exterior where others shied away. As Horus listened, genuinely attended to Mortarion's guttural complaints, acknowledged the dour perspectives the Death Lord clung to, dignity settled upon Mortarion where before existed only perceived slights. Horus became an unforeseen anchor, an elder brother exemplifying leadership stripped of the Emperor's chilling aloofness. Thus, when shadows began to darken Horus's thoughts, subverting whispers turning his loyalty to questions, Mortarion's ear attuned with a uniquely susceptible intensity. His own visceral mistrust of Imperial stratagems, his pathological skepticism towards Terra's distant Supreme Commander, found venomous, articulate reciprocation in the Warmaster's mounting disquiet. As Horus tightened this ill-starred bond, Mortarion's connection to the Emperor eroded into glacial indifference punctuated by cold fury. The initial trauma beneath the green-black skies of Barbaros, the Emperor's seizure of his victory over Nessir, never scabbed over it, deepened into festering, radiating resentment. Fuel was heaped perpetually onto this inner fire, the Emperor's apparent orbit primarily warming favored sons like Horus, Sanguinius, Rogel Dorn, a luminous court excluding the Pale King far into a peripheries of neglect. Mortarion tallied each perceived slight, the Emperor's absence on the Death Guard battlefields, the muted receptions praising their rare victories, the infrequency of his counsel sought at legion level. Each instance reinforced the poisonous narrative, consolidating in his mind, undervalued, disregarded, ultimately misunderstood. The Emperor's very blueprint for unity brought Mortarion queasy doubts. Had not Barbaros taught him rebellion against monstrous overlords? Had he not believed the Great Crusade was that same righteous cleansing enacted galaxy-wide for humanity's ascendance? Yet watching Imperium Ascendancy unfold subtle claws of control, benign repression, instead of Xeno's brutality perhaps, yet mechanisms fundamentally denying true sovereignty returned seeds took root. Was this liberation, or merely exchanging one parasitic master for another, however gilded? The Council of Nicaea crystallized disaffection into dangerous formation. Initially applauding the Emperor's restrictions upon librarious powers, Mortarion's approval curdled swiftly. The utter abolition Mortarion demanded, annihilation mirroring his absolute conviction, became compromised. Instead, the Emperor delivered restrictions containment instead of destruction. This perceived failure to annihilate the witchcraft in their midst proved irrefutable proof, to Mortarion, that the Emperor fundamentally misunderstood, even aligned with, the deep perils emanating from the warp. Steam vented in sharp breaths against Mortarion's rebreather filter as he saw Nicaea reconfirm terrifying negligence. He and the Death Guard became the stoic few acknowledging grim certainties the Emperor hid from, willing to enact brutal necessities the throne was too lofty, too innocent, to mandate. Mortarion's dealings with other brothers typically mirrored this icy detachment. Jagatai Khan of the White Scars viewed Mortarion's relentless doctrine as plodding tedium bereft of creativity, while Mortarion perceived Khan's emphasis on velocity and fluidity as flamboyant, irresponsible indulgence. The strategist Primarch Robout Gilliman leaned upon regulation, and tactical templates like crutches-worthy discipline corrupted into stifling rigidity to Mortarion's merciless gaze. Ferdinand of the Emperor's Children embodied frivolous pursuit of fleeting artistry when Mortarion intuited survival demanded hardening against collapse. Even Lemon Russ just snarled irritation, a blunt instrument mistaking unflinching endurance for cowardice. These dissonances fostered no enemies, merely cavernous distances. Mortarion remained distinct, perpetually outside, confirming his belief in inherent isolation. This fractured landscape internal friction between Terran's yearning for Terra and Barbaros absolutists submitting solely to Mortarion, the potent, poisoned glue binding the Death Lord to the War Master, abandonment scarring perception of the Emperor, and perpetual resentment isolating him from his brothers coalesced into a terrifyingly familiar shape, that fateful shadow zone, the mindset shaped on Barbaros, wherein solutions manifest as terrible necessity. This grim configuration inevitably guided the 14th Legion down paths irrevocable, towards annihilation wearing the oxymoronic guise of liberated purpose. Mortarion moved through the galaxy a titan islanded in ice, his presence a grindstone that wore down even the smooth courtesies between demigods. Interactions with his Primarch brethren were exercises in mutual incomprehension, barren wastes devoid of any true warmth or kinship. Even Perturabo, whose iron warriors shared the Death Guard's implacable endurance and siegebound logic, offered only the cool recognition of professional respect, a brittle facade that concealed no spark of fraternal feeling. If there was any flicker within Mortarion that leaned towards understanding, a faint echo in the vast cavern of his bitterness, it resonated for Angron of the World Eaters. Within the raw, screaming agony of the Red Angel's existence, Mortarion perceived a distorted reflection of his own simmering resentment against a universe that sculpted its champions through unbearable suffering. Yet this tentative bridge remained fragile, gossamer thin. Angron's psyche fractured further under the nails, hammering his perceptions into ever narrower, bloodier channels, and Mortarion himself recoiled instinctively from any vulnerability that hinted at shared pain, burying empathy beneath relentless stoicism. This profound solitude deepened as the Death Guard coiled ever tighter around its Primarch, increasingly cut off from the shared purpose and brotherhood of other legions, becoming a grim fortress within the Emperor's conquest. In this vacuum, the shadow of First Captain Kala's Typhon stretched long and influential across the battle-scarred plate of every Death Guard warrior. Typhon's origins breathed the same poisonous air as Mortarion's Barbaros, stepping out from the pall to fight at the Death Lord's side against the aerial terrors, long before the Emperor's golden light pierced their world's gloom. This deep, shared history of struggle against impossible tyranny wasn't merely a mark of rank. It transformed Typhon into a living embodiment of the Legion's primal core, a walking monument to the brutal purpose for which Mortarion had first begun to forge an army liberation through unyielding endurance. His cold tactical brilliance and unwavering, visible loyalty solidified Mortarion's trust, a trust that seemed unshakable, as untouchable as the first captain's immense physique and undeniable aura of command that earned respect bordering on reverence down the chain of superhuman command. Yet beneath the meticulously crafted exterior of the perfect Death Guard officer, a contradiction festered, secrets rotting at the heart of loyalty. Typhon possessed warp-born abilities, psychic potential he stifled with clinical precision, actively concealing them within a legion whose very soul recoiled from such witchery, a growing hostility he himself stoked. More perilously still were the insidious whispers sown during his travels, seeds of apostasy planted long before Horus raised the banner of treason, a slow corruption blooming unseen. Typhon corrupted with pragmatism, leveraging his intimate position whispering into the Legion's ear. He subtly warped its culture, reinforcing its ingrained tendency to fortress mentality, fanning the embers of suspicion towards outsiders, towards Terra, towards anything that wasn't Death Guard. He expertly magnified Mortarion's burgeoning disillusionment, taking every perceived imperial oversight, every distant echo of Terra's complex politics, and twisting it into a deliberate insult, stoking banked fires of resentment into an enduring glow. When discontent finally began to ripple among the Primarchs, Typhon acted as a vital filter and amplifier, ensuring Mortarion heard the murmurs, always framed to resonate perfectly, like a discordant note perfectly harmonized with the Death Lord's pre-existing anxieties. Perhaps most insidiously, Typhon became a smuggler of forbidden ideologies, a conduit for concepts that might otherwise have been rejected outright as alien poison. He adapted the structures of the warrior lodges, metastasizing through other legions to fit the Death Guard's bleak sensibilities, carefully packaging them not as dissent, but as tools for internal strength. These hidden forums created shadow architectures of loyalty outside the official chain, spaces where doubts the Primarch might instinctively crush could instead be cautiously aired, where alternative interpretations of duty could be explored, all presented dutifully, purportedly serving Legion unity and resilience. Yet their true purpose was preparative. They subtly softened doctrinal rigidity, readying the ground for a truly seismic shift in allegiance. As the Great Crusade ground towards its crescendo, these complex currents within the Death Guard placed them on a knife edge. Their operational ties to Horus and the vibrant lunar wolves created a natural vector for alignment when the War Master's concerns began to curdle into opposition. The long simmering distance, psychological and literal, separating them from the Emperor's light and the camaraderie of other legions weakened countervailing loyalties. Typhon's relentless, subtle manipulation ensured that when the inevitable moment of crisis arrived, the Legion's momentum would flow irrevocably towards a specific choice. Yet beneath this seeming inevitability, the path remained contingent, dependent on 1,000 agonizingly small decisions and omissions. Had a different word been spoken, had a moment of forbidden clarity pierced the toxic fog, the Death Guard might have held fast, becoming the Emperor's final shield rather than the architects of mankind's contagion. Therein lurked an essential layer of the tragedy, the agonizing possibility these superhuman paragons of metaphysical resilient suns might have stood firm, might have remained humanity's ultimate defense rather than vectors of its most profound suffering. The steep path down into heresy was paved not in a single act, but stone by stone over agonizing decades, meticulously planned and relentlessly executed through carefully nurtured opportunism and patient, poisonous cultivation. News of Horus's grievous injury upon Davin sent cold tendrils of apprehension through the fleet, touching every legion and primarchal heart. For Mortarion, it starkly underscored the vulnerability clinging even to the pinnacle of transhuman strength, a brutal confirmation of his gravest fears regarding the Imperium's fragile future amidst their own terrifying fragility. The War Master's eventual, seemingly miraculous recovery brought palpable relief, a collective sigh of tension racking through gathered war fleets. Yet the Horus who emerged from his healing was fundamentally altered, undeniably sharper in purpose, radiating amplified charisma, far more willing no, eager to voice profound concerns about the Emperor's distant intentions and inscrutable plans. This critical, focused Horus resonated with piercing clarity within Mortarion's own soul, aligning perfectly with his evolving disillusionment. The subsequent conversations, when Horus drew his brothers close to share his terrible resolve, unfolded behind layers of absolute secrecy. Witnesses record nothing, their chambers swallowed words whole. What we divine comes through logical inference concerning Horus's calculated approach, tailoring his devastating arguments to each Primarch's deepest wounds and quietest ambitions. With Mortarion, the Warmaster's words would indisputably have fell upon fertile soil themes of betrayal tightly coiled, abandonment nurtured by distance. The Emperor turning his back on the conquest, he demanded they wage, retreating to Terra's golden cage to pursue arcane interests, while the fabric of the Imperium he built frayed at its edges. Horus, predator sharp and purpose-driven, would have understood with astonishing acuity the Primarch's foundational resentment, that visceral, deeply etched hatred for the distant tyrant lording power from unassailable heights. He would have drawn chilling parallels, subtle but terrifying, between the chilling indifference and unapproachable power of the Emperor and the necromantic overlords of Barbarous, those hated rulers Mortarion had waged his very soul to overthrow. Hypocrisy would have been highlighted relentlessly, the imperial truth denying entities that stalked the warp's abyss while founding itself upon the Emperor, whose own godlike powers defied all rational explanation. Most insidious of all, Horus presented himself not as a usurper hungering for dominion, but as the dutiful son compelled to fulfill the true duty, forced to save the Imperium from the Emperor's own deepening errors and dangerous occult obsessions. For Mortarion, whose fundamental identity had burned itself into existence during the furnace of revolution against monstrous overlords, these arguments struck with devastating psychological force. He had liberated a world where tyrants treated humanity as disposable tools, mere biological slurry for their immortal games. If the Emperor's grand design now similarly threatened the autonomy and self-determination of mankind, did duty demand he oppose it? The decision to follow Horus into rebellion wasn't forged in a single cataclysmic moment. Rather, it hardened gradually, step by seemingly justified step. Each action felt like a logical progression, an act compelled by circumstance and Mortarion's unwavering, fierce understanding of his core mandate, to protect humanity, always, regardless of the threat's source. He did not perceive himself embracing treachery. He felt himself clutching tightly to the bedrock principles that defined his entire being. That this sacred duty would require him to turn against his own creator was a bitter, sulphurous irony Mortarion swallowed as the only path remaining to remain morally intact, true to the warrior he built himself into on blighted Barbarous. When the pivotal moment arrived, Mortarion communicated his choice to commit the XIV Legion to Horus's cause not with fanfare, but with grim electronic finality, secure channels transmitting orders to his battle captains. The reaction rippled through the fleet, a dark mirror reflecting the Legion's profound cultural fissure. The Barbarous-born bulk, forged in the image of their Primarch and suffused with his planet's bitter air, accepted without visible tremor their loyalty and unquestioned reflex. Yet among the dwindling Terran minority, the bastion of the original Dusk Raiders, responses pulsed far more complexly, stoic acceptance blunted by disappointment, muttered oaths of allegiance concealing profound dismay. Mortarion observed these divisions. He was not blind to hesitation. He knew some warriors, especially the Terran veterans who fondly remembered the Legion's zenith under the Emperor before his own arrival, remembered the red armor and purpose of the Dusk Raiders, might harbor deep, unspoken reservations. These sons of Terra possessed a connection to the homeworld their poisoned brothers lacked, their service etched into the Great Crusade's earliest annals. Their potential disquiet represented not merely dissent, but an active vulnerability, a fault line that could shatter the Legion from within when rebellion flashed bright. Acting decisively with Typhon and a close circle of trusted fanatical commanders, Mortarion initiated the grim work of identifying those Death Guard within the whole Legion, whose loyalty would likely fracture remained stubbornly planted on Terra's distant soil when swords were finally drawn. These suspected loyalists, approximately a third of the Legion's aggregate strength, needed to be eliminated before their hesitation crystallized into defiance. Horus himself provided the solution, a vessel of perfect treachery. The brutal Istvan campaign offered a staging ground where these unreliable elements would be deployed, ostensibly to crush a planetary uprising on the surface of Istvan III, only to be incinerated wholesale by virus bombs dropped by their own brothers orbiting serenely above. Thus began the atrocity known to history as the betrayal at Istvan III, a profound infidelity nurtured not on battlefields, but on cold, administrative lists. Names were painstakingly inscribed onto data slates and personal logs, each entry denoting a Death Guard whose perceived loyalty to the distant Emperor outweighed, in the eyes of Mortarion and Typhon, his sworn fealty to his sacred Primarch. Overwhelmingly Terran, veterans whose service stretched back decades, warriors who still held onto the identity of the Dusk Raiders like a cherished emblem, maintaining bonds with Terra themselves and echoes of the greater Imperium as their Barbaran kin could never feel. These warriors were meticulously catalogued. On warships moving silently in the black void, Dozens of company commanders reviewed rosters in their twilight hours among dim lumen light, marking chosen names with mundane notations, a subtle underlining, a faint glyph only the initiated would recognize on a data slate scroll. These mundane marks became death warrants, determining destiny, deployment into the uttermost hell. Those marked would descend to Istvan III's surface, not merely committed to battle, but committed to annihilation. Among the names so fated was Battle Captain Nathaniel Garrow of the 7th Great Company. Terran-born steel wrapped in Legion green, Garrow's decades of service had been exemplary, armor scarred by campaigns fought across countless stars, a commander whose tactical intelligence and unflinching courage had earned him immense regard, even from the Primarch. Yet, merely enduring respect didn't suffice. Ancient origins carried the taint of suspicion like phantom radiation. Garrow's enduring reverence for the Emperor, a tangible presence beyond pious formula, his reticence about fully embracing Barbaros's crueler rituals, and critically, his maintenance of collegial ties with warriors of other legions, quietly branded him as suspect, untrustworthy as the Legion plunged into darkness. The loyalists marked for sacrifice were concentrated mostly within specific battle companies, insulated from broader loyalties. These designated units received operational briefings outlining the grim task: penetrate the rebellious strongholds clustered amidst the major hive cities, secure vital landing zones, engage and annihilate rebel forces with extreme prejudice. The remaining Death Guard, unmarked sons whose fealty to Mortarion was absolute, unquestioning faith, remained docked aboard the fleet warships, designated as fast-moving strategic reserves. Their vital purpose, however, was more sinister: bear witness from orbit to the absolute obliteration of brothers deemed potentially treasonous, reinforcing compliance and extinguishing any nascent doubt through grim object lesson. As the tainted companies readied for planetfall, fractured moments of unguarded humanity punctuated the procedural grimness. A battered pair of Terran-born veterans, clasping gauntlets in the complex salute developed centuries prior, exchanging grim banter over Vox unheard for the very last time. Squad leaders poring over flimsy schematics with team orders, relayed crisply despite the churning horror gathering in their hearts. Medusi inert within diazepam haze, while trembling crucifs sealed armor seals on doomed marines. The descent began with brutal precision and avalanche drop pods avalanching starward, assault craft lashing out a perfect mimicry of a Death Guard compliance action. On the planet's blighted crust, the designated units landed hard amidst sprawling arcology ruins, linking efficiently with loyalist contingents dispatched simultaneously by the other legions embracing treachery. The Sons of Horus radiating ruthless ambition, the crimson-lit World Eaters descending in chainsoror, the perfect blades of the Emperor's children landing with sculpted synchronicity. Together they advanced relentlessly against Dujin resistors and suicidal cultist militias through blood-slick passages and promethium-flooded plazas of the dying capital city coral, exhibiting the peerless, lethal skill inherent to the Adeptus Astartes. Initial threat assessment spirals sent back orbital strike heads reported robust tactical progress against concentrated rebel elements, district-by-district reduction unfolding methodically. High aboard his flagship, orbiting in cold geometric patterns, Mortarion stood with his co-conspirators under falsehood flags affixed to Warmaster's fleet. Verbosum network intelligence streams, reporting cohesion and linear gains below, ensured the timed fuse on extinction could proceed exactly according to plan. Betrayal arrived from heavens unimaginably consumed in silent math and command authorization codes through glide weaponry packages, plunging into Istvan's mantle wastes. Virus bombs, brilliant as tainted stars, struck metropolis-wide, inserting ruptures, immense biological gravitational collapse. Warp-enhanced plague vectors vomited omniphagic death across flattened urban tracts, engulfing engines of destruction firing abandoned. Life-eater algorithms released onto field armies, standing alongside trenches, momentarily occupied battle zone. Triumphal earthshakes echoes gone under landslide biological force, wingbeat microscopic mandibles, reducing all cellular structure into violently rapid disassembly, converted to flammable biomass. Not biological death, remorseless molecular deconstruction into base digestive slurry, superheated into ignition. Every bulkhead, every structure, every armed warrior, epidermal fiber, muscle, tendon, lung cluster, piston, fin, heart, ceasing biological grammatical entire hive world, became atmospheric pyre, engulfing itself kilometers, high clouds, ashes, convective cores, former thoroughfares. Yet annihilation wasn't absolute. Surviving fragments dwelled deep, hardened shelter interiors on buried bunker networks, left unvaporized complex weave valuable minutes, sharing consciousness chambers, miraculous interception, rung horror mere moments before atmospheric detonations. Thunderid be Captain Saul Tarvitz of III Legion fighting contagion, through main vox, altering estimated millions trapped inside construction. Warned, barely harassed, tangled, kneeling near impenetrable defense, shielding multiple legions clustered together, via desperate commendable initiative, surviving intact in rendered blanks, desert sunder settlement, ephemeral intact pockets, survivors emerged. Few remained. Nathaniel Garrow counted himself among nightmare-spawned survivors' decompression seals, locking on ruined transhuman indomitability, preserving horrors, witnessed biological forests, hung arteries, molten steel surfaces, steaming across incandescent hydrocarbon fumes, catastrophic silence, sheer scope massacre planet, disemboweled prosecution team bolts, ejected unsheathed naked survivors, stumbling rubble towers, fused silicon glassform, comprehending, uncomprehendable impossibility, betrayal. Magnitude smiting hearts eternally glowing beneath claxons begun stopping burnt oxygen, lungs gaping curses, ashen tegument armor masks, adrift betrayals magnitudes devised atop the warm stratosphere meat grinding, orbitally decided computed incineration dispassionate strategy, inevitably illegal orders unfold beyond denial, betrayed personally Primarch Genephaether Legion comrades, genetically sworn forced grasping betrayal angelic figures, smothered stepped naked out nuclear winter. Doubt's crashing turmoil mutation interstellar immensity stared unrecognizable terraformed pits. The revelation transformed ground itself. An insane theater staged initiated, helped execute became infinitely much worse. Orthodox straightforward compliance action, defiling become treacherous insurgency penalty destruction rogue element reinforcement, delayed arrival paramount emergency, repositioned defensive formation necessity. Astartes fighting Astartes brother against Meropolis brother, differed externally only factional icon hastily obscured under chemical grime annihilation debris caught skirmishes, erupting devastated defense line positions, hastily improvised amongst shattered plasteel ruins. Legionaries flown conquest territory worlds, encountered identical assembly weapons, tactics mark armor, across churned geological fault line pornographic. The Death Guard loyalists pent beneath orbital, barrage biological scent betrayal imprint, upon optics immersion grave, reality's traitorous brothers, exchanging carefully aimed volleys born same ancient genocide manufactorums, alongside elements world eaters emperors children converging surround pockets, resistance simultaneously struggling solely theatrical treachery, unimaginable personal disintegration, impossible loyalty, impossible surviving impossible existence, primarily mentally shattered. Conviction collapsing enigma orders, impossible simultaneously safeguarding psychological collapse foundational trust superstellar, cracked irreparably remade shattered polarized utterly irrevocable nihilism, witnessed firsthand extinction level, events securely constant bombardment. Meanwhile, amid this cannibalistic holocaust grinding below, board frigate Eisenstein events terrifying consequence, simultaneously reach maturation terror orbit fractured reality space system, itself barely contained vessel grim historic destiny, begin violently unfolding engines rotating pulse energies magnitude potential uprising courage, finely timed immaterial storm gathering nearby astropathic choir fingernails scraping skeins reality, differential countdown ticking deafening acceleration, needed Garrow maintained mantling obsidian ship handful. Trusted bridge crew nets burning orphan flung hither, rapid bureaucratic exodus vessel isolation, facilitating potential options unspeakable alternatives futures, converging remotely almost hoping unaware Civil War transhuman virus soldiers, misplaced on contested shuttle raids observation, heavy cruiser bombardment, countless years service infantry, gained a few steadfast warriors, Bauira irrevocably sworn allegiance, not legion hierarchy, still dim title imperial faithfulness trusted. Garrow immediately confronted Shatterstar news breach Istvan atrocity, indisputably colossal treachery, witnessed lifted magnitude, rooted steadfast individuals, stood clustered amidst Eisenstein compact command, bridge faced ruinous decision, simple agonizingly complex inexorable endure detain equilibrium, achieved become instrument rebellion necessitates war against emperor, whose light nurtured legion presence millennia, repeating Orally's Crucio invasion obedience, demanded disintegration. Self-fragmenting endure continue within corrupted hierarchies, acknowledging compromise, tainted practice morals, executed instantly became sullen bastion embryonic imperial descent. Instead alternative paramount testimonial vital eyewitness accounts, incumbent bearing horrific knowledge galactic importance, reached unimaginable proportions, could constitute sole hope humanity avert catastrophe, instantly discerned two choices remained. Integrate executed Tratorius finding perverted peace, amongst legions garbed familiar plate, marching perverted burgeoning chaos aiding, destroy all rational civilization versus heretically seizing their vessel against impossible odds, pronounce unsanctioned internecine war declaring themselves champion of terra competitors, broadcast beacon horrors, witnessed wing beats, fast approaching judgment, reconstituting imperial authority, mobilizing defenses before vengeful fleets swept unguarded corridor. Straight towards Sol system embrace acting tipping scales billions worlds collapsing Garo chose resistance path righteousness, over brotherhood assuming mantle burden hope terrible cost I inevitable violence, needed helping leverage aboard namely fervent believer iconoclast cult, survivor former sanctioned itrant preacher Euphrates Keeler notorious psychic catalyst extraordinary charisma shown forcefully brittle radiance, alongside lunar wolves fleet captain Iacton Kuruz, isolated outspoken trimmed white. Beard collected grievance weight quiet undeniable conviction, has noble bearing masked resolves, beyond simple assumptions, true heart loyalty fragmented legions, most importantly trusted hand-picked battle brothers, heaving individual diatribe formation, encrypting dissidents suddenly ignited flashing hot gun battles, erupt like microburst hemorrhagic reactions, throughout Eisenstein tighter decks clanged forces alarms opposing hierarchies clash violently corridor carnage, erupt sounds armor cutting. Detonations suddenly suppress defenses, start failing desperately accelerating within gravfield escape vectors, locked improbable achievement immediate goal break orbit, passing macro-scale defensive perimeter accuracy cloud solution, birthed amongst Warmaster's forces slip through planetary sensor nets warp away thoroughly shattered system, carrying burden witness impossible crossing realities, held initial dead zone boundaries, whilst below Istvan structural cavern monstrous betrayal continued igniting. Background furnaces section terminators bodies fleeing presence acceleration, spinning brilliance warp signature, violently initiated final jump skiff dimensional distortion, spun eye terror worst thoughts reach true confirmed rapidly consolidating preparations, inevitable conflict gravity, well collapses final jump initiated course laid simulation calculations, hope immensely all against hurtling void bowed imagined tides, converge extraordinary dangers awaited storms coalescing ahead. Singular imperative burning urgency warning, sovereign ribbon must survive carried salvation, sacrifice countless sons downburnt soil, paid absolute penalty necessity, extinct faction witness nascent heresy, flames reach heights unimaginable before Eisenstein blinked path becoming final redoubt flickering aspiration, macroscopic ultimate sacrifice requisite shaking vessel, violently surges translation warp wine, drowns screams conscious gravity death grip crushing machinery, groan tearing at rivets. Reality stretched thin abyss gaped bottomless. The bitter tang of scorched metal and crackling ozone choked the recycled atmosphere of the Death Guard frigate, Eisenstein, as Nathan Garo watched his son, Macer Varen, fall, the flesh boiling from the young lieutenant's bones beneath Caleb Hexen's corrupted radgun. Brother fighting brother, the unimaginable became horrifying, immediate reality. Loyal sons of Mortarion, their armor still bearing the Legion's proud insignia, turned blades and bolters against those who defied the Warmaster's will, their cries of betrayal and duty lost in the shriek of alarms and the wet, tearing sounds of close-quarters slaughter. Garo felt the deck tremble under his boots, not just from weapons fire, but from the seismic fracture tearing the XIV Legion apart. The ship's commanding officer, Captain Ostain, stood resolute in his treachery, barricaded on the command bridge. Garo couldn't reach him before Ostain crippled the vital warp dampener's surrender was impossible. Garo's face was a grim mask of sorrow as he breached the bridge. The bitter duty fell to him. Another brother slain, cut down by Garo's own blade, the blade meant for the enemies of man. Another sacred bond, forged in the heat of 100 campaigns, severed forever upon the cold steel deck. As the crippled Eisenstein, battered and bleeding atmosphere, wrenched itself from the embrace of the main fleet and plunged towards the treacherous currents of the warp, the staggering weight of their action crashed down on the small band of survivors. They were fugitives now, hunted by their own blood, bearing a cosmic poison, the knowledge of Horus Lupercal's treason that could save or damn the Imperium itself. Their escape, a desperate scramble into the churning unreality of the Immaterium, felt less like victory and more like a plunge into damnation. Below, on the tormented surface of Istvan III, the slaughter entered a new, visceral phase. The initial wave of impossibly precise viral death had scoured continents, liquefying billions in moments, yet pockets of resilience remained. Through the thick, noxious smog of his private gunship, Horus surveyed the carnage, his divine face impassive. The job wasn't done. His order crackled across the Voxnet, disembodied and chilling. Ground forces deploy, finish the work. Mortarion already committed, unleashed elements of his Death Guard onto the charnel planet below. Thousands of Terminator-clad giants, their pale plates smeared with ash and chemrine, teleported into the ruins. Their mission, articulated with cold finality by their Primarch, find every loyalist survivor, every legionary who defied the new order, and exterminate them utterly. The confrontations that followed were steeped in a horror most profound. These were not clashes with nameless Xenos or rebellious humans. Brothers who had shared decades, centuries even, enduring the harshest campaigns the galaxy could offer. Warriors who had bled onto each other on forgotten rocks and conquered worlds, now met as mortal adversaries in the skeletal remains of Istvanian cities. Each saw in the other the ultimate traitor, the betrayer of sacred bonds and a sacred cause. The grim, pragmatic initiation tests of Barbaros-born legionaries met the stoic endurance drilled into them by Terran veterans who had once been their instructors, the teachers now facing the very tactics they instilled. On ruined plazas strewn with unrecognizable corpses, former squadmates locked eyes across the expanse, the briefest flicker of something disbelief, sorrow, anger flashing before instinct and ingrained loyalty drove them into brutal, graceless melees, desperate struggles between friends now resolved only by the finality of death. Against overwhelming numbers and orbital supremacy, the embattled loyalists raged. Veterans dug deep, transforming their hopeless defense into something monumental, a grim testament to enduring loyalty. Utilizing the intimate knowledge only Legion brothers possess, they anticipated flanking maneuvers devised by those who once fought beside them, countered known signals, repelled assaults that should have overwhelmed them instantly. They barricaded fortress towers of fallen stone, turning once-glorious avenues into killing fields where traitor advances stalled and bled. Each day, each hour, they held out was another failure burned into Mortarian's soul, another stinging rebuke to Horus. The spirit of Terra remained unbroken in those they sought to eradicate, and defiance itself became the loyalist's sole weapon. The salvation stolen aboard the Eisenstein was a narrow, fragile thing. Tumbling from the warp perilously close to Saturn, a ghost ship limping towards Sol, it was immediately intercepted by Imperial warships, the unmistakable yellow livery of Rogel Dorn's Imperial fists foremost among them. Suspicion was an armor they wore as thickly as their plate. Garo and his shattered company stood inside a ring of hostile guns aboard a fist frigate, treated as heretics perhaps even worse than those they fled. Yet conviction and the damning truth they carried finally pierced the mistrust. Their warning, delivered at last to Lord Dorn himself, the Emperor's steadfast Praetorian, fell like a hammer blow. It was tragically incomplete, arriving too late to forestall the horror unfolding across multiple systems, too late to save legions already doomed. But it pierced the veil of Horus's deception, denying him the cloak of utter surprise he had carefully woven. The Imperium, reeling, knew its harbinger of doom and the war's true, terrible scale could now begin to be grasped. Back on the true hellscape of Istvan III, the Loyalist stand, magnificent in its savage futility, achieved the only conclusion possible: annihilation. Weakened by months under siege, hammered by relentless orbital bombardments that reduced their final bastions to jagged silhouettes against a perpetually smoke-choked sky, the remnants of the Death Guard loyalists and their staunch allies from the Salamanders, World Eaters, and even the Emperor's children were finally overrun. Their courage was unquestionable, skill unmatched in its grim determination, but numbers and firepower ground them down. The final assault was a maelstrom of fire and steel. Thunderous artillery barrages collapsed the last subterranean bunkers, while waves of traitors, howling their wrath, flooded the shattered ruins to bayonet and bolt-blast any sliver of life that remained. Mortarian walked amidst the cooling carnage, the bitter ashes of planetary genocide clinging to his artisanship plate. He summoned his surviving Death Guard, their pale armor now permanently grimed with soot and dried blood that was not all Xenos. The purge was complete, dissent within the Legion erased in a tide of fratricidal violence. Yet the victory tasted of ashes. Nearly a third of the mighty Legion was dead. Invaluable veterans, irreplaceable repositories of experience and loyalty to the old ways, were lost. For the Death Guard Legion, those who had fired upon their own brothers at Mortarian's command, Istvan III was the scorching furnace that tempered their future. Whatever whispered doubts, fleeting moments of shame, or fragments of loyalty to the distant Emperor they might have harbored in the darkest corners of their minds were drowned utterly in the blood they themselves had spilt. The act of murdering their own immolated any lingering hope of reconciliation or forgiveness. There existed only the path forward now, ever darker, into the yawning chasm of damnation they had chosen. Their hands were irrevocably stained. The sacred oaths of the legions lay shattered at their feet. They were apostates, and the price of their new truth was absolute. The embers were still hot, the air thick with the stench of billions of corpses baking under the system's baleful star, when Mortarian redeployed his legion. The stage shifted to the Urgal Depression on Istvan V, a desolate expanse fit for a betrayal. A vast sea of sable sand stretched between ragged, mineral-streaked outcrops, lifeless and still, a tomb ready for its occupants. Mortarian moved among his sons like the Reaper incarnate, his towering, gaunt form casting long, predatory shadows across the black dunes. Below the northern ridge, his death guard dug into the gritty, ash-colored earth with a relentless, quiet efficiency, their pale ceramite blending seamlessly with the desolate vista. Immense fortifications, brutalist and functional, rose quickly. Barricades of plasteel and rockcrete scarred the ridgeline. They weren't alone. Around them, arrayed behind their own desperate ramparts, were the glittering, arrogant host of Fulgrim's Emperor's children, the feral, restless sons of Horus, and the baying, chain-thumping frenzy of Angron's World Eaters. 4 legions stood ready, knowingly exposed. The Eisenstein had escaped. Their rebellion was no secret. The Emperor's fury was coming, a hammer blow they waited to both receive and turn aside. The weight of anathema hung like a shroud over the black sands, the silence profound despite the throbbing from thousands of idling engines and the low hum of void shields. There was no jocularity, no eager boasts. Turning back was but empty fantasy now. They had killed for this cause. Mortarian's great scythe, silence, gleamed dully in the twilight, the weapon that had reaped the tyrants of Barbarus now poised to harvest its former brothers. His rebreather mask hid any expression, but his rigid posture, his precise gaze scanning the lines, radiated a glacial certainty. This precipice he imparted through clipped voxcasts to his commanders was not of their choosing. Fate, an uncaring emperor who had discarded his sons and perverted his grand design for humanity, had forced them here to defend their vision with lives stolen from their former kin. Only the future mattered now. They came not with fanfare, but with terrible, righteous promise. Distant flares in the high atmosphere signaled the arrival of imperial vengeance. Legion ships, grand in their arcane fury, breached orbit. The Nurgle depression became a killing jar. Drop pods screamed down like meteors of retribution. Gunships roared low over the dunes, deploying armored phalanxes. 3 legions descended into the trap. The implacable Iron Hands led by grim Ferrus Manus, the stoic Artisans of Flame, the Salamanders commanded by Vulcan, and the Shadowkin Raven Guard under stoic Corvus Corax. Blind to the fathomless treachery awaiting them, righteous anger their banner, they deployed to crush the rebellion where it stood. On the northern ridge, amidst the traitor legions, no cheers met the descending assault. No bloodthirsty cries echoed Death Guard positions. Only the steady clicking of bolter checks, the hiss of pressurizing flamer tanks, the low thrum of powered weapons humming with restrained malice. Resolve, not frenzy, knotted the traitor ranks, a chilling certainty born of legion discipline and the grim acceptance of their unholy task. Among Mortarian's sons, a somber gravity settled. They were about to unleash hell not upon alien horrors, but upon scions of the same emperor, warriors crafted from the same genetic perfection, brothers by blood and battle history, separated only by the chasm of loyalty their primarchs had dug. The loyalist charge began, a mighty avalanche of righteous fury aimed at the ridge. Tanks churned the black sand into choking clouds. Astartes advanced in relentless lockstep across the vast depression, their defiance a tangible roar. The Death Guard anchored the traitor center, the point where the Iron Hand's characteristic directness sought its shattering impact. The loyalist wave met an unyielding bulwark. Bolts screamed, plasma detonations painted the sky with searing green and white. Ceramite split and sizzled. The Death Guard line bent deeply under the hammer blow of injured honor, cracked in a dozen places, but the cordon held. Brothers fell, limbs shattered, torsos vaporized, blood soaking deep into the thirsty, unnatural sand. Still, squad coherence held. Gaps were instantly plugged, overlapping fields of fire maintained with robotic precision. For 3 brutal hours, the titanic grind continued, a colossal engine of war whose gears were armored giants. The Death Guard etched their backs into the ridge, their specialty in the slow, implacable ringing of life, meeting the equally daunting endurance of Ferrus Manus's Iron Hands. Both legions epitomized relentless endurance. Neither would willingly yield an inch without extracting a ruinous toll. Their confrontation became a hideous dance of attrition, a grim echo of the Titan legions grinding each other to scrap elsewhere on world. Bodies piled in heaps on the shattered sand, Iron Hands trapped within their archaeotech shells, Death Guard slumped like broken statues. Yet amidst the macro-conflict, a microcosm of the entire heresy unfolded. Ferrus Manus, a primarch consumed by rage and grief, carved a ruinous path across the battlefield toward the gleaming form of his former brother, Fulgrim. Their last encounter aboard the Iron Hands flagship ended in deceit and theft. Fulgrim stealing Forgebreaker, the thunder hammer Ferrus had meticulously crafted for him, leaving behind his own elegant blade, Fireblade, like a mocking insult. Now, amidst the maelstrom, Ferrus sought resolution. Their duel, though Mortian dust couldn't feel it directly, resonated through the Death Guard lines. Warriors exchanging vox glances understood too well the violence between once inseparable brothers. Was this not the very essence of their own legion's tragedy, mirrored on a grand, primarchal scale? Captain Garo's defiance. Others like him, these intimate wounds reflected the galactic schism tearing the Imperium asunder, brother set against brother with irrevocable force. The traitor plan unfolded with chilling precision. A Across the entire front, the sons of Horus, Emperor's children, World Eaters, and Death Guard initiated a fighting retreat. It was artful despair, deliberate collapse. Lines buckled in segments. Strategic emplacements were abandoned only after extracting a disproportionate toll. They yielded ground grudgingly, foot by bloody foot, drawing the Loyalist legions deeper into the vast expanse of the Nurgle depression. Loyalist vessels reported the enemy straining to breaking point against Imperial might. Sensoriums tracked the traitor fleet movements, feigning panic jumps. To the Iron Hands, Salamanders, and Raven Guard surging forward, victory felt imminent. The betrayers were cracking before righteous fury. This calculated withdrawal, masterminded by the serpentine intellect of Horus, fragmented the Loyalist advance. Separate legion elements became isolated amidst the treacherous terrain of dunes and rocky outcrops. Lines of communication thinned under ferocious counter-barrages. Hidden beneath the din of war, Death Guard sergeants constantly tapped chronometers. Vox bursts veiled in static carried precise code phrases. They counted the seconds to oblivion. Meanwhile, the skies above Istvan V witnessed a second descent. 4 more legions decoded from adjacent systems arrived. The Night Lords and their chilling war cries, the Alpha Legion, a phantom menace, the seed-broken Iron Warriors, and the zealous Word-bearers. Logicals aboard Loyalist command ships sighed in relief. Horus's gamble for surprise had failed. Reinforcements would now crush the traitors against their pinned forward brethren. Above the Trennet Plateau, orbital calculations synchronized as the designated vessels hit atmosphere. Instead of turning their guns upon Mortarian's Dujin Death Guard, or the collapsing traitor flanks alongside Angron, the legions designated as loyal reinforcement plunged into insertion vectors, bringing them directly behind the Salamanders and Raven Guard rear echelons. Their drop ships roared over traitor positions without firing. Mortarian's skeletal fingers tightened on silence. The moment, pregnant and vile, arrived just as the second wave secured landing zones amidst the Loyalist naval pickets covering positions. Shock radiated across the entire Loyalist command, net like a concussive wave, the instant the Iron Warriors unleashed their devastating opening barrage directly into the back ranks of the Salamanders, or when Alpha Legion raiders materialized from stealth to butcher Raven Guard outriders. The trap didn't just close, it exploded. Chaos became tangible. Loyalist elements embroiled against the supposed breaking traitors suddenly found themselves attacked ferociously from their unprotected flanks and rear by warriors bearing Imperial livery. The grinding confidence of the previous 3 hours dissolved instantly into a maelstrom of panic, desperate counterordering, and brutal melees against unexpected assailants. What had been a challenging but coherent battle dissolved into snarling pockets of terrified resistance, facing annihilation on all sides. For the Death Guard, bathed in the sudden silence where the pressure had been most intense, discipline transmuted into relentless, fatal momentum. Mortarian issued a single Vox command. The controlled retreat stopped dead. Along the entire Death Guard front, seasoned battle brothers who had spent 3 bloody hours absorbing unimaginable punishment simply leveled their bolters, raised chain bayonets, and advanced. Simultaneous with the Iron Warrior blitz hitting their front from behind, the Death Guard counteroffensive struck the Iron Hands like a godhammer shattering stone. Ferrus Manus's legion, caught in the vice between Mortarian's implacable march and the brutal fresh legions of Perturabo, disintegrated as an organized force. Discipline and chain of command evaporated under the sudden geometry of betrayal. Isolated companies fought like wolves, erratic, desperate, punching holes in a war now swirling everywhere with enemies. Mortarian, his baleful gaze sweeping the panoramic hellscape of the depression through the filters of his helmet's lenses, registered the climactic duel continuing amidst the widening carnage. Ferrus Manus battled Fulgrim where the dunes churned into an arena of flashing silver Primarch steel. He saw the glittering blade rise, impossibly swift. The Gorgon's severed head struck the black sand with a heavy thud. Steam rose faintly from the neck stump. Mortarian felt neither triumph nor loss, merely the icy weight of witnessing a universe altering irrevocably. Threshold crossed, bond severed, reprieve impossible. With Ferrus fallen, the heart went out of the Iron Hand's resistance, any cohesion remaining vaporized into individual fights to the death. Veterans of Mortarian's legion now hunted with cold professionalism, the warriors their own experience had largely shaped. The fight became a grim equation of isolation and destruction. Elsewhere, Salamanders, desperately regrouping under learning orders from their embattled Primarch Vulcan near the Low Highlands, staged a ferocious but doomed breakout towards a broken causeway. Raven Guard squads attempted ghosting withdrawals alongside the western fringes pursued relentlessly by the harrowing warp-tinted shrieks of Night Lord phantoms. A trickle escaped. Legends spoke of mere hundreds clawing their way onto scattered escape craft or vanishing into the subterranean passages known only to themselves. Most who fought that day perished in that black bowl. This final phase ceased being a battle before sunset had fully choked out the bloody twilight. It became mechanized butchers' work and execution conducted on a planetary scale. When true night finally descended, thick and smoky, choked with the metallic tang of vaporized blood and ozone, the Death Guard methodically reclaimed the field. While world eaters roared at the retreating shadows seeking further sport, while Emperor's children celebrated macabre triumphs with bursts of unseen dissonance, Mortarian's sons moved with their customary relentless efficiency. Squads executed detailed sweep patterns, apothecaries ministered devoid of mercy, Vox units confirmed kills in secure zones without endorsement. Reports coalesced slowly from across the vast killing field, confirmation arriving by increments that felt like hammer blows. 3 loyalist legions gutted, the Iron Hands eradicated as a functional entity, their genocide dead, their core leadership and veteran strength annihilated, mere scattered bands surviving amidst the galaxy's ruins. Salamanders and Raven Guard battlefield effectiveness utterly shattered, their primarchs vanished, presumed slain amidst the apocalyptic debris. This was a victory not measured in ground taken but in destruction sown, blood price beyond reckoning. The days following brought logistics, not relief, consolidation, not celebration. As the Death Guard repaired armor, tended weapons, honored fallen comrades killed by yesterday's kin, the gravity of the Nurgle depression settled upon them like ash after a volcanic winter. The titanic, system-shaking scale of treason sharpened into impossible focus. This was more than rebellion, more than a challenge to the Emperor's distant throne after Monarchia. They had stood in that vast grave pit. They had watched fellow legions who answered Terra's call be lured to their violent apocalypse. They had marched their stiff, brutal counteroffensives into loyalist flanks. They had watched another Primarch die by Fulgrim's connived hand. They had participated in the deliberate, premeditated destruction of 3 legions of mankind. Traitors they were, and the appellation became cemented and undeniable the moment the Iron Warrior's shells tore into Vulcan's sons. This affected each warrior differently. For some, the recognition brought existential liberation, shedding chains, binding them to a flawed, decaying emperor who betrayed his vision for mankind, promised revolution and emancipation under Horus. Others remained stoic, pragmatic, their actions unsavory, tragic necessities on the grimmest path towards humanity's ultimate preservation from darker fates whispered by their rebellious primarchs. A hunted few buried deepest within themselves, nursed fallen drops of abiding doubt keen as Istven's volcanic glass, forever concealed beneath ceramite and practiced silence. For Mortarian, gazing westward across star charts now plotting the course towards Holy Terra, an eerie symmetry resonated. Istvan V was culmination. Barbarous marked the beginning, fighting oppressive forces with potent toxins and unquestioned resolve once deemed noble. That fight ended on Istvan, not against the inhuman overlords of his poisonous youth, but against the most powerful physical expression of the Emperor himself, bundled in the legions formed by his hand. From liberator to rebel, from loyal son to hated adversary, the journey closed its ponderous arc upon live fields fertilized by his warriors' blood. Forward remained only one conceivable path. The fleet gathered nearly 70 cruisers forged for void war, hundreds of escort vessels swarming like iron hornets around the immense superstructure of Mortarian's flagship. Stores were loaded, ammunition hoisted into cavernous magazines, weapon arrays tested and retested. The Death Lord personally oversaw the preparations aboard the battle barge designated his command, a vast floating necropolis of guns and armor. Squad tactics were drilled in the echoing assault bays, void security sweeps ran constantly. The preparations were executed with mind-numbing efficiency, every contingency pre-planned, every weakness reinforced. Mortarian moved through the echoing corridors, his colossal presence imposing order amidst the intricate clockwork of mobilization, his attention fixed on battle plans for the inevitable siege of Terra and the hollow vindication awaiting them. Yet for all his strategic foresight, honed across centuries of warfare, Mortarian could perceive no tangible threat waiting amidst the sterile void beyond Istven's dead sky. He, like his legion, stared into the infinite darkness, cold, determined, irrevocable, utterly unaware of the specific, whispering horror coalescing unseen within the warp, preparing its embrace for Captain Typhon and the entire fleet as it translated towards the Terran system. Biological nightmares, formless and hungry, slowly folding themselves around the battle barge's gellar field perimeter like malevolent fog, sensing vessels pregnant with souls despairing enough, hollow enough, to welcome the irresistible release of decay, viscous spores gathering momentum in the fleet's slipstreams. The great plague barge Endurance sliced through the roiling unreality, a leviathan tomb adrift in the seething tides of the immaterium. Its master, First Captain Kala's Typhon, Mortarian's iron fist and closest in council, stood embedded in the command nexus, orchestrating the Death Guard's perilous voyage into monstrous revelation. His grasp on the fleet's navigation was absolute, a grim necessity as the warp itself convulsed in sympathy with the galaxy-wide agony of the heresy, its once partially charted currents now treacherous whirlpools and immeasurable voids screaming with nascent horrors. The skill of the Legion's navigators burned like desperate stars in that blackness, their third eyes piercing the storm, guiding the fleet towards its dark rendezvous at Terra. With a shudder that transcended pure physics, the collection of warships' grandfathers' nails, the Reaper's scythe, lesser carriers fuming toxic gas slipped deeper, swallowed by the warp like foul things slinking into primordial ooze. For a time, a semblance of order prevailed. The navigators held formation despite the screaming tides of unreality battering their psychic senses, a precarious ballet of ceramite beasts against impossible tides. Yet beneath this false calm, Typhon enacted his ultimate treachery, a betrayal seeded across decades of conquest. The Primarch, righteous in his hatred of witchery, remained utterly blind to the abominable secret Typhon had harbored since the Crusade's zenith. Not merely the carefully concealed psychic spark within him, anathema to the Death Guard's hardening dogma, but the far deeper communion he had forged with entities waiting beyond the thin skin of reality-whispering powers that showed him visions, obscene and seductive, revealing a destiny where the 14th Legion would transcend mortal frailty through a warp-born immortality unknown to other Astartes. Deeper into the Empyrean's guts the fleet plunged, and Typhon let slip the poison. Amidst the command decks thick with the sour sweat of Heresiperena, where betrayal was the air they breathed in trust of forgotten luxury, he seeded vicious lies. The navigators, he hissed, ruthlessly slandered, treacherous links to Terra's loyalists, channeling fleet positions, plotting interception. The hooks sank deep into fertile ground. Mortarion grimaced, the stench of suspicion fouler than any battlefield miasma, and gave reluctant assent. At Typhon's command, the purge was executed with cold efficiency. On deck slick with caustic residue beneath grime-streaked lumens, the essential navigators were butchered. Poisons filled vents, bolters barked execution chokes, blades scraped bone. Typhon reassured his Primarch, the lying tongue coated in reason. Purged rot ensured security, alternative guidance was secured. He withheld the darkest truth, the mantle of first captain draped over a nascent sorcerer, whose own tainted gifts, he boasted, would shepherd them through the tempest. The lie unraveled instantly. Bereft of their psycherpilots, the Death Guard fleet disintegrated in the formless hell. Ships collided in ghostly silence, drifted apart into starless gulfs, crewmen succumbing to disorientation as reality frayed around them like rotten cloth. The fleet's rattling hulls, consumed by whispering unreality, strayed deeper, hopelessly lost within a nightmare region of the warp where caused divorced effect, and time died screaming. Typhon, architect of the disaster, let them drift his promised guidance a cruel illusion, another calculated layer of annihilation. Mortarion, the air thick with the psychic stench of fear and confusion bleeding from a fleet adrift, stormed towards his first captain, demands like hammer blows. Typhon's answers writhed, feeble excuses offering less substance than the vapor hanging over Barbarus. Finally, the charade collapsed. Stranded, no, delivered directly into the open, putrescent embrace of a primordial annihilator that had waited millennia for this legion, watching, coveting their singular endurance. The presence of the Plague Lord manifested not as thunderclap, but as a creeping, undiagnosed vileness flickering through lower decks. Initial reports spoke of common afflictions, fevers easily manageable by the skilled shipboard medici. Days bled into a horrifying realization. This was no simple contagion. It defied taxonomy, its symptoms metamorphosing with maddening caprice. Fevers ignited flesh from within, liquefying organs in grotesque cooking sacks of meat and bone. Skin erupted with pustules like obscene volcanic fields while paradoxically withering into gray leather, then bloating taut and weeping slick pus. Pain became a sacred fire offered endlessly to the converted. Victims remained agonizingly conscious, trapped within prisons of flesh that warped and mutated beyond recognition, denied the final sanctuary of oblivion. This was the destroyer plague, the unholy caress of Nurgle, grandfather of pestilence. His specific gaze fell upon the Death Guard. Their history of grim endurance, their defiance against toxins, became the cornerstone of their damnation. The bitter irony curdled the screams. Warriors famed for conquering poisonous hells now poisoned by a force their legendary resilience could only prolong, not conquer. Quarantine protocols, breach seals hurriedly welded, proved tragically porous, loved meat sliding through rotten fingers. The very toughness meant to shield them became their agonizer. Their hyper-evolved biology fought the corruption desperately, prolonging suffering far beyond natural limits, transforming death into a macabre, unobtainable prize. Instead of glorious oblivion, they endured countless microdeaths, perpetually dissolving yet never fully consumed, bodies monuments to decay without cessation. Discipline, forged under Mortarion on fog-choked Barbarus and tempered through the Crusade, fragmented like desiccated bone across the plague ships. Infected warriors clawed themselves into shadowed corners, weeping acidic tears of humiliation as their forms distorted. Sanguinary priests and uninitiated brethren formed desperate makeshift triages, probing with scalpels and purged flame at flesh that only sprouted new, weeping tumors beneath their ministrations. Shipboard apothecaries, faces etched with horror behind cracked rebreathers, turned to forbidden biogenetics texts, resorting to procedures that burned clean bone but only seemed to feed the rot faster. Medici bays became sacred torture chambers resonating with an unending choir of moans, pleas, and gurgling coughs, their constant drone eroding sanity like a corrosive fog. Upon the flagship Terminus Est, Kala's Typhon reached his apotheosis. His mighty form began to distend, his battle plate groaning, then melding impossibly into flesh turning monstrously pliant. Great, pustulant vents ruptured from his back like blooming plague flowers formed of bone and sinew, inviting unimaginable vectors. Billions of Nurgle's tiny, buzzing emissaries plague flies fattened on raw entropy poured into these gateways, consuming Typhon from within with horrific intimacy. Quickly nothing remained of Astartes' captain Kala's Typhon, only a hollowed vessel animated by teeming corruption, a cathedral of disease. In its pulpit now resided Typhus, host of the destroyer hive, herald of decay. Even Mortarion fell. The gill-slung Primarch, survivor of Barbaros's most corrosive fumes, confronted a pathogen beyond comprehension. Lachrymose pus seeped from sores opening across pallid skin that had resisted acidic mists. His immense lungs, evolutionary triumphs against all known poisons, drowned in rancid fluids that made each inhalation a liquid nightmare. His battered Terminator plate, scarred witness to unnumbered victories, began to sag and dissolve, fusing wetly with the liquefying meat beneath, becoming an inseparable shell of agony. Days stretched into bread, weeks coagulated into viscous months as suffering transcended mere description, entering the realm of cosmic blasphemy. Space Marines, legendary for enduring the battlefield's pyre, now wept pus-tinged trails, begging for an end denied. Their collective anguish resonated psychically through the very writhing substance surrounding them, a siren song announcing their torment to the architect of their misery. Nurgle beheld his nascent creations from his verdant gardens, their resistance magnificent, their refusal to yield promptly magnificent. This display of stubborn resolve made them infinitely desirable vessels. Lesser mortals embraced his gifts, weeping with gratitude. The Death Guard fought, and in that futile, magnificent struggle, Nurgle found exquisite perfection. This only inflamed his primordial desire to claim them utterly, molding these glorious, unbowed warriors into expressions of his paradoxical essence, decay that eternally lives, suffering that begets a vile, squirming fecundity. When the weight of his son's unending torment became an anvil on his dissolving soul, Mortarion reached his unimaginable breaking point. Driven by despair, vanity, and infinite and twisted loyalty, the motivation lay buried beneath mountains of rotting flesh and psychic anguish. His consciousness, thrashing in the putrescent murk within his fused armor, cast a desperate plea into the saturating chaos around him himself. His legion, offered enthralled to anything that would silence their dreadful chorus. The answer came not as a roar, but as an all-encompassing sensation. The thick, sweet symbiosis of decomposing blooms laced with gangrene, the eternal drone of flies feasting, the warm, intimate slime sealing 1,000 infected wounds. The offer bloomed within Mortarion's mind, bypassing ears. Surrender. Yield to decay's loving touch. Embrace entropy's gentle certainty. Accept that all things must slump and soften, and within that humble acceptance find an enduring, stagnant vitality and mortality reflected in the perpetually rotting flesh bloom. Mortarion bowed his head, the movement-cracking skin fused to collar plating. He accepted Nurgle's terms, his legion his self, for surcease of the plague's embrace. The pact slammed shut, the sigil seared with mutation. Instantly, the destroyer plague underwent its transubstantiation, no longer merely scourge and agony, but a sluicing fluid blessing vessel. Like liquid corruption sloshed across a fleet of coffins, the change spread, bodies stabilizing into monstrously resilient forms. Battleplate melted irrevocably into corrupted tissue, creating repulsive amalgamations of weeping ceramite and pulsating organic decay. When the Death Guard fleet finally vomited itself back into the cold, uncaring void near Terra, emerging from the warp like a leprous growth expelled by a diseased universe, the warriors standing sentinel were phantasms of their former selves. Piercing the Sikora twilight were figures bloated inhumanly large, where cold pale ceramite gleamed before, now hideously repainted with gangrenous greens, bilious yellows, and rotting browns oozing mucus like pus. Distended bellies strained reinforced plating, cracked armor exposed putrid skin sloughing magatrich sludge. Helmets glowed with unhealthy energy, peering lenses reflecting pestilent fervor. The occasional bared face was a horror show of liquefying features sliding off weeping bone beneath mummified flesh. These pioneers, the first true plague marines, were contagion incarnate. Their weaponry wept acidic phlegm, dissolving flesh and metal with equal hunger. Their presence was an environmental curse. Clean air curdled into toxic stench. Purified water thickened with internal slime at their approach. The reek preceding them could blast stomachs open from miles away. Unprotected mortals close enough to witness fell prey to infections defying rational science. But exceeding even this grotesquerie was their new, horrifying immunity. Wounds crumpling standard Astartes were moats to them. Severed limbs still struck blows. Exposed organs pulsed with unnatural resilience. Opponents witnessed split skulls spilling gray matter that still directed paroxysms of violence. Prometheum washed over them, charring flesh without halting the advance. Poisons, once their surgical tool, boosted their fetid strength. Mortarion towered amongst his transformed children, reborn as the Prince of Decay. His gaunt frame now swollen with monstrous power, fused eternally with the rotting fortress his armor had become, constantly decaying yet never truly diminished. Beneath the corroded rebreather grill, glimpses of his countenance showed flesh adhering weakly to shifting bone in an endless, visible dissolution. His titanic scythe, Silence, glistened with venoms promising microorganismic death. They were no mere traitors now. That mortal treason was washed away in the nameless infectious fluids dripping from their forms. They were elevated into something infinitely worse, apostles of the Dark Pantheon, specifically sworn to the Lord of Rot and Stagnation. Gall flowed freely with their liquefied remains. The self-aware recognized the abyss-deep irony. Freedom from Nikia's chains and the Emperor's vision had cast them into the gnawing embrace of chaos. The resilience and endurance forging their legend was now the very mechanism of their eternal perversion. They had cast down Barbaros's callous overlords only for Mortarion to deliver them unto a cosmic tyrant radiating toxic benevolence. Yet within this profound blasphemy writhed a warped apotheosis. They remained, perversely, resilient beyond insane limit, enduring agonies that would atomize mere mortals. They still marched across battlefields, an unstoppable rawhide. They still specialized in toxic hells, now sculpting them personally where once they merely suffered them. In the most dreadful conceivable fashion, they had ascended to the ultimate grotesque expression of their father's grim design. Rejoining Horus at Terra's gates, the transformed Death Guard drowned the final battlefield in weapons transcending human nightmares. Their very flesh broadcast supernatural plagues. Their plague ships leaked contagions, rendering worlds biological graveyards. The legion representing the throne world's indomitable will now stood as war-rendered inevitability decay. The immutable truth that all empires, all strength, all triumphs eventually slump back into the welcoming putrescence of the grave. Amidst the smoldering ruin of Horus's defeat, the traitor Scion fractured. The Death Guard, however, withdrew with hideous discipline, their plague ships weaving retreat like a serpentine curse breathed by a god. The legion that never fled, now retreated stubborn endurance poisoning their very withdrawal rear-guard actions, leaving pursuing Imperial forces convulsing in recombinant agonies from phantom spills they'd never seen. Mortarion, vanguard newly turned, led his bloated sons not towards hope, but the only standstill remaining, the gaping maw in reality's belly, knowing the galactic north the baleful eye of terror. This eruption of raw immaterium, where mundane physics drowned in the tidal pools of emotion and unspeakable belief, proved perfectly welcoming this putrid legion. Within that impossible zone, Mortarion seized a drifting world, molding it with palpable malice into a vision acid burned from memory, a corrupted effigy of the world that created him, Barbaros reborn. Mountains clawed the frenzied Empyrean, wreathed in choking vapors thicker than any gas giant's mantle, bearing upon their shoulders fortress monasteries. Here, the Death Guard perched, priests of decay gazing down through bilious fog upon captive populations whose existence was one unending, exquisitely monitored agony strung between impossible peaks. The very air thickened, becoming less gaseous, more wet exhalation filling the plinths, the toxic concentrations climbing murderously with altitude stark contrasts perfectly mimicking a cursed, past home eternally preserved in malignant amber hosted within the seething eye forever crying. The cruel poetry of it resonated through the ember-choked atmosphere of that blessed plague world, a sickening echo of origins perverted. Mortarion himself, the prime architect of this horror, the Primarch who had clawed his way through the toxic veils of Barbaros to shatter the chains of necromantic overlords, now cast the very shadows of tyranny he had bled to destroy. Below the reeking peaks where he brooded, ensconced within fortress grandfathers carved from contagion-soaked rock, wretched human survivors scraped existence from blighted valleys. Their hopeless gazes lifted to behold transhuman monstrosities, giants too foul for mortal comprehension, looming silhouettes against viridian skies, a mirror held cruelly to Mortarion's own youth, spent staring up at Nekkar's unassailable keep. The liberator turned captor, the betrayed turned betrayer, The cycle of poison endured had become a cycle of poison inflicted, a vicious betrayal coiled around itself like a putrefying snake that commenced with his rejection of the Emperor on the gunship bridge. This malignant star, shrouded in poisonous miasmas and impossible storms, served dual insidious purposes for the Legion of Decay, a reeking sanctuary and a vast, open-air laboratory. Here, the Death Guard plunged deeper into the mysteries of their unnatural rebirth, testing the limits of their eternal, rotting flesh, discovering exultantly the capabilities bestowed by diseases that were now symbiotic partners. The aftermath of the Great Betrayal demanded restructuring, and the rigid militarism defining Mortarian's forces during the Great Campaign gave way to flows dictated by cycles of contagion, shaped by the sacred number 7, held holy by the Plague Lord. The Primarch carved his warriors into 7 great plague companies, each a dedicated coterie delving into particular facets of Nurgle's corrupt benevolence. Still awe-inspiringly massive compared to loyalist fragments, these blighted hosts fostered a terrifying specialization, tactics honed through centuries, plagues engineered to unique apocalyptic specifications. Leading each infernal company stood a Lord Commander, exalted champions elevated by Mortarian's morbid favor or reshaped into demon princes by Nurgle's loving rot. These commanders became sacred vessels, bloated cathedrals of flesh housing the grandfather's most potent diseases. Their forms were living crucibles, where cataclysmic contagions fermented before release upon the uncaring universe. Under their pustulant guidance, the plague companies cultivated distinct, horrific identities and methodologies for spreading despair, though all pulsed with the same devotion to the god of decay and the harbinger Mortarian. Below the resonant thunder of the giant plague companies moved the agile vectors of death, the Vectorum's primary tactical manifestations of the post-heresy Death Guard. These loathsome warbands were knots of dreadful loyalty, coagulating around singularly potent champions, warlords radiating charisma distilled from pestilence or martial mastery, forged in endless, fetid warfare. Size and foul constitution varied wildly, but their autonomy was vast, granting them dreadful liberty to seep across the galaxy like a stinking tide, prosecuting private campaigns of despair, while remaining dark tributaries flowing back to command when the plague companies summoned them for larger crusades. This supple, adaptive architecture allowed the diminished legion, though shattered, their numbers never again approximating the Great Crusade zenith, to maintain a baleful, ubiquitous presence, a cancerous network spanning battlefields. Their supernatural endurance rendered each plague marine a walking atomic ruin, equivalent to legions of lesser soldiers. A single determined Vectorum, given time in the shadows, could blight an entire world beyond redemption, elevating the Death Guard's threat exponentially beyond mere headcount. Through 10,000 blighted years, the Death Guard oozed outwards in ceaseless, pus-filled trickles into Imperial space. Most emanated from the heart of decay, the plague planet, Vectorum sliding like virulent contagion through the dwindling light of the Cadia, gate to strike vulnerable territories before withdrawing into the swirling madness of the eye. Their patterns were grotesque koans, orbits plotted by lunatics whispering portents only to the Flylord, targets chosen not by strategic logic, but by unfathomable decaying whims. Sometimes the goal was seeding a specific, carefully crafted plague, other times harvesting rare biological horrors from virtually dead worlds, or testing newly-birthed afflictions against the ramshackle defenses of Imperial bulwarks. Typhus, once Kala's Typhon, scourge rider and architect of the Warpoint Leap to Damnation, moved upon his own necrotic currents aboard the cursed vessel Terminus Est. He charted a course independent of his estranged Primarch, a perpetual, unstaunchable ooze through segmentum after segmentum, raining blessings of perpetual torment. His favored implements became fetid waves of reanimation, the zombie plague, a gift turning the honored dead into shambling, plague-spewing horrors. Whole planetary populations, infected, served as both psychological warheads, shattering defenders forced to raise blades against loved ones, resurrected as grotesqueries and brutally efficient, self-replenishing combat swarms. This slow-motion apocalypse, this incremental drowning of stars in mucculent decay, persisted for millennia, spreading Nurgle's joyous entropy across the galaxy, while the Death Guard generally sidestepped clashes with massed Imperial might. This leprous status quo ruptured spectacularly with the galaxy's scream, the birth pangs of the Great Rift, the weeping cicatrix maledictum spanning reality itself, sundering the Imperium and offering the ruinous powers jugular access hewn from the stars. Perceiving the divine vulnerability offered by this galactic tier, Mortarian summoned his plague children, gathering the festering might of the Legion for their most ambitious assault since the Siege Terra itself. The Plague Wars commenced with simultaneous ruptures, blighting multiple star systems bordering Ultramar, the very domain of Robot Guilliman and his hated Ultramarines. The target was steeped in Mortarian's searing gall. Guilliman embodied the Emperor's perceived partiality, the favored son rewarded with a pristine kingdom, while Mortarian had drowned in poison and damnation. Here lay prosperity, built on the foundation Guilliman avoided the very fate the Death Guard embraced. The vast difference between Ultramar's order and the Legion's sacred decay stoked Mortarian's ancient bile, transforming Ultramar's defilement into a personal sacrament. Initial blows fell upon the Scourge stars, galactic north of Ultramar proper, worlds drowning almost instantly under tsunami waves of engineered plagues that dissolved organized resistance before it could form. As governments liquefied and PDF regiments warped into delirious, affliction-spreading mobs, Mortarian anchored blight-forward marshalling yards within the conquered pest zones, tumorous platforms poised to lance the heart of the 500 worlds. The campaign surged thunderously along 3 rotted arteries, each assigned to different plague companies deploying their specialized instruments of enduring despair. Conventional arsenals bolstered the advance regiments of traitor guardsmen dissolving into plague-bearers, clanking demon engines vomiting corrosive filth, allied warbands howling other gods' names, yet the preeminent weapons remained the Olympian poisons sculpted in grandfather's euphoric dream state. These were contagions beyond mere biology, targeting not just humans, but the very soil, water, and air of worlds meticulously curated for 10 millennia, entropy expressed as strategy. Defenders rose, mortal and Astartes Alec, showcasing courage written in blood across crumbling plazas. Yet resistance inevitably crumbled. Though the Death Guard's pus rollers advanced with the glacial patience of geological erosion, they seemed unstoppable, a tide of putrefaction rising inch by inevitable inch. Worlds nurtured by Guilliman's detached governance, bastions of imperial hope, now writhed under the intimate, suffocating attention of Nurgle, populations melting by the billions into precursors of rot. In the deepest, blackest hour of Ultramar strangulation, salvation arrived from an impossible dawn. Robot Guilliman had been interred in stasis millennia prior, the wound delivered by his brother Fulgrim befitting a Mortales curio. But desperation hissed ancient secrets and shimmered with forbidden technology. The avenging sun strode forth reforged and wrathful. His resurrection transformed the war, injecting the embattled defenders with not just peerless tactical acumen, but the blazing faith embodied by a returned Primarch. The confrontation on blizzard-whipped Ajax was an apotheosis of rancor fermented for 100 centuries. Amidst a garden world's skeletal ruins, now a cratered, stinking necropolis sculpted by Death Guard industry, Mortarian faced his brother for the first time since betrayal convulsed the galaxy. The Death Lord unleashed millennia of ill-nursed bitterness, alongside corporeal manifestations of his patron's most festering blessings. There stood Guilliman, still recognizably the image of transcendent martial humanity, locked against Mortarian bloated silhouette, barely conforming to ancestral memory, a mountain of decay eclipsing its former peak. Their clash transcended attrition, becoming a philosophical duel made manifest Mortarian's grim promise of inevitable decay versus Guilliman's iron dream of enduring order, 2 irreconcilable futures locked in churning combat mechanics. Though the earth-shaking struggle yielded no singularly acknowledged victor, the Death Guard withdrew from Ultramar, cloaked in clouds unleashed by virus bomb terror weapons. Guilliman's unyielding resistance and the Ultramarines' defiance played a role, but greater machinations pivoted the gaze. Deep within the cancerous vortex of the eye, the godslaves of Khorne sharpened blades against the rusted gates of Nurgle's own realm, a dramatic check in the eternal game that demanded Mortarian's presence. Consolidating within their fetid domains following the Plague Wars, the Sons of Mortarian coiled back into ominous readiness, ever poised to strike when fresh weaknesses bloomed across the Imperium's rotten core. Their Vectorums persisted, like necrotic spores drifting endlessly, conducting smaller raids and psychic probes, testing Imperial resilience, forever spreading the joyful entropy. And upon the plague planet itself, within halls echoing with liquid phlegm and buzzing flies, the Death Lord oversaw the relentless engine of innovation. New diseases gestating in ruptured wombs, new torturous tactics fermented in kettles of thought, perpetually preparing for the next grand crescendo of dissolution. 10 millennia of patient, implacable corruption had forged a legion beyond impatience. The Death Guard could afford to bide their eternal time, awaiting the divine moment to bestow Nurgle's greatest gifts upon an Imperium staggering under wounds both freshly inflicted and centuries deep. In this timeless rhythm of raid, corruption, and morbid gestation, the Death Guard coiled around a purpose profound and chilling. They warred no more for ephemeral liberation or territorial conquest understood by mortals. They had ascended to become apostles of inevitability, the relentless physicality of decay claiming matter and soul. Their campaigns advanced Nurgle's sacred vision, existence as a terminal cycle of deterioration and joyous rebirth through putrescence. For the crumbling Imperium facing them, the profoundest terror, deeper than their flensing claws or swarm-choked lungs for impervious bodies, perhaps lay within that infinite patience. The Death Guard thirsted not for hasty victory. They luxuriated in the slow expansion, corrupting star by agonized star, knowing the inexorable crawl of entropy was their omnipotent ally. Transfigured utterly, liberated from the frantic cadence of mortal striving, they embodied only the slow, grinding decomposition awaiting every spark of life. A truth unassailable, a process impossible to conquer, merely postponed in flickering, futile defiance. The final glyph inscribed into the frosty datum slate shimmered briefly, then dulled. Jarnef Fauci's monumental chronicle stood finished atop the scuffed, recentriated wood of his desk, drying whispers settling within the amber haze of his isolated study. Outside, the perpetual tempest encasing Terminus Obscurus raged with renewed, terrifying intensity. Monstrous windcaptins slammed rain like hurled gravel against the synthglass, percussive sheets drumming the structure. A cyclopean lance of white fire shattered the bruised heavens, briefly etching the churning chaos of the ocean hundreds of fathoms beneath his clifftop refuge onto his retinas. Mountainous waves detonated against primordial black teeth of rock in concussive bloom. Inside, however, an oasis of focused quiet. Ancient radiant filaments woven into the habunet's stone skeleton emitted a subsonic hum, repelling the sodden coastal chill, tightening its grip as darkness deepened. Near his encrusted writing perch, a small, crimson-glowing brazier exhaled the murmured fragrance of consuming weeds, desiccated lavender from offworld, mixed pungently with tough local cliff sage, a desperate alchemy combating the inescapable musty dampness that inevitably claimed any structure on this storm-shocked planet. Jarnef leaned backwards, his vertebrae releasing tension through leather creaking, perfectly warped to his scholar's spine by nigh on 2 decades of strenuous contemplation. The vital perfume of vellum and cheap recaf mingled his third pot of the bitter brew, cooling now at his elbow. The silent service cull hovered patiently nearby, its red ocular sensor throttled low, a muted ember adding comfort, no distraction to the study's intimate pools of radiance. Its impassive eye had completed the monumentally ingrained record of his final entry, capturing the last strokes of an endeavor devouring half a lifetime. Shadows cavorted grotesquely across wallowing shelves as the gale outside spiked, stealing breath from the hearth's small, defiant flame. Those shelves stood as imposing witnesses to obsession, weighed down by hundreds of folios, scroll cases, and gently humming data slates, fragments of forbidden lore gathered at immeasurable risk. Each revenant triumph spawned in vaults, battlefield charnel fields, heretics' pulpits. Their spines created a mosaic of imperial Gothic, technolingua, and tongues older than stars, tangible proof of sacrosanct boundaries shredded in pursuit of a cure through understanding. Jarnef's gnarled fingers drifted towards the plain wooden box in the desk corner. Its surface, unadorned, gleamed softly from years of handling with foundational oils. Inside coiled his most precious, most lethally cursed possession, an archaic data crystal humming with the encrypted totality of his research. He'd woven the encryption skein himself, ensuring only those bearing the ultimate seals of the Holy Ordos, true inheritors of that dread mandate, could unlock its poisonous fruits. As he lifted it, the crystal felt unnaturally cool, trapping and refracting the low light with mesmerizing internal geometries. The weight of completion settled over him like cerements. The relentless chase, risking soul and sanity, to comprehend an enemy few dared scrutinize beyond blast range. From the bleak dawn as dusk raiders upon ancient Terra, plunging into the Cancer's fearful jaws, culminating in their apotheosis as grandfather's most cherished rotten children, he had mapped the Death Guard's millennia of dissolution with mortifying proximity. Intelligence potent enough, perhaps, to deliver worlds from the inevitable flood. His gaze drifted, attracted by the modest shrine tucked in the deepest study corner. There a small synth-gold image of the God Emperor stood vigil, seeming almost animate as firelight wove shadows across its stern, yet paradoxically compassionate countenance. Daily prayers had echoed here throughout his imposed solitude, seeking absolution for necessary transgressions, desperate guidance sanctioning knowledge purchased with near heresy. With movements calibrated for silence, he slotted the data crystal into the purpose-built transmitter, secreted beneath a false panel within the desk's depths. Its origins clung to the memory of Magos Urana, bones dissolving somewhere amidst alien sands. Her sacred modifications before oblivion now allowed it to pulse his life's work outwards on frequencies reserved solely for the Holy Ordos, heavily scrambled paths only trodden by the handful of former colleagues maintaining contact beneath the shroud of his official exile. They would catch the signal, these clandestine watchkeepers. They would receive the anathema gland and the terrible, slow certainty now flooding the void. The transmitter hummed, a low, vibrating drone that shattered the years of deep silence. its machine spirit stirred reluctantly from dormancy, status runes flickering, then glowing a steady viridian as ancient encryption protocols whirred to life, authenticating pathways towards distant imperial bastions. Like fine threads spun through the void, the transmission began its laborious journey, snaking across unknown light years via multiple relays, each hop a vital step to cloak its perilous origin point. Morin understood the impossible gamble. No labyrinthine deception could entirely erase the trail of such dangerous knowledge. Hunters of unrelenting purpose would inevitably scent the quarry. A monstrous gale hammered the viewport with furious intensity, wrenching his gaze outward. Sudden, blinding lightning seared the study to stark, colorless clarity before plunging it back into near darkness, the warm hearthlight now stark eyes in the gloom. For an instant, his own gaunt reflection peered back from the glass, a soldier scholar's face etched deep by relentless seasons, the silver tracing his neat beard a testament to accumulated wisdom, though his eyes, beneath weary lids, retained a sharp, unwavering focus. The small brass chronometer on his desk confirmed the encroaching hour, its precise, crackling ticks marching irrevocably toward midnight. Motion was a protest as he rose from his worn chair, bones and sinews stiff from stillness. His boots scuffed softly on the solid stone floor as he crossed to the spare kitchenette niche carved into the study's wall. The ritual was ingrained, filling the kettle, scooping coarse recaf grounds, the comforting sputter as water heated, releasing steam and a strong, bittersweet aroma that fought the chill, damp air. The vapor ghosted across a nearby pane, briefly whiting out the view of the churning ocean. That moment of imposed blindness resonated deeply with him, a stark metaphor for the Imperium's desperate struggle against the suffocating fog of ignorance. His entire life's work was a single torch flame in that fog, a desperate bid to carve out clarity before unseen threats breached every defense. Cradling the hot mug, he returned to his command post, the desk now dominated by the physical manuscript that mirrored the data now fleeing his sanctuary across the stars. Volumes inked meticulously in his own hand, diagrams dense with impossible detail, observations and perilous conclusions drawn from decades scouring, communiques both sanctioned and forbidden, nothing less than a near-heretical history of the Death Guard. A weapon forged from dark truths that might vanish into limbo, yet one that could preserve countless billions if it reached precise, receptive minds. A muted change gripped the transmitter. The status runes cycled from cool green to an insistent, pulsing amber. The current was flowing now. No reprieves, no recalls. His life's accumulated revelation was unleashed upon the Imperium's shadowed networks. He felt the crushing weight of its creation lift, only for another, colder pressure to settle deep within the immense, gnawing uncertainty of its reception. Would his sacrifice be hailed as critical intelligence, or decried as unspeakable heresy? Would its truths fortify the bulwarks of mankind, or be condemned to perpetual blackness within some Arbite's vault, judged too toxic even for the initiated? Though his path had brushed against forbidden shadows, Morin's loyalty remained bedrock solid. Every boundary transgressed, every dangerous archive consulted, every law bent, was solely to arm humanity against the endless predatory horrors straining at the void's edge. The transmission would steal the night, whispering his culmination across stellar gulfs to faceless comrades perhaps long thinking him dead. Verification would follow, intense scrutiny, comparison against orthodoxy, the final judgment rendered elsewhere a judgment he knew he must flee long before its pronouncement could ever reach this storm-lashed refuge. As the chronometer clicked past the midnight threshold, the chronicler closed his eyes, surrendering to a sliver of hard-won stillness before abandoning sanctuary. The hearth's warmth embraced him like a farewell comfort, a stolen pocket of peace preciously rare in the unkind galaxy he would soon re-enter. Whether fleeing as a most wanted heretic or departing as a laureled scholar mattered less now than the certainty resonating within him. He'd done it. He'd distilled bitter, hard-won understanding of the enemy into a potential weapon for mankind's arsenal. Bathed in the flickering light, rain drumming its frantic tattoo against the armored glass, his life's work streaming silently into the infinite dark, Morin found the rarest treasure conceivable in the grim millennia, purpose fulfilled. The morning rain drummed softly against the armored glass, a gentle rhythm that reminded Valdris of distant hoof-beats across the plains of Chagorius. He had never actually heard such sounds with his own ears. His feet had never touched the sacred soil of the White Scar's home world, but the stories had been told to him so many times that sometimes the memories felt like his own. In the quiet solitude of his study, Valdris dipped his quill into a small pot of ink. The rising sun cast long golden fingers through the reinforced windows, illuminating moires of dust that danced in the air like tiny spirits. The warm glow bathed his desk in amber light, revealing stacks of parchment, dogered books, and scrolls that curled at their edges like living things. 376 years, he had served as keeper of the chronicles for this small outpost of the White Scar's chapter. 376 years of recording their battles, their losses, and their triumphs. His body, once strong enough to serve in the Imperial Guard, was now wizened and bent, sustained by the ministrations of the fortress's apothecaries and the rejuvenate treatments they occasionally granted him. The scent of incense lingered in the air, mingling with the musty odor of old parchment. From somewhere deep within the fortress came the distant, rhythmic sound of warriors at their morning training, the clash of practiced blades and the muffled reports of bolter fire in the underground ranges. Valdris straightened his back, wincing at the familiar pain, and gazed at the empty parchment before him. This would be his life's work, a complete history of the White Scars, from their earliest days as the Star Hunters' Legion to their current glory. Not since the writings of the blessed remembrance of Carpinus had anyone attempted such a comprehensive chronicle. Outside his window, the endless grasslands of Come Outreach stretched toward the horizon, so similar to the plains of distant Chorus that the 50 battle brothers stationed here seemed more at ease than they did on many other worlds. The moon's temperate climate and rolling lowlands provided an ideal environment for their fast attack drills and traditional riding exercises. His fingers, knotted with age, but still steady, traced the chapter's lightning bolt symbol embossed on the leather cover of his journal. The White Scars had saved him during the orc invasion of his home world when he was just a child. They had appeared as if from nowhere, their white armor streaked with the blood of greenkins, moving faster than his young eyes could track. Now, in the twilight of his life, he would repay that debt with ink and memory. As he remembered the past, the fortress around him was coming awake. Servitors shuffled down stone hallways, their mechanical movements creating a soft background hum. The 100-odd Imperial Guard soldiers who provided support for the estate's garrison were beginning their morning routines. The muffled sound of boots on stone barked orders, and the clatter of mesh halls drifted through the thick walls. Valdris breathed deeply, feeling the damp, cool air fill his lungs. To capture the essence of the sons of Jagatai Khan, to put into mere words their speed and fury, their honor and tradition. It seemed almost blasphemous to attempt, yet it must be done. The galaxy grew darker with each passing year. The Great Rift had torn reality under. Ancient threats stirred. The knowledge of what had come before, the legacy of the great Khen and his warriors, must be preserved. And so, as rain fell softly outside, and golden morning light illuminated his small corner of the Imperium, Valdris began to write the first words of his great work. A history of lightning and thunder, of swift death and honor, of the sons of Chagoras who rode the stars. In the dying light of old Earth's long night, before the Emperor's light spread across the stars, before the Great Crusade united humanity's scattered children, there was a brotherhood forged in frost and shadow. They were not the mightiest of warriors, nor the most celebrated. They were the eyes that saw through darkness, the scouts who ran ahead of glory, the hunters who cleared the path for others to follow. They were the Star Hunters, the 5th Legion, and history nearly forgot them. When the Emperor first began his wars of unification on ancient terror, he needed more than his thunder warriors or the brute strength of his early legions. He needed soldiers who could move unseen, who could survive where others would perish, who could bring back knowledge of what waited beyond the next hill, the next valley, the next horizon. From the ice-locked wastelands of the Thulon Basin, he drew them. These hardy souls who had survived the horrors of old night in the most unforgiving environments imaginable. The tech-nomadic tribes of Thur had endured centuries of isolation amid the sub-zero salt wastes of Terror's northern reaches, moving their massive crawling habitats across frozen plains where nothing grew and nothing lived but themselves. They were a different breed of survivor, not brute warriors like those who would fill the ranks of the World Eaters, nor cunning predators like those who would become Night Lords. The Thulians were problem solvers, inventors, adapters. They survived because they understood that sometimes the wisest warrior was the one who knew when not to fight, when to withdraw, observe, and return stronger. When these people became the core of the 5th Legion, these traits served them well. Always ahead, their first commander had told them, always alone. This became their unspoken creed, the weight they carried as they pushed ever outward into the darkness. While the Lunar Wolves stormed the battlefields of terror alongside the Emperor's Thunder Warriors, the 5th Legion slipped ahead, mapping routes through radioactive wastelands, navigating the labyrinthine underhives of conquered territories, and hunting down the hidden strongholds of techno-barbarian warlords. It was in the black catacombs of Kataru that they first earned the name Star Hunters, though few now remember why. For 83 days, they fought in those sunless depths, mapping the secret ways of Urz's hidden fortress. When the main Imperial forces arrived, they found only empty halls and dead defenders. The Star Hunters had already moved on to the next mission. They left no banners, claimed no glory. When the chronicles of unification were written, they appeared as footnotes in others' victories. There was one man who noticed their worth. Horus, not yet War Master, but already the Emperor's favored son, saw them. He saw how the pathways to glory were cleared before his legion's advance. He saw the maps and intelligence reports that appeared as if by magic. He saw the bodies of enemy scouts and sentries dispatched without sound or warning. Captain Cornelius Durer became the first of the Star Hunters to earn Horus's personal attention. His expedition to Cathonia, that hollowed-out mining world that would later become Horus's adopted home, had returned with detailed reports of a nest of serpents coiling in the dark that we would be better to destroy. In the years that followed, as the Emperor's Great Crusade began to reach beyond Sol, Horus would often request Dur's company and that of his Star Hunters. "Send me your eyes," he would say, "that I might see what waits beyond the stars." And so they went, these forgotten sons of terror, out into the void before any others. They were scattered across 1,000 fronts. They charted the way. They sent back their reports and then they moved on. Always ahead, always alone. Each passing year saw them spread thinner, fighting isolated wars on the fringes of known space, sending their dead back when they could, burning them when they could not. There were no great triumphs, no celebrated conquests, only the next horizon, the next mission, the next world to scout. They were a legion defined by absence. Absent from the great gatherings of their brother legions. Absent from the chronicles of conquest. Absent from the memories of those they served. Each new day was counted as a victory simply because they had survived to see it. In their isolation, they developed a fierce independence. Without the close oversight of terror, they adapted their tactics, modified their equipment, and learned to fight in ways that suited their smaller numbers and reconnaissance role. They became masters of hit-and-run warfare, of guerrilla tactics, of survival against impossible odds. What they could not know was that these skills would one day save them from extinction. What they could not know was that across the stars on a fertile world called Chagoris, their Gene Father was forging a similar path, uniting tribes of fierce nomad horsemen under his banner, teaching them the same lessons of speed, mobility, and self-reliance. What they could not know was that one day the scattered stars would come together, and the hunters would become something greater, something that would ride the storm of the galaxy's darkest hour. But that was yet to come. For now, they were simply the forgotten sons of terror, the Star Hunters, the 5th Legion, clearing the path for others to follow. As the Great Crusade pushed beyond the Terran system, the 5th Legion fractured into countless pioneer companies that sailed the currents of the void. Each company became a self-contained brotherhood, rarely more than 1,000 warriors strong, following different paths into the darkness between stars. For over half a Terran century, the 5th Legion fought their fragmented crusade. They rarely gathered in numbers greater than a single company, making war against Xeno's empires and lost human colonies alike. They charted safe passages through treacherous regions of space, identified potential threats, and tested the defenses of worlds that might resist Imperial compliance. Cut off from their brothers, each pioneer company evolved distinct traditions and battle practices. Their armor bore unique markings. Their combat doctrines developed along separate lines. And even their understanding of their purpose began to diverge. A warrior from one company might scarcely recognize the heraldry or customs of another. Though they shared the same gene seed, this separation exacted a toll. Far from Imperial supply lines with minimal support and often facing overwhelming odds, the pioneer companies suffered grievous losses. They fought on airless moons against ancient defense systems, in toxic atmosphere against Xeno's horrors, and in void battles against enemies that outnumbered them tenfold. When they fell, there were rarely brother warriors nearby to recover their gene seed or remember their names. Resupply ships arrived months or years behind schedule, if they came at all. New equipment and weapons were prioritized for more prominent legions, whose victories were celebrated in triumph parades and epic remembrances. The scattered companies learned to adapt, to scavenge what they needed from battlefields, to repair rather than replace, to make do with less than their brother legions received. The legion's strength diminished through slow attrition. A squad lost here, a strike team there, occasionally entire companies disappearing without trace. Consumed by the darkness they had been sent to scout. What had begun as a force of over 80,000 was reduced by nearly half within 5 decades of ceaseless operations. Some captains began to fear extinction. They saw their legion fading company by company, warrior by warrior, forgotten by the Imperium they served so faithfully. They would leave no mark upon history, only bones scattered across 1,000 distant worlds, their deeds unremembered and unsung. Yet pride kept them from retreat, duty drove them ever forward. They would not abandon their assigned task, would not question the purpose for which they had been created. If extinction was to be their fate, they would meet it with silent dignity, eyes fixed always on the next horizon. Without grand triumphs to bind them together, the scattered companies began to lose any sense of shared identity. Some operated entirely on their own initiative, no longer even attempting to maintain contact with distant Legion command. They were becoming independent warbands who happened to wear the same color of armor rather than cohesive parts of a unified legion. The bonds of brotherhood stretched impossibly thin across the vast gulfs of space. Pioneer Company might go years without encountering another Imperial force, decades without seeing another warrior who shared their gene seed. In such isolation, their loyalty remained unquestioned, but their cohesion as a legion fractured further with each passing year. Their names and deeds might have been lost entirely to history had fate not intervened. For as the 5th Legion fought their lonely war among the stars, their Gene Father was forging his own path on a distant world called Chiguras. There, among the fierce nomadic tribes of the steppes, the great KHN was building an empire through speed, cunning, and momentum. He was waiting, though they did not yet know his name. The vast constellation of pioneer companies continued their scattered hunt, unaware that transformation approached. They had begun the Great Crusade as Terror's forgotten sons, and they might have ended it the same way, fading into obscurity, their sacrifices unmarked and unmourned. But the wheel of fate was turning, bringing the KHN of Khans ever closer to his lost children. Soon, the Star Hunters would hear the call to gather, to unite under a new banner. Soon, they would cease to be fragments and become a legion once again. Soon they would find their true identity as the White Scars, the swift hunters of the Emperor's wrath. The history of the Astartes is filled with moments of transformation, but few were as notable as the reunion between the 5th Legion and their Primarch. What had been a slow descent toward extinction became a rebirth, a rediscovery of purpose that would change them forever. In the 865th year of the 30th millennium, the scattered stars of the 5th Legion began to feel a pull homeward. Astropathic messages spread across the void, reaching the far-flung pioneer companies with an urgent summons. The Emperor and Horus Lupercal had discovered one of the lost Primarchs on a world called Churus, also known in imperial records as Mundus Planos. This Gene Sire was Jagatai Khan, called the Great Khn by his people, and he was calling his sons to him. For many in the pioneer companies, this news was received with cautious hope. They had served for decades without their Primarch, and had formed their identities in his absence. Some wondered what changes this reunion would bring. Others feared that this distant figure might not understand what they had become during their long isolation. But all felt the pull of genetic kinship, the yearning to meet the one whose essence flowed in their veins. The journey to Chorus took many years for some of the more distant companies. The warp was treacherous, and many were stationed in the farthest reaches of the expanding Imperium. Some never received the message at all, continuing their lonely hunts in ignorance. But gradually, over the course of nearly a decade, the scattered fragments of the 5th Legion made their way to the world their Primarch had conquered. Chagorus was a world of vast open steppes where fierce nomadic tribes rode on horseback beneath the endless sky. It was a place where speed and mobility determined survival, where hit-and-run tactics were a way of life. In many ways, the culture of Chorus mirrored the combat doctrine the 5th Legion had developed during their years as pathfinders. Yet the differences were equally stark. The nomads of Chagorius were bound by complex codes of honor, by rituals and traditions that seemed alien to many of the Terran-born Astartes. They marked their faces with ritual scars, spoke in a language of poetic complexity, and followed shamanic beliefs that seemed at odds with the secular imperial truth. At the heart of this culture stood Jagatai Khan. He had united the tribes, overthrown the oppressive empire of the Palatine, and conquered an entire world through speed, ferocity, and tactical brilliance. Now he turned his attention to reforging his legion. The great Khn saw immediately what his sons had become during their years of separation. Not a unified legion, but a collection of independent hunters, each with their own traditions and battle honors. Rather than imposing uniformity, he chose to embrace this diversity while binding it to the traditions of Chorus. On the wide plains of the empty quarter, the Primarch gathered his scattered sons. There, beneath the open sky, he instituted the ritual of the blooding. Warriors cut their faces with ritual blades, marking themselves with scars that proclaimed their new loyalty. They discarded their old names and chose new ones from Korean mythology, symbolically setting aside their past identities to embrace a shared future. The 5th Legion ceased to be the Star Hunters that day. They became the White Scars, the Horde of Jagatai, warriors bound by shared brotherhood and loyalty to their Khn of Khn. The great Khn reorganized his legion into hordes and brotherhoods, structures that echoed the tribal groupings of Chagoras, but allowed for the independence his sons had developed during their years of isolation. He encouraged the study of what he called the noble pursuits, calligraphy, poetry, and the telling of ancient tales alongside the arts of war. Most importantly, he gave them something they had lacked for decades, a sense of belonging. No longer were they forgotten sons, scattered hunters on the fringes of the Imperium. They were the Ordo of Jagatai, warriors with a proud heritage and a clear purpose. To test the newly forged bonds between his warriors, the Khn led them immediately into battle. The Khan Circle, a cluster of worlds teeming with Xenos and renegade human enclaves, became the crucible in which the White Scars were tempered. For 5 years, they fought across dozens of worlds, suffering heavy casualties, but emerging as a unified force. In these battles, the Legion's new identity took shape. The tactics they had developed as scouts and pathfinders were refined and elevated under their Primarch's guidance. Speed became their watchword, mobility their greatest weapon. The Forgotten Sons had found their father, and in doing so had found themselves. However, the story of the KHN is one worth telling. It is woven into the story of the White Scars, and it begins in the windswept grasslands of Chagoris. It was on this planet beneath the endless sky that Jagatai Khan's incubation pod came to rest after being scattered through the warp by unknown forces. The child who would one day unite a legion was found by Khan, chieftain of the Taskar tribe. The Tuskers were nomads who roamed the vast steppes known as the Empty Quarter, following the herds and living by their ancient traditions. Discovered the infant after a meteor streak across the night sky, leading him to a crater where a child of extraordinary beauty lay unharmed. Recognizing something remarkable in this strange foundling, Aang took the child as his own son, naming him Jagatai. From his earliest days, Jagatai showed signs of an extraordinary nature. He grew faster than any normal child, his mind absorbing knowledge with unnatural speed. By the age of 5, he had already surpassed grown warriors in strength and skill. Trib's people watched in awe as this child became a youth, and the youth became a warrior. Life among the Talskars shaped Jagatai in ways that would later define his legion. The nomads valued speed and mobility above all else, moving swiftly across the plains on their sturdy ponies. They fought as they lived, striking quickly, withdrawing before counterattack, returning when least expected. These tactics would one day become the hallmark of the White Scars. The Tals also valued independence and personal honor. Each warrior was expected to think for himself, to prove his worth through deeds rather than words. Leadership was earned, not given, and even the KHN led by example rather than decree. Young Jagatai absorbed these values, learning that true authority came from respect freely given, not obedience demanded. Tragedy struck when Jagatai was still young. A rival tribe, the Kurade, attacked the Talkar encampment. Among the dead was Aang Khen, Jagatai's adopted father and mentor. In the past, such an attack would have been answered with a limited raid, a few warriors killed, some horses stolen, honor satisfied until the next cycle of violence. Jagatai chose a different path. Gathering the Talkar warriors, he led them in a night of blood and fire that would change the traditions of the steppe forever. Not content with killing a few Kurade warriors, he exterminated the tribe completely. Every man, woman, and child of the Kurade was slain. Their village was burned to ash, their horses and goods taken, and their chief's head mounted on a spike above Jagatai's tent. This brutal vengeance shocked the other tribes, but it also established Jagatai as a leader. He was elected KHN of the Talkars and immediately declared his intention to unite all the tribes of the Empty Quarter under his rule. It would be unity or death. There would be no middle ground. Tribe after tribe faced this choice. Jadai would arrive with his growing army, offer once to accept their submission, and then attack with overwhelming force if refused. Those who submitted freely were treated with honor. Their warriors incorporated into his own forces, their best riders elevated to his personal guard. Those who resisted were destroyed utterly, their names erased from memory. With each victory, his forces grew stronger. He mixed warriors from different tribes together, breaking down old rivalries and creating new bonds of loyalty. Military service in his army became mandatory, and talent was rewarded regardless of tribal origin. A warrior from the humblest clan could rise to command thousands if he proved his worth. Within a few decades, Jagatai had achieved what no one had thought possible. He had united the feuding tribes of the Empty Quarter. They called him the KHN of KHN, and they followed him not out of fear, but out of genuine loyalty. He had given them purpose beyond their endless tribal conflicts and had shown them what they could accomplish when united. But the nomads were not the only people of Chagoris. Far to the east lay the Empire of the Palatine, a realm of tall cities and proud princes who had long looked upon the steppes as little more than hunting grounds for sport. The nobles of the Palatine would venture into the Empty Quarter to capture tribesmen and hunt them for entertainment, a practice that had continued for generations. 10 years after uniting the tribes, Jagatai encountered one such hunting party. The encounter ended with only one survivor, a messenger sent back to the Palatine with the head of the ruler's son, and a simple warning: the people of the steppes are yours no longer. The enraged Palatine gathered his armies and marched west to crush the upstart barbarians. His forces were formidable, disciplined heavy infantry, armored cavalry, and primitive black powder weapons that could devastate an enemy at range. Against these stood Jagatai's tribal warriors, lightly armored, but infinitely more mobile. The battle demonstrated the tactical genius that would later make the White Scars legendary. The nomad warriors refused to engage directly, instead harassing the Palatine's forces with endless arrow fire from horseback, withdrawing when threatened, then returning to strike again from a different quarter. The heavy infantry, weighed down by armor and unused to the open plains, could never catch their tormentors. The Palatine's cavalry, trained for decisive charges, found themselves chasing phantoms that disappeared into the grasslands only to reappear behind them. For a day and a night, the battle raged until the Palatine's army lay in ruins. Those not killed outright had thrown down their weapons in exhaustion or fled back toward their cities. The Palatine himself barely escaped with his life. Jagatai did the conquest roared onward with relentless hunger, Jagatai's forces surging into the fertile Palatine like a tide shattering against stone. Cities trembled beneath siege, territories dissolved into his nascent empire with terrifying speed, each vanquished people facing the same stark decree that had forged unity among the scattered steppes tribes: serve or die. Many saw not merely annihilation in the Khan's gaze, but the piercing vision and unyielding resolve of a true leader, and they chose life beneath his banner. Mere 20 standard years after rising from the pristine cold of his gestation capsule, the entire globe of Chagoris bent its knee. His throne resided now not amongst the restless winds of the steppes, but within the stoic, gleaming halls of Quanzhou, perched impossibly high in the cradling peaks. From this eyrie, the Kha of Kha surveyed both the cradle of his stormy youth, the vast embrace of the empty quarter, and the sprawling, settled lands he had utterly subdued. Court bloomed around him there, a mingling of fierce warriors bearing the dust of conquest and scholars whispering ancient texts, meticulously sifting through the tapestries of the plains and the cities, weaving together what held strength, discarding only the brittle threads of weakness. Yet this hard-won sovereignty was astonishingly brief. Less than half a year after the final defiant stronghold yielded, and unified planet Chagoris truly became his, destiny thundered from the heavens. The Emperor of Mankind descended, an arrival that would forever reshape the Khan's trajectory. When the celestial fleet tore the fabric of the Chagorian skies above the capital, bathing Quanzhou in the cold, impossible light of starborn engines, it was a confrontation Jagatai Khan faced not with naive shock, but the steely recognition of a veteran of crossroads. Those immense gleaming vessels, scarring the atmosphere with their descent, dwarfed anything the people of Chagoris had ever conceived. They were mountains adrift, harbingers from myths made terrifyingly real. Below, awe curdled seamlessly into terror. Multitudes collapsed into groveling obeisance, certain that gods from beyond the void now walked their soil. But the Kha of Kha observed the descending armada through the lens of a conqueror himself, instantly discerning another, infinitely more potent overlord arriving with an ultima lacking any true illusion of choice. Simplified histories of gleaming acceptance corrupted the moment. Revealed later in the Khan's own recovered scrolls was a tapestry far richer. Jagatai perceived the Emperor's incandescent power and staggering vision, the sheer magnitude of his being, yet it did not blind him. Instead, with chilling clarity, he parsed the offer laid bare. Kneel as a general in the Emperor's eternal war, join the grand, terrifying design for mankind's dominion, or be swept aside like chaff. It echoed with crushing irony, the choice he himself had presented countless times hammered back upon him. The conqueror stood as the one to be conquered, the unifier faced with the threat of his own absorption. Eschewing both prideful defiance and cowed submission, Jagatai made a frigidly pragmatic calculation. His gaze raked the Luna wolves flanking the golden figure, cataloging their monumental discipline, the unnerving lethality of their weaponry, the palpable superhuman power radiating from their frames. He absorbed the Emperor's resonant words, painting a cosmos united under one immutable rule, freed from alien nightmares and the consuming darkness of old night. He weighed potential transcendence against the absolute finality of refusal. Unlike brothers who surrendered with rapturous devotion or simmered with secret resentment, Jagatai saw alliance. He perceived undeniable alignment between the Emperor's galactic unification and his own deep-wrought desire for consolidated strength. Crucially, he saw sanctuary for Chagoris and its people amidst this great tide. Before knee touched stone, Jagatai negotiated, not from strength, but as a leader whose people's survival eclipsed personal pride. He demanded ironclad assurances. The nomadic traditions of the steppes would endure unbroken. Chagoris itself would be respected, a partner not plundered merely for conscripts and resources. This fierce negotiation illuminated both sovereigns. The Emperor, recognizing in his son a blade-like intellect piercing through the fog of power, granted these concessions without hesitation. Chagoris escaped the fate of worlds swallowed whole, its vibrant identity persisted. The steppe nomads continued their ancient rhythms. The very rituals that forged Jagatai Khan remained sacrosanct. In binding reciprocity, the Khan pledged his peerless blade and unyielding strategic acumen to the Emperor's great crusade. He accepted his mantle, son, Primarch of the 5th Legion, though he had yet even to behold one of the Astartes crafted from his own genicode. Pact sealed by stars and blood, Jagatai prepared to depart the unified world beneath his feet. He invested trusted lieutenants to govern, forging structures to protect his legacy. His most fiercely loyal warriors would accompany him into the void, the nascent Chagorian core of what would be the storm heralded as the White Scars. Preceding his ascension to the heavens, Jagatai embarked on a final solitary pilgrimage across the windswept expanse of the empty quarter. Mounted on his battle-tempered steed, he rode for days, a restless ghost traversing the sacred places of his people, the blood-soaked fields where impossible victories were snatched, the humble gravesite of Aang, the simple tribesman who first discovered the skyborn child. It was a silent elegy for the crucible that forged him, the world whose every gust and stone he knew intimately, a familiarity he would never reclaim. When he returned to Quanzhou and the patiently waiting emperor, the grit of the steppes clung to his boots, the howl of the endless plains vibrated in his hair. These fragments of Chagorus became talismans carried through the coming decades of interstellar fire, anchors to the soul of what he had forged and now fought tirelessly to preserve. His induction into imperial service resonated with echoing ceremony, Terran grandeur melding with Chagorian ritual. He bent the knee before his Genefather and rose as a commander of the Imperium. He accepted the title of Primarch, though its immense, intricate weight remained shrouded. Most vitally, he assumed command of the 5th Legion, scattered and fragmented, initiating their metamorphosis from the ghostly star hunters to the pounding hooves of the White Scars. Unlike brothers deeply immersed in imperial doctrine, history, and labyrinthine politics, Jagatai's transition was brutally expedited. The Great Crusade raged at a critical hinge. Warriors of his unrivaled tactical ferocity were needed desperately on the front lines. After mere months of intensive assimilation devouring imperial war sciences and technologies with near preternatural speed, the Khan was hurled towards his fractured sons. This abrupt introduction would prove deeply significant. Lacking extensive indoctrination into the zealotry of the imperial truth or the poisoned labyrinths of Terran intrigue, Jagatai retained a distinct separation. He perceived the Imperium as a practical necessity, a formidable tool, not the sacred end state. This profoundly shaped his legion's identity and his navigation of the complex, rivalrous bonds between his Primarch brethren. As voidswimmers vaulted him away from Chagorus aboard the Emperor's great flagship, the Khan carried internally the hard, timeless wisdom of the steppes. True unity wasn't the smothering of difference, but the binding of diverse strengths through shared, driving purpose. This core philosophy faced imminent trial as he confronted the monumental challenge of forging cohesion within a legion scattered as wildly as the tribal bands he once rallied across the empty quarter. The Emperor gained a formidable son, yet one whose eyes forever viewed the cosmos through the prism of boundless plains. The Imperium gained a strategic mastermind, his loyalty honed on the sharp edge of critical judgment. And the 5th Legion scattered, unknowing, gained a Primarch who would utterly redefine their being while embracing, preparing to unleash, the resilient power forged utterly in his absence. The metamorphosis of the fragmented 5th Legion into the unified White Scars ignited when summons pulsed through the warp, reverberating across scattered stars. Astropathic voices, thin and resonant, called out to the farthest-flung pioneer companies, commanding them to converge upon Chagorus, a world alien to many, to stand before the myth-made flesh, their recovered Primarch. For warriors accustomed only to isolated decades, operating as phantom fragments, this command resonated with the profound shock of the utterly unimagined. Reintegration seemed a possibility at last. Their response unfolded not with uniformity but grim compliance. Over almost a decade, the skeletal remnants of the Legion coalesced above Chagorus, descending like meteor fragments drawn back to their source. The Great Khan observed their fragmented state, not with punitive anger, but with stark, understanding clarity. Resistance to crude uniformity, he instead chose a path embodying both profound respect for their independent evolution and an unwavering drive to forge a fierce new solidarity. He summoned every warrior, every disparate band, onto the sweeping, windswept plains of the empty quarter itself, hallowed ground where the nomadic tribes had once pledged irrevocable loyalty. Here, under the vast sky, the act of scarification unfolded. This was far more potent than mere symbolism. It was visceral baptism. The scar, physical, permanent, was a sacred pact declaring pain the sternest teacher, hardship the essential forge. Warriors who for decades had fought and died in silent isolation understood this immediately in their marrow. Their scars etched deep onto flesh became luminous badges of defiance and fidelity, undeniable declarations of commitment to their Primarch and to the emergent soul of the Legion. The Khan also reshaped their structure, honoring their isolated past while carving a path forward. Eschewing the rigid frameworks compelling the Principia Bellicose, he built fluid formations, the adaptable hordes, the intensely bonded brotherhoods. These could swell or shrink, shift and flow like currents, pooling disparate strengths into overwhelming strategic coherence without crushing identity. He He dispersed his proven Chagorian brothers through the whole fabric of the Legion thread by woven thread, embedding them within every existing company to embody the principles, teach the hard-won wisdom of the steppes, and ultimately lead through intractable example. They became the lightning rods, sparking the transformation, bridging the cultural chasm between the weathered Terran veterans and the vital, fiery wave of new Chagorian recruits flooding the ranks during this long reforging. By the time the final defiant Sept world within the Kalina Circle crumpled beneath the Legion's wheels, the metamorphosis was utterly complete. What emerged was the White Scars Legion, unified, possessing an identity as distinct as a thunderclap in silence. They owned the piercing keening of their battle cries, the profound, stark hymns for the fallen, the wild, defiant ways of celebrating victory with wind-whipped abandon. Above all else, they forged an unbreakable loyalty, a kinship of steel forged not just to their Primarch, but understanding deeply their strength relied on each other. The hunters, once scattered across the void's empty vastness, fused into a single brotherhood, understanding that genuine power blossomed not from suffocating sameness, but unity of relentless purpose. They were bound not by cold chains of command, but the visceral tapestry of shared, brutal experience, shared, scorching hardship, shared, intoxicating victory. They were the Ordu of Jagatai now, the Thunderheads embodied as the White Scars, ready at last to surge forth among the Emperor's legions, the proud hunters whose moment had stormed bright upon them. Returning from the ravaged Kalina Circle, their armor savagely scarred and the incisive marks of the fiercest fighting etched onto their very souls, they carried also a newly forged confidence, proud certainty in who they irrevocably were, and the ferocious purpose propelling them. Never again would they see themselves merely as ethereal scouts, shadows preceding the great hosts. They were the lighting spear, a weapon poised to shatter empires before realization even crossed their foes' minds. The decades trailing the Kalina campaign heralded the unequivocal ascendance of the White Scars. Their long-plain white ceramite now bore the jagged, scarlet lightning bolt sigil running the length of the Legion, scarlet thunder, stark against glacial snow. At the burning heart of the White Scars' philosophy glowed a resonant tension. They stood apart as truly joyous warriors, a fierce delight shining in the blinding heat of battle, cleaving foes with what Sanguinius himself noted were frequent, resonant smiles and laughter ringing sharp, even in the abattoir of close combat. Yet this savage alacrity coexisted seamlessly with profound contemplation. The sons of Jagatai were scholars in the quiet between storms, gathering potent wisdom as others scavenged exotic munitions. Their warriors between campaigns practiced elegant calligraphy, composing intricate poetry, forging within these arts an essential counterbalance to the consuming fury of their eternal calling. This stark duality, furious, laughing wrath amidst conflict, deeply meditative artistry within respite, proved a confounding enigma to many bearing witness. Other legions twisted themselves trying to reconcile bloody reputation with undeniable cultural cohesion. Some dismissed them as crude barbarians sporting a paper-thin sheen of civilized grace. Others, perceiving the genuine complexity, found it profoundly unsettling, retreating into the comforting, more linear certainties of their own traditions. The White Scars, relationships with their famed brethren, echoed these widespread contradictions. The rigid structure-bound warriors of the VI Legion found their unpredictable, fluid approaches chaotic, unreliable. The meticulously organized XII judged their self-directed operations wasteful, inefficient. Even the Feral brothers aligned with Lemon Russ, overlord of the enigmatic Fenrisian Legion, resented the instinctive comparisons outsiders drew and held themselves aloof, maintaining taut distance between the two legions renowned for savagery. These fundamental disparities rarely detonated into overt confrontation, yet unrelenting friction smoldered beneath the surface, unspoken tension, stretching tight the already challenging bonds fostered within the Emperor's fragmented family. The White Scars carved their legend across the stars, yet always with the keen sense of standing, just outside the warm circle of fraternity that bound many other legions. Whispers, glances unspoken, a subtle mistrust born of traditions too alien for the rigid heart of the newborn Imperium, it was the quiet barrier that relegated the sons of Chagoris to the periphery of the Great Crusade's cherished brotherhood. Yet amidst the cool distance, islands of respect, even warmth, existed. With the shadow-slipping Raven Guard, they found a natural synergy, the precise, silent blow complementing their own devastating, thunderous strike. The Blood Angels, warriors who felt the fierce joy of battle singing in their blood as the White Scars did, offered nods of hard-won respect, a fellowship perhaps not deep but genuine, forged in shared understanding of combat's paradoxical ecstasy. But two bonds truly anchored them, shaping their path through the turbulent galaxy. With the Thousand Suns, an unexpected kinship blossomed. Both stood apart, outsiders amidst their genetic brothers. The White Scars for their perceived barbarism, their wild ways jarring against imposed imperial order, the Thousand Sons for the very warp gifts that flowed through their veins, making them objects of suspicion and fear. Both clung fiercely to traditions utterly at odds with the Emperor's cold, secular truth. Both were led by Primarchs harboring profound, unspoken doubts about that singular vision, even while dedicating their strength to its realization. This shared understanding of isolation forged a deep, resilient respect, bridging the vast gulf between flamboyant crimson and austere white, between psychic mastery and elemental fury. The Crimson King, Magnus the Red, and the Great Khan, Jaghatai Khan, cultivated an even deeper personal connection, each recognized in the other depths lacking in their other brothers. Magnus, steeped in fathomless lore, valued the Khan's unflinching honesty, his deceptive simplicity giving way to profound philosophical understanding born of nomadic wisdom. Jaghatai, the ultimate pragmatist, respected Magnus's tireless quest for knowledge, his willingness to question sacred cows and pierce the veil of orthodox certainty, regardless of consequence. Their meetings, though scattered across the conquest, became oases of intense discourse, master strategist and master scholar debating the nature of the warp's currents, the ethics of expansion, even the ultimate purpose of the crusade tearing the galaxy asunder. Equally significant, yet fundamentally different, was their bond with the Lunar Wolves. Since the 5th Legion's earliest deployments, Horus Lupercal had shown them consideration, where others offered only dismissal or disdain. Elevated to Warmaster, he continued to value their unique strengths, deploying them with an intuitive grasp of their lightning warfare that other commanders, burdened by dogma or simple incomprehension, sorely lacked. The White Scars, in turn, admired Horus's strategic brilliance, a tactical mind as sharp as their own monomolecular blades, and that rare, magnetic gift for inspiring unwavering loyalty that could make warriors die with his name on their lips. Jaghatai and Horus maintained a cordial, mutually respectful relationship, though devoid of the profound intellectual intimacy shared with Magnus, a camaraderie of commanders rather than brother-sangcel. They saw mirror images of pragmatism in each other, a willingness to bend rather than break, to adapt strategy to the gritty reality of the battlefield rather than force reality to conform to theoretical perfection. When combined, as on the plains of Ullener itself, their legions became an unstoppable engine of war, the crushing, overwhelming hammer of the Lunar Wolves seamlessly amplified by the ruthless, blinding speed of the White Scar's lightning. Yet beneath these triumphs and deep connections, a current of unease coiled within the heart of the Legion. As the Great Crusade stretched into its final, grinding phase, the galaxy felt smaller, tamed. Systems were meticulously charted, catalogued, brought to heel, the wild frontiers shrinking like shadows before the noonday sun of imperial ambition. Where was the place for nomadic hunters in such a rigidly ordered galaxy? What purpose remained for the swift, destructive raid when the primary tool became the administratum scribe and the garrison commander? Jaghatai Khan sensed this profound shift with the sharp intuition of a predator scenting a change in the wind, a concern settling over him like a storm cloud. His legion had been forged for war, for the intoxicating thrill of discovery at high speed, for the pure conquest of the untamed wilderness. They were not slow, meticulous builders. They had no patience for the intricate dance of governance. As world after world succumbed to the Imperium's unfurling peace, as the central endeavor shifted inexorably from expansion to consolidation, Khan felt the creeping dread that his warriors would be rendered obsolete, relics of a wilder, more brutal era, profoundly unsuited to the very stability they had bled to impose. This deep existential fear manifested starkly in the Legion's operations. They deliberately sought out the most vicious war zones, the bloodiest conflicts, the remotest battlefields, places still echoing with the chaotic symphony, where they could fight as nature and tradition dictated. They shunned joint operations, where they might be shackled to commanders bound by conventional dogma or political maneuvering. Like a herd fleeing a wildfire, they pushed relentlessly outwards, riding their great warbikes across the void in a desperate race to stay ahead of the encroaching order, to remain forever in the untamed realm of the hunt, rather than be trapped in the stifling, paved lands of settled governance. Some among their brethren legionaries perceived this as arrogance, a lack of the iron discipline supposedly expected of transhuman warriors. Others, perhaps more perceptive, saw it for what it was, the frantic restlessness of warriors instinctively sensing the slow death of their fundamental purpose. Few, however, grasped the deeper, more troubling truth that the White Scars were grappling with a crisis of identity, questioning their very soul within the vast imperial machine they had toiled so hard to build. The apotheosis at Ullener, crowning the Warmaster and marking the apparent fulfillment of the Emperor's grand vision, only sharpened this urgent question. The Great Khan stood irrevocably at a crossroads, knowing with chilling certainty that choices made in the shadow of this new, calcifying imperium would irrevocably define his legion's future. What he could not foresee was how suddenly, how viciously that choice would be torn from his hands, nor the staggering cost it would ultimately demand. Simultaneously, the issue of psychic manifestation within the legions became a widening fissure threatening to crack the imperial war machine. The White Scars, with their deep-rooted shamanic practices and essential stormseers, found themselves unwillingly thrust into the heart of the controversy, despite their usual distance from imperial politicking. Unlike the spectacular, overt displays showcased by the Thousand Suns, the White Scars' engagement with the warp was interwoven with the millennial traditions of Chagoris, whether whispers, spirit paths walked, a subtle communion with unseen energies vital to their very survival on the windswept steppes. The Council of Nicaea, summoned by the Emperor himself to settle this dangerous schism once and for all, should have been the pivotal moment for the Khan to stand shoulder-to-shoulder with Magnus, Sanguinius, and other allies to fiercely defend their essential traditions. Fate, or perhaps careful orchestration, intervened. The Khan had been dispatched to the galactic fringes, deep into the Kondak system, precisely as preparations for the Council finalized his mission. To hunt down the scattered, stubborn remnants of the massive Orc Empire shattered at Ullener vital work, certainly, but its timing sparked uneasy murmurs among the Khan's inner circle, though few dared voice the implicit suspicion aloud. In Jagatai's unavoidable absence, the burden fell to Tagutai Yesuje, a young librarian but a stormseer already fiercely respected for his wisdom and connection to the old ways. Representing the 5th Legion's fragmented spirit, Yesuje advocated a middle path, a place of disciplined balance defiantly staked between Magnus's plea for unfettered psychic acceptance and Mortarian's dreadful demand for total, absolute prohibition. He argued with quiet conviction. Psykers were not inherently anathema, merely powerful weapons, when tempered by rigorous training, profound understanding, and unwavering spiritual discipline as embodied by the Stormseers. Their potential could be harnessed safely, utilized with respect and necessary caution against humanity's manifold enemies. This nuanced, practical wisdom failed to find purchase on the Emperor's implacable will. His judgment was irrevocable and devastating. All legions were commanded to disband their librarious departments immediately. The shockwave struck the White Scars as they returned from the grueling Kondax campaign carrying the dust of distant battlefields. Their Stormseers were so much more than mere weapon wielders. They were spiritual anchors, guardians of ancient ways, the very bridge spanning the Legion's Terran origins and its adopted Chagorian soul. To tear them away wasn't merely a tactical constraint. It was a profound amputation, threatening a core part of the Legion's identity. In a moment of raw vulnerability later shared only with his closest advisors, Jagatai Khan confessed his deep, enduring regret he should have been at Nicaea. Standing beside Magnus and Sanguinius, lending his reputation as a warrior prince, grounded and devoid of overt sorcery, his object reasoning might have tipped the scales. His use of the Stormseers was universally acknowledged as pragmatic, tactical, restrained. But the moment was irrevocably lost, and the reverberating consequences would shape the nightmare years hurtling towards them all. It was in the grim, uncertain afterlight of Nicaea's decision that the White Scars found themselves deployed alongside other legions, a rare convergence to the desolate, arid dustball named Drun, spinward of the unsettling black tier in the cosmos known as the Morpheus Rift. What began as a seemingly standard punitive compliance action swiftly morphed into something profoundly significant. It became a stark, brutal test of the newly imposed psychic interdictions, and a crucible revealing the fraught fault lines between brother Primarchs. Jagatai Khan, adopting overall command, led not only the cohorts of his own legion, but also substantial detachments of Horus's Lunar Wolves and Mortarian's implacable Death Guard. The trial of Drun laid bare the intricate, often poisonous dynamics between these legions and the godlike beings who shaped them. When preliminary reconnaissance into Drun's monolithic capital city yielded disturbing signs of pervasive Xenos corruption, it was a White Scars Stormseer, the revered Korkin Klek Sentuk, who first sounded the alarm, sensing the psychic stains spreading through the subjugated populace like ink through water. Mortarian, the grim Deathlord, dismissed these warnings with unconcealed contempt, his hatred for the Psykers who had saved him and then tormented him on Barbarous burning ever hotter since Nicaea, coloring his every judgment. Horus, ever the consummate pragmatist, initially sided with Mortarian until the physical evidence, grotesque biological alterations, impossible devices humming with dark energies became too staggering, too undeniable to ignore. Only Jagatai accorded his Stormseers' counsel the immediate, unwavering respect handed down through generations of Chagorian shamans. This solitary trust was brutally vindicated as Drun's true, stomach-churning horror unfolded. The world was enslaved not by mere physical Xenos, but by warp-born entities. Their insidious influence poured through extra-dimensional breaches, puppeteering the population into vessels of madness and despair. Victory, brutally hard won, required the combined, grinding might of 3 legions working in fractious concert, a feat scarcely imaginable otherwise. Crucially, despite the shadow of the Nicaean Edict, it was the White Scars, Stormseers, Chagorian techniques defying Terra's decree, whose unique insights pierced the entity's defenses and guided the crushing counterattack. The seismic final confrontation with the Warpspawn monstrosity erupting from the primary portal tested the combined mettle of 3 demigods. Horus, paragon of martial perfection, recoiled under the sheer weight of its psychic virulence. Mortarion, the relentless embodiment of endurance, found his physical resilience disastrously meaningless against the tide of soul-rending despair. Yet it was Jagatai Khan, whose innate understanding of wild energies flowed from the very storms of his homeworld, who held fast against the psychic deluge, perceiving the ephemeral structure of the horror. With impossible speed and precision, he targeted its intrinsic vulnerability, cleaving through its unnatural essence with a strike that collapsed the screaming horror into collapsing reality. For the White Scars, the ashen air of victory on Drun tasted both sweet and bitterly affirming. Their stormborn traditions, scorned as barbaric trickery, had proven vital, indispensable. Their pragmatic flexibility adapting tactics, employing necessary tools regardless of distant bureaucratic dogma, had preserved not only their own brothers, but their rigidly orthodox allies. Yet like blood-staining water, this vindication brought its own severe cost. Tension with Mortarion, whose burning loathing for the Psyker swelled almost to madness in the face of their undeniable life-saving utility, became a sub-zero chill lingering long after the battle's roar faded. Moreover, a deeper, more corrosive seed was planted. The disquieting realization that imperial truth, proclaimed as immutable law, and imperial policy, as handed down by distant rulers with imperfect sight, could become dangerously opposed forces in the brutal theater of galactic war. This conflict between doctrine and survival eloquently seeped into one of the Legion's own most revealing myths, the tale of the Pale Emperor. Details shifted with the teller and the steppe wind, yet the chilling core remained immutable. Jagatai Khan found a tiny, defiant human starempire clinging to independence on the outermost fringe. He offered its ruler the so-called Pale Emperor resplendent, yet brittle submission on imperial terms. Upon inevitable refusal, the 5th Legion descended like a cleansing firestorm, grinding every shred of resistance to bloody dust with ruthless efficiency. Only the Pale Emperor himself remained spared, often depicted as clutching frozen soil on a wasted fragment of rock. Was he left as a witness to the ruin born of foolish pride, a stark memento mori for Jagatai himself, a constant vision of the brutal cost extracted by the choice he himself had made long ago on Chagorus to kneel before a mightier power rather than face absolute annihilation. This potent duality, conquest versus choice, reflected the Legion's increasingly tangled, conflicted relationship with the Imperium they served so fiercely. On the surface, the narrative served the imperial dogma: resistance to the truth brings inevitable, devastating ruin. Beneath, it whispered of the Khan's own irrevocable bargain, his surrender of true sovereignty for survival within the crushing imperial embrace. The unsettling ambiguity of the ending hinting that Jagatai might simultaneously pity and fiercely envy the defiant emperor doomed, but free echoed the ripples of doubt, the unspoken questions that could never find voice on any imperial podium. As the Great Crusade crawled towards what history would record as its shattering climax, these doubts and tensions bubbled beneath the disciplined surface of the White Scars Legion. They fought on, fiercely loyal, their excellence in battle undimmed, worlds submitting before their wheels. Yet something fundamental had subtly shifted. A questioning, a quiet reassessment had seeded itself within their collective soul. Who were they in a galaxy shifting towards suffocating order? Were they carving its future, or mourning its passing even as they enforced its laws? The all-consuming darkness poised to devour the Imperium remained out of sight, still coiled in hidden shadows, but its chilling shade had already fallen silently across the riders of Chagorus. The declaration that Horus was anointed Warmaster, the Emperor withdrawing to Terra to pursue secret projects, was met by the Khan with stoic acceptance, the habitual mask of obedience. The simultaneous orders dispatching the Legion back to the Kondak system, tasked with the final eradication of the greenskin remnants there, were executed without hesitation. Yet beneath this seamless compliance simmered a vigilant watchfulness, a predator's awareness that events were accelerating towards an unseen, inevitable climax. The White Scars arrived at the edge of the Kondak system with a feeling perilously close to joy, a lifting of spirits unfamiliar after grinding years wrestling the complex moral ambiguities of human compliance. Here was pure purpose, annihilating the remnants of Warlord Erlak Urg's Orc Empire, a task clear, brutal, and untainted by doubt. It was the hunt they were born for: clean, honorable violence against an enemy universally despised. For several rotations of the Galactic Standard, the campaign unfolded perfectly, an echo of simpler, founding glories. Brotherhood wings deployed, white lightning flashing across void and planetary surface. The orcs fought with their usual savage, mindless fury, but lacked the terrifying unity Urg had imposed upon them at Ullanor. Stronghold by stronghold, their domains crumbled beneath the controlled, devastating strikes of the Khan's hunters. Final victory seemed not merely assured, but was reaching out to clasp their gauntleted hands. Then the fabric of communication frayed. Astropathic whispers, always warped by the howling currents of the Empyrean, dissolved into increasingly garbled, broken fragments. Messages materialized from the star-scattered depths like ghosts bearing contradictory portents. Terrifying words pierced the momentarily joyful silence. The Space Wolves, Rogel Dorn's stalwart executioners, declared traitor. Prospero Burning, Magnus the Red Fallen, Horus Lupercal, beloved brother, favored son, anointed warmaster, named arch-traitor, legions turned. The galaxy was tearing itself apart, and the hunt of Kondax froze, suspended over an abyss of dizzying, world-shaking chaos, just as the final blow was poised to fall. The static-laced whispers clawed at the edges of the Warhawk's awareness, a discordant chorus of impossible claims flooding the communications arrays deep within the Swordstorm. Months-old pleas jostled with frantic hour-rolled pronouncements, a psychic river choked with conflicting debris. Cultists rose, loyal legions fell, Primarchs turned. Jagatai Khan, a towering form radiating unease, demanded clarity from his stormseers. Yet the great ocean itself rolled in torment, the warp currents churning into a vortex of falsehoods and fragmented nightmares. Even the most seasoned seer, face strained, sweat beating beneath ornate helms, could not separate the threads of truth. Visions flickered, the Emperor's golden light guttering like a dying candle one moment, Horus ascending wreathed in obscene emerald fire the next. Most jarring, most treacherous, were the fragmented glimpses of Magnus, the Crimson King whole and defiant, then a broken spirit adrift, spectral pleas echoing amidst crushing silences of unimaginable suffering. This maelstrom of uncertainty became a maelstrom into which a direct, brutal astropathic spike drove deep, the distinct psychic signature of Lemon Russ himself, the Wolf King howling his grim report. He declared vengeance and acted upon Prospero, unleashed by the Emperor's own command against Magnus's forbidden sorceries, transgressions threatening humanity's core. Now mauled, the Space Wolves gathered to lick wounds in the Alaxis Nebula, only to find themselves savaged by stealth and deceit. The Alpha Legion besieged them. Russ demanded the White Scars ride to their aid immediately. Almost simultaneously, another desperate pulse arrived, cutting through the static from Rogel Dorn himself on besieged Terra, a Fortress Primarch's iron command shattering doubts. Horus had betrayed the Emperor utterly, dragging multiple legions, including the cursed Alpha, into his heresy. Dorn's message, blunt and final, ordered Jagatai and his sons to forsake all other calls and return to Terra with ultimate haste, rallying to the Throneworld's defense. Ignore Horus, ignore his agents, defend the core. The Khan stood amidst the contradictory tides, a solitary monument trying to reconcile two irreconcilable realities, each demanding absolute allegiance at the cost of brotherhood. One claimed Horus the ultimate traitor, demanding he turn his blades against the warmaster he respected. The other damned Magnus the scholar, the philosopher, the friend, asserting his annihilation was just and sanctioned. Could Horus, architect of the Great Crusade, truly be the architect of its ruin? Could Magnus, ever curious, ever pushing boundaries, truly have damned himself so utterly? Both possibilities felt alien, poisonous, yet one must anchor this unfolding catastrophe. Before Jagatai could marshal understanding, crystallize a path through the fractal lies, the void itself shifted. Detection arrays screamed lean, predatory Alpha Legion warships coalesced from the very darkness at Kondax's periphery, emerging not with gunfire but with chilling precision. They deployed with silent, predatory grace, their positions perfectly severing the swiftest stellar avenues towards Terra and the Alaxis Nebula both. They made no overt threat, broadcast no demands, merely existed as an impassive wall of void metal, a blockade draped in unfathomable silence. The trap, exquisite in its timing, snapped shut. The orc spore world below still required purging fire, though its spine was broken, demanding resources that could ill be spared. Faced with inconceivable schism and conflicting data tearing at the Imperium's heart, the White Scars now choked on enforced inaction amplified tenfold by the Alpha Legion's enigmatic, menacing presence. For masters of misdirection, their tactics screamed motive, lying thick in the silent void, divide, paralyze, isolate. Jagatai Khan, the embodiment of the Great Step's unfettered spirit, confronted the gravest choice since offering his loyalty to the distant Golden Throne. The Legion itself splintered internally, old bonds strained by existential dread. Brothers in arms, forged over decades of star-shattering war, found voices rising, arguments flaring across the stratagem screens. Horus showed us respect, we stand with the Warmaster, clashed violently with Dorn speaks for the Emperor. Terra is the Imperium, Horus the apostate. The the pressure to choose, to commit to a side before knowing the battlefield, mounted like a crushing vice. Jagatai Khan's response, a testament to the singular wisdom that marked him distinct even among demigod siblings, was a rejection. He would not bend the knee to incomplete data, nor leap at shadows crafted by others. He would not dance to the tune of messages potentially forged in perfidious astrocrystalline chambers. He would not be stampeded into action by the Alpha Legion's silently goading blockade. The White Scars would not rush blindly to Terra's gate, nor hasten to Lemon Russ's questionable summons. Instead, swift and decisive, he commanded his disparate flotilla, prepare for immediate withdrawal from the cloying grasp of Kandax, but plot no course along the obvious lines cut by expectation. Crisp orders echoed through voxgrills. Crew thundered through companionways. Repulsors groaned, heavy anchors retracting. The White Scars would chart their own open road through the star-choked tapestry. They would hunt the truth with their own eyes and hearts, severing the snares cast by intermediaries with hidden games. Critically, they would ride as one legion, united under their Kaghan's banner. He would not let whispers of rebellion blossom into fratricidal sparks aboard his ships. This refusal to play the game caught the Alpha Legion, arch-manipulators of the Legion's Astartes, utterly unprepared. Their intricate ploy presumed only two paths: Terra or Russ, rebel or loyal, locking the VTH Legion at Kandax in confusion until ripe for persuasion or destruction. The Wild Hunt, choosing the third path, the path unseen, shattered those intricate calculations. When the White Scars fleet moved, it was with the breathless coordination of a predator unleashed. Specialized drive arrays, secrets hoarded for generations, birthed white-hot stellar plasma starboard and port, heaving the disparate ships forward with velocities that tore the void asunder. The Alpha Picket ships, configured for containment, for slow maneuvers against predictable trajectories, were blindsided. Screaming proximity alarms flared across their bridges seconds before impact. A void maneuver sprung from Jagatai's strategic soul, the Chisel Formation. Ships locked into a perfect tapered wedge of adamantium power, engines howling, velocity punishing, driving straight into the heart of the blockade's meticulously arranged cordon. They punched through the startled foe like a Khan's lance through rotten wood, shattering Alpha hulls aside in gravitic detonations and shrieking tortured metal. The cost was paid in White Scars blood and blast-scarred vessels. Several proud ships died screaming in gouts of plasma, others limped away crippled by brutal broadsides as they passed through the forming jaws. Yet, weighed against the poison of eternal confinement or becoming a pawn in a galaxy-wide betrayal, such losses, though bitter, were not in vain. More vital still, the Legion remained tethered not by unanimous belief, but by unshakable trust in their Kaghan, a trust deeper than doubt, even as individual souls trembled with fear or fury about the shape of the truth they chased. As the Immaterium's unnatural colors swallowed the White Scars fleet, leaving the shocked Alpha Legion groping amidst remnants of their failed scheme, Jagatai Khan stared into the swirling warplight, plotting a course resonant with grim, inexorable logic. Not Terra, not Alaxis, but Prospero. If answers weathered the storm, they awaited upon the scorched remains of Magnus's shattered world. Only then, only by truly seeing the ruin inflicted upon his brother's dream, by Magnus's own staggering miscalculation, or Russ's frigid judgment, could Jagatai hope to unravel the interwoven knots of lies strangling his legion. They translated back into the freezing embrace of real space at the outermost drift of the Prosperine sphere. Immediate, silent dread gripped command decks. Scanners clawed hungrily across the void, probing for defiance, for survivors, for life. Nothing. Utter, desolate silence answered. No merchant ships fleeing debris, no orbital fortresses projecting defiance, no bustling patrols signifying a vibrant Legion home, only the profound soul silence of desolation and the planet hanging pale and drained ahead. Reports once described a jewel illuminating the void, learning, enlightenment, beauty wrought in crystalline architecture. Those reports lied. As the fleet plunged towards that pale orb, grief hardened into horror. Prospero spun in the vacuum like a carcass forgotten in the void. Its surface, once vibrant, was a tapestry of planetary-scale burns visible through the thinning atmosphere, a global scab. Poisoned storm systems choked entire hemispheres, obscuring further carnage below. Scanners vomited alerts, atmosphere saturated with heavy metals and exotic toxins, tectonic plates groaning under unnatural stress, residual radiological signatures screaming the song of sustained orbital devastation followed by firestorms that scoured continents bare. Jagatai commanded the Swordstorm to hold orbit above Tizca, Magnus's capital, the fallen jewel. The view left no room for denial of scale. Starlight glinting off mountains of jagged obsidian fractures where glass spires kissed heavens, flawless crystal domes, powdered glass desolation. The great libraries, sanctuaries of knowledge Magnus tended with fragile hope, consumed utterly, leaving only ash-choked craters. This was not censure. This was exterminatus aimed at a soul. Warping, dissonant energies clinging malignant to the dead world's skin choked the engines and guidance systems of drop pods and landing craft. They sputtered like dying birds. No descent was possible save the desperate plunge of teleportation. Lethal risk be damned. Donning the ornate helm etched with storm winds, Jagatai Khan stepped onto the Arc Mechanicus Thrumcatalis plate, followed by a dozen Keshig, his oathbound guardians, chosen for courage and blades like frozen lightning. Reality warped, fractured, then slammed back into horrifying focus. They stood amidst the bones of Tizca. The air hung thick, bitterly cold yet paradoxically charged, buzzing with the psychic backlash of uncounted agonized deaths. Heat rose in waves through ceramic boot soles, radiating from soil baked by Armageddon. Tizca was a necropolis haunted by absence. Silent streets yielded only skeletal frameworks of shattered structures clawing at polluted skies. No burning wreckage, no broken bodies decorating the ruins, no survivor huddles whispering defiance. Utter emptiness swallowed them. An entire populace snatched away utterly, consumed beyond molecules, leaving only the crushing weight of void where civilization once hummed. Forcing the Keshig onward through avenues choked by spectral debris, deeper into the teeth of the cataclysm, they sought confirmation, any whisper etched in ruin. The physical devastation spoke the space wolves, tongue fluently systematic demolition, defensive positions atomized, the exhaustive grinding away of a world's culture and spirit reduced to grit under a boot heel. Yet beneath that crushing military signature, fouler currents flowed, a psychic taint no mundane bombardment could account for, a resonance that raised the hackles on even the most war-ossified space marine soul. Began unnoticed, perhaps the fallout of being watched by countless unseen eyes from cracked windows and collapsed archways. Then, distinct above the mournful wind, the chitinous buzz of immense insect wings vibrating impossible angles deep within sanity's margins. Tizca's corpse suddenly teemed with life spectral, predatory. Demonic manifestations drawn by the psychic wound bled raw across Prospero, manifesting as ghostly swarms and monstrous chimeras shimmering with insubstantial malice. Bolter shells passed harmlessly though their incorporeal shapes. Chain blades screamed through empty air. Confusion erupted into desperate retreat. Pure battle instinct drove the Keshig backwards, blades weaving defensive arcs against threats that bled psychic corrosion. And in the chaos, the unforgiving bedrock beneath the Khan himself fractured viciously. Plates of ancient marble exploded upwards as seismics tore into a concealed abyss. Before bracing hands could find purchase, Jagatai vanished downwards into absolute blackness, swallowed whole by Prospero's broken heart, Vox transmissions dying instantly in swirling miasmic interference. Alone, disconnected, hearing his brothers battling above impossibly distant, the great Khan fell through tortured darkness before impacting jarringly onto jagged subterranean rock. Dust choked his rebreathers, gravity warped perception. A journey deeper began physically into ossified magma flows formed into arches and impossible geometries by conscious intellect generations past, spiritually into Prospero's final hidden resonance chambers manifesting Magnus's immense power even in catastrophe. Every echoing footfall confirmed artificial shaping. Intricate psychic sigils, faded and fractured, coated walls deep beneath the city's shattered foundations. Endless corridors honeycombed the planetary strata, leading inevitably towards a vast central chamber lit by an eerie, fading emerald afterglow. There, amidst shattered mechanisms of impossible scale, devices designed to channel undeniable cosmic currents now lying inert and broken, sat not Magnus but an echo. A psychic imprint burning fierce within the locus of his greatest hubris, greatest agony. The silence thickened, recognition flickered in the spectral gaze. Conversation, as much emotion projected as words uttered through the corpse-rolled static, unfolded. Horus had indeed fallen, corrupted by power slumbering in unending depths between stars. Legions marched under his corrupted banners, Angron's unrelenting rage, Fulgrim's soulless perfection, Mortarian's embittered resignation, even Alphreus swirling the shadows. Prospero's destruction. Engineered meticulously by the Warmaster, twisting the Emperor's dread of Magnus' psychic mastery, Magnus trying to force ignorance into sending Rus the Executioner against him. Purposeful tragedy severing another loyal son, weakening Terra. Finally, the bitterest pill, Magnus' own fatal mistake driving the lever. Trying desperately to warn the Emperor bricked safe away on Terra, he dared the impossible, piercing the peerless kindshield surrounding the palace with forbidden warpart, rupturing. Something vital, something secret unfolding far below in the Imperial sanctum. That trespass, not loyalty to Horus, not threatening humanity with chaos directly, triggered his doom. Rus unleashed, Mortarian's hateful whisper confirmed. The ghostly echo dimmed, consumed by its own tragedy, leaving Jagatai utterly alone. Choices crystallized abruptly within the subterranean despair. The Imperium shivered, riven into warring shards. Primarch fought brother. The dream dissolved into acid rain washing over Cenozoic ruins. What allegiance can bind such fracture? His contemplation, heavy with unavoidable grief, shattered utterly. Unbidden, foulness coalesced in the dark air. Pallid light sickly illuminated Mortarion, Death Lord of a legion now named well, stinking of pestilent certainty and bitter grievances. Offers dripped like pus. Horus gave leaders freedom from terrestrial tyranny unworthy of warriors. Liberation dawned for warriors, not fools. He dangled the white scar's cherished independence like poisoned bait. Jagatai Khan stood unmoved. The stench of corruption choking Mortarion's rhetoric choked him. This was not liberation, but slavery to newer, uglier masters exhibited within the Death Lord's own corrupted form. He would not exchange Emperor and Imperium flawed symbols, yet fragile bulwark against the galaxy's ravening entropy for chaos-choked delusion, wrapped in honeyed lies about liberty. He saw the demon coiled around Horus's heart, present even in Mortarion's casual gesture, betraying allegiance bought in rot-darkened corridors of the soul. Corrupted intentions fouled noble ends irrevocably. Never, blades clashed inseparable emotion. Khan an ascendant bolt of killing thunder, Mortarion a poisonous glacier relentlessly grinding forward. Speed shattered against endurance. Respect poisoned by betrayal. Loyalty hardened against corruption calcified by darkness. Destiny balanced on keen edges until Mortarion, pragmatic parasite clothed in corpse-warp armor, recognizing futility in perpetual clash, disengaged. His silent fleet recalled, retrieved him, dissolving like pestilent vapor from Prospero's haunted orbit. Yet the retreat offered no solace. Though convictions burned truer than ever within Jagatai standing amidst the ashes of betrayal realized, the knowledge settled colder than Prospero orbit. Brother had slaughtered brother across the Imperium. Humanity fractured upon pyres of false ambitions. The white scars knew where their teeth must bite now, into the corruption threatening everything. Yet aboard his cold void-faring ships, distant engines droning as they fled Prospero's benighted pull, planted discord finally bore blood-arc fruit. Voices once arguing clashed hard steel, as former brothers turned blades upon divided loyalties across illuminated corridors echoing only conflict. Commanders loyal beyond measure fought commanders whose hearts saw Dorn's message as tragically abandoned mandate. Hiknoyan Khan's defiance, bruised over perceived slights smoldering long enough, erupted not as words, but as bolter fire tearing apart bonds millions star miles from finding the actual war. Jagatai Khan remained, for now deep beneath Tizca's corpse rubble, gazing silently into absolute nothing encompassing everything, unaware of the breaking battle already consuming the halls above his soul. The stark, echoing vastness of the Swordstorm's bridge held a tableau of profound desecration the moment Jagatai Khan materialized into its midst. The harsh lumens beat down, unforgiving, revealing pristine white deck plates no longer immaculate, but stained dark and slick with the lifeblood of his own son's white scar killing white scar, a fragmentation echoing the galactic cataclysm tearing through humanity's soul. The air itself hung thick and choking, saturated with the bitter tang of ozone and promethium fumes from discharged bolters, and the coppery, nauseating scent of blood spilled in fratricide. Before him, warriors stood rigid, segmented weapons trembling in exhausted grips aimed at brothers they had bled beside on 100 worlds. Each faction utterly convinced their horrific act was the sole path to preserve the Legion's honor. At the heart of this carnage, centered defiantly before the command throne he had vacated, stood Hasik Noyan Khan. The sight struck the great Khan like a physical blow, a betrayal cutting deeper than any blade. Decades, centuries of shared struggle, of victories earned on distant battlefields under alien suns, of bonds forged in the impossible heat of shared sacrifice, all reduced now to this grim charade, shredded by vaulting ambition and loyalty horribly misplaced. Hasik, once a pillar of strength, a commander trusted beyond measure, now stood ringed by lodge warriors, their gazes locked on their Primarch not with reverence, but challenge, their choice made for Horus over the one who had shaped them. Potent wrath surging within Jagatai Khan was inextricably laced with an overwhelming sorrow, a crushing sense of irrevocable loss that resonated in the marrow of his ancient being. He understood the sheer gravity of betrayal with a unique, visceral clarity. Born beneath the harsh, limitless skies of the Altaic steppes, the foundation of Chagorian character had been etched into him from infancy. Oaths were the rocks upon which survival itself depended, loyalty the unyielding steel that braced all virtue. To shatter faith, to betray the Brotherhood, was to shatter the cosmos itself. He moved, not with the predatory speed he was famed for, but with the slow, deliberate tread of a man walking through a mausoleum, each step making space for the grief. His blade, Jellighat, gleamed coldly in the bridge lights, still coated with the poisoned ichor of the traitor Mortarion, a stark testament to the corruption he had witnessed firsthand. As he advanced on Hasik, the din of clashing steel, roaring bolters, and shouts of fury melted away into a suffocating silence. Warriors on both sides, their conflict momentarily arresting through sheer force of presence, lowered weapons, eyes drawn inexorably to their Primarch. Even steeped in division, his authority remained unconquerable, absolute. Hasek, perhaps hoping reason might still pierce the veil, began to argue his cause, words spilling forth tales of Horus's genuine respect eclipsing the Emperor's calculated detachment, promises of shared glory unshackled from Terra's decrees, the White Scar's true destiny lying not with a distant tyrant, but with achieving greatness unchained. The pleas washed over the Khan like smoke on stone. He carried the fresh-seared memory of Prospero within him, the undeniable stench of demonic taint carried by Horus's adherents, a sickness masquerading as liberation. Honor could never lie upon a path paved with such filth. His judgment, when it came, was a single, shattering punctuation. One fluid motion, born not from fury but absolute necessity, a surgeon excising a diseased limb to save the body. Jellighai lanced forth with blinding speed, impaling Hasek Kor Noyan Khan through the chest, lifting the warrior bodily from the deck plating, a horrifying, undeniable demonstration of finality held aloft before the silent, bloodied ranks of his divided legion. This was not vengeance, not an act of passion, but an imperative cutting the removal of a malignancy threatening to consume the White Scar's spirit from within. As the light faded from Hasek's eyes and the last breath hissed between clenched teeth, Jagatai Khan addressed the gathered warriors, his voice iron resonating through the stunned quiet. "We are the Ordu of Jagatai. These blades you bear, this blood that marks your armor, these names you carry, you bear them solely by my word, my sanction. This truth transcends Horus. It even transcends the throne world itself. No power in this galaxy, or beyond its veil, alters that immutable bond." The death of Hasek Noyan Khan acted like a tide breaking upon ancient stone, eroding the resolve of those who had marched under his banner. Some fell to their knees instantly, weapons clattering forgotten at their feet, voices raw with pleading for mercy. Others stood defiant still, but the fire had gone out, replaced by a grim acknowledgement of their cause's utter futility, the widespread defeat crushing the spirit of rebellion. A grim few chose the void over submission, turning daggers upon themselves or charging loyalists in suicidal resolve, knowing they would be cut down but preferring that oblivion to the Khan's judgment. In the shattering aftermath, smoke coiling in the air with the metallic tang of death, the White Scars began the grim accounting. Brothers straightened armor stiff with dried blood, administered potent field dressings with hands that trembled only slightly, eyes avoiding the accusing stares of those they had fought, the carnage a brutal testament to internal fracture. The reckoning extended beyond Hasek's corpse. Other ringleaders of the plot, Gogol, Hibu Khan, Torgun, were sought out, their war gear stripped from them, powerful frames rendered symbolically naked before being confined deep within the ship's brig, their fate suspended in the chilling uncertainty of Jagatai Khan's contemplation. The ancestral laws of the Altai steppes were uncompromising. Betrayal demanded blood payment, demanded death. Yet the Khan felt the terrifying strain upon the psychogenetic bonds that knit his sons together, frayed now almost to snapping. To spill further brotherblood in judgment would be catastrophic, perhaps severing the Legion forever. Amidst this fragile, wounded stalemate, the ship's augurs blared a warning scream stark and undeniable. Multiple contacts translating into the very debris field they occupied near scarred Prospero Death Guard signatures, unmistakable and heavy with dread, Mortarian's reinforcements arriving to deliver the traitorous coup de grace denied by Jagatai Khan's intervention. The second battle of Prospero ignited in the cold dark, the White Scars suddenly thrust onto a razor's edge, their legion bleeding internally, while an implacable external foe sought their annihilation. In that searing moment, choosing between extinction and survival, the fractured Ordu found a terrifying, desperate unity. Ancient divisions melted away before the immediate mutual threat. Jagatai Khan's command bounced across Vox channels cracked with static, combat formation Gungha. Like clenched muscles suddenly coordinated beneath a Primarch's will, the fleet answered not a rigid battle line, but a flowing, coiling pattern, speed and unpredictability its signature. The frozen void surrounding the cursed planet erupted in a silent, violent ballet of annihilation. Lance batteries cut blinding scars through the eternal night, torpedoes snaked in deadly synchrony, plasma reactors screamed as adjoining void shields buckled and flared. Outnumbered but suffused with the desperate, pent-up fury of their schism grief, rage, the bitter taste of betrayal, transmuted into a cold, relentless drive to endure the White Scars hit the inevitable, grinding advance of the Death Guard fleet like bladed lightning. Though normally the sheer weight of Mortarian's numbers would have ground them into stardust, the Death Lord's trajectory was based on absorbing defecting allies, not repelling a ferocious counterstrike from a foe clinging to integration under the Khan's iron resolve. His plague ships sluggishly attempted their inexorable advance, finding themselves perpetually flanked, outmaneuvered, unable to bring their devastating armament to bear effectively against fleet, dancing opponents refusing to meet them shield to shield. For 3 brutally unceasing rotations of a broken Prospero beneath them, the void battle raged, swiftly escalating into chaotic boarding actions before breaking off to reform into effective combat groups, steadily expanding outward from the epicenter, whirling clusters twisting and turning throughout the system, as Khan refused the static confrontation his weaponry antagonists desired. Ship captains, seasoned warriors embodying their primary virtue, took initiative without priming, supported cohorts they had clashed with hours before, rebuilding fractured cohesion without precision grounding, resonating instead on a shared genetic imperative. Their fight became a vivid lesson in the core strength of the 5th Legion. Blinding speed married to chilling adaptability, individual virtuosity weaving into a unified whole surpassing simple coordination. Ultimately, facing critical shortages, sustained alongside unexpected heavy casualties, mounting against them losses Mortarion foresaw. As the cost of victory became untenable, the gritty attrition too much, even for the endurance of his reinforced plague fleet, Mortarion signaled a retreat. Like heavy cataracts receding slowly and backwards from tidal shores, the Death Guard disengaged, ponderous fortress ships carving wakes through flaming debris fields and crippled hulks, limping towards the distant Manville points to translate into oblivion. The White Scars had snatched victory, but it was Pyrrhic and Price vessels gutted and bleeding coolant, hulls scarred by phosphex burns and ramming impacts, too many honored names etched onto growing casualty dedication slabs. Standing amidst the relative quiet aboard the scarred bridge of Swordstorm, the hollow silence only broken by the groaning of stressed metal and the low hum of failing climate-controlled Jagatai Khan gathered his surviving commanders. The brutal truths laid bare on Prospero's ashes, compounded by the festering wound of the attempted coup, allowed for no further ambiguity. The moment demanded unequivocal alignment, a choice carrying the weight of extinction. Turning to regard his battered brothers, seeing the shared weariness mirrored in every eye yet lined unflinching with determination, the great Khan declared the Legion's allegiance irrevocably, decisively, astoundingly committed to the Emperor of Mankind. This pronouncement was not born of blind veneration. It was a conscious rejection, a visceral repudiation of the visible rot metastasizing within Horus and his once-noble legions. Acceptance arrived freighted with complexity and dead weight. Lingering doubts hung within the Croya domes like acrid smoke. Anger towards a cold emperor who had shattered Lemon Russ against Prospero, and ironically, Magnus, the red anger at perceived slights. History relegated to periphery roles despite sacrifices etched onto worlds and psyches. An insular power fostering loyal families instead of kin alliances. Yet all these shadows paled, vanishing like choked embers before the blazing inferno of chaos consuming the rebellion Horus championed. Better, far better, to uphold a flawed, distant promise of unified purpose than to surrender knowingly and irrevocably into damnation, guided by beloved brothers steeped in darkness. The bruised White Scars fleet finally translated above Terra to behold ultimate ruination. Humanity's cradle, once adorned with glinting towers piercing heavens and magnificent hivespires, now presented a horrific panorama, a world ripped apart, bleeding flame and toxic soot, wounds glowing hellishly under constant orbital bombardment. The outer bastions defending the Sanctum Imperialis itself had already crumbled before Horus's relentless onslaught. Beneath the scarred plating filled with buckled ferrocrete and leaking plasma conduits, countless millions huddled in terror within makeshift voids, survivors choked by fear and radioactive dust, their sky a constant searing tapestry as fusion drives awoke impossibly slow traders' warp drive signatures translated faster than light years away. For defense faltering upon the precipice, the sight of white Strat cruisers slicing through the lightning storm engulfing Terra ignited more than relief, it sparked potent, unforeseen hope. Their arrival was utterly unexpected, dismissed as another memory of a fleet swallowed by the warp's malice. The eruption of white and crimson painted Thunderhawks descending near failed defense perimeters. The fist lightning flashes against Starswarm, suddenly choked with Molecruiser signatures, became visceral lifeblood flowing into struggling nerves. To see the proud white armor, the bladed helmets advancing through collapsing barricades towards the crumbling Lion's Gate spaceport compound, reignited exhausted spirits hardened by months of unceasing war. Rogel Dorn, Praetorian of Terra, received Jagatai Khan beneath the iron arches preparing to collapse. Usually austere commitment made flesh, the Imperial Fist Primarch's expression momentarily fractured, yielding to a stark surge of gratitude unspoken, deeply registering. It transcended tactical reinforcement. It symbolized that the fragile vision proclaimed by the distant emperor, besieged and choked via unrelenting betrayal, wasn't yet extinguished. Loyalty yet endured despite surrounding darkness. Within this tortured crucible of ultimate endurance at Terra, an unprecedented triarch coalesced. Rogel Dorn served as stalwart anchor, unbreakable. Sanguinius became the piercing beacon resplendent with charismatic fury lifting despairing hearts, and Jagatai Khan emerged as the lightning blade brought into exceptional striking range by impossible maneuver corridors. Together, their distinct strengths: immovable defense, soaring inspiration, blinding motion interlocked upon a strategic field unanticipated by Horus, each font's disparate potency enhancing the other in visceral displays, saving critical sections time after time during increasingly desperate hours. For weeks bleeding one day upon the next, White Scars stood alongside their loyalist brethren and surviving irreplaceable Astra Militarum regimental cadres. They held precarious sections of the Titan-grade wall outer layering, shoulder plates trading fleeting glances, with Imperial fists performing fortification rituals upon structures designed for eternity now failing across seconds. They accompanied Blood Angel's violent counterattacks surging against countless breaches, beyond every vision radius shimmering scimitar blade arcs urging onward, alongside gleaming two-handed greatswords and churning power fists smashing relentlessly against World Eater's berserkers barely recognizable as Space Marines corrupted. Yet where the 5th Legion found ultimate expression of their fury wasn't trapped defending compromised fortresses, but unshackled into fluid annihilation beyond those disintegrating palisades. While Dorn's entrenched forces tenaciously blunted the foe's primary assaults, shield-slamming frontal impacts, Jagatai Khan unleashed his son's singular legacy. The Lightning Lance thrust supersonic raid tactics that performed lightning strikes, disrupting enemy cohesion countless kilometers distant. Mounting potent assault bikes whose engines shrieked like demons released from bindings, they surged through fractured ruin canyons into the heart of the traitor operations core. Harassment ranged from detonating munitions, dumps producing mushroom clouds distorting ruined skylines, piercing command vantage points layered in explosives launched while evacuating through buildings collapsing internally, to obliterating entire artillery parks, poisoning irreplaceable supplies starvation tactics intentionally employed against Horus's gargantuan host. These seemingly fleeting pinpricks inflicted impossible wounds upon the Sons of Horus command structure that saw significant troop elements rerouted in futile defensive maneuvers. Traitor Astartes, forged for assault, compelled instead into static guard positions, inevitably bypassed or lethally overturned by the White Scars' hidden Druid tactics, grinding organized resistance into disorganized chaos. Entire formations loyal to the Warmaster began fraying within perceptions fraught by aid reports failing to state known identifiable enemies' locations correctly, perpetually seeing phantom White Scar battalion spearheads advancing at angles impossible even for Astartes. Jagatai Khan led these unprecedented guerrilla warfare tactics mounted on his own battlecraft, modified barely able to withstand Primarch strength commandeered land speeders, devolving ballistic pathways tipping performance envelopes. His towering, impossible figure astride rushing machines became an icon of terror plunging, terrorizing psychological crevices. Enemy cohorts confronting his advance dissolved as quickly as ash upon poisoned wind's infantry, scattering, disjointedly unable to withstand his annihilating advance. On rare encounters where corrupted kin, inflexibly disciplined Death Guard, in particular attempting unbreakable resistance against this living storm, proved instantly dismal endeavors despite their resolve. Mere instants proved eternity against the sheer speed compounded by tactical genius, overwhelming quantifiable magic application. Monstrous warriors suddenly tumbled into dismembered sections, failing miserably comprehending the crystalline logic perfected faster than synapses could hope to travel, leaving Chaos allies stunned. Nevertheless, vast reinforcements driven relentlessly towards the Imperial sanctum continued undermining defensive gains piecewise increments. The allies facing annihilation, possessing seeming unassailable numeric superiority, accompanied by will resilient against immolation spear inserted earlier. Additionally, the siege assault unfolded beyond material attrition alone, as the darkening echo chamber surrounding the Imperial sanctum destabilized dimensional boundaries intermittently. Demonic manifestations solidified among attacking traitor wave mass catastrophically. Suddenly, Porteyes arose mid-combat, unleashing abhorrent horrors, twisting what remained of the warfront further, straining already tested sanity discipline necessary fighting on. When the seemingly impossible catastrophic event unfolded, a vast segment collapsing under unspeakable abyssal warp artillery concentrations near the critical nexus of Lions Gate spaceport, No longer could strategic adroitness shield defensive perimeters, scattering meltas firing downward. This breach threatened definitive agony, down effect rendering the final palace perimeter untenable within hours. Defenders bracing against annihilation recognized holding fractured fortifications imminently collapsing became untenable martyrdom ritual mentioning Khan dismissed determining strategy. Instead, he demanded every White Scars warrior capable of movement living immediately assemble, alongside shattered tank divisions, miraculously operational slotted into formation. Positioned deep behind failing walls near the spaceport staging grounds, at the precise dawn crested smoke-choked atmosphere, revealing smoldering rupture into which traitor assets poured filled ritual affirmation, surges towards the Golden Ward cloister detail later deemed extinct. The 5th Legion committed ultimate gambit, a single blade's edge approach shock tactic targeting, not the gaping breach struggling sustaining dreadnought countermeasures already compromised. But Lions Gate spaceport several miles distant, traitor garrisons designated secure visualized guardians, awaiting breached wall fallout, assumed inevitability they remained secure. So unexpected was this choice that surprise unfolding felt absolute within world, consumed by predictable flows, leaving vital assets hopelessly unprepared. The battle surged impossible velocity legendary, in utter deployment annihilation, reflecting White Scars' strategic foundation, spheres seamlessly infused into meticulous preparation subsets, leading the seemingly impossible phase shift. Assault bikes streaking destruction, neutralizing eyes widening beyond instrument warning thresholds, flattened beneath mobile void blade storms, clearing pathways barely registering without cognition formation disintegration, accompanied by reusable rotary turrets, vaporizing opposition rigid positions, reacting sluggishly against attacks upon supposedly impenetrable targets, achieved deep deployment, obtained under perception blindness, purposefully instilled through attrition against breached Lions fortification. Periphery, intended diversion, appearing priority act drawing vital reinforcements away from mind-numbingly exposed aerospace fortress undergoing seizure maneuvers, surging victorious advance carrying fulcrum point albeit staggering loss ingress, achieved though crushing the vital Lions Gate backbone carry detachment, unexpected defiance towards, numbered enemy reaching certainty. The Lions Gate spaceport erupted in a storm of disciplined violence as the White Scars struck, lightning-wrapped blades cleaving through dazed and scattered traitor lines, caught midway between their failed diversion, and realizing the true nature of the Coggins gambit. Behind the spearhead's whirlwind advance, massive rhino carriers and hulking land raiders ground forward, ramps crashing down not amidst the periphery but deep within the enemy heart, disgorging grim-faced tactical and roaring assault squads directly into the teeth of crumbling fortifications. Above, the basso roar of Stormbirds and Thunderhawks formed a lethal canopy, their precise strafing runs, orchestrated with flawless communication, painted the Ferrocrete crimson and black with ruptured enemy armor and charred detritus, a protective storm of fire that miraculously parted around those bearing the red Chigorian sigil on white. By the pitiless zenith of Terra's wounded sun, the spaceport was wrested back into Imperial control. Jagatai Khan's orders were swift, sharp as his father's sword reactivate the defensive lasers, erect a perimeter of defiance deeper than mere earthworks. What the enemy had dismissed as a tactical feint, an annoyance, was unveiled now as the master stroke that threatened to strangle Horus's ambition. Those colossal void cannons, imbued with the cold power of Terra's ancient technology, swiveled skyward, hunting lenses finding purchase on the bloated, plague-ridden dropships, and supply conveyors clumsily descending through the orbital tatters. Silent beams of focused death lanced upwards, piercing void shields like burning paper, transforming vessels trying to disgorge fresh monstrosities into drifting funeral pyres or expanding clouds of oxygenated shrapnel, severing the traitors' vital umbilical cord to the skies. Chaos erupted within the Warmaster's ranks. A howl of betrayed fury rippled back from their command nodes, translating immediately into savage, spasmodic counterthrusts. Wave upon unremitting wave of twisted Astartes, cultists whipped into suicidal ecstasy, and corrupted war machines hurled themselves against the White Scars' newly claimed ground. They crashed against disciplined bolter volleys fired from expertly constructed firing lines by warriors more accustomed to fluid movement, only to be met mid-charge, not merely with slugs of mass-reactive death, but with perfectly timed countersweeps led by Khans wreathed in crackling energy, the very embodiment of the steppe hawk in lethal descent. Legions Astartes who had refined the art of lightning incursion for centuries now grimly exhibited their ability to become an anvil when necessity commanded it, their incredible adaptability proving every bit as vital as their legendary speed, holding resolute amidst collapsing architecture, and howling traitors desperate to reclaim their lifeblood conduit. This unexpected fortress, this defiant rock amidst the traitors' rising tide, ignited a spark within the loyalist command. Emboldened by the Scar's defense, Imperial forces flung themselves against the Eternity Wall spaceport, only to stagger backwards broken and bleeding, hurled into retreat under savage counterfire. The traitors, bereaved of Lion's Gate, had fortified Eternity Wall into an adamantium-clad fortress. The brutal repulsion, staining the rubble with loyal blood, was a stark, sobering douse of cold reality. A single victory, however pivotal, could not eclipse the colossal shadow still stretching over Terra. Ultimate triumph remained agonizingly uncertain, purchased by the heartbeat. Grinding on through weeks of ash-choked attrition, the White Scars became a lethal pendulum, oscillating between the grim duty of digging deeper behind their conquered bulwarks, Lion's Gate demanding constant vigilance, and harrying the foe beyond the walls with devastating retour raids, slipping through ruptured hablocks to eviscerate supply depots and shatter fleeting concentrations of traitor strength. It was a relentless crucible of survival. The legion that had reached Terra, already diminished by Agadai's punishing void sacrifice and years of unceasing guerrilla war, found itself further whittled down, brother after gifted brother consumed by the Pyre's relentless hunger. This hemorrhaging of irreplaceable lives, the fading resonance of comrades forged under Chagoras's endless skies and Nova Terra's blood-drenched snows, brought a profound hollowness beneath the grim determination. Yet the living did not break. Their defiance remained hard-edged resolve, even as their number dwindled. The end, when it descended, unfolded not upon the tortured crust of Terra, but in the cold, silent vacuum above its torn mantle. Horus, sensing the tightening noose as loyalist reinforcements from Guilliman and the Lion sliced through the outer system towards Sol, enacted his final, blasphemous gamble. The traitor Primarch lowered the battle screens of the colossal vengeful spirit, a bait offered to the father he had betrayed. It succeeded. The climactic struggle aboard that doomed flagship would forever remain shrouded in myth, propaganda, and irreconcilable accounts whispered by the shattered survivors, but the brutal epilogue was carved indelibly in reality. Horus, broken angel, fell. With his essence extinguished vanished the dark, animating pulse of the rebellion. The shattered legions buckled. Retreat became a jagged, panicked scramble. Seeing the enemy host fracture into routing fragments, the White Scars unleashed one final, savage hack, the Great Hunt Incarnate. They flowed through the ravaged canyon streets in skeletal hablocks like a cleansing gale, blades flashing, bolts blasting apart abandoned armor and fleeing, stumbling silhouettes. They were harvesters of traitors' blood, ensuring no oathbreaker escaped payment. No false brother was left untouched by their fury. Alongside scarred remnants of the 1st Terran Tank Division, engines groaning in protest beneath punctured plating, they pursued, harried, and butchered, a relentless pressure driving the fleeing warbands deeper into Terra's broken heart. The hunt pushed the tattered dregs of treachery all the way to the Eternity Wall spaceport, its ferrocrete aprons slick with gore and lubricant, where the fractured survivors hurled themselves onto the last operational voidcraft, lifting skyward on pillars of desperate thrust. Victory's embrace, when its cold fingers finally closed around them, felt profoundly, achingly hollow. Terror lay eviscerated. Its mountains cracked like broken teeth, its ancient basins flooded with irradiated slag, its once teeming cities reduced to fractured skeletons under a sky perpetually bruised with unnatural hues, turned monstrous by weapons that had defiled humanity's very cradle. The master of mankind himself, keeper of star empires, now lay more machine than man, clinging to existence solely through the agoniforged mechanisms of the Golden Throne, his silence a monument to loss beyond comprehension. Thousands upon thousands of White Scars warriors, spirits as untamed as Chagoras's winds, who had ridden out across the stars with fierce joy to bring conquest in his name, would never feel the stallion beneath them again. Apothecaries moved like ghosts through fields of ceramitek-led corpses, harvesting precious genocide where possible with reverence, a hopeless task where fire had wrought ultimate oblivion. They had stood. Heedless of impossible odds, deaf to despair's siren song, they had held the line at Lion's Gate and anchored the battle where flux was most dangerous. They had remained steadfast to their oath-sworn duty, even as brothers faltered, betraying everything they were. In Terra's crucible, the sons of the Great Khan, master tacticians of fluid, elusive warfare, had bloodily forged a new facet, indomitable defenders whose ability to adapt, their lightning meshing perfectly with the stolid defenses of Rogel Dorn's sons or the relentless advance of the Death Guard's replacement, proved instrumental in weathering the storm. They were a fluid anchor no enemy could dislodge. The pyrocinders of Terra still held in Burglow when the Imperium, fueled by blood-soaked relief and implacable hatred, triggered the Great Scouring. For the White Scars there existed no sanctuary for grief to properly steep. no moment to gather breath amidst shattered monuments and whisper proper tombsongs for such catastrophic absence. The traitor legions had fled, scattering like jackals before the hunters, retreating not surrendering. They remained a metastasizing cancer within the galaxy's battered Corpus Imperium, a festering taint demanding utter cauterization before any semblance of healing could commence. The Khagan gathered his surviving sons aboard the Swordstorm flagship, whose flanks bore fresh stigmata alongside old, proud scars. Their numbers were grievously lessened. The protracted guerrilla crucible before Terra's awakening nightmare, compounded by the brutal, static warfare of the siege itself, had reduced the Legion's might to scarcely half its former peak strength. A phantom host inhabited the observation decks, silent testaments to lost blades. Yet within the off-squinted eyes scanning stellar maps or sharpening blades remained that fierce, untamed glare that had carried them through the heresy's absolute darkness. They had tasted victory, its cup filled with bitterness and lingering ash, and now a colder, sharper hunger consumed them. Justice, raw, unalloyed, executed with the hawk's swift ferocity. The role of hunter suited the White Scar's core perfectly. They became raptors circling once more, tracing the psychic spoor of broken enemy formations fleeing into the Imperium's bleeding frontier. They tracked the sickly cell death trails left by retreating plague fleet vessels through diseased systems, unraveled the maddening layers of Alpha Legion obfuscation woven into civilian records and planetary defenses, exacted sudden, devastating judgment upon worlds that had once sworn fealty to the throne only to declare for Horus in his falsalite, and now scrambled cowardly to erase the mark of their betrayal. Each liberated agri-world groaning back under Imperial aegis, sentient fire purged from its soil, each corrupted battle barge consigned to scrap and showering plasma fires amidst shattered moons, each hidden excrescence of traitor worship rooted out from asteroid belts or deep-sunk hive underlevels, became a minuscule sliver of atonement, sung in the names of brothers consumed by fire or treachery's acid kiss. Their prey proved disparate, unlike the rehearsed, grudgingly orderly retreat of iron warriors aiming for fortified clockwork citadels, or the night-shrouded disappearances of the VIAI Legion into the Imperium's shadowed pits. Many fragments of the traitor hosts scattered like chaff before the loyalist onslaught, desperate, disorganized, and utterly unpredictable. No longer did the Scars face mass spearpoints across clearly defined battle zones. Now they hunted small, lethally malicious cadres infiltrating refugee streams, isolated warbands preying on isolated forter complexes too scarred to scream, petty conquerors trying to carve feudal empires from collapsed colonization sectors. The VTH Legion adapted with characteristic alacrity. Necessity bought with their bloody victory, honed their instincts razor-sharp. They fragmented further into hunting Chinghi's packs, essentially small, self-sufficient battle groups led by supremely experienced Khans, granted wide tactical initiative to act independently beyond centralized command. These formations were lethally supple. Scout assets pinpointing prey couldn't be ignored, mobile reserves ready to plunge Beneth alien stars, potent void assets ready to interdict escape. Only then would precise strikes, typically delivered via Thunderhawk assault or teleportation flare, savage the enemy before they could harden defenses. Terrific efficiency defined their grim work. Traitor seed required uprooting swiftly, mercilessly, before it took root. Briefly, amidst ceaseless pursuit, the Khagan returned his sons to Chagoris, seeking respite and rebirth beneath its unforgiving skies. The tribes of the Endless Steppe, isolated by warp tempest and sheer cosmic distance, had largely escaped the heresy's rabid hunger. Renown untouched by galactic betrayal still clung to the name White Scars here. From these fiercely proud nomad families, born to saddle and bow long before knowing power armor, came a vital new tide of recruits. Raw-boned youths, spirits alight with ancestral fire etched by starlight tales of the great Khan's luminous deeds, and the cosmic savagery he wielded like a steppe horse lord's bow. This influx delivered vital, volcanic vigor back to the Legion's spirit. But these novices brought an unseen shadow, a potential fragmentation they arrived unblooded by the heresy's defining crucibles. They knew concepts like Emperor's Children, or Word-bearers, only as monstrous, alien enemies authored in imperial histories or blood-drenched ballads sung around dry campsite coals. It carried no bone-deep memory of shared crusade endeavors, no recollection of brotherhood shattered on Prospero's cold stones, no heavy thrum in their souls recalling that the abomination charging at them beneath tainted banners was once kin-pledged, a brother trained within the same hallowed skalams, standing oathbound beside them under brighter stars. The grimy survivors of Istvan V, Prospero, and Terra's ultimate pyre claimed this vital duty themselves. The veterans taught aggression, speed, maneuver, yes. But beyond drills, beneath memorized tenets, they imparted deeper, clotted lessons from fields where sons bled ash. They instructed independence of thought without yielding an iota of imperial sovereignty. Maintaining fierce individuality was fundamental to surviving unpredictable tactical shifts, they lectured, yet never confused this internal freedom with abandoning absolute unity before human enslavement or alien predation. Become a blade that thinks, a hawk that calculates peril mid-stoop, but strikes only where the father's eyes command. Do not become disconnected meteors burning out meaninglessly, where your independence like finest Chagorian armor, not a Sororita's isolation. During this season of renewal upon high-altitude sparring slopes and resurgent legion forges, news reached the Swordstorm. Rabaut Guilliman, Lord of Ultramar and Victor of Imperium Secundus, proposed a seismic reorganization. His Codex Astartes advocated splitting the monolithic legions into smaller chapters, a bulwark against another Horus ever amassing such galaxy-enduring strength. The decree ignited resistance bordering on rebellion elsewhere, imperial fists burying their grief behind thicker fortress walls as they saw millennia of tradition sundered. Russ's sons shaking livery in outrage, threatening consequences like Fenrisian ice shatter. Jagatai Khan's reaction stunned observers who mistook speed for impulsiveness. Instead of recoiling from dissolution, the great Khan engaged Guilliman's treatise with profound, incisive contemplation. Had they bothered learning? Since first crafting his legion upon Chagoras's plains, he had intrinsically understood the strength inherent in decentralized decision-making. He actively shaped leaders capable of autonomous command, yet instinctively acting towards a unified strategic vision. Why? Fluid advancement demanded it. Changing circumstances favored vigorous commanders interpreting broad directives with elegant intuition. The Codex, to Jagatai's pragmatic eye, merely systematized principles his sons had honed navigating stellar tempests for centuries. Restrictions on numbers, already necessity demanded offensives deployed by Chagar strength. Communication delays required Khan-like authority. Most critically, the Khagan surpassed mere organizational admiration. He discerned the stark strategic wisdom pulsing beneath Robout's legal prose. He had marched through Prospero's charred grammar of broken Astropath song. Burnt worlds lay witnesses to corrupted legions. Institutions buckled terrifyingly beneath betrayal, concentrated across a few horribly empowered Wil's Angron's wrath, Mortarian's bitterness, Percherabo's crippled pride. Placing such terrifying destructive force perpetually at a commander's fingertips, it begged repetition. Legions represented threats native to any galaxy crowded with ambition and decay, better fragments than vulnerable monoliths. Division was no slight upon loyalty proven beyond Terra's pyres. It was an essential prophylactic for a future struggling to dawn. Fathering successor chapters became an act of enduring fidelity. The white scars themselves endured as the protogenitors, retaining Chagoras as sovereign soulforge, its temples, its sky altars, its ancestral step ceremonies defining their lineage. From them, as genetically viable progenades branched forth multiple inheritors, the Rampagers, successors embodying the Legion's most predatory fury, becoming lords of the headlong charge into gun lines. The Marauders, specialists whose void operations eclipsed their forebears within the airless wastes between systems where propulsion signatures felt like scent trails. The Destroyers, inheriting relentless pragmatism, wielding devastation as blunt instruments, until rebellion's roots underwent annihilation with systematic indifference. The Stormlords, bearing perhaps greatest semblance, harmonizing balanced doctrine between ranged precision and blades, singing hymns of impact successors focused not on severing heritage, but scattering its powerful seed across untold realms. Each newly consecrated chapter became a vessel coursing, with the Khan's essence warriors carrying forward his foundational imperatives, simultaneously adapting their identity to new galactic demands. Conquest dissolved into wisdom propagation. When the time came to impart his blessing upon departure wings, Khan imposed one final avenging directive before Brotherhood fragmented. The ancient oath of Yasin remained outstanding. The Sadist Keep operation had disappeared during Horus's shadow dance. The foul Drukhari cohort preying on the Imperial margins during that time must witness absolution wrought in blade fury. Each respecting brother captain pledged without hesitation, genetic loyalty held firm. Honor binds us unto apocalypse. Their paths diverged orbitally, their sword arms locked on allegiance forged at Chagoras's soulforge fires. For the Khan himself, deep within muscles strained by shepherding legions, the reorganization unveiled a subtle peace. Governing empires had always sat awkwardly irrelevant on his warrior's frame. Horizons perpetually tempted his restless essence far beyond bureaucratic ink, recirculated via data plate complaints. Delegation's relief was immense. Salamanding the shattered legions, flight needed organizational precision Guilliman's framework provided. Distributing burdensome planetary governance across regional command masters freed Jagatai Khan to rediscover primordial freedoms felt before conquest demanded imperium-building necessity. Among brothers, below Crimson Gash storm skies light years from Saul's agony, He could refocus the slow tension condensed across shoulder guards softened. He became again, Chagorian hunter assessing pricing. Break void ships like exercises in steppe horsemanship, chasing lethal challenges worthy of his suspended blade. He spent willingly amid his remaining sons refilling spirit from shared springs that sacralized existence beyond warfare. Ritualized wrestling bouts beneath foreign moons, philosophical discourse erupting like eruptions over loaded Victoria cups, poetry celebrating speed regained echoing within bunkers smelling faintly of stale cordite and newly oiled wargear. The weight dragged behind Targutai Yesujay's transfer, amplified seemed lesser now. Glimmers of the Khan encountered before Horus twisted loyalty into nightmare surfaced, reminiscent of lighter traditions revered alongside battlefield thunder. Profound sorrow for unspeakable losses, Kashum among countless others fallen across devoured worlds, remained cyclonic weather patterns never damned. Yet purpose reignited, scattering seeds brought fresh meaning. As the great scouring raged along fractured frontier cells, the sons of Chagoris formed the vanguard of humanity's slow, wrathful recovery, teeth gleaming like knives beneath hurricane helms. Fewer and formally divided, yet strangely strengthened as survivors tested against impossible odds beyond fortress worlds, against bad enlightenment given blades. In chilled stillness after battling across shattered hive cities against scattered remnants near charnel Torbinal beacon stars, veterans would gather alien-fueled campfires, illuminating cuirasses etched with campaign sigils. They shared deep truths with young brothers gaping wit-eyed, tales of imperiums once bright with promise shattered by hatred, kinsmen unrecognizable behind corrupted masks, oaths tested inside metaphorical trenches equivalent to Terra's fissured ground, where stars dyed weeping night cyclones could rage fermented doubt including their legions, until the Khan's clarity restored balance. For 70 standard years after Horus's annihilation, Jaghaddal Khan reaved stars addressing damage wrought. Though cracked foundations throughout loyalist territories needed reparative engagements with rogue machine cults and lingering chaos, corrupted armies challenging hardening imperial borders received ultimate judgment. His passage brought a promised duality among ravaged systems, harbinger of execution delivered upon traitors encountered across turned worlds, where populations remembered only night lords, predations enduring terrifying freedom. Unexpectedly incarnated symbol assuring fragile reconstruction, began safely near Minor Terra Secundus, embodying protective remit, stretching back to Praeterra ages, enacted wherever plague farms discovered dismantled. His aura felt renowned among fledgling communities glimpsing servant warriors miraculous as Mythica, distant leader radiating volatile intent, sculpted by discipline merciful towards civilians, escaping rubble caves preceding his coming. Wrath made manifest executing perfidious planetary governors, betraying Terra's fading pulse. When the swordstorm bearing scars like somnambulant lightning strikes across battered knotmantle, finally navigated warp tides, returning the Khagan towards Yanzi sector homelands, he discovered no rediscovery for meditative withdrawal. The bleeding Imperium lacked calm seasons. While attempting galactic suicide, consumed nearby powers writ large Alpha Legion schismatics saturating government infrastructures, like bloodborne infections, consuming systems from inward decay. The dark kin residing inside sclerotic layers beneath Komorog, populous brows wrinkling amongst ancient slave spires, celebrating silent suffering exports harvested wholesale, throughout Imperium Nihilus vanished into misinformation. Labyrinths engineered hyper-efficiently seized absolute opportunities, in absence wielding horrific impunity before Imperium Significatus could recover administrative oversight coordinating naval assets desperately scattered. Entire protectorate worlds found emptied overnight reminiscent Eupraxia Epsilon atrocity lessons, colonist habitation chains stripped like locust-swarmed harvests. Townships seeking mutual defense before the Yanzi barons gauntly stood sharply Abundandria echoing, vacant shells rattled sinister under rubber-filtered nebular winds. Desperate escapees gibbered uncontrollably describing half-glimpsed figuras, colliding within radiation-summoned shadows, coalescing unbearably deft impossible movements, avoiding description via human biological sensory, reaching beyond brief cognition causing enduring distress. Tales hinted ether/devices provoking agony transcending physically solid nerve pathways. Chilling laughter rasped glacial fractures, possessing velveteen textures promising pain, sustained eternally within technological Hades perfected millennia non-human hearts condemn understanding. For the great Khan, inheritor of Protector's mantle instinctively, since Chagoris offered him first tribulation testimony, arrived impossible ignoring. Fundamentally, pushing outriders pursuing Drukhari to ut shadows, stems eternally establishing impenetrable guidelines surrounding his existence beautifully perfected, since stepping onto wasted Thunderhead Field's orphan banner clutched fiercely. Therefore, Primarch Chagorus gathering surviving Sun's calculated scale, approaching horror despite relentless campaign fatigue, covering 100 bleeding starfields, ensuring ultimate payment will proceed. The outrage burned coldly within the Khan, a forge of fury stoked by the effrontery of the tormentors. To pluck so many lives from beneath his very protection, from worlds shimmering like jewels within the tapestry of his care, each bearing the unmistakable stamp of his vigilance. It was an insult carved into his Primarch's soul, a wound demanding immediate purifying fire. Thus began the Asan campaign, a silent war declared not with trumpets, but with the whisper of scout craft slicing through the void. Small, lethal reconnaissance formations, ghosts in the night, insinuated themselves into the violated systems, patient hunters tracing the blood trails left by the elusive Drukhari raiders. They gathered whispers from shattered survivors, their fragmented testimonies a macabre puzzle assembled with painstaking caution, every tremor of fear, every half-remembered shadow of grotesque forms, analyzed for the hidden logic in the enemy's nightmare choreography. Sector-wide planetary defense structures underwent ruthless scrutiny and strengthening. Hard borders were forged, layered like imperial ceramite, with a suffocating emphasis on eyes that could see the killing blow coming, early warning grids expanding like nervous systems and fists clenched to strike before the blow landed, rapid response capabilities honed to a razored edge. For a fleeting moment, a flicker of vindication, several raids met the immovable object of the Khan's new will, intercepted short of their agonizing goals. Slave ships, rendered hollow, empty bellies echoing with the Khan's defiance, limped back towards their hell dimension, bearing casualties the sadistic Drukhari, for once, found too costly to bear lightly. But triumph proved as ephemeral as void smoke. For every world that sighed in temporary relief, another dread report flickered into the stratagem feeds, another cluster of habitats found echoing with silence, devoid of life, stripped bare. The soul signs of the vanished never screamed. They only whispered in chilling ephemera, a viscous splash of alien blood staining regolith like discarded paint, a splintered dark lance power cell, the faint ozone reek of a shard carbine's discharge, lingering stains of cruelty. With the focus of an apex predator analyzing displacement currents, the Khan himself perceived the subtle, sinister pattern coiling beneath the seemingly random violences. They were not random, they were adapting, shifting targets like a serpent changes coils, altering tactics with cold precision in direct response to the White Scar's counterstrokes. This was no chaotic feeding frenzy, it was a campaign, orchestrated. Directed by an intellect as sharp as a splinter pistol blade, one that savored the meticulous crafting of terror as much as the tally of slaves hauled screaming into darkness. The realization brought no comfort, only the cold, hard clarity of steel freshly quenched. If the enemy played a game scored in lives and screams, then its rules could be decoded. Its architect unmasked. Decades of raid data, painstakingly collated, became a vast, intricate star map annotated with suffering. Into this flowed the chilling streams of prescience channeled by his storm seers, their minds scrying the warp's turbulent tides for echoes of future atrocities. Jagatai, peerless strategist forged across millennia of glorious war, began to discern the gossamer threads connecting disparate horrors. The sequencing of the strikes, the chillingly specific selection of targets, the calculated vectors knifing into real space, all wove a pattern subtle as ancient vellum script, unreadable to lesser minds, screamingly clear to the master strategist. Behind the veil of savagery stood a single, poisonous mind, a Drukhari overlord of prodigious malice and serpentine cunning, probing the defenses of the Yasin sector with the cruel precision of a ritual torture blade, seeking the soft underbelly while relishing the exquisite suffering inflicted upon whole worlds. To this phantom architect of pain, the Khan gave a name, a designation to be hunted, the Shadowmaster. His entire chapter, its warriors straining at the leash, blades singing for vengeance too long deferred, refocused like sunrays through a diamond lens. Planetary lords received grim prognostications of likely target zones. Strike forces, engines primed, settled like coiled raptors along projected avenues of assault. The Khan himself meticulously crafted the trap, baiting it with the appearance of grievous weakness, planetary shields, dialed to minimal flicker, visible garrisons repositioning, patrol routes thin to gauze each false vulnerability, meticulously concealing concentric rings of calibrated death. Months bled away into the void calendar. The Shadowmaster danced around these snares with infuriating grace, sniffing them out through unknown senses, or evading them via calculations beyond imperial ken, the savage logic of Komorog, a maddening cipher. Frustration among the White Scars thickened the air on their flagships like acrid smoke, a palpable pressure threatening to breach the legendary patience that was their hallmark. Yet the Khan counseled indomitable calm, his voice resonating through their rage. The greatest hunt knows no measure by days or weeks. Its true scale spans the void towards the single, inevitable moment when hunter and hunted stand unveiled. That moment crystallized upon Coruscant 5, a world swathed in dark, suffocating forests, haunted by the skeletal remnants of forgotten civilizations beneath the fungal canopy. Already ravaged thrice by Drukhari claws, established patterns suggested it should be passed over in the next cycle of raids, deemed now a hardened and perilous target. In direct, brilliant contradiction, the Khan ordered its defenses to be subtly, deliberately weakened. Visible white scars forces withdrew, leaving the temporary, intoxicating illusion of vulnerability, a garrison rotation gone slightly wrong, a fleeting chance presented. As relentlessly as the ticking of a dark muse's chronometer, the Drukhari struck, precisely on target. They materialized from concealed webway portals vomited open deep within those lightless woods. But where they anticipated terrified prey and minimal resistance, they encountered the full, unstoppable fury of the chapter's first brotherhood. Led by the great Khan himself, a storm incarnate clad in white ceramite and righteous anger, the sons of Chagorus unleashed decades of pent-up, burning vengeance upon an enemy who had tormented their protectorates, poisoned their pride for far too long. But as Drukhari raiders dissolved into gory mist under chainswords and bolter fire, a subtle discordance registered in the Khan's heightened senses. The enemy resistance was too structured, their retreat a flowing withdrawal rather than a panicked rout. What soared in the heart as a decisive, throat-rending triumph suddenly curdled into ash. Victory was yet another poisoned layer of the Shadowmaster's abominable design. The Drukhari weren't fleeing, they were luring, pulling with feigned desperation, drawing the white scars inexorably deeper into the cloying embrace of the primordial forest, towards the primary, glowing wound of the webway portal itself. Full understanding dawned upon Jagatai Khan with the brutal clarity of a shuriken blast a breath too late. Forest itself was fundamental to the trap, not merely a battlefield, but a weapon forged by alien sorcery. The dense, knotted undergrowth, tangled and ancient, became the perfect counterguard. It choked the avenues where acceleration meant survival, rendering the white scars' greatest strength blinding, bone-shaking speed on roaring bikes and tracked assault vehicles utterly, fatally useless. Men forged for lightning war were forced to abandon their engines, reduced to slog on foot through the thick morass. Here, twisted into unnatural funnels, were the meticulously prepared killing grounds. The Drukhari assassins, masters of the ambush in close, choking growth, awaited them like silent, malevolent specters. Dozens of battle brothers fell in the first brutal, silent moments. Their pristine white armor, symbol of cleansing fury, shattered into crimson ruin as flickering poisoned blades found pistol ports, joint seals, neck rings. Their lifeblood stained ancient roots and pale ferns, a sacrifice seeping into cursed earth. At the fierce, terrible heart of this butchery stood the great Khan. His immense power sword, Moonfang, became a blazing wheel of destruction. Its arcs faster than a mortal eye could track, each masterful stroke claiming another wretched life, carving a bloody clearing in the press of corpses. Around their Primarch, the unbreakable circle of his Keshig hardened, his chosen bodyguards. They formed an adamantium and ceramite bastion, an unyielding wall against which the tide of dark Eldar raiders broke and sprayed like black ichor against a cliff face. Grim determination warred with creeping futility. Yet for every murderous Xeno shape hacked down, 3 more seemed to ooze from the unnatural shadows beneath giant fungi, dripping with venom and malice, their numbers a mocking testament to their master's reach. Then emerged the poisonous architect himself from the forest's leprous heart. Not the specter dubbed Shadowmaster, but the tangible, terrifying form of a Drukhari archon of profound antiquity, his very aura an open wound bleeding millennia of sadistic malice. His armor, a tapestry woven from agony-flayed faces, bones sculpted into agonized talismans click-clacked with the rhythm of remembered screams. His weapons, held with casual menace, shimmered with toxic star poisons no Adeptus Mechanicus Biologus could name, let them counter. He did not deign to join the melee himself. Poised near the throbbing, unholy vortex that was the webway portal, a conductor of ruin, he directed his savage symphony with chilling detachment. Cruel, crystalline laughter rang out, cutting through the din of battle like breaking glass, mocking the Khan whose peerless warriors struggled and died against an onslaught seemingly without end, bought down by terrain turned trap, strategy turned cruel punchline. Jagatai Khan surveyed his dying sons. Their sacrifices marked the forest floor like fallen igneous stars against velvety darkness. His immense intellect quantified the tactical reality with devastating brevity. The battle was lost the moment they were channeled into the forest. What remained was salvage. Glory would be a pyre lit with brothers. One overwhelming imperative consumed him. Action replaced calculation. With a curt, resonating command that brooked no argument, a silent pulse impervious to the din, he summoned his Keshig to his side. Then he turned from the dissipating circle of his bodyguards, Moonfang held high. He he became a force of nature unleashed. A thunderbolt of Ceramitek-led wrath aimed directly at the Archon flickering near that shimmering portal, the spider at the center of this gory web, the author of so much suffering. The figment of retreat became impossible. He would seize this enemy's throat. Seeing the Primarch, a force of pure destruction incarnate, charging with murderous accuracy down the lethal axis towards him, a tremor of primal caution shattered the Archon's cruel amusement. He would not gamble against Jagatai Khan blade to blade. His pride dissolved instantly before that specific, utterly predictable Primarch-level wrath. He turned, a shadow retreating towards Sanctuary, plunging back through the shimmering, impossible geometry of the portal. Without pause, without a single uttered syllable of benediction or curse, the great Khan followed. The blazing doorway swallowed his monumental form, an astronaut entering a cosmic abyss. His Keshig, bound by oath deeper than bedrock, charged headlong after their Genefather into the alien light, without hesitation, into the sucking darkness that swallowed them. Whether by intentional severance from the fleeing Archon, or shattered in the chaos of the ongoing carnage around its aperture, the portal flared once with impossible light and collapsed upon itself. Snapped shut, sealed like a tomb. The remaining White Scars battle brothers, mere yards short of the vanishing gateway, found themselves abruptly abandoned. Surrounded by Drukhari killers momentarily stunned by their masters' abrupt withdrawal, panic warring with predatory instincts. With the iron discipline forged in 1,000 hunts, the White Scars turned their grief to cold, surgical fury. They reformed the spearhead now snapped short. They disengaged with methodical brutality. They fought their way clear of the treacherous forest trap, bearing their groaning wounded and shrouding the unmoving forms of their glorious dead. A somber procession retiring to the sanctuary of their orbiting dropships, their posture radiating loss heavier than any adamantium pauldron. Decades bled into centuries, each dragging its weight of absence. Theories plumed like toxic spores, the great Khan captured, suffering exquisite tortures interminable in a subterranean Komorog hell. The great Khan slain, overwhelmed by monstrous shapes in the labyrinth's impossible geometries. A faint, stubborn hope whispered. The great Khan lived still, pursuing his quarry through dimensions warped beyond imperial comprehension. The final confrontation yet awaited him somewhere in darkness beyond dark. The White Scars held a simpler, purer faith. Their Primarch had entered the ultimate hunt, a pursuit without borders, a chase charting unseen places beyond the edges of any map, tracking his prey wherever it sought refuge amongst forgotten byways beyond reality. He had not abandoned his sons. He had finished his grim duty, pursuing humanity's tormentor deep into the cancerous heart of its own malignant domain. One sunrise on Chagoris, they fiercely believed, drumbeats would thunder once more through the windswept valleys. He would return, his blade slick with the frozen, vile blood of his eternal quarry, his honor brutally satisfied, the impossible journey done. Millennia hardened around the chapter like glacial ice. Still, the vigil endured. On Chagoris, in the soaring halls of the Palace of Quanjo, a single throne remained starkly vacant at the feasting table of brotherhood and remembrance. Beside it, untouched, a cup of Arag-fermented Chagorian mare's milk kept perpetually fresh, its surface briefly stirred by a lonely draught. Along the sun-bleached, wind-scored road leading to the palace, a grim, poignant path was laid. Silver-masked trophies, severed forever from howling Drukhari shadows and other hated foes, impaled on adamantium stakes stood sentinel. A silent guard of honor, awaiting the day when the great Khan, victorious from the greatest hunt, would ride that very road. 10,000 years reaped the galaxy, transforming it beyond the Founder's imaginings. The Emperor, shattered Godinjin, endured silently upon his golden altar prison. The Imperium, a rotting leviathan flensing itself to shreds with internal rot while clawed horrors scrabbled at its decaying skin. And yet, the White Scars still rode. Their essential purpose engraved in their genocode remained untarnished by the rust of ages, their spirit, a white-hot defiance undimmed by the crushing weight of millennia. When the affronting greenskin tide, led by the hulking monstrosity Gazkul Thraka, surged in its terrifying second wave against the choking ash heap of Armageddon, the White Scars answered, a clarion call for humanity's stuttering defense. Chapter Master Jubal Khan, heir to a legacy written in lightning and blood, committed 3 full brotherhoods. The beating heart of his chapters strike power to the furnace of defending that poisoned but vital imperial shard world. He recognized both the cold logic, Armageddon's monstrous Prometheum oceans sloshed beneath its toxic skin, lifeblood for a myriad imperial war machines, and the unyielding creed, the paternal duty owed to shield its choking billions. Planetary command vectored the White Scars to the desolate southern hellscape known only as the Deadlands, a continent entombed under kilometers of frozen ash and toxic rime pitilessly swept by howling winds. Bleak beyond words, yet betraying the faint flicker of critical technological arteries Prometheum and water processing stations, the Imperium could ill afford to surrender to mercurial orc ravages. Here, far removed from the titanic slog of Hades' hive and bulging defense lines, the sons of Chagoras encountered a paradoxical opponent, the infamous orc cult of speed. Grotesque fuel-injected parodies whose exuberant addiction to explosively overpowered machines and crude, addictive velocity mirrored, in a savage, distorted way, the White Scar's sacred embrace of the swift attack. Jubal Khan surveyed the Ashgree desolation and pondered enemy dispositions laid bare by orbital augurs. He masterfully cleaved his forces. He personally assumed command of a brutal task, scouring the jagged, storm-lashed northern coastline, where orbital scans revealed monstrous greenskin industry erupting amidst glacial wastes, crude but alarmingly functional shipyards burgeoning like gangrenous fungi. Rumbling from these pestilential docks were vessel prototypes. Their primal shapes suggested submersibles and surface craft designed to plumb the Tempest Ocean. If this pustulant fleet launched, the northern flank of the entire Imperial defense would gape wide open. Simultaneously, his most trusted subordinate, Subadai Khan, took another heavy blade and led a coordinated offensive the defense of the critically vital, terrifyingly dispersed processing stations, scattered like lonely prayer beads across the toxic southern plains, promethium pumping, staunches constant as heartbeats, water filtrators slowly purifying the world's own poisoned blood. Much depended on these anchors remaining intact. Jubal Khan's scouts returned from the coastal nightmare clutching therm feeds and Auspex data. Their reports painted a tableau of horror sufficient to chill Astartes' hearts forged in the whirlwind's fury. The orcs, against all reason deployed upon a frigid coast, had plunged headfirst into marine mastery massive. Sprawling shipyards thrived amongst the shattered glaciers. Within their chaotic berths, brutishly effective submersibles were hammered into crude cohesion, alongside ramshackle surface-grinding vessels, thick with rivets and menace. Their launch represented catastrophe, distilled the encirclement and savage dismemberment of the entire southern hemisphere's unprotected rear. Jubal Khan unleashed terror pinned on Chagorian wings. Lighting raids fell upon these monstrous construction pits like orbital lances. The panacea, lure the greenskins, their lust for closing carnage a raw genetic imperative, away from wrenching hull plates towards open confrontation, where White Scar's speed dictated the grim tempo. Initially, blood sang a savage hymn. Greenskin mobs charged howling into ambushes. Wrench-toting mechs abandoned their arc welders to pursue the tantalizing slaughter. Kill teams exploited these fleeting windows of abandonment. They ghosted inside the cacophonous shipyards, planting timed plasma charges with scalpel precision amid fuel tanks and nascent engines, extracting moments before the world shattered behind them, engines screaming. Yet even this tireless executioner's tempo proved inadequate against the orcoid metabolism for industrious chaos. Their innate mechanical genius baffled logic. More gunnier, more engines appeared seemingly conjured from ether. The sheer overwhelming tide of numbers pressed the shipyards forward at an accelerating nightmare crawl. Jubal Khan forced a strategic snarl, direct, grinding assaults on the shipyards themselves. The White Scars, their doctrine of movement shattered against thick bulkheads, plunged into the labyrinth's throat. Claustrophobia became oxygen. It became close-range carnage, bulkheads gleaming cold, welded underfoot, corridors twisting in knotted confusion. Chainblades screamed against fungal flesh in place of bolter volleys from firing maneuvers. Unnameable, chaotic brushes with death writ large and intimate. Brothers vanished in snarling darkness, their passing marked not with heroic epitaphs, but visceral private tributes, a dark smudge tracing shed blood onto a parchment scrap hid within an artificer's armor unease, a lock of hair woven into a battle brother's guide chain, a token from older days' guarantees of remembrance, someday returned to the soil of Chagoras alongside a brother's ashes. Despite the Carnelian River spilled, Jubal Khan witnessed catastrophe emerge. The first wave of nightmare vessels, brutish submarines groaning into the brackish slush ocean, surface ships belching toxic black smoke lurched seaward, unstoppably. Promptly, the chapter master abandoned denial. His gambit: obliterate the shipyard's ability to birth fungal nightmares, halt the vile stream at its uterine source. Simultaneously, apply unending pressure like a fresh wound upon the vessels launched, every patrol slashing at their flanks, turning the Tempest Ocean itself into a kill zone. Throughout this grinding war on land drowned by ice, the White Scar's aerial knights vaulted through Armageddon. The cunning trap Subadin wove across the frozen causeway was a testament to the White Scar's lethal adaptability. Recognizing the orc horde's mindless aggression, he reshaped the towering ice canyon walls into instruments of annihilation. Kilometers of sheer glacial cliffs became precarious triggers. Mining teams labored tirelessly, embedding melta-charges deep within metastable fissures, their detonators thrumming with latent fury, waiting only for the lumbering footsteps of the enemy. Below, the approach routes were measured and marked. angles calculated with meticulous care to create fields of slaughter where overlapping bolter fire could shred the Xeno's onslaught with terrifying precision. Only a seemingly token force remained near the vital relay station, a deliberate display of vulnerability, a poisonous morsel enticing the green tide forward. They came, as predictably and subtly as a rockslide, bellowing war cries that echoed off the ice, throwing themselves headlong into the meticulously prepared death zone. This frozen trap proved the Khan's sons were not merely swift hunters. When necessary, they could root themselves as immovable defenders, turning the very landscape against their foe. The ice exploded, not a single detonation, but a rippling crescendo of thunderous booms tearing across the canyon walls. Avalanches roared down with the fury of tectonic plates shifting, burying entire mobs under millions of tons of grinding ice. Elsewhere, precisely weakened ice sheets collapsed, plunging thousands more into the bone-cracking, lung-seizing embrace of sub-zero waters. The chaos was deafening, the orc assault dissolving into panicked confusion beneath the white scars' orchestrated doom. Amidst the carnage, the warboss emerged, a hulking mountain of muscle and rage, his crude power claw crackling with malevolent energy. He sought Subadin Khan across the battlefield, demanding a leader's duel. Their clash was brutal simplicity, overwhelming ponderous strength against blinding serpentine speed. Subadin danced within the arcs of the claw, impossibly close, his blade a silver blur. Yet one thunderous blow connected, the warboss's crushing grip closing on the Khan's jump pack, metal shrieking as it imploded. Momentum and terrible leverage nearly brought the mighty commander down, ground under the orc's bulk. But Subadin flowed with the pull, using the brute's unbalanced lurch, twisting free even as his pack died, his sword carving a perfect terminal arc that severed the warboss's neck in a shower of green gore. The head toppled, the body swayed, and the orc assault died with its leader. Victory was theirs, yet perhaps the truest triumph lay deeper. Against the crushing homogenization demanded by the Imperium's desperate survival, the white scars clung fiercely to their unique soul. The ritual scarification that gave them their name still marked their flesh as rites of passage. They composed verses in the throes of battle, poetic echoes of lightning strikes and thundering hooves to commemorate their triumphs. They pursued calligraphy, raptor husbandry, and quiet contemplation with the same intense focus brought to war, balancing the killer's urgency with the philosopher's depth. During a rare moment of calm, gathered within the stratagem's blue-lit gloom, a grizzled Brotherhood captain stared at the holographic star map and murmured words that resonated like prophecy. Jagatai Khan himself would know his sons, even after 10 millennia lost. This unbroken thread of identity stretched back to their home world, Chagoris, a sanctuary enduring 10,000 years. Its endless steppes, kissed by snow beneath vast, unsullied skies, pulsed with primal freedom. Tribesmen still raced across the plains on hardy steeds, their children grew tall on legends of the Great Khan, and every decade, the mightiest youths ascended to the snow-capped peaks to face the trials of the white-armored angels who descended from above. Here, tradition and honor were living things, unbroken chains linking the present directly to the era when the Primarch walked among his chosen people. That ancient peace shattered catastrophically in the dying years of the M41, a rupture echoing across the galaxy as the Great Rift tore reality apart. While Jublai Khan led their strength in the Armageddon furnace, a serpent reared its head within their own sacred Yasin sector. Huron Blackheart, once a servant of the Emperor, now a chaos-twisted pirate king. His gaze, filled with the warp's balefire, fell upon Chagoris. From their cursed fortress within the Maelstrom, the Red Corsairs surged into the void, a tripartite fleet formation carving directly towards the sector's heart. With Jublai absent, the defense of Chagoris fell to Barutai Khan, captain of the Second Brotherhood. Veterans whispered his name spoke of cold fury and unwavering resolve. As outlying worlds broadcast panicked cries before falling silent one by one, the echoes of slaughter reaching Chagoris hardening even Astartes' hearts to stone, Barutai activated ancient protocols ingrained deep within the planet's memory. Dormant orbital defense platforms shuddered back to life, power coils humming with long-slumbering fury, hidden bunkers unsealed, disgorging forgotten arsenals. Across the empty quarter, the plains themselves seemed to stir as tribal horns blared the deep, mournful note only used for genocidal war. The warning was barely heeded before the quiet void over Chagoris became a nightmare vista. The twisted hulls of heretic warships eclipsed the stars with polluted silhouettes Desolator-class battlecruisers belching blasphemous slogans, repulsive Eklas grand cruisers oozing malignant energy. Swarms of corrupted fightercraft danced like demented insects. The hulking terror of ancient space hulks, crusted barnacles millennia of frozen corpses and shattered craft, drifted ominously towards the glittering defenses like malevolent moons of decay. Refugees stumbling from dying worlds brought tales that curdled blood, priests nailed to cathedral doors, children sacrificed on tribal monoliths, forests seared in the image of profane sigils. Barutai Khan knew the Void War was lost before it began. The sheer, overwhelming mass of the Red Corsair blockade was too vast for the handful of White Scar's vessels stationed at home. Only ground awaited, and Barutai turned their intimate bond with the world into a weapon. The first wave of trader dropships screamed through poisoned skies, expecting blazing fire. Instead, they plunged into a planet that rejected them. Lowland valleys deliberately left open became flooded killing grounds as Barutai detonated ice dams miles away, sending torrents of glacial meltwater rushing down. Subarc dropods vanished silently into quicksand bogs disguised as plains sodden by induced rain squalls. Sudden, violent tempests whipped up by weather beacons ripped control from stolen Imperial aircraft. Canyon systems, ancient migratory paths etched by wind and water, became fatal funnels, leading armored columns perfectly into overlapping fields of fire from concealed plasma batteries or heavy bolter nests hacked from the rock. White Scar's infiltrators, moving like ghosts on camouflaged grav bikes, goaded packs of monstrously scaled native reptilian predators, called Akariks, into the rear guard of chaos cultists. Scout squads, guides unused for centuries, led tribal war parties along forgotten cliffs to leap upon unsuspecting supply trains haphazardly encamped below. Yet sheer, visceral weight of numbers pressed upon them like a closing glacier. For every raid or band blown apart in a defile, or reduced to gore beneath the whirling chainblades of White Scar's outriders erupting from blinding dust storms, a dozen more landed across the hemisphere. The painted hide tents of the empty quarter tribes burned, staining the sky for days, corpses strewn among trampled all fences, the survivors driven like hunted herds toward the desolate, icy ranges. Fortified outposts, bastions held for centuries, crumbled under sustained volcate barrage, leaving only smoldering piles of atomic slag behind. Brotherhood squads stretched impossibly thin across continents, bled personnel drop by drop in constant running skirmishes against roving warbands twice their size and lacking any restraint. Hope dwindled under the incessant tide. Against this grinding annihilation, the tribes of Chaggaris rose. Not titans, but herders on fleet-footed steppe ponies, armed with little more than las carbines sharpened to bayonets and grandfathers steel forged before the Great Crusade. They were teeth-gnawing at the invaders' exposed jugular-hurrying colossal supply caravans, vanishing into the dried river gulches as counterattacks mustered, ferrying messages through chaos-patrolled zones with tribal whistles mimicking snowhawks. They were eyes that saw every new earthwork, ears that heard every muttered threat beneath cultist hoods. And they paid the price in crimson rivers. Returning from the hell of Armageddon's trenches, Jublai Khan brought not just Terminators, but a volatile spark back to his people. His glacier-clear gaze assessed the galactic map and his ravaged world, igniting audacity, no more defending the ash. Ordering immediate retreat from scattered plateau holds, he concentrated every warrior, every gun, every tribe capable of bearing arms around the soaring granite spires and the white marble battlements of Quanjathair's ancient, impregnable heart nestled high in the Kumkarda mountains. It was bait thrown to the hounds. Huron Blackheart, the tyrant of Badab, rose to snap. Smelling finality, a crushing victory to cement his dread renown, he redirected his disparate, slaughtering hordes towards Quanjo like iron drawn by a celestial magnet. The scattered spearheads formed a ring of fire around the unyielding peaks. The planetary conflict collapsed upon itself, condensing into the siege of the fortress monastery. Within catacombs carved millennia ago by power drills larger than tanks, gathered the surviving plains tribes, their rhythmic chants echoing with ancestral defiance alongside the clang of void shield generators. Battle brothers stood at slitted embrasures, hands resting on multiform cannons arrayed against the climbing hordes, the final bulwark before their history became ash. It seemed the dying hour had come. Then, like elders whispered about during storms, Corswain, master of the hunt, arrived. His third brotherhood, a spectral legion, had dared the warp trauma of the dread Noctis Eterna, traversing newly birthed maelstroms where sanity fractured. The journey had been brutal, leaving many brothers only as names carved in obsidian. Yet without pause, Corswain plunged into the wastes west of Kumkarda, rallying scattered squads among the blasted ulags, gathering any tribesperson still clutching a blade or clutching anger. He forged a ragged, vengeful hammerhead from despair itself. They emerged from cloud banks, turned to 200-foot walls of impenetrable ice crystals by an artificial Chagorian tempest Corswain's own doing. With the fury of howling wind and stinging sleet blinding the foe to their existence, the White Scars and their tribal retinue descended upon the unsuspecting rearguard below Quanjo like avalanche meeting dry tinder. It was pure, undiluted wrath carved from ritual scar and ancestral soul. Chaos shrieked in fury and fear as its limits suddenly evaporated. Inside Quanjo, Jubal Khan saw it unfold. Heavy gates boomed open. Lightning strike forces surged forth, not to raid, but to join. Sortie after desperate sortie roared down the switchback passes, a spearhead aimed straight at their onrushing brethren. Over 3 days beneath skies lacerated by lasfare, amidst mountainsides slick with viscera frozen solid by unnatural cold, they fought. Brothers perished within meters of reforged ranks, voxgents mingled with dying breaths in a dissonant hymn. On the fourth dawn, armored gauntlets clasped bloody plates on the pitted slope below the looming monastery. Jubal and Corswain stood together, their vision momentarily unblinkered, surrounded by the human cost woven around shattered armor displays. Combined, they drove Blackheart center backward in a crunching, bloody retreat through the foothills, but evil casts long shadows. Chaos wasn't done. Reinforcements poured across the burning continents towards Quanjo's spire, drawn to the titanic clash like carrion creatures scenting epic ruin. The scales groaned toward the abyss until fate intruded upon Mordarion's own fields. Above Chogoris, inexplicably, the suffocating pall of the Noctis Eternus thinned. The psychic bile-poisoning reality retreated. Instability rippled through the chaotic ranks. Lesser demons blinked out of existence with whimpering squeals bound in physics again. Echoes within possessing spirits unleashed confusion. Huron Blackheart, ever opportunistic felon lord, surveyed the scene from his bale eye. He saw certainty replaced by butcher's accounting. A grim sneer beneath ruined armor. He signaled comprehensive withdrawal. Arcane drives ignited. Alongside the Pirate King, his elite corsairs disengaged cleanly, abandoning the renegade cultists and mutants to their rampages below, redeploying instantly to consolidate gains across the sector's crippled core. The invasion spear cracked. Relief tasted like smoke-laced dry corn. The utter periphery was secured by blood's price. But rebels still desecrated valleys, and the steppes wept beneath uncounted dead. Chogoris bled. It was during this ragged, devastating lull, amid blackened fields and mountain temples chipped by Fae's iron scars, that the heavens delivered something entirely unprecedented. Like spectral gods materializing from neutron static, battle group Detitus materialized above Chogoris. 2 monolithic ships of the Indomitus Crusade fleet, Tursus Resolve amongst them, possessed dimensions dwarfing any vessel the White Scars had seen in centuries. They brought warriors fundamentally familiar, yet completely alien, Primaris Marines. Scalpel-bound masters taught biology as a weapon, arc mechanic Belisarius calls silent suns hatched from interstellar vaults, woven from preserved genetic splendor 10,000 years untouched. Jagatai's own sacred genome locked sacred inside their double helix. They towered head and shoulders above firstborn brothers, plate burning with tech-art alchemy. Burly bolt rifles spat hurricane death beyond comprehension. Yet despite sculpted musculature fundamentally different biologically, the original cultural strand inside sang unifying chords, the Genesede heart rhythm beating strong, neural pathways resonating with ancient cravings for wind-born freedom, simple deep rhythm pulsing beneath the new anatomy binding invisible destiny to Kurchadro's dust. They carried flawlessly synthesized organs designed on Fabius Bilevat's neither brother nor foe had tread, yet they bore Chogoris, star-named fate, as inescapable truth. Here stood sons of limitless skies they'd never witnessed, brothers in lineage unblooded by tribal right, yet linked utterly unseen by blood itself more absolute than barrier reefs of spacetime. This conjugation became sacred dilemma. The White Scars' traditions were chain diagrams set by Jagatai, exact formulae for the lightning soul. Endless generations trained boys into hunters according to precise dances, fixed since the Stormcloud gathered Primarch thought. Now, starships held 30-foot men untutored in Mogs, poetry unread to them, unfletched in hunt game running till starlight bleeds feeling unmapped, retaining only genetic catechism needing education fully outside physical resemblance. Cultural extraction might extinguish uniqueness completely. The ancient rituals needed tempering without breaking. Adjustment demanded utter reverence. Experienced apothecaries, hands trembling over alien anatomy charts provided by artificer magi scrapes, analyzed metabolic thresholds of Primaris body, burnt fuel complex differently. The blooding initiation was rewrought. Wounds inflicted deeper to offer identical pain thresholds against higher density flesh. Their Mark X plate presented blank ceremony fields. Master engravers labored obsessively over alloy surfaces, alongside veterans like blacksmiths forging precious jewelry, transferring ritual tribal scar imagery from living flesh onto ceramite backing, curved differently using methods stored since pre-Great Crusade. Placement demanded deliberation. A clan lightning strike here. Kherji catchment spiral underneath jump pack jet. Grandfather tradition imperfection deliberately etched next to forehead ridge tolerances already milled beyond perfection. These arrangements weren't mechanical notches. They represented epicene symbolic history, born fully wrapped by the untouched current warriors, coming below them bonds dependent upon skill honoring tradition. Struggle forces alignment, unheard of elsewhere. These Primaris themselves waited incrediblithe humility quotient astonishing veterans, within dungeons thick since Angron's rampages. They recognized inherently, they entered brotherhoods rooted near Great Crusade origin epics. Their genelines witnessed Old Terra as desert within grandfather ceramite layers uncountable times recycled. These unique white scars weren't regiments. They were sacred rock tribes melded intrinsically beyond war. Consequently, learning to decorate armor became veneration. Grasping the kamikarat in poetry constructions, echoing steppe wind tragedies, meant respecting currents flowing from before 9 Primarch teams unified Terra's shattered hive mess. Silence indicated reverence, unspoken acknowledgement. Blinding enhancement meant nothing unless sculpted around ancient immaterial diamond ritual core, forged upon faith deeper than blood plasma happy amid bacteria stasis loops. Hope combining seamlessly ritual necessity blazed a path forward. As brotherhoods reformed from hard scant reserves, planet reclaiming dawned also in tandem with Astartes' evolution. Each legionary blade swept across chaos-infested steppes and mountain woods became communal ritual struggle against entropy renewed. Trapped corridors collapse became possible only with Primaris squadcrawl shock leading charges previously impossible. Tactical planners integrated truly. Tribal recall combined primaricity hypercoordination forged symmetry. Cleansing rituals enacted atop deepest befouled tribal graves used methods deployed since Angre Bondrolocation Society, founding utilizing chemical purification technique prosthetics, implanted surgically inside enhanced warriors' biology, liberating former sites disguised as weathered terrain. Survivors streamed home bearing unimaginable tales demanding hymns known or unrecognizable abandoned times. Simultaneously, vials of crater-thread young tribal recruits, hair lacking top-knot ritual, processed towards newly configured apothecarian conversion tanks, chanting obscure promises into injector scopes. Veterans separated only genetically sat folded leg position, alongside newer Primaris, across ancient flamebound narrative circles exchanging song verse, problems solved through ancient Platimer for precision burn-off missions, requiring specialized laser coloration techniques stored in ancient archive strips alongside Horus battles. Genetically, an unending cycle is poised at quenching stage. The galaxy became incomprehensibly ruined cosmos, governed by chaotic terror-loose material. Yet at the core, if whistles could capture Chagorus Desert, Eagle flanked by drumstorms reflecting singular lore, sustained through primal union, forged of ingenuity and bloody history in pores so deep that annihilation seeping sideways seemed vain. Creating something unique demands careful preparation within chaotic landscapes, shaped uniquely during heat periods. White scars stared towards trepidatious twilight determined, fundamentally. The final sheets of pressed lignin lay smoothed under Vlidris's dry touch. The ink coagulated into shapes masking meaning behind exact symbolic depth formulated centuries extinct. He placed his rough-hewn writing implement onto worn grooves in the scribal stone, careful against smearing fulfilled achievements. His spine voiced grinding fatigue as he pushed back against the reinforced wood scaffold surrounding him, an echo mirroring his own structural limitations against expectation lethargy. Beyond armor-augmented slats framing vista lay the come-outreach grasslands unfolding from transitory fortress complex outward, losing themselves toward infinity-washing gold peaks now muted into advancing twilight symphony. Like daily afflictions confronting weary individuals at day's close, that sour alchemy sunlight extinguished installation, gloom retreated, as though the system star itself honored competing tragedy unfolding beyond glassplate, designed to stop legion nastiness. Petrochemical rain returned, now less tempest-thammer, more intricate conviction. Softer impacts resonated beneath current communist masses among silicate structures, shaped like contrite droplets, tapping heavy fabric reminding Vlidris attenuated cavalry, stirrups somewhere far beneath arcane proximate systems guarding thought streams of early chapters, functioning collectively across Rockland unsufficient light years, distant across planetary crust interfaces, holding mind's slave lever to words marching unceasingly. Vlidris engaged intake mechanisms, requiring intricate filtration strategies, more linked to coral metabolism than atmospheric exchange. Parchment's eternal duress partner spelling ink molecules layering underneath osmotic bonds. Beeswax candles weeping slow sacrifice against illumination algorithms least stable. Resins perfuming armor maintenance creeping viscous tendrils, everywhere anchoring metallurgy deeper to tinier botanical signatures etched within room dominance. Everlasting prophylactic smell, engineered into every plate need drawing Astartes' particularly valuable signal towards obligation surrender centers caught at Marrow. 376 orbital transits measured distinctly. His lifespan measured constant by imperative devotion, coupled servant mechanisms, extending outside lexicon death human condition, collapsed meaning so thoroughly. Only comparable statistical objects matching framework lay amongst Neccan dynasties, prison ships glittering useless fleet movements, delineated absurd frenzy among charts, dutifully kept stored above foundation pits mediate toward purposeless abstraction asterisms. Knuckle bone struck dense grown Rudenber, designed withstand liquid proteum compression defenses, anti-tank, arranged sound distinct staccato cognition demands. Before expression registered entirely, the aperture yielded occupation, physically undeniable dimensions. Brother Kenbish entering constrained space withholding permission metaphysics, aside categorically despite disproportionate size projections, denoting Astartes' participation, screen important interfaces, closing behind like sanctuary vestibules breaching security measures. Battleplate reposed locker bays makes resulting impact manifestations, less unnecessarily hazardous actions, civilian unprotected physiognomies, results pleasing binary. Nevertheless implications proportional stature projected otherwise. Kenbish predominated undisturbed boundaries, filled hominid occupant respiratory focus microchambers, presented critical occupation census examination, possible notwithstanding infrastructural realities, concentrated chemistry beyond call, becoming casually shifted momentum deployment paradox space. His cheek tattooing showed shiny newly sculpted lion scar tissue fresh journey giftscripin, marked successfully progressing Scout Corps martyrdom sequence reception, honored rivals yesterday odds. In mammoth talons conceived manipulating neutron grenade detonation, regulators, gently rested miniature wooden carrying construct, unveiled symbolic engagement, ritual sustenance, beyond hunger structures. Its uppermost offering steamed familiarly ancient aroma, detecting climatological coordinates pre-imperial memory nodes, near mountain, crevices authentic dominating alpha waves, aligned structured responses neural patterns traditionally regulating mammalian combat readiness repression, optimal functionally harmonic memory structures, representing military literature scriptures generally articulated. Serene tide conductor sense desire equilibrium essence pressor servitor. Enlightened ward master notification cadence, pattern nomad vowels tolling civilization stewardship preparation conflict docility, rare pathways integration complex moisture cysts, stimulating verbal traditions, stored absorption canonitonal shifting layers, settled patterns culturally important beneath symphony chemistry. He navigated contraption arrangements designated surface, avoiding disrupt clinician cartographer, linguistic relic, arrays entirely successfully preventing script separation contagion trauma possibilities, within extant transfers almost imperceptibly calibrated personality, developed over subsequent decades weaponized research incubation, projects beyond ordinary troop capabilities existentially imposed requirements, Brotherhood required surgical efficiency, combined diplomatic. Subtlety, he declared silence matrix enclosed beneath vascular steel sealing parts, assembling crystalline clarity, inside gaseous suspension factor, holds blueprint imperial speech manifestation archetypal rendition. Speaker identification tensed ritual hearing, dedicated acoustic triumphs position, Cutter's projections wound spiraling conceptual, never entirely completing circles, sufficient contain temporal meaning boundaries, softening encroaching ultimately tedious infinite darkness cycle. Completes organizational perfection themes, executed material witness testimony creation process, predicting future histories, enacted simultaneously reconstructing past events structure defined unreachable unbroken. Changes incomprehensible cosmic system, rooted entirely in perpetual violence fate, intersecting immutable resolve martial identity embrace form, eternal refrain endurance symbolic chain, oak millennia fractured peril resonance genetic inheritance, sealed physiologically perfect warriors striving merge ancient ways, the tide of fate rootedly impacting unfolding saga rage calmly written, against time and storm pooling silence, into remembrance held within scented air rasps out mortal quietude. Marked by centuries labor fading sense held within lamp flicker warmth diminishing slowly against autumnal, whether grain-coated planet twilight permanence inside chorus everlasting. The winds seemed to whisper it, your work here is complete. Valdris gave a slow, heavy nod, his worn hands closing around the offered cup with profound gratitude. The tea steamed, fragrant and potent Chagorian style, brewed with herbs gathered from the mountain slopes nearby, the same recipe shared by the tribes for uncounted millennia. Its heat seeped deep into his knotted fingers, soothing aches born of a lifetime spent hunched over manuscripts, particularly the fierce pains left by this final, momentous day of writing. It is finished, he confirmed, the words escaping his lips barely louder than the breeze itself. The tale of the White Scars, from their harrowing origin as the forgotten sons of storm and terror to their unwavering vigil as the defenders of a fractured imperium, as complete as any single soul could ever make it. Kenbish's gaze settled upon the heavy manuscript resting on the worn desk. For an instant, something remarkably unguarded flickered across his transhuman featurescent echo of a child's wittied wonder, a flicker of pure curiosity, touched unmistakably by reverence. These warriors were forged to confront the galaxy's most unspeakable horrors without yielding a micron of ground, yet presented with the chronicle of their own chapter's soul, a disarming humility surfaced, a fragile humanity rarely glimpsed beyond the fortress's adamantium walls. "Will you grant us a passage, honored one?" The Space Marine's voice rumbled, atypically soft. "Any part you choose. I would hear the words resonate within this place, spoken with the voice of their creator." Valdris paused, his own breath catching slightly. His gnarled fingers traced the worn leather binding, then carefully parted the thick parchment leaves, turning them back with a scholar's delicate reverence until he found the section he sought. The fading daylight from the high window caught the gilded edges of the pages, bathing them in a soft, ethereal glow, as if the very ink itself pulsed with an inner light. "I committed these words just this dawn," he murmured, his voice finding a new resonance. And he began to read. He spoke of the eternal hunt, of the indomitable spirit that had coursed like wildfire through the veins of the White Scars for 10,000 years, the unbroken chain of conquest, retreat, and joyous pursuit beneath the endless stars. As he read, carrying them across desert wastes and void-haunted nebulas in spirit, Valdris became peripherally aware of the soft, deliberate rhythm of ceramite treadsquiat, measured footfalls beyond the open doorway. One by one, the other battle brothers stationed at the remote outpost materialized. Some gathered in the carved archway itself, a silent honor guard framed in stone. Others stood impassive and utterly still in the flagstone corridor beyond, drawn by an instinct deeper than orders, a collective pull to bear witness to the culmination of a saga that belonged as much to their blood as the historian's ink. Valdris's voice, thin at first, gathered strength as he continued, deepening and warming as if drawing vitality from the ancient deeds he recounted, as if the courage of the scars themselves infused him. The room dimmed steadily as the sun sank below the jagged horizon, painting the chamber in long, blue-gray shadows. Yet no one stirred to light the glow globes. Only the two stubborn candles on Valdris's desk continued their slow, faithful burn, casting guttering light that drew long, dancing silhouettes on the walls, figures swaying in silent harmony with the epic poetry of the past. When the final word left his lips and settled onto the expectant quiet, a profound silence descended upon the chamber. It held thick and absolute for several heartbeats, broken only by the gentle hiss of rain sharpening against the thick windows and the low, basso growl of thunder rolling, like a great beast stretching, across the distant Chagorian plains. Then from somewhere near the back of the gathered warriors, a single, resonant voice began to ascend. It rose low and rich, vibrating in the ancient tongue of Chagoris, a hunting song. One voice became two, then five, then the entire gathered cohort added their harmonies, deep inbred throats weaving a sound older than the Imperium, older perhaps than the stones of the mountain itself. It spoke wordlessly of endless steppes beneath eternal skies, of glorious hunts beneath alien stars, of brotherhood sealed in the sacred currencies of blood and cleansing flame. It sang of a lost father, their primarch, the great Khan who hunted still in the void's outer reaches, promised to return one day and lead his sons on the grandest hunt the galaxy would ever witness. Tears, unbidden and hot, gathered at the creased corners of Valdris's rheumy eyes. This melody was sacred currency, reserved for fallen heroes carried home on shields and for hard-won monumental victories that echoed through the ages. Yet here it was, now spilling forth for him, a stooped, fragile old man whose greatest weapon had ever been his pen. As the last resonant note faded, lingering in the charged air like incense smoke, Brother Kenbish stepped forward again. His movements held a new, almost ceremonial deliberation. With a deliberate slowness that commanded absolute stillness, he drew forth a small blade tucked into his belt, not the brutal curve of a combat knife, but a purpose-made ritual tool. Its hilt was wrapped in supple leather, dark and smooth, polished by the grip of countless White Scars warriors across millennia. "Your words have honored us, Valdris," he stated, the gravity resonating in his deep tone. "They will ride beside us into battle. They will whisper guidance to brothers yet unborn. For this service beyond measure, the chapter has decreed, you will no longer stand only as the chronicler of our lives." The young warrior stretched out the knife, presenting it with the blade turned harmlessly away, offering the dark leather hilt. "If the spirit moves you, you may take the mark of Chagoris. You have earned your place within this tale." Valdris stared, understanding crashing over him like a wave from a shoreless sea. The ritual scarification of the White Scars was a sacred tapestry etched in flesh, reserved strictly for those proved worthy in the crucible of combat. Neophytes who survived the chapter's brutal trials, or on rarest occasion, mortals whose deeds transcended mortal limits in service to the Legion. No mere historian or mere mortal civilian had ever been held in such esteem. His fingers trembled, a visible palsy rooted deep in awe as they closed around the offered leather-bound grip. The hilt's weight felt uncannily right in his grasp, fitting it like a key long sought, as if destiny had always intended his hand for this moment. Guided by Kenbish's massive hand, gentle yet unyielding, positioned over his own, Valdris drew the keen edge across the ridge of his left cheekbone. A swift, precise incision not the intricate fractal patterns adorning the faces of the Astartes, but a clean, single line, a mark nevertheless. A sigil that within these walls and unto the farthest egress would declare him as belonging to the chapter's extended fellowship, joined forever to the story. As a single, perfect crimson bead welled instantly from the cut and fell, striking the corner of the manuscript's final page-high's life's work, completing bloomed into a tiny, dark star upon the aged parchment. Valdris ceased to be merely the teller. With the scent of old paper, candle smoke, and his own vital blood mingling in the air, he had become irrevocably inked into the very chronicle he had dedicated his life to recording. His words, meticulously inscribed, would endure amidst the chapter's sacred records. But more profoundly, infinitely more precious, his spirit would now ride with them, a silent companion on the eternal hunt, woven into the tapestry of their rage and laughter. Outside, the storm claimed its dominance, wind screaming vengeance against the fortress's ancient walls, rain lashing the obsidian glass like flung stones. But within the candlelit sanctuary, surrounded by the titanic forms of the warriors whose lives, deaths, and unwavering spirit he had painstakingly documented across decades of peace and fire, Valdris felt only a fathomless, bone-deep peace settle upon him. The white scars, sons of storm and speed, would endure. They would adapt, they would carve their future across the stars, forever true to their essential heart. Somewhere in the boundless dark sea of stars, the great Khan still hunted, his path winding inevitably back to this place, awaiting the culmination of fate to gather his sons once more. On the desk, the candle flames dipped wildly in an unseen draft, danced vibrant and defiant one final, ecstatic time, then steadied themselves. Burning bright, clear, and unwavering against the all-consuming darkness, pressing in from the shattered sky and the long night beyond. On the fog-shrouded world of Nova Thulium, where jagged cliffs clawed at bruised skies and endless plains whispered beneath the tread of silent laborers, the first breath drawn by the child Tacitin tasted of dust and damp stone. Born into the shadowed service of House Calgar, his world unfolded within the high walls of a noble estate, each dawn breaking over fields that stretched toward horizons forever barred by the indifferent weight of ancient architecture. Life as a serf flowed like the seasons, predictable, unrelenting, a tapestry of bowed heads and calloused hands, where the only rebellion lay in stolen glances toward the heavens. Yet from his earliest memories, when the overseer's shouts faded and the clatter of servitude stilled, young Tacitin would tilt his chin upward, eyes tracing the pinprick lights that danced beyond the suffocating embrace of Nova Thulium's atmosphere. The stars called to him in voiceless chords that vibrated in his marrow, a wordless promise that tightened his chest with yearning even as his small hands scrubbed floors or hauled water for the very nobles whose bloodline bound him to the soil. Beside him always, a mirror in spirit if not in station, stood Manus Carer to House Calgar, whose name rang with ancestral power, yet whose laughter echoed through the estate's orchards with the unburdened joy of a boy untouched by pretense. Where others saw hierarchy, Manus saw companionship. Where tradition demanded distance, he bridged it with shared secrets and scraped knees. They were an impossibility surf, and lordling it between them grew a bond woven from midnight rambles, along moonlit hedgerows and whispered dreams beneath the skeletal branches of the estate's oldest trees. "We're more than our blood," Manus would declare, sprawled on sun-warmed grass hills that overlooked the labyrinthine Calgar holdings, his tunic streaked with the same dirt that smudged Tacitin's threadbare sleeves. "One day we'll soar past these walls like falcons, you'll see." And Tacitin did see, in those fragile moments when the weight of his birthright lifted, replaced by visions of crystalline battleplate and the thunderous roar of starship engines. To become a space marine, Manus spoke the words like a prayer, eyes alight with fervor. But for Tacitin, the dream hooked into his soul like a fishbone, sharp and inescapable. It transformed from fantasy to necessity, a lifeline thrown across the chasm of his predetermined fate. The selection, when it came, felt less like chance than destiny's cruel joke. Both boys ripped from the only home they'd known and hurled onto the scarred decks of a transport bound for Thulia Minor. Not serf and lord now, but aspirants equal in their gleaming novice armor, jaws set against the trials ahead. Their mentor, Crixus, greeted them not with encouragement, but with a gauntlet thrown, a grizzled veteran whose face bore the topographical map of 100 wars, his voice a graveled rasp that promised suffering as the price of glory. Days bled into weeks, each dawn a gauntlet of musketeering drills and mind-numbing routines that left Tacitin's body a symphony of aches. The air in the training halls tasted of sweat and rust, the nights a cacophony of strangers' snores and the phantom itch of fresh scars. Through it all, Manus remained steadfast, his confidence a torch in the suffocating dark, his presence a tether to the boys they'd been under Nova Thulium's pale sun. "Remember the orchard," he'd murmur as they lay side by side in the barracks' gloom. "The memory of Sundapple leaves a talisman against the ceaseless grind. That'll be us someday, brother." Armor instead of sticks, but the same hearts. Yet it was in those silenced, hollow hours after lights out, when fatigue pinned Tacitin to his bunk, that doubt slithered in. He'd stare at the cracked ceiling, listening to the distant howl of Thulia Minor's winds, and wonder if the stars were laughing at his presumption. Who was he, blood thickened with generations of obedience, to grasp at the Emperor's glory? Manus bore nobility in his veins like a warrant of authenticity. What did Tacitin carry but serf, sorrow, and stolen ambition? But morning always came, and with it Manus's grin, the easy clap on the shoulder, the relentless certainty that brooked no argument, and Tacitin's resolve would harden anew. The change crept in like rot beneath floorboard, subtle, insidious, averted gazes in the mess hall. The way Crixus's eyes lingered too long during blade drills, his critiques sharpening toward something Tacitin couldn't name. The other aspirants moved differently, their camaraderie curdling into something furtive, their laughter taking on a brittle edge that set Tacitin's teeth on edge. He mentioned none of it to Manus, burying his disquiet beneath layers of denial, until the night the nightmares came, not dreams, but terrors that smelled of copper and burning hair, yanking him from sleep with a gasp that echoed in the empty barracks. The moon hung low, a bloated orb casting sickly light through narrow windows as Tacitin slipped from his bunk, boots whispering against cold stone. Some primal instinct pulled him toward the training halls, where shadows writhed like living things and the air hummed with a wrongness that prickled his skin. What he glimpsed through the half-open doors carved itself into his memory with acid clarity. Crixus stood before an altar hewn from black rock, his armor replaced by blood-slicked furs, hands raised in supplication to a sigil that pulsed with malevolent light, tangled and hateful, the mark of Khorne. Around him, a dozen aspirants swayed in trance-like devotion, their eyes reflecting the brazier's flames like animals caught in torchlight. The chant that spilled from their lips wasn't any holy litany of the Imperium, but a guttural dirge that vibrated in Tacitin's bones, thick with promises of skulls and endless battle. Blood, so much blood pooled at the altar's base, gleaming wetly in the firelight, and Tacitin understood with sudden, stomach-churning clarity why so many recruits vanished in the night. Retreat was instinct, fear flooding his limbs, but the hand that clamped his shoulder wasn't a cultist's. Manus stood rigid beside him, his face a mask of horror etched pale in the gloom, pupils dilated not with battle fever but with disbelief. They shared no words, none were needed. The truth hung between them, fetid and undeniable. Yet as they turned to flee, the doors slammed shut with a boom that echoed like a death knell, sealing them in a tomb of corrupted stone. Crixus turned slowly, his smile revealing teeth filed to points, eyes no longer human but pits of swirling damnation. "Little lambs wandered from the fold," he crooned, the words slithering over Tacitin's skin. "Come to witness the red feast. Khorne cares not from whence the blood flowsonly that it does." Around them, the traitors advanced, blades glinting, features twisted into rictus grins that held no trace of the brother's-in-arms Tacitin had sparred with mere days before. Manus moved first, always Bravehigh's training blade flashing as he bellowed the battle cry they'd practiced since childhood. For the Emperor, the first cultist fell, throat opened in a scarlet arc, but there were too many too fast. Crixus moved like tempest-given form, his axe a blur of murderous intent. Manus met the strike with a clash of steel that rang like a funeral bell, but youth and desperation shattered against centuries of corrupted skill. The axe head bit deep and time fractured. Tacitin's scream shredded his throat as Manus crumpled, lifeblood spurting across cold stone in arterial jets. The cultists descended like carrion birds, knives rising and falling in a frenzied rhythm, reducing the noble Earth dreamer. The brother Tacitin had Chocento ruined meat. Something inside Tacitin ruptured then, not grief but a supernova of rage, igniting every nerve until his vision swam with crimson static. The training blade in his hand felt alive, humming with the need to rend and tear, to paint the walls with traitorous viscera. He barely registered his own movement's clumsy thrust that gutted the nearest cultist, the wild swing that sent another reeling. Crixus's laughter boomed, thick with mockery, as Tacitin's weapon flew from numbed fingers. "The blood god claims you, boy, revel in it." But Tacitin didn't revel. He burned. The vaulted hall narrowed to a tunnel, Crixus's leering face its only exit. Every beat of his heart pumped liquid fire through his veins, scorching away fear, erasing the last fragile vestiges of the boy who'd once marveled at stars. In that molten crucible of fury, as the cultists closed in and Khorne's sigil pulsed like a diseased heart, Tacitin made a silent vow, not to the Emperor, not to noble ideals, but to the ghost lying butchered on the stones. They would all pay, every last one. His fingers curled into claws, ready to rip the world apart or die trying, and the darkness he'd glimpsed in himself. Since childhood's shadow he'd fought with hope and borrowed Courageros at last, swallowing him whole. No more dreams, only blood. The air hung thick with the coppery stench of spilled blood and rancid incense, the chamber's flickering torchlight casting elongated shadows that danced like demons across the blood-slicked stone. Takken's knees pressed into the cold floor where Manus lay broken, his friend's unseeing eyes reflecting the carnage around them. Cultists in ragged crimson robes, chanting guttural hymns to their dark god, their blades carving obscene sigils into the flesh of the fallen. A low growl ripped from Takken's throat, raw and primal, as his fingers tightened around the notched hilt of his rusted sword. They didn't see Himpty's butchers drunk on slaughter, their backs turned as they dragged another thrall toward their blood-stained altar. Fools, their arrogance was a noose waiting to tighten. His muscles coiled like springs, every nerve alight with a cold, crystalline fury that burned away fear, burned away doubt. In that heartbeat, Takken ceased to be a boy, ceased to be a serf scrambling through the dark tunnels of Thullian miners' minds. He was vengeance incarnate, honed in the crucible of loss, his soul a furnace roaring with a single truth. Manus' name would not die here. He moved like a shadow given teeth. The first cultist died with a choked gurgle, Takken's blade punching through the man's spine before he could turn, the warm spray of arterial blood painting the floor in a grotesque mural. Chaos erupted, shouts of alarm dissolving into screams as Takken whirled through their ranks, his sword a silver blur. He fought without thought, without strategy, each strike a syllable in the elegy he carved into their flesh. Manus, a downward slash cleaved a bearded fanatic from collarbone to sternum. Car. Reverse thrust gutted a snarling woman clutching a jagged dagger. Calgar. The names became a mantra, a drumbeat driving his fists, his feet, his steel. Bodies fell around him, their lifeless eyes wide with surprise, but Takken saw none of them. Only Manus' slack-faced, the promise they'd whispered in the dark, one day we'll stand among the stars. Only when the last acolyte crumpled did the red haze lift, leaving Takken swaying amidst the carnage, his breath ragged, his knuckles white around his drippings. Crixus awaited him, the traitor's massive frame framed by the flickering braziers, his blood-stained axe resting casually against his shoulder. A grin slithered across the man's face, revealing yellowed teeth. "Think this changes anything, boy?" Crixus sneered, his voice like gravel grinding beneath a boot. "The blood god cares nothing for your petty grief. Your friend's soul is already screaming in the warp." Takken's silence was his answer, a yawning void where words might have lived, filled instead with the memory of Manus' hand slipping from his grasp as the axe fell. They crashed together in a storm of sparks and ringing steel, Crixus' strength monstrous, each blow driving Takken back, his arms trembling under the onslaught. Yet the traitor's brute force met Takken's razor-edged resolvia, will sharpened by loss. Every parry, every pivot carried the weight of his oath. "I will remember. I will make the galaxy remember." His sword kissed Crixus' cheek, his thigh drawing hissed curses, but exhaustion clawed at him, his vision tunneling. Then light, blinding, glorious light as the chamber doors exploded inward in a shower of splintered timber and shattered stone. Giants clad in cerulean ceramite filled the room, their bolters barking hymns of death. Cultists disintegrated mid-charge, torn apart by mass-reactive shells, the staccato thunder of gunfire drowning their dying shrieks. Takken collapsed to one knee, his sword slipping from numb fingers as ultramarines swept past him with machine-like precision, their armor gleaming like sapphires in the gore-streaked gloom. One pawed at a towering warrior with a captain's laurels etched into his pauldron, his gaze lingering on Takken's bloodied face before turning to the fleeing Crixus. A single barked order, a burst of bolter fire. The traitor's head vanished in a crimson mist, his body crumpling like a puppet with severed strings. It was over. The silence that followed was heavier than the fighting, thick with the iron tang of blood and the hollow ache spreading through Takken's chest. No triumph flooded hymnly the yawning chasm where relief should have been. Weeks later, the scent of incense and polished metal replaced the stench of death. Takkano, not Takken, never again stood before the obsidian gates of the fortress monastery on Macragge, the mountain wind biting through his threadbare tunic. Below him, the training field sprawled like a chessboard of discipline, hundreds of ultramarines moving in flawless unison, their chainswords humming through drills, their bolters stripped and cleaned with ritual care. The weight of his new name pressed upon him, Maris Calgara mantled both shield and anchor. Captain Sarius loomed beside him, a monolith in cobalt warplate, his stern face etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Look upon them, aspirant," Sarius intoned, his voice colder than the mountain stone. "These warriors are the Emperor's will made manifest. Your past is ash, your bloodline irrelevant. Here you are nothing until you prove yourself everything." Maris let the words seep into his bones. Your past is ash. How those words burned away the last flicker of Takken, the miner's son, the boy who'd wept over a friend's corpse. Only Manus' steadfast gaze remained, seared into his memory. Days bled into months of relentless trial. Maris ran until his lungs screamed, climbed ice-slick cliffs with fingers raw and bleeding, sparred against battle servitors whose fists could crack stone. Serious lessons were blades hammering him into shape. Discipline is your shield, Calgar. Without it, rage is a wildfire it consumes but does not cleanse. The captain's eyes missed nothing slight tremor in Maris, sword arm after hours of drills, the hitch in his breath as he forced aching limbs to obey. Mock battles beneath the merciless Macrag's sun became crucibles. Once pinned beneath a hulking aspirant's knee, dirt grinding into his cheek, Maris nearly surrendered until Manus' laugh echoed in his mind, bright and defiant. "Get up, you idiot. We've got stars to claim." He'd bucked, twisted, slammed his forehead into the brute's nose, tasting blood as he scrambled free. Serious gave no praise, only a fractional nod that lit a fire in Maris' chest. Years folded like pages in a war journal. Maris fought on a dozen world-snarled orcs bellowing their crude war cries, heretic Astartes dripping with chaotic corruption, sleek Eldar phantoms dancing just beyond bolter range. With each campaign, the boy's fury hardened into a commander's resolve. He learned to read battles like poetry, anticipating enemy strikes before they landed, his voice rising clear above the din to direct his brothers. Yet every victory was whispered to a ghost. Before deploying, he'd traced the name etched inside his vambrace, Manus Carr, still here, brother. When a sniper's round punched through his left pauldron on Vulcanes, he fought on, feeling Manus' phantom grip steadying his bolter. When a plague drone's claws gouged his chest on Mortanes, the pain was a distant thing compared to the gaping wound left in a blood-soaked mining tunnel. The final rite came beneath Macrag's triple moons. Maris knelt in the Sanctum Bellator, the chamber's vaulted ceiling lost in shadow, the air thick with sacred oils and ozone. Before him, the chapter's ancient chaplain pressed a burning brand to his left pectoralis, screaming eagle crowned with the ultima. Flesh seared, but Maris did not flinch. The pain was catharsis, a final pyre for Taken, the last whisper of the surfbuoy's fear turning to ash. Rising, he accepted the freshly forged armor presented by Serious, the captain's stern facade finally cracking into something resembling pride. "Stand tall, brother Calgar," Serious murmured. "Your vigil begins." Now thunder beneath his boots, the sky over Sheridan rained fire, a tyrannid swarm darkening the atmosphere, their shrieks reverberating through Maris' armor. At his side, battle brothers tightened grips on chainswords, their eyes locked on him. Not Taken, the grieving child. Not even the aspirant, desperate to prove himself. Maris Calgar, a name reclaimed, a promise kept. He raised his gauntlet, the cerulean plate gleaming beneath smoke-stained skies. For Macrag, he roared, the cry echoing across the line, across the years, to a boy lying cold in the dark. For the Emperor, for you, brother. The swarm descended, and Calgar met them with a smile sharp as his blade, ready to carve their shared name into the annals of stars. The air hung thick over Sheridan, a toxic miasma of burned promethium and ionized metal that clawed at the lungs with every breath, the very atmosphere weeping rust-colored tears from chemical-laden clouds that blotted out the sun. Below the looming shadow of the battle barge Valen's shield, stretched a wasteland forged in the crucible of endless war-continent-spanning trenchworks, zigzagging like suppurating scars across terrain cratered by macrocannon impacts, jagged spires of shattered hive cities clawing at the bruised sky like skeletal fingers. For 7 weeks, the Ultramarines had bled for this graveyard world, 7 weeks of grinding attrition, where every inch gained was purchased in Geneforged blood and broken ceramic. Chapter Master Pyther stood motionless upon the command deck, his massive frame outlined against the panoramic viewing bay, the reflected glow of burning refineries below flickering across battle-worn armor, whose gold trim had long since been scoured to bear adamantium by orcish fury. At his side, Manus Calgar felt the vibrations of distant artillery through his boot soles, a constant tremor beneath the chorus of damage control klaxons and murmured battlefield reports that filled the Bridget heartbeat of a dying world. In 37 years of service since his ascension to the ranks of the Astartes, Calgar had learned to taste the subtle poison of doubt that sometimes seeped into even the most disciplined campaigns. But this was different, a cold fingernail tracing his spinal column whenever the Voxnet fell silent, an uneasy shimmer in the air that made the lumen globes flicker at precise 17-second intervals unnoticed by all save him. His enhanced hearing caught the edges of conversations cut suddenly short when he approached, the minute tightening around Captain Heron's ocular implants when reviewing casualty manifests. They'd broken 3 orc WAGHs. Already shattered their idols and decapitated their warbosses, yet still the savages came with unnatural cohesion, their ramshackle gargants advancing in textbook envelopment patterns that spoke of some dark intelligence guiding the usual anarchic tide. Pyther shifted, the servos of his armor purring softly as he rested both hands on the stratagem table, the hololithic displays casting his ravaged face in ghastly blue light, deep scar tissue pulling tight across his left cheek, where tyrannid bioacid had eaten through his laramens years before. "They mass in the Gorgon Valley," he rumbled, throat raw from breathing fire-retardant foam during yesterday's boarding action against the greenskin rock. His gauntlet traced a glowing sigil over the tactical projection, where scarlet runes pulsed like infected wounds amidst the imperial blue. Hundreds of battle wagons, siege towers tall enough to shame the titans of Legio Invicta. This isn't attrition, Manus, it's invitation. Calgar studied the readouts scrolling across his retinal display ammunition, reserves bleeding away into the red. The telltale static fuzz encroaching from the eastern hemisphere that spoke of massive atmospheric disruptors coming online. The acrid tang of overheated circuitry, mixed with the faintest whisper of something else, something that bypassed the olfactory sensors in his armor, to crawl directly into the ancient reptilian core of his brainazone and spoiled meat, and the copper-kissed promise of slaughter. They're hurting us, he realized aloud, the revelation coating his tongue with bile. All these months, letting us believe we were grinding them down, when every engagement was funneling our forces toward. His armored finger stabbed at the hololith where the valley's entrance yawned like a serpent's jaws. They want us here, need us here. A smile without warmth cracked Pyther's face, pride and sorrow warring in his lead-grey eyes. 10 years ago, you'd have charged headlong into that obvious trap just to spit in the architect's eye. That instinct is why Gilliman's blood flows strong in you. He straightened, the bones in his neck audibly creaking. But your right shadow behind this infestation hungers for our deaths in that valley specifically. I've reviewed the cyclonic scans. There's something buried beneath those mountains, something older than this crusade, older than the Imperium itself. The orcs are just the scalpel being used to cut us out. The chapter master's Voxbead blinked Crimson Signals officer Castus waited with urgent news. Pyther acknowledged with a curt nod, his entire demeanor shifting from mentor to monument as the harried voice crackled through the bridge speakers. Warboss Skullcrack himself leads the assault column. Lord, their weird boys are channeling enough psychic energy to light up the Auspex from orbit. End. Sensors detect an unidentified energy signature emerging from the valley's western ridgereeds like static swallowed the rest. Every lumen on the bridge dimmed as power rerouted to void shields, the deck plating thrumming in resonance with some deep planetary agony rising from Sheridan's burning crust. Pyther didn't hesitate. Battle stations, all ground forces to muster points Sigma and Omicron. Prepare the Spear of Macragge for deployment. He turned to Calgar, removing his artificer helm from the mag clamp at his waist. The ceremonial faceplate still bore the proud blue of Macragge's skies, rather than the scorched black of his current armor. Whatever ancient evil stirs beneath our feet, it plays a dangerous game using orcs as pawns. If we break their back here, we may rip out the puppet strings before the true enemy reveals itself. Calgar's fist crashed against his plastron in salute. By your will, chapter master. As he strode toward the Dropod bays, the familiar scent of sacred machines, spirit oils, and following death. Below in the valley, the air itself seemed distilled violence superheated by flamer bursts and concussive detonations, howling with the pottery shards whine of shock rifles and the basso profundo of charging power claws. Calgar fought in the bloody vanguard, his plasma pistol whining with each shot that turned orc knobs to vaporized silhouettes against the firestorm. His combat blade a silver blur trailing ropes of luminescent alien viscera. Through the choking smog, he saw Pyther everywhere, a golden giant wading through tides of green flesh. The relic sword Augustus Rex trailing arcs of lightning, as it bisected warbikes in sprays of promethium and teeth. Yet with every decapitated orc, 3 more clambered over the twitching corpses, their warcry of WAGH, now threaded with strange cadences that buzzed against the Ultramarine's auditory implants like static locusts. It happened between heartbeats. One moment the chapter master stood triumphant upon the burning wreckage of a Gorkanaut, his blade raised in defiance as he roared encouragement to the 4th Company pushing through the enemy's flank. The next reality tore. Not ruptured by explosives, but unzipped along edges that screamed in colors outside human spectra. The orc war machine that manifested wasn't built. It was extruded, a cancerous sculpture of meat and iron that throbbed with internal lightning, its gunmouth belching warp-spawned fire that clung and screamed as it consumed. The blast didn't merely kill, it erased. 30 of the finest warriors in the Imperium disintegrated mid-charge, their atoms unwoven into loose clouds of quarks that glowed briefly before winking out. And Pyther fell not as legends fall, no last words, no glorious fade against a sunset. He simply ceased being vertical, crashing to the ashen earth with 2/3 of his torso missing, the marble-white bone of his spine protruding like a broken flagpole from ruins of oromite and meat. Calgar's enhanced physiology recorded the next 17 seconds with crystalline clarity, the wet slap of some detached organ hitting his boot, Sergeant Tyrus vomiting inside his helm, the acidic stink-breaching filter systems, the orc whose head he pulped without conscious thought, its claw still scrabbling at his greave as it died, the perfect cathedral silence behind the ringing in his Irsa vacuum, where the chapter master's booming voice should reside. Then, as neurons armed by hypno-indoctrination overrode grief, the world snapped back with physical force. His helm display lit with priority alerts, casualty reports, and a blinking golden runically active when command lineage severed without air. The weight crashed down not as burden, but as biological fact vertebrae compressing under sudden gravitational shift, breath turning to slurry in corrupted lungs. For 3.4 seconds, Calgar understood with terrifying intimacy what antimatter containment failure feels like. Then his training fortress crystallized core rose to the surface. Survival, duty, vengeance. He inhaled pain like sacramental incense, let it scour him clean. When his vox erupted with Captain Vorlow's panicked voice, they're breaking through the eastern bulwark. Orders, sir. Calgar responded not with his own vocal cords, but with Pyther's. The timbre was all wrong, higher-pitched, yet the absolute authority that had led 100 crusades rolled through the channel like thunder. Close ranks, phalanx formation lambda. Reserve aggressors to forward position their flamers will sterilize those trenches. Brother Dace, angle your predators to enfilade the mob crossing the dry riverbed. And Vorlow, a pause filled only with chainswords meeting Xeno's bone. They will break upon us, he fought possessed. Not with Ragathat ephemeral fuel had burned away, but with the cold certainty of orbital mechanics. Every step flowed into the next, bolter patterns weaving kill zones that funneled the orcs into killboxes of overlapping fire. Where Pyther had been a blazing sun around which warriors orbited, Calgar became event horizontalant, inevitable, pulling all toward grim purpose. When the warboss emerged atop a shambling titan of riveted skulls, bellowing challenges that shook blood from dead men's eyes, it was Calgar who met him in the crater where Pyther fell. Not with roaring defiance, but with glacial precision sidestepping the roaring power claw to place 3 mass-reactive shells through the same ocular lens. The ensuing explosion of psychic backlash blinded every warrior within a kilometer, but through augmetic eyes streaming crimson coolant, Calgar saw true for the first time. Threads of sickly light connecting the orc horde to some cyclopean structure, buried deep beneath Sheridan's mantle, its architecture all wrong angles and fractal geometries that burned the brain to witness. When silence finally fell, no true silence, but the relative hush of sporadic gunfire and crackling flames, Calgar stood amidst a charnel plain where 80% of his brothers lay dead. Vox-traffic confirmed the orc forces were routed, their remaining scraps fleeing into the rad wastes. Yet as the ash began to fall like gray snow, collecting in the crevices of his battle-stained armor, he felt no triumph. Only the cold seep of understandingthis was never about Sheridan, nor orcs, nor even Pyther's martyrdom. That throbbing abomination beneath their feet had been using the greenskins against them, testing, probing, studying Astartes' combat doctrine through a billion data points of blood and anguish. The real war was just beginning. It was Tech Marine Solon who found him, the scarlet-armored figure kneeling in reverence as he presented the remnants of Augustus Rixam melted stump of sword with Pyther's hand still clutching the hilt, fingers fused to ceramite by plasma burns. Calgar took the relic in silence, the weight of command settling into his marrow with its true gravity. He had carried the name Calgar since initiation like a too-large cloak borrowed from some greater hero. Only now, with the butchered heft of his mentor's blade in hand, did that name become flesh not inheritance but incarnation. Perhaps in another life he might have wept, or raged, or knelt in prayer. But in this life, Chapter Master Manus Calgar simply turned his scorched optics toward the smoking horizon where storm clouds bruised the sky, already dictating deployment orders for what remained of his battered fleet. His voice never shook. The orc threat was ended. The true enemy awaited. 73 Terran days later, the seas of Tassar witnessed his coming. The ocean boiled where drop pods breached its surface, waves crashing against cliffs that had stood since the planet's birth now crumbling under artillery bombardment. Calgar's boot sank into wet sand up to the ankle, the first chapter master to set foot on this world since Gilliman himself had consecrated its forges 11 millennia prior. Data slate in his grip displayed nothing but orcish troop movements, a tide of red sigils flooding the strategic display it in the howling wind. He tasted that same metallic foulness from Sheridan, sharp beneath the salt and cordite. Behind him, the last progeny of Macrag's finest stood ready, their newly reforged armor gleaming defiantly against the storm-darkened sky. For the fallen, for the future, for the shadow war that raged unseen behind the curtain of flesh and steel. Manus Calgar activated his vox with a thought, his voice neither prayer nor war cry, but simple immutable truth echoing through every helmet and cockpit and gun deck. In the name of the Emperor, forward unto dawn. The Thunderhawks' engines roared with vengeance, drowning out the wail of the storm as they tore through the tumultuous skies of Talissa. Within their steel bellies, Marnius Calgar stood immovable amidst his battle brothers, the cerulean plates of his armor catching the dim lumens like cold forgifier. The reek of promethium and sacred oils clung to the air, thick as the tension coiling in the warrior's fists. They knew the gravity striding among them, felt it in the weighted silence between the thrum of warp engines, saw it etched in the grim line of their commander's jaw. Below, beneath clouds bruise-purple with impending war, the orc horde sprawled like a festering wound across the valley, their crude warcries a savage counterpoint to the tempest. Calgar's gauntlet tightened around the grip of the gauntlets of Ultramar, every rivet in his power fist thrumming with pent annihilation. This would not be a war of attrition. It would be a surgeon's strike, precise, lethal, absolute. No mercy, Calgar's voice cut through the din, steady as bedrock beneath a flood. No quarter. We carve the heart from this beast before it knows its blood is spilled. Nods rippled through the strike force, their faith in him as unshakable as the adamantium in their bones. They'd seen this mind at work on 100 battlefields, watched him dismantle fortresses with calculations colder than void silence. Today, however, would be no siege. Today, they hunted among a rabid sea. The warboss had gathered his lieutenants in the shadow of the mountain ridge, believing the storm his ally, a fatal arrogance. Orcs mistook brutality for strength, cacophony for order. Calgar would educate them in whispers of ceramite and screams of shattering bone. The Thunderhawks plunged earthward, assault cannons streaking tracers of phosphor-bright death through the gloom. Orc sentries crumpled mid-below, their mangled bodies swallowed by the churned mud as the gunship skidded to land. Calgar was first out, boots crashing into the mire like the drop pod of an angry god. Around him, the Ultramarines fanned out with drill-field exactitude, bolters snapping disciplined volleys into the green tide surging toward them. The orcs came in a howling avalanche muscle, and rusted iron and jagged steelbutt against the Astartes. They broke like jaundiced waves against a cliff. Calgar waded into the fray, the gauntlets of Ultramar alive with barely restrained destruction. A knob lunged, chain-axe spitting greasy fire, only to be seized by the throat and crushed into paste before his war cry finished echoing. Calgar moved as though the Codex Astartes had birthed him, every pivot, every blow a verse from Guilliman's sacred text. Amidst the carnage, the warboss revealed himself an abomination of swollen muscle and scar tissue, towering over his kin like a toad god from barbarian myth. His roar shook rainwater from the sky, and the very mud seemed to recoil as he charged, a cleaver the length of a rhino's hull winding through the air. Calgar met him mid-stride, the impact sending a shockwave through the muck. The cleaver screeched off Calgar's pauldron in a shower of sparks, and for a heartbeat, beast and space marine were eye-to-eye, spittle flecking Calgar's visor. Then the gauntlet struck not wild haymakers, but artisanal ruin. One blow caved the warboss's chestplate, the next punched through ribs like parchment. The orc warlord's dying gasp drowned in blood and thunder as Calgar ripped his fist free, the warboss's crude iron medallion clenched in his fingers like a grotesque trophy. Panic scoured the horde. Without their howling center, the orcs became a thrashing snake severed from its head. The Ultramarines pressed, relentless, bolters reducing the Xenos into scarlet mist and shattered bone. By the 6th minute, the rout was total greenskins fleeing into the storm's teeth, wails of terror swallowed by thunder. Calgar stood panting amidst the slaughter field, gore steaming on his armor like some ancient champion sculpted in blood-stained marble. The victory was absolute, yet as Talus's scattered survivors emerged to kneel in the mud, weeping his name like a prayer, Calgar felt only the weight deepening. This was but a skirmish in the Long War, a prelude to trials that would demand more than mere martial perfection. Upon Macragge, the fortress monastery's vaulted halls bore witness to ascension. Torchlight gilded the frescoes of Robout Guilliman, their solemn gaze fixed upon the warrior kneeling before the chapter's assembled lords. Honor guards stood like statues wrought in silver and cobalt, their silence more resonant than any fanfare. Calgar felt the relics, Gazeth armor of reason, the gladius Inkendor burning into his soul. This was no battlefield glory, it was a covenant. As the mantle of chapter master settled upon his shoulders, heavier than Terminator plate, Calgar understood with crystalline clarity. Guilliman's ghost lived in every word of the Codex, in every stratagem, every boltron spent in Ultramar's name. The lead was to become both sword and shield to wield tradition and innovation, as twined blades against an uncaring galaxy. The Feast of Honor lasted precisely 4 to 7 minutus efficiency, was after all the highest virtue. But as Calgar withdrew into the stratagem, Vox reports already scouring his ears, the shadows deepened not with ceremony, but dread. Scouts brought word from the eastern fringus worlds vanishing from astropathic choirs like snuffed candles. Not razed, not conquered, but consumed. The Tyranids, a void swarm whose hunger eclipsed even the archtraitor's malice. Calgar stared at the hololith as it painted macabre constellation system after system blinking crimson then gray as Hive Fleet behemoth surged toward Ultramar. This foe would not break before a warboss's death. It lacked fear, craving, hope. A force of nature, mindless yet insidiously cunning, its synapse weaving strategies from primal hunger. Macragge's skies, once a vault of sapphire perfect enough to make Guilliman weep, now crawled with ominous stillness. Clouds gathered, sulphur-yellow at the edges. The Tyranids did not announce their arrival with war drums, but with silence and deathly hush before the Leviathan breaches. Calgar walked the battlements, his footsteps echoing through gun nests crewed by ashen-faced chapter serfs and thick with stench of rocket fuel. Along the polar fortresses, the First Company's Terminators stood vigilant, frost glittering on their pauldrons like diamond dust. These were warriors who'd held the line against demon princes and renegade legionaries as Calgar passed them. He saw it in the tilt of a helm, the white-knuckled grip on a storm bolter. Doubt, not of him, of extinction. When the bioships pierced the atmosphere, they fell like rancid comets, streams of ichor streaking their descent. The ground quaked. Then came the chitteringa sound to freeze marrow, a billion scissoring claws and needle-fanged maws. The first wave hit Ix Bastion at dawn. Raiders the size of lemon russes skittered over minefields on spindly limbs, ripper swarms boiling behind them like living clouds. Heavy bolters chewed chitin to pulp, yet still they came, flooding trenches in tides of chitinous horror. Calgar stood in the command nexus, hololiths painting scarlet ruin across his face. Reports crackled. 04 West begged for reinforcement. Company champion Anriel demanded a Thunderhawk strike on a towering Carnifex shredding the left flank. Calgar's responses were clipped, methodical. The Codex offered no chapter on abominations that learned, adapted, evolved mid-assault, but Guilliman had prepared him for this. To lead was to distill chaos into order. At the polar gates, First Captain Aegimon's Terminators fought God's work. Frost had turned the approaches to glass, yet the Nids scaled it, claws punching through permafrost. Assault cannons roared until barrels glowed white-hot, bioacid eating through ceramite like rust. A hive tyrant breached the walls, its scythe-talons reaping 3 veterans before Aegimon's power fist found its thorax. They held, not for honor, not for glory, but because failure meant the synaptic web would sever Macrega's defenses like a surgeon's knife. Calgar, watching Aegimon's last stand via grainy picked feed, silently recited the master's oath. They would hold this line or add their bones to the fortress foundations. By the 7th day, Macrega's air tasted of Dethacrid smoke, seared flesh, and the nauseating sweetness of ruptured biosacs. Tyranid corpses piled high as the battlements, but still they came, their fallen fueling the living tide behind them. In the eye of the maelstrom, Calgar stood unbowed, thumbing a round of bolter shells engraved with his name. Around him, the fortress monastery shook as if the world itself screamed. But within, in the marrow-deep quiet where will became deed, Marneus Calgar found the same truth forged at Talisa. A chapter master's strength lay not in never bending, but in knowing that his spine, like Guilliman's legacy, could bear the weight of stars, even when the stars themselves fell. The air above Macrega's frozen plains thrummed with the grotesque symphony of war, a cacophony of tearing chitin and screaming chainswords, of bolters barking in staccato fury, and the alien screeches of the Tyranid swarm that crashed against the citadel walls like a living tide. Bodies piled high, a grisly rampart of cobalt armor and twitching biohorrors, the ice beneath slick with steaming ichor and the dark blood of ultramarines. Calgar stood amidst the storm, his indomitable Terminator armor scarred and spattered, the gauntlets of Ultramar crackling with each shattering blow against the clawed monstrosities surging over the battlements. The First Company fought like legends resurrected, their Terminator plate gleaming beneath gore-stained visors, power fists pulverizing Xenos forms into pulp, storm bolters roaring, until barrels glowed crimson-hot. Yet for every beast slain, 10 more writhed from the shadows, a seething, endless plague that gnawed at the edges of their resolve. The Vox in Calgar's helm spat static-laced reports from the polar fortress's outer walls breached, auspex arrays dark, the last squads fighting back-to-back in crumbling corridors choked with the dead. He clenched his fist, the servojoints whining, the weight of the slaughter settling like lead in his gut. Heroes, all of them his finest, damned to die in darkness so the rest of Ultramar might see dawn. But there was no time for grief, only the terrible calculus of survival. Beyond the stratagem table's hololith, past the flickering icons of fortress monasteries buckling under the swarm, true victory lay in the void. Calgar's voice cut through the command deck's frenzy, a blade honed by centuries of war. Break their synapse anchors, sever the beast's head. The fleet translated from the warp, Gothic-class cruisers and strike frigates sliding into formation beside the Ultramarines' battle barges, their lance batteries bathing the darkness in actinic fury as they surged toward the hive ships. Those vast, pulsating abominations hung like rotten fruit in the black, their spined hulls birthing fighter scarabs in endless streams, the very stars seeming to recoil from their corruption. Calgar watched through shuddering picked feeds as boarding torpedoes pierced chitinous hides, as cyclonic torpedoes detonated deep within the abominable gravity wombs, rupturing synaptic nexuses that shrieked across the Empyrean. Below, on Macrega's ice fields, the Tyranids faltered at a ripple of confusion in the hitherto unstoppable horde. Warriors stumbled, claws spasming, biocannons firing wildly into their own ranks. Calgar gave the order, his voice stripped of triumph, push them into the sea. The counteroffensive rolled over the broken swarm, dreadnoughts stampeding through drifts of corpses, tactical squads carving disciplined kill zones in the chaos. Victory tasted of ash and frozen blood. When the last Biotitan crashed into the permafrost, the silence that followed was heavier than any bombardment. The first company was gone and not merely spent, but extinguished, their sacrifice carved into the ice-walled mausoleums now clotted with their remains. Calgar walked the ruins of the polar redoubt, boots crunching over frost-rimed helms and shattered heraldry, his breath fogging the air. They had saved Ultramar. They had paid for it in the only currency chaos, and Xenos understood the lives of the irreplaceable. Years bled away. The galaxy itself tore asunder. The great rift yawned across heaven, a festering maw that vomited forth nightmares. Reality curdled in its shadow, stars guttering like candle flames, and from its depths sailed the Death Guard, their vessels weeping rust and pus. Nurgle's rot preceded them, a whispering sickness that soured crops in the field and choked infants in their cradles, a blight that made mockery of Ultramar's noble order. Calgar met this new war on the rock-choked plains of Axonce, the Garden of Ultramar, now a necrotic parody. Rivers ran black, bloated corpses bobbed in their currents, and the air reeked of spoiled meat and open graves. The Ultramarines advanced in locked shields, their retinal displays flickering with pathogen warnings, their armor pitted by corrosive drizzle. Plague Marines shambled towards them, flesh ballooning beneath corroded plate, chuckling wetly as bolt rounds punched through necrotic tissue only for maggots to writhe forth and knit the wounds closed. Worse were the demons' great unclean ones that rolled across the battlefield like mountains of rancid fat, trailing flies and warbling nursery rhymes in gurgling voices that liquefied resolve. Calgar felt the corruption gnawing at the edges of his own genoforged biology, his enhanced metabolism battling the fever creeping through his veins. Then came the voxhail from Macridge's orbit Mortarian's second wave, spearing toward the capital, a blade aimed at the heart. Delegating command to Sicarius, Calgar prepared to disengage, but the sky darkened, thickened, curdled. Mortarian descended on stinking wings, a miasma of despair preceding him, silenced the scythe humming with stolen souls. Marneus, the Primarchdaemon crooned, flies swirling in the gaps between words. You huddle in your corpse-lord's shadow while we embrace eternity. Surrender, let entropy caress you. Calgar ignited his gauntlets. I guard what you betrayed, brother. Their clash shattered the battlefield, Mortarian's scythe shearing through adamantium with warp-tinted edge, Calgar's counterblows cratering the plague-blown earth. Each impact jarred the chapter master's bones, pain flaring in old wounds, but he would not yield. Around them, Ultramarines rallied, methodically dismantling plague spires that pumped corruption into the soil. A grim calculus again victory not through annihilating the infinite, but through severing the bonds that held the corruption whole. Squad by squad, node by fetid node, the rot was cauterized. Mortarian faded into the warp, his bellows of rage shaking the ruins, leaving axe trembling but unbroken. The cost was etched in blighted earth and empty armor racks, in the lingering coughs of serfs and the ashy taste of reclaimed water. Calgar stood atop Macrag's spires, the sky clearing to fragile blue, the great rift a wound on the horizon. The dead were beyond count, their names a litany that would echo in his dreams. But Ultramar endured. Their defiance was a beacon of untouched purity, but of resilience, a stubborn flame fed by sacrifice that refused to be snuffed. The stars might scream, the gods might howl, but here today, standing in ash and marrow-deep weariness, Marneus Calgar allowed himself one thought: we held. Tomorrow's war could wait. The silence that followed the transmission's final static was thicker than the void itself, heavy with the weight of a galaxy's unraveling. Marneus Calgar did not move. The air around him seemed to crystallize with the enormity of the report. Cadia had fallen. The words echoed in the steeline chambers of his battle barge, their truth colder than the blackness pressing against the armored viewports. For 10,000 years, Cadia's defiance had been the Imperium's shield, a burning star against which the darkness of the Eye of Terror broke and receded. Warriors had stood where others faltered, guarding the wound in reality where chaos festered like a gangrenous limb. Now that star had been snuffed out. Something primal shuddered through the Ultramarines' commander, not fear, but the visceral understanding of a foundation crumbling beneath his boots. Around him, his officers murmured like ghosts, their voices fraying at the edges. A colonel uttered the forbidden thought, half-strangled. If Cadia could fall, the unspoken despair hung like poison in the recycled air. What hope remained when even the unyielding had shattered? Calgar closed his eyes, not to escape the truth, but to let it crystallize inside him. He thought of Cadia's last stand, picturing the final fortress cracking under the despoiler's fury, the Cadian shock troops firing their last guns even as the world tore itself apart beneath them. Such courage, such waste. Cadia had not merely been a world, it had been an idea, a testament that chaos could be held at bay, that some walls would never crumble. Now the Eye of Terror yawned wide, its malice unbound, spilling warp storms and reaving fleets into systems that had never known such darkness. But where others saw the death of hope, Calgar saw duty, sharp and clear as a whetted blade. He turned from the view screen, his face a mask of glacial control, though the grief was there, buried beneath the bedrock of his will. "The Emperor's light still burns," he declared, his voice a low rumble that stilled the whispers. The words were neither comfort nor defiance, but a fact as immutable as the stars outside. "We will not falter. Cadia has fallen, but we will hold. Ultramar will hold." Nods answered Himgrim, resolute, but the doubt lingered in the corners of their eyes like cobwebs. They understood what the widening eye meant. The galaxy was bleeding, and Ultramar lay along its crimson trail. The days that followed were a blur of calculated haste. Calgar became a storm of purpose, his mind dissecting the threats with cold precision. The Death Guard were already clawing at the edges of Ultramar's domain. Nurgle's pestilential legions made their stench known before their ships even pierced the void. The Agriworlds would suffer first, their lush fields blighted, their rivers choked with filth before the plague ships turned their gaze toward Macragge's defiant spires. Calgar moved like a master sculptor reshaping stone, summoning his captains in a flurry of encrypted missives and priority seals. Each world, each bastion, each orbital defense grid was assessed, reinforced, woven into a lattice of resistance. The Codex Astartes was his scripture, its pages worn smooth by centuries of consultation. Gilliman's words rose in his mind like clarion calls. Adaptation is the soul of strategy. The Codex guides, does not command. He repeated it like a mantra to his officers as holograms flickered above tactical displays, chapters deploying, fleets mustering, the vast machinery of war groaning to life. "Trust the Codex," Calgar urged, his finger tracing a ragged line across the glowing star map where the ruin storm seethed. "But trust your instincts more." In the quiet moments, though beneath the weight of command, he felt the cracks in his own certainty. Cadia's fate haunted him. He had walked its battlements once, centuries ago, felt the psychic pressure of the eye's malevolent gaze. How easy it was now to imagine Macragge's mountains crumbling, its cities choked by warp-fed flames. He banished the image with a practiced exhale. Ultramar was more than a realm, it was a testament to order, a beacon that had guided lost ships through the Imperium's darkest nights. If it fell, the last candle would gut her out. The rumors arrived, first whispers carried by astropathic choirs, fragmented and delirious. A Primarch walked among mortals, a legend reborn. Gilliman. Calgar dismissed them as wishful myths at first, the desperate fantasies of a galaxy teetering on oblivion. No Primarch had drawn breath since the heresy's final cataclysmic crescendo. Gilliman himself lay entombed in stasis, a monument to his brother's betrayal, forever frozen a heartbeat from death. And yet, the reports persisted, growing louder, sharper, until even the most skeptical captains could no longer deny the impossible. A strike force returning from the fields of Tsagualsa spoke of a golden giant leading the charge, a warrior whose ceramite gleamed under alien suns with the faded glory of Ultramar's earliest days. Then came Call's encrypted logs, a flood of data confirming the unimaginable. Arcane sciences, Eldar trickery, sacrifice and resurrection woven into a miracle. Not as a memory, not as a marble effigy in the fortress of Hera. Alive, Calgar stood in his arming chamber when the final confirmation arrived, a datapad trembling imperceptibly in his grip. Around him, serfs polished his armor to a sapphire sheen, unaware of the earthquake beneath their lord's stillness. To meet one's Genesire, a living god of war whose blood ran in his veins, whose voice had shaped his every doctrinthes, was beyond protocol, beyond ceremony. It was a collision of epics. The Primarch's presence filled the stratagem chamber like a sudden shift in gravity. Every ultramarine present felt Eta subsonic hum in the bones, an instinct to kneel woven into their very DNA. Gilliman stood before the hololithic projections of the crumbling Imperium, his armor still bearing the scars of his long sleep, his eyes ancient and weary yet ablaze with undimmed purpose. When Calgar entered, the Primarch turned, and time seemed to fracture. Here was the architect of Ultramar's golden age, the author of the Codex that had steered Calgar's hand through 100 campaigns. Robot Gilliman regarded his chapter master not with the disdain of a deity among mortals, but with the piercing focus of a commander assessing his most trusted lieutenant. Calgar met that gaze without flinching, centuries of discipline anchoring him. Yet beneath the surface, an unfamiliar tremor stirred something raw and profoundly human. Relief, guilt. "You held them," Gilliman said at last, his voice a resonant baritone that seemed to vibrate in the chamber's marrow. "When the walls crumbled and the night closed in, you held them." The simplicity of the acknowledgement struck deeper than any commendation. They spoke then of the galactic wounds, the cicatrix maledictum clawing the sky, the Death Guard's relentless putrefaction, the thousand fires burning across Ultramar's borders. Calgar detailed deployments, supply bottlenecks, the gnawing attrition in the northern sectors, his words clipped and precise. Gilliman listened, nodding at times, interjecting with questions that cut to the heart of logistical frailties Calgar himself had only begun to suspect. This was no reunion of father and son, but of two generals salvaging order from ruin. Later, walking Macragge's sun-drenched battlements, the scope of their task yawned before them. Below, the scarred plains stretched to the horizon, dotted with the jagged teeth of reconstruction scaffolds rising like skeletal hands from ruined districts, smoke hazing the air from forges working day and night. The stink of promethium and freshly turned earth mingled with the saltang of the distant sea. "They think we rebuild stone," Calgar murmured, his gauntleted hand resting on the sun-warmed parapet. "But it is their hearts that need fortifying. Every fallen beam, every poisoned well, it whispers to them that chaos cannot be stopped." Gilliman paused, his gaze distant, seeing not the rebuilding but the fragile web of belief holding Ultramar together. "Faith is the true bastion," he replied, the wind catching the edges of his words. "Not in gods or relics, in us, in the idea that men can still stand when the stars die. Show them that, and the stones will rise on their own." They did not speak again for a time, the silence filled by the distant clang of hammers and the cries of drilling provosts. The partnership unfolded with unspoken synchronicity, Calgar the unwavering executor of Gilliman's sweeping designs, the Primarch the strategist who saw galaxies as chessboards. Each fortified agri-complex, each relic tank pulled from Macreg's vaults, each shipment of grain to a starving outpost, became a stanza in a new litany of defiance. Farmers tilling fields under the armored gaze of Astartes sentries began to straighten their backs. Children in refugee camps stopped flinching at every shadow, their eyes no longer hollow voids but bright with borrowed courage. Ultramar's spirit, though scarred, was not broken, but beyond their realm the storm worsened. The Imperium splintered with each passing cyclosectors falling silent, warp roots dissolving into madness, worlds devoured by cults that sprouted like mold in the dark. Gilliman's return was a flare in the night, yet for every ship that rallied to Macreg's beacon, a dozen more were lost to the howling void. The Primarch saw the grim arithmetics he were holding, but only just. Thus began the Indomitus Crusade's gestation, a plan so audacious it bordered on madness. Not merely to defend, but to claw back the darkness, to sail into the storm's heart with fire and sword. Calgar stood at Gilliman's side as the first troop dispositions etched themselves across star charts, the names of lost systems burning like brands in the gloom. The weight of it pressed down the knowledge that billions would perish, that entire chapters might be spent like currency in this gambit. Yet in the grim set of Gilliman's jaw, Calgar saw the same resolve that had forged Ultramar from wilderness 10 millennia past. "We are the Defiance," he thought, the old Cadian credo echoing through him as fresh orders cascaded to the fleet. Even in ruin, the galaxy had ended once before, in fire and betrayal. Now another ending loomed. But here, in the roar of starship engines flaring to life, in the determined faces of serfs loading shells into the bellies of thunderhawks, in the cold, clear light of his genocide's will, Calgar found not hope something fiercer. A vow etched in adamantium, in blood, in the unyielding certainty that as long as one ultramarine drew breath, the night would not have the final word. He adjusted his gauntlets, the familiar weight comforting against his palms, and stepped forward into the howling gale of the future. The vast tapestry of the Indomitus Crusade unfurled across bleeding stars and shattered voidlanes, wounds freshly torn in the galaxy's flesh by the cicatrix maledictum's hideous birth scream, 1,000 nightmares made manifest. Behind Gilliman's campaign lay the rot-streaked carcasses of entire sectors worlds swallowed by ravenous darkness, once-proud imperial bastions reduced to howling madhouses where 10,000 years of order had dissolved overnight. To reclaim them would demand not the heedless fury of the Crusader, but the surgeon's precision. Gilliman understood. This was no bludgeoning siege, but a reconstruction of ravaged souls. Fallen systems lay before them like broken toys discarded by petulant gods, their skies choked with warp fog and the greasy residue of dread magics, their populations mutated or massacred, their histories reduced to ash on the mocking winds of the Empyrean. And so the Primarch and his chapter master bent their wills to the task as one, iron resolve forged in the crucible of Ultramar's survivala realm, whose every shining spire and bustling agri-world stood testament to that same quiet, grinding defiance that now faced the apocalypse. Calgar, weathered face-etched with the scars of blasphemous wars and the unspoken weight of command, surprised none by his ascension to Gilliman's shadow. If the Primarch was the mind charting each perilous arc through tempests of unreality, then the Lord of Macreg was the fist that struck true when malice rose to meet them. While Gilliman wove strategies in the cavernous stratagems of the Macreg's honor, fingers tracing holographic horrors across light years, Calgar became the living conduit through which those grand designs hardened into brutal, necessary reality. Upon his broad shoulders fell the deployment of the Primaris, those golden titans wrought by Khal's forbidden arts, their armor gleaming with the cold promise of a forgotten age's potential. He sorted them like chess pieces wrought in ceramite and holy wrath, their thunderous tread echoing through embarkation decks as he dispatched them to breaches where only death awaited, stitching fragile imperial lines with fresh sinew of war. The vast armadas groaned under his scrutiny, fleet almoners and grizzled void captains stiffening under his gaze as he turned rusted battle barges and creaking supply vessels into instruments of deliverance. When battle finally erupted, the Voxnit screamed with the static wails of the dying, and the filth-smothered bulwarks of chaos reared like jagged teeth above burning cities, Calgar was already there, fists smeared black with promethium and alien gore, his battle cry cutting through the haze as he waded into crimson tides of cultists and snarling warp spawn. The enemy broke upon his presence like fetid waves against stone, yet even as bolters roared and war hymns echoed in gutted cathedrals, the deeper burden pressed upon him. Worlds cried out not just for liberation, but for resurrection. Guilliman knew this truth in his ancient core of victories unbuttressed by governance, where hollow illusions so, they rebuilt where they conquered, Calgar laboring with the same grim efficiency in times of false peace as he did amidst slaughter. Imperial scribes bearing charters of reconsecration followed the tread of his warplate through shattered hive spires. Stonemasons raised new Aquilas where heretic effigies had toppled under his guns. Judges draped in penitent sackcloth dragged screaming apostates from rat holes by dawn's bloody light. Through it all, the crucible burned hotter though Calgar's resolve never cracked, his iron spine magnetized by duty. There flickered private moments when the raw scale of oblivion threatened to snuff the brightest spirit. To gaze into the cicatrixes, Ma was to understand true insignificance. Whole star systems winked out as warp storms birthed weeping demon worlds, and the Imperium's dying breath stank of rust and plague. Yet when that primordial doubt gnawed, when the sheer impossible arithmetic of loss clawed at his geneforged psyche, need only turn to the Primarch's patient majesty. Guilliman's ice-blue eyes held no false comfort, only the immortal fire that had once lit the heavens during the Great Crusade's zenith, a forgeglow declaring with quiet thunder, "We endure." And so he did, not a slave to blind obedience but disciple to a shared creed. Their bond spanned the fathomless gulf between mortal and Demigoda Primarch, humbled by 10 millennia's brutal tutelage in frailty, a chapter master exalted by impossible burdens borne with undimmed faith. Guilliman's counsels with Calgar weren't commands offered down a divine mountain, but dialogues between peers. The regent bent his ear to the man who'd held Ultramar through the grimmest watches of the Long War, drawing from wells of sacrifice no transhuman could fathom. Calgar, in turn, offered fealty not to an icon, but to the living embodiment of all he'd bled to preserve the promise that reason might yet reign over the galaxy's screaming madness. Side by side upon 100 bridges scarred by lancefire, they rose like twin colossi against a hurricane of ruin, and worlds burned cleaner in their wake. No battle epitomized their dance of blade and blueprint better than the grueling redemption of the Karthus sector, a festering pustule on the galaxy's underbelly, where the warp's blight had sunk roots deep as planetary cores. Its skies stank like open graves, its continents braided with throbbing vein highways pumping demonic ichor into swollen citadels, where fly-swarmed lords cackled over flayed saints. To charge headlong into that nightmare would see even legions buried in meat and madness. Instead, Calgar played the Zionki master-feigned retreats, baiting corrupted warbands away from their shadowed fastnesses, false supply lines left bleeding to draw ravenous packs into kill zones. When came the lightning riposte, the Primaris spearhead struck with Cronus-crafted precision, Guilliman's strategic axioms rendered tangible in Phosphex fire and Volkite beams. What might have been a decades-long siege resolved in weeks of vicious dagger thrusts, the back of chaos, grip broken not through overwhelming force but surgical excision of its command rod. Yet Calgar lingered long after the last heretic stronghold fell, stalking ruined hablocks to ensure water purifiers restored flow before his fleet's departure, his gauntlet propping up priests who trembled with gratitude beneath half-rebuilt walls. Even as the Crusade stormtide surged from conquest to conquest, Calgar's gaze never fully left home. Ultramar's halo of worlds glittered behind his eyelids in rare moments of reposia, jewel ever circled by jackals. Orc hulk slid like tumors through its periphery, eager for slaughter loot, only to be shattered by his sudden, brutal counterstrikes launched mid-crusade with logistical mastery bordering on clairvoyance. No Xeno fleet mustered in darkness without his auspexes marking it. No chaos cult whispered blasphemies in ruined temples without his watch officers scenting its taint. Though Ultramar stood bastioned by tradition, its borders bled, and Calgar stitched each new wound with meticulous Furoblade bargain strike cruisers annihilating greenskin flotillas one month, Gladius-class escorts flensing heretic outposts the next, always the Guardian's vigilance thrumming through his hearts like a second pulse. And through it all, changing everything yet changing nothing, strode the Primaris divergent light fracturing the Astartes' ancient certainties. When first Calgar beheld them mustered by Khal's skeletal heralds beneath Terra's sickly skies, their silent ranks seemed ripped from antique murals depicting the Emperor's first angels. Taller by a head than his own veterans, their Mark X plate resplendent with reforged heraldry, They exuded an aura not of raw might but of completeness, as though millennia of degradation had been scoured from their genocode. They knelt before him with perfect discipline, yet their eyes betrayed no familiarity with the ragged edges of this decaying reality warriors born from Triumph's long dust, too pure to comprehend the rot they'd been sent to cleanse. Their arrival rippled through Ultramar's strike cruisers like a seismic charge. Grizzled sergeants eyed them with wary appraisal. Tech Marines scanned their armor for signs of Mechanicus heresy. Chaplains muttered litanies against hubris while confessing stirred hopes. Were they reinforcements or replacements? The question hung unspoken in every arming deck, every silent mess hall where new and old mingled like awkward kin at a funeral feastone forged in humanity's brightest hour, the other tempered in its longest midnight. Yet amidst tidal shifts, bedrock endured. However the galaxy convulsed, however strange the weapons arrayed or distant the battlefields to which duty called Calgar and Guilliman advanced in lockstep. Each reclaimed world was not merely a victory tally, but a votive candle lit in the abyss, frail yet defiant, their flames multiplying one by one into constellations of stolen hope. The Primarch's surveys spanned stellar clusters, his quill inking edicts that knit fractured subsectors into circuits of desperate resilience, while Calgar's warplate trod trench lines under artillery-blackened skies to rally mortal conscripts who'd forgotten the meaning of courage. Somewhere between grand strategy and the mud-choked boots of beleaguered humanity, between the cold calculus of resource allocation and the visceral spray of chainsword through traitor flesh, the crusade found its truth that a dying imperium breathed still because men bore burdens beyond their strength and bore them anyway, and beyond them court and corpse-master loomed the future's shadow. The Primaris turbo strength would prove itself upon fields drenched in so much blood, their meltifier banishing horrors beyond sane comprehension. For Calgar, each fresh report of their battlefield prowess brought pride assuaged by quiet disquiet, not fear for Ultramar's legacy, but the thorny knowledge that his storied generation now watched history's tide recede, leaving them beached on strange shores where even their hard-won virtues might be outmoded. Guilliman, ever the pragmatist, wove them into his tapestry of renewal without hesitation, and Calgar followed, ever the dutiful handiot in the chapter master's private chambers, amidst flickering holograms tallying the crusade's ceaseless butcher's bill, a new weight pressed upon his spirit. The galaxy spun towards a precipice none could see beyond, where even the angels of death might be rendered obsolete by what clawed hungrily from the dark. But until that hour come, it surely would stood unbowed. Upon a bridge thrumming with translated fury, flanked by the demigod who was his lodestar and the silent giants who were his future, Calgar readied his fleet for the jump to yet another embattled sphere. Coordinates burned crimson in the tactical hololith, battle plans tore themselves asunder and rewove in rapid iterations, and through wide oculus ports, the void itself seemed to glare back a pitiless abyss teeming with wraith ships and laughter like splintering bone. He gripped the command rail, knuckles whitening beneath ceramite, helmless head high. To falter was impossible, to fear unthinkable. The enemy would bleed, the innocents would find succor, the Imperium would endure not without scars, never without cost but endure. For as long as Guilliman stood clad in storm-wreathed purpose, and Calgar wielded his will like a mastercrafted blade, there would be defiance, there would be wrath, there would be Indomitus. The air within the sanctuary chambers of Macreg's honor hummed, with a tension thicker than the ceramite plating lining its sacred Halsa silent battle, raging not against Xenos or heretic, but against the creeping tendrils of doubt coiling through the Ultramarine's very soul. Beneath the cold blue glow of lumen strips reflecting off polished marble, the mighty struggled to reconcile 10,000 years of immutable tradition with the stark reality unfolding before them. Towering figures clad in Mark X armor, bearing the same heraldry, yet carrying the scent of Mars forges rather than Macreg's stone quarries. Every footfall of these Primaris Marines echoed with alien resonance through the vaulted passageways where Guilliman himself once strode, their enhanced stature causing even veteran battle brothers to tilt their helms upward fractionally in unconscious reaction that tasted bitter as promethium fumes to those who'd bled for the chapter across centuries. Whispers slithered through training cages and armories like venomous serpents, old warriors trading glances laced with unease as they observed neophytes sparring with reflexes bordering on precognition. The Emperor's gift, or a blade at tradition's throat, growled one grizzled sergeant during the third watch cycle, his augmetic eye whirring softly as it tracked a Primaris squad moving with uncanny synchronization through tactical drills. Yet in the observation decks above, Tech Marines fresh from the forge world of Lucius leaned forward with hungry eyes, murmuring prayers over exposed neural interfaces gleaming beneath the newcomer's gorgets. For every veteran clenching his power fist at the sight of armorial scrolls rewritten with unfamiliar campaign glyphs, A younger brother stared transfixed at holodisplays, showing Primaris Reavers dissolving into shadows, with impossible stealth during mock engagements in the asteroid fields beyond Calth. In this maelstrom of conflicting truths, Marneus Calgar's throne room became an island of gravitas, where past and future warred silently beneath cold ivory arches. The Lord of Macragge sat immobile as the statues of Primarchs lining the hall. His indomitable will the only anchor preventing the Ultramarines from splintering into factions, as so many chapters had. But when the Apothecarium's latest reports flickered across his retinal display, three more honored brothers gone to ash in Belisarian furnaces, their genetic legacy unraveling in screaming agonized great pauldrons of the armor of reason, seemed to weigh upon him like dying stars. They spoke to him then, in the silent hours when even servitors powered down to their lowest cycles. Captain Sicarius's voice tight as overwound suspension coils, recounting how Aristed's squad hesitated a fatal microsecond awaiting orders from firstborn officers during the Devlin counter-ambush. Chief Librarian Tigurius waking breathless from prophetic dreams of Guilliman's gauntlet pointing toward Mount Pharos, while ancient wargear shattered against demon Primarch's hides. And always, beneath it all, the 517 names etched in molten gold upon his soul rears lost, since the great rift yawned open who might still draw breath, had they marched into fire with enhanced Laraman cells knitting their wounds. The decision crystallized not in some grand war council, but in the dust-choked aftermath of Fornax Gamma, where Calgar stood amidst the smoldering remains of a tyrannid bio-titan, neural shredders still twitching at his feet. His battered Terminator plate hissed with corrosive acids eating through sacred oromite, blood mingling with synovial fluid in his ruined arms joints as apothecaries scrambled to stabilize him. Through blurred vision, he watched Sergeant Cronus directing Primaris Eliminators warriors fresh from the void, yet moving with the precision of Vetter Ransto seal breaches that would have required 3 sacrifice charges from standard squads. In that moment of searing clarity between agony and unconsciousness, the weight of epiphany struck harder than a Genestealer's talon. To lead these reforged warriors, to truly understand both their magnificence and limitations, he could not remain as a relic gazing down from ivory towers. He must drown in the same fire. They came for him at the turning of Macragge's twin moons, crimson-robed adepts trailing mechadendrites like ceremonial incense burners, their chanted binary, a discordant counterpoint to Chaplain Cassius's booming benedictions. The apothecarian's inner sanctum swam with swirling vapors smelling of ozone and forgot, Aganya far cry from the clinical sterility of standard enhancement procedures. Ancient machinery towered around the central slab, its surfaces etched with both Aquila's and Cogwheel symbology that had never been permitted to intertwine before this age. Stripped of his armor, Calgar's body told the brutal poetry of 10,000 battles, knotted tissue modeled by meltaburns fading into nervided synthskin grafts, archaic subdermal plating fused so deeply with rib cartilage that the tech marines could only shake their helms during diagnostics. The Magos biologist's voice rasped through vox grills like grinding tectonic plates as he warned of triple redundancies failing during catalyzing, of blood viscosity factors beyond known parameters, of legacy genocide markers that might reject Belisarius Call's alchemy like poisoned water. But when the casket seals hissed shut, plunging Calgar into amniotic blackness, where even a Primarch's son became merely flesh awaiting the sculptor's chisel, it wasn't theoretical risks that tore screams from a throat unused to voicing weakness. The pain was a livia sentient force, ripping through marrow spaces, with fractal precision, molecular knives, rewriting Osmodula triggers strand by screaming strand. Somewhere between the 73rd and 74th hour, suspended in agony that dissolved time's linear flow, Calgar found himself back in the hall of Ultramar facing Robout Guilliman's stony gaze. His Genesire's greatsword gleamed coldly, as the avenging sun spoke not with lips, but through the fracturing pain itself. A chapter master does not ask his men to walk ground he fears to tread. When neural override buffers failed during the ossification phase, flooding his system with raw torment that made the black carapace implantation feel like a child's inoculation, Calgar's teeth shattered against the Bitegard, but no command phrase passed his lips to halt the procedure. They learned later that 3 monitoring servitors short-circuited attempting to process his vitals during the crucible phase, their machine spirits fleeing the data flood like rats from torpedo breach. Emergence brought not relief but alien dislocation. Where once bulkheads had stretched tall as any cathedral's embrace, now door arches seemed to loom oppressively close despite his enhanced height. The tactile buzz of Vox networks whispered seductively at the edge of perception, raw data streams begging for cognitive integration. His armored fist clenched involuntarily as transhuman dread radiated from him in waves, causing even Captain Ajaman, his oldest living companion, to falter mid-stride when approaching for the first time. Yet when Calgar spoke, voice thundering with new resonance but diction steeped in antique Macrag aristocratic inflections. Tears glistened in veterans' company, eyes they would later deny to record. "By Gilliman's blood and the Emperor's light," he rumbled, towering naked and glorious beneath the oculus admitting pale sunlight, skin still glistening with nutrient gel that pooled around feet capable of crushing Terminator helms to scrap. "We remain Ultramarines." He proved it not in throne room declarations, but amidst Prometheum fires burning across Ispandor's jungles months later. When the Death Guard's corrupted Warhound Titans breached the secondary wall, it was Calgar who physically hefted a disabled repulsor tank to bridge the crumbling fortifications. The machine's crushed hull groaning protest, as Primaris and Firstborn squads sprinted across this makeshift bridge behind a barrage of Hellfire rounds. Later in the sulfur-reeking trenches, where plague drones swarmed like carrion flies, veterans watched slack-jawed as their reborn chapter master took a demonic scythe strike across his unarmored chest blow, meant to sunder battle tanksonly to heal before their eyes, as Laraman cells wove ceramite-laced tissue over the wound, his retaliatory fist pulping the creature's biomechanical skull in a single impact. Yet when the survivors raised voices in celebratory roars, Calgar silenced them with a gauntleted hand, directing apothecaries instead to the broken form of Brother Sergeant Heron, whose Mark VII armor hadn't withstood the same blows. "Honor the shield that never falters," he intoned, pressing his blood-slicked forehead against Heron's fractured visor in ancient Ulan ritualno performed not just between equals, but across biological generations. Through every engagement that followed the void skirmishes above Quintarn, where his storm shield crackled under Lance battery hits that would have vaporized lesser beings, the brutal close-quarters purge of Drakeskull Temple's Genestealer infestation, where he refused to wield his enhanced strength until Firstborn squads established firing lines. Calgar's leadership etched the truth into his warriors' minds more indelibly than any librarian's didactic hypnosessions could. They were not Ultramarines of the Firstborn or Primaris, but sons of Macrag forged in a crucible none could face alone. Even the skeptical found their resistance crumbling when Tech Marines discovered Belisarian enhancements could interface seamlessly with legacy wargear, or when Flamer crews realized the new warriors learned Vox procedure quirks older than their armor marks within weeks. In rare respites between musters, when Navy lighters shuttled fresh recruits from Terra and battle barges cycled void-scarred hull plates, Calgar would sometimes stand before the great dichotomous mural in Fortress Hera's Hall of Remembrance. Gilliman's stern visage facing ancient artworks of mythical Ultramarand touched the newest edition, a fresco depicting his own transformation, rendered in shades that morphed from deep cobalt to gleaming sigmarite around the central figure. Here, when none could observe their demigod's momentary humanity, Marneus Calgar allowed himself to remember the biting neural agony, the terror of losing sensations, held dearth metallic tang of stormrain on glacis plates, the vibration of mass drivers thundering from Sicarius's strike cruiser, even the exact pitch of Aegimon's laughter during the victory feast for Tyron's world. The fear never faded that this great gamble might erase all traces of the warrior who'd held the tyrannid beast at bay while civilians evacuated, or who took 7 cyclonic torpedo detonations without yielding Bridge Primus during the Orc Wag of Gazkul. Yet when he flexed fingers capable now of crushing adamantium, yet still tracing the exact pattern to activate Terminator teleport homers encoded millennia ago, Calgar tasted not the bitterness of lost self, but the iron certainty of an oath fulfilled. Across 5 fraught solar months measured in void skirmishes and boarding actions against Druckery raiders growing ever more daring, the chapter's dual bloodlines learned to flow as one Primaris squads, adopting traditionalist honor rites during the Feast of Finding, Firstborn devastators eagerly integrating Gravtech suppressors invented by their augmented brothers. The great armory of Hera rang with new rhythm every battle cycle, the resonant thrum of plasma incinerators charging alongside the satisfying clank of old-pattern bolt gun slide mechanisms, symphony of past meeting future. Not all accepted this bridge. A handful of veterans still clad in Heresiero wargear requested reassignment to Terra's defense, rather than undergo the procedure rebut when statues across Ultramar began depicting Calgar with one foot upon ancient Macrag stone and the other upon Belisarius Call's schematic scrolls. None dared protest. By the time Hive Fleet Leviathan's vanguard tendrils brushed the Pharaoh system, breaking against integrated defenses where Primaris fire support and Firstborn ambush tactics worked in flawless harmony, the sound that rose from the ranks bore no factional dividingly the unified war cry of Ultramar Ascendant. In rare solitude before deployment, Marneus Calgar would sometimes stand before the great oculus of the Ark's Macrag, gazing at stars now veiled by the ominous warp storms of the Cicatrix Maledictum. There, amid swirling nebulae that mirrored the genetic helix recently burned into every cell of his being, he meditated on the fundamental truth written not in his enhanced muscles or ossified bones, but in the terrified faces rescued civilians wore when looking upon his transhuman visagia, face now indistinguishable at distance from any Primaris, yet softened recognizably when administering the Oath of Moment to new scouts. They would endure. Not merely because call sciences made them faster or harder to kill, but because while genetics had fractured the legions once, this new divergence sought reconciliation. The unnumbered suns might bring salvation from without, but the true salvation flickered alive every time a grizzled tactical veteran clashed plastrons in greeting with a towering Gravis-armored warrior whose chromatic heraldry mirrored his own, twin stars united. As storm clouds gathered for the Indomitus Crusade's next phase, promising horrors that would make his transformation ordeal seem trivial, Calgar felt no dread, merely the same quiet anticipation preceding every boarding action. They were the Ultramarines. Tradition would be their shield, adaptation their sword, and Gilliman's legacy, the indestructible core that held firm against whatever cosmic fury awaited beyond the Imperium's bleeding borders. The echoes of war rang hollow in the aftermath, the cries of the vanquished swallowed by grim silence and the fading groan of toppled stone. Yet where brother legions saw only the finality of ruin, the warriors in sulfur-yellow plate found purpose rising like smoke from cooling ashes. Selection had forged them not the random cruelty of genetic lottery, but deliberate design like tempered steel plunged into icy brine. The agony of the genocides embraced demanded souls as unyielding as ceramite, and the VII Legion endured where others shattered, their bodies transmuted into vessels of Emperorot fury. They emerged not merely as soldiers, but as paragons, their spirits annealed in suffering's crucible, their minds honed to comprehend conquest as other legions comprehended slaughter. For these warriors, victory was no transient spasm of annihilation, it was an architecture. Where blades fell and tanks ground defiance into mud, they saw frameworks for dominion, blueprints etched in blood. Before the final echoes of bolter fire faded, they raised bastions upon scorched earth, mingling plasteel with shattered bone, binding rubble into ramparts that would outlast memory itself. 600 citadels scorched the skies from Himalaya's glaciard peaks to the phosphorescent shallows of the Crystal Sea. In their first decade alone, each fortress, a clenched fist hammered into the throat of rebellion, each battlement's of a covenant. The Imperium's grasp could not be pried loose. Theirs was a duality lesser warriors mistook for paradox creators, whose artistry flourished only after apocalyptic wrath. On Kenstar's wind-scoured plains, 50 land raiders birthed a storm, their charge-churning dust clouds vast enough to choke the sun. Yet once the tyrant's Werengans lay as molten slag, surveyor teams mapped foundations where his palace had burned. In Galbar's molten underrealms, tectonic charges cracked the planet's skin like eggshell, and yellow-armored phalanxes descended through continents of falling stone. Yet before celebratory braziers guttered out, earth-movers reshaped the rubble into redoubts deeper than catacombs. Observers whispered awestruck that the Emperor's own hand must have closed upon those worlds, some metaphor hardening into name when the master of mankind declared them imperial fists. Laurels were bestowed, carved onto pauldrons still reeking of promethium, accepted not with triumphal roar but silent nodshiner acknowledged, then set aside like tools awaiting next dawn's labor. For the fists' new symbols mattered more than glory. Their fortresses weren't mere strongpoints but sermons in stone. To the conquered they promised order's shelter, to the defiant, annihilation's inevitability. Yet no citadel, however adamantine, could outshine the bedrock upon which the Legion's soul was anchored, the glacial wastes of Inwit, that tomb world haunting the galaxy's frozen edge. Death ruled there unchallenged, skies blackened by a dying star's emberglow, seas congealed under ice miles where pallid leviathans slithered through abyssal ink, mountains sculpted not by tectonics but by despair. Unshielded flesh crystallized in moments. Survival demanded more than strength, it demanded collective will sharpen to a razored edge. Weakness murdered kinsfolk as surely as crevasses or ice sharks. From this crucible of perpetual dusk emerged Rogel Dorn, his origins of voidark mystery even to himself, clutched in the frost-rimed robes of House Dorn's patriarch. Bloodtease meant nothing on unwittingly duty's iron grammar. He learned governance not through treatises, but by calculating starvation ratios amidst blizzards, warfare not as glory him, but as grim arithmetic ensuring clan vessels didn't fracture under ice pressure. The fur-lined robe of his grandfather became his shroud and standard, a relic whispering that survival was the only sacrament. When his hands first grasped a forge hammer, he didn't ornament Palasish rebuilt reactor conduits so orbital drydocks wouldn't bleed air. When he commanded armies, it wasn't for territory, but to secure ice trawlers against Xenos predations. Inwit didn't soften him. It sculpted his soul into something as merciless and necessary as the dawnless cold. The Emperor found him not upon frozen wastes, but aboard the Phalanx's star fortress older than the Imperium, pitted by stellar winds, its halls echoing with the groans of dying suns. Dorn hadn't built it. No forge-world could replicate its ossified majesty. But he'd mastered its labyrinthine corridors, its star furnace heart commanding the Inwit cluster's fleets from its stratagem throne. Recognition between father and son was instantaneous, wordless. No theatrics of revelation, just a gaze, exchanged across the Phalanx's command deck, two titanic wills mirroring perfectly. The 7th Legion's history might have been woven for Dorn's arrival. Their doctrine of calculated obliteration followed by steadfast reconstruction mirrored his own soul. Where other Primarchs had reshaped their legions into quirks of their personalitas blood madness or esoteric artistry, Dorn found his sons already sculpted to his hand. They shared the glacial focus that saw fortresses not as ends but as keystones for imperial truth. His first act, observing them in battle, motionless as statues, absorbing the fractal precision of their bolter drills, the machine-like synchrony of voidboardings. Only when Castellan Matthias, warriors secured a burning space hulk without a single deviation from protocol did the Primarch speak a single, hoarse syllable of thanks. Promotion followed not with fanfare, but anointment as High Castellan, steward of Inwit's domains. Then immediately orders, 30 new regiments to be drawn from ice-locked hive cities. There was no feast, no pageantry, only the turning of gears toward the next war. 16 decades of unbroken compliance campaigns followed, the Fist's reputation crystallizing like Inwit's permafrost unyielding, inevitable. Their methodology became dogma: analyze, annihilate, rebuild. On Necromunda's ash-choked battlefields, they broke orcish hordes with methodical gunlines and countercharges timed to the microsecond. Hivalords groveled with offers of governance, desperate to bind the Fists as overlords. Dorn refused, consecrating a Fortress-Chapelle Spiredeep in toxic rock. "I want recruits, not vassals," his voice like glaciers calving, embodying the Legion's creed. War was their purpose, not dominion. This pragmatism's refusal to conflate conquest with rule-ignited embers of discord, however, embers that would blaze into the heresy's inferno. For among the Primarchs, one alone mirrored Dorn's mastery of siegecraft, Perturabo of the Iron Warriors. Their kinship was poisoned at its root by twisted reflections. Both wielded math and massacre as one instrument, but where Dorn raised citadels as hymns to permanence, Perturabo's bulwarks were brutalist equations of expediency. The schism sparked from a courtier's jest Fulgrim's serpent inquiring if Perturabo could crack the Fists, fortification stow, which Dorn replied with infuriating calm: "He cannot." Perturabo, whose psyche festered with perceived slights, absorbed this not as fact but insult. The Iron Warriors seethed, the Fists' endured philosophies hardening into mutual contempt. Dorn's idealism enraged Perturabo's pragmatism, the latter seeing not nobility in eternal bastions, but weakness-wasted resources on Vanitistone. The Emperor's appointment of Dorn as Praetorian, architect of Terra's defenses, plunged this rivalry into darkness. As the Imperial Palace ascended a zenith of defensive artistry, its walls threaded with anti-orbital lasers and psychic wards, Perturabo saw only favoritism. Dorn's quiet declaration that even the 4th Legion couldn't breach them drew volcanic fury, bitter rants echoing through Olympian halls. The Fists bore their estranged cousins' glares without comment, fortifying terraces and gunnists, unaware how deep resentment's roots could worm. Buried beneath this mounting tension lay Dorn's silent burdens, gnawing grief of lost brothers, a Primarch's loneliness that no fortress could exclude. He channeled sorrow into vigilance, doubt into over-engineered kill zones and redundant void shields. When the Legion sallied forth from the Phalanx, descending upon rebellion-cankered worlds like architects of apocalypse, they bore not just bolters and breach-rams, but their father's unspoken creed, that humanity's unity was worth any sacrifice. Even creation's splendor, the vaulted cathedrals they built was simply another weapon, striking awe into allies and terror into traitors. Theirs was the resilience of the unyielding, stubborn granite beneath civilization's mantle. As galactic dusk approached, as brother turned on brother, the Fists would need every iota of that strength, every lesson etched into their marrow by Inwit's cold and Dorn's indomitable will. For the coming storm wouldn't test their ability to build but to endure when everything burned. The clanging of war echoed through the smog-choked void of a campaign whose name would be lost to all but the iron-handed architects of its brutality. Ferrus Manus, a titan of calcified resolve and merciless calculus advocating strategies that would see mountains of dead piled high in service to swift victory. Against him stood Rogel Dorn, Praetorian unbowed, whose measured cadence spoke of a different arithmeticone, where the weight of each life extinguished held tangible gravity, where unnecessary sacrifice was not strategy, but blasphemy against the Imperium's sacred charge. Their disagreement, though brief as a bolter's burst across command holographs, reverberated through the strategic cores of both legions, etching into the minds of attending captains the immutable truth of Dorn's nature a warrior, forged in violence, yet one who wore the mantle of loss as a penitent bears chains, each life surrendered carving fresh furrows into the bedrock of his duty. Far from that caustic debate, amidst the swirling biohorrors of the Adonis cluster, where the Zahil breed's resurgence clawed at the Imperium's throat with talons dipped in existential dread, Dorn's rare fury ignite not the wild conflagration of Angron's berserk abandon, nor Magnus's psychic inferno, but a glacial storm, a diamond-hard wrath that crystallized the resolve of his warriors. It was said his silence before battle was more terrible than any war cry, that the ice-cold certainty in his eyes, as he surveyed the ravening tide, steadied trembling hands upon fortress walls. His criticism of the tardy reinforcements at Castor's delivered not in shouted recriminations, but in a voice like crumbling granite burned itself into the fleet commander's souls, a lesson seared with the acid of truth. To fail in duty was to spit upon the Emperor's vision, to grind sacred oaths into the mud of complacency. Victory at Anner would ascend like a pyre consuming the grotesque empire of Overlord Uruk, an empire vast enough to drown sectors in tides of feral green, crushed beneath the mechanized heel of the Imperium's greatest muster-own 100,000 legionaries, 8 million souls of the Imperial army, a constellation of warships blotting out starfields. Amidst this titanic assembly, the Imperial fist stood apart, unyielding as ancient bedrock, while Luna Wolves shattered defenses with radiant heroics and Blood Angels painted epics in orcish viscera. Dorn's sons specialized in the unglamorous algebra of endurance, reinforcing spearheads, buttressing crumbling lines, transforming footholds into unbreakable bastions, their contributions less sung, but no less vital as Uruk's hordes shattered against their discipline. Triumph at Anner rang like a clarion across the stars, yet within its echoes lay the seeds of dissolution, the moment the Great Crusade's trajectory warped toward calamity, the Emperor's withdrawal to Terra, the ascension of Horus Lupercal as Warmisterthi's axe sent seismic fractures through the fraternity of Primarchs, where once camaraderie flowed like brother blood. Sanguinius and Fulgrim embraced Horus's elevation with genuine warmth, their regard for his charisma a balm against dissent, while Angron's simmering resentment boiled like a poisoned geyser and Perturabo's envy calcified into spiteful silence. Dorn observed the fractures with the stoic detachment of a mason surveying cracks in a foundation yet to bear its load. He accepted the decree without demur, for he understood in his marrow that Horus possessed the fluid grace of leadership. He himself lacked where the War Master could weave loyalty through laughter and subtle compromise. Dorn's unbending truths often erected walls no siege could breach. Their consultations became studies in contrast. Horus, ever the radiant diplomat, painting grand stratagems with words that glittered like stellar nebulae, Dorn responding with terse certainties, each syllable hewn from mountain stone. Aboard the 63rd Expeditionary Fleet's flagships across Windark scarab tables, their dynamic crystallized in Horus's jest, "If I ever laid siege to a bastion commanded by you, dear brother, the war would last for all eternity." A quip layered with the unvarnished truth of their natures. Dorn the immovable anvil, Horus the unstoppable hammer. Yet even as the War Master's star ascended, the Emperor entrusted Dorn with a counterweight burden Praetorian of Terra, defender of the throne world. As the Imperial fists withdrew from Crusade's glittering frontiers to the heart of Imperial power, their role transmuted from conquerors to custodians, their victories now measured not in planets claimed, but in fortifications raised, in killzones plotted, in void shields humming overhead like mechanized choirs. The palace that ossified labyrinth of ancient supremacy became Dorn's canvas, reforged it into a masterpiece of defensive horror, every parapet and sublevel a stanza in a symphony of deterrence. Walls grew thicker than starship hulls, their surfaces etched with kill funnels and murder slits, gargantuan gates, their mechanisms buried deep within armored bowels, groaned shut with finality. Void shields crowned the spires, their ozone tang permeating the rarefied air. Beneath the earth, tunneling networks spiderwebbed into a subterranean hellscape, where defenders could bleed attackers dry even as the surface burned. Night after night, Dorn paced these emerging battlements, the grit of new-cut stone beneath his boots, the weight upon his spirit deepening with every completed redoubt. He knew with the prescience of a Primarch that these stones would weep blood one day, that his labors were not prelude but premonition. And as Terra's defenses hardened, the galaxy beyond curdled into chaos. The bright certainties of the Crusade corroded, brotherhoods fractured, and ideologies mutated into heresies, while Dorn maintained his vigil, until the Eisenstein came limping from the void, a battered frigate vomiting atrocities into the phalanx's stratagem. Nathaniel Garrow's haunted testimony, and Euphrates Keeler's prophetess ramblings unraveled Dorn's disciplined composure. Furiprimal and Skorking erupted within him, a volcano breaching ironclad restraint. Horus, the beloved, the radiant, Warmister traitor. The concept tore at sanity's fabric, yet the survivors' wounds, their hollowed certainty, were irrefutable. Disbelief curdled into resolution. In that moment, the Praetorians' path crystallized. Terra must become unbreakable, for the storm was coming. Dispatching Sigismund and 4 companies to claw salvation from Mars's burning forges was but the opening gambit. Captain Kobernix's desperate last stand at Mondus Gamma. Zagreus Kane's loyalist forges hammering outmark IV plate amidst the screams of collapsing orbitals. Sigismund's reluctant retreat under the shadow of traitor Titansol to salvage the weapons and armor that would one day arm the defenders of the Lion's Gate. Dorn returned to Terra with the Eisenstein's refugees, his psyche now reforged into an engine of absolute defiance. As the heresy's cancer spread, as Istvan's butchery birthed a million fresh nightmares, the Praetorian turned his full wrath upon the palace's fortifications, every bastion perfected, every approach measured and mined. The celestial sphere around Terra transformed into a labyrinth of death under his lord's castellan's command. And beneath the architect's focus, beneath the cold equations of defensing depth, the human truth festered, knowledge that these walls would be tested not by Xeno's horrors, but by brothers once beloved, their hands still wet with loyalist blood. The siege loomed, and Dorn unyielding, relentless, armored in duty, awaited it upon battlements that were not stone and steel alone, but extensions of his own indomitable will. The air above Terra thickened with the scent of burnt ozone, and the silent screams of voidshields straining under anticipation. Rogel Dorn, will had shaped the very bedrock of the throne world into a concentric nightmare for any who dared assail it, layers of defiance carved in adamantium and faith. The outermost sphere, a vast and merciless perimeter where the void itself became a killing field, fell to Sigismund the Black Templar, the crusader whose blade had tasted the blood of more traitors than any living soul. Here, in the cold dark where stars offered no comfort, the enemy would first taste imperial resolve. The second sphere coiled inward like a serpent, engineered by the stoic genius of Hretheric to bleed the foe through labyrinths of razor-wire trenches and artillery emplacements, each step forward purchased with rivers of traitor blood. Edger's domain, the third ring, was a cage of fire and wrath encircling the Martian battle zone, where the dark Mechanicum's demon engines roared against containment, their blasphemous forges casting hellish light against Terra's night. And at the heart of it all, beneath Dorn's unblinking gaze, the Imperial Palace rose not merely a fortress now, but a living entity of stone and wrath, its walls humming with overlapping void shields, its battlements pregnant with enough firepower to scour continents. Yet deeper still, beneath mountains of armored plating and psychic wards, the Sanctum Imperialis waited in tombsolence. Here, where golden light bled from the cracks in reality itself, the Emperor twirled upon his throne, guarded by custodians whose armor gleamed like frozen blood and sisters of silence whose presence choked the warp itself. This was the unbreakable core, the final truth of the Imperium. If this fell, all light in the galaxy died with it. But treachery, that patient poison, had already seeped into the roots of Dorn's perfect design. While the Imperial fists labored over bulwarks and killzones, the Alpha Legion moved like phantoms through Terra's shadowed veins. Sleeper agents, buried in bureaucratic crypts and labor hive underbellies decades before the heresy's first breath, stirred to life. Their target was no military bastion but a temple to Memorithon Vesturi, where the stone effigies of the Primarchs stood frozen in triumph. 2 plinths lay perpetually empty, voids where forgotten brothers had been scrubbed from history. 9 others bore statues shrouded in black mourning cloth, traitors made monument. With meticulous mocking cruelty, the Alpha Legion's blades reduced these idols to rubble, all save 2. Alfreus' own likeness stood untouched, pristine in its duplicity, beside the unmarred image of Rogel Dorn, the Lord of Iron himself. A message carved in symbolic defiance. We see your pride, we know your weakness. The insult was a scalpel to the heart of the VII Legion, a deliberate desecration meant to fester in Dorn's meticulous soul. Not even Malkador, the Sigilite, that shadow among shadows, could fully pierce the veil of this crime. The legends whispered, he sensed the corruption's tide through means no mortal could comprehend. Dorn's vow cracked the air like thunder when he learned of it. Every Alpha Legion worm would be dragged into light and fed to the Phosphex furnaces. Vengeance, however, would have to wait. Long before Terra's defenders could root out the infiltrators, the Hydra struck its first true blow. Alfreus led his fleet of 200 warships into the Sol system not as a hammer, but as a virusilent, cold, undetectable. For a full Terran year, their vessels drifted on minimal power, slipping past sentry moons and patrol auspexes like ghosts through fog. Their target, Pluto's moons, the outer sentinels of Dorn's first sphere. Hydra Cordetus, a frozen rock encased in fortified voidomes, housed the astropathic choir that served as Saul's outermost psychic watchtower. Alpharius took it personally, leading a boarding action so precise it resembled a surgical extraction. Linean terminators materialized in the moon's nervous centers, slaughtering tech priests and severing vox lines before alarms could sound. Amidst the carnage, the Imperial Fists, master of the Huskarls, Fafnir Ran, pierced the Alpha Legion's design hydra was the linchpin, the eye through which the traitors would blind Terra's early warning systems. With the grim acceptance of a man walking to the gallows, Ran led a counterattack into hell. The battle for Hydra Cordetus became a microcosm of the heresy's savagery. Alpha Legionnaires, masters of ambush, bled Rand's forces in icy corridors rigged with meltabombs and neural shredders. Huskarls fell to barbed harpoonfare, their armor peeled open like tin, yet the Loyalists pressed Anchin blades howling, bolt shells carving geometric kill zones in the dark. It was on the blood-slick command deck that Rand faced Alpharius, the twin serpenthelm gleaming with frost-reflected starlight. The Primarch fought as though dancing, every thrust of his pale spear a hypnotic feint, every twist of his body a vanishing act. Ran, all brute force and relentless focus, carved a path through the Hydra's elitist but not unscathed. A backswing from the spear tore through his chest plate, ceramite splintering like glass. As death's cold fingers closed around his heart, Ran did the unthinkable. He hurled himself between Alpharius and the flickering astropathic relays, buying seconds with his dying breath. Salvation erupted from the void above. The Phalanx, Rogel Dorn's mountainous fortress monastery, slingshotted through Pluto's gravity wells like a god's hammer. Its arrival shattered the Alpha Legion's careful choreography. Imperial fist-strike cruisers vomited boarding torpedoes onto Kerberos and Karen, reclaiming moon after moon in scenes of apocalyptic violence. Void shields flared and died under the Phalanx's Lancer batteries, their detonations silent blossoms of fire in the airless dark. But the killing stroke came from below. Dorn teleported directly into Hydra's command sanctum, Storm's teeth roaring in his grip. Alpharius met him with a duelist's grace, the pale spear a silver blur seeking crevices in golden plate. They fought amid the ruins of the astropathic arrays, machinery sparking like dying stars around them. For all his guile, Alpharius could not match the raw, tectonic fury of Dorn, a force of nature given purpose. With a roar that shook the chamber's frost from the walls, Dorn seized the pale spear mid-thrust, wrenching it from his brother's grip. One blow severed Alpharius' hands at the wrists. Another drove the spear through his chest, pinning him to the deck like a specimen. The final stroke came from Storm's teeth, the chainblade's teeth chewing through oromite and bone, silencing the Hydra's voice forever. Yet even as the Alpha Legion's fleet fractured into retreat, the taste of victory turned to ash. Omgan the twin never acknowledged, emerged from the shadows to don his brother's mantle. Alpharius lived again in 100 fractured lies, his legion's war of whispers unstoppable. Pluto's moon stood ruined, their defenses shattered, their halls choked with loyalist dead. Among them, Fafnir Rand's broken form was borne back to Terra, his sacrifice a bitter hymn sung in the stratagem. The respite was fleeting. Horus' shadow stretched across the galaxy, his fleets clotting the warp as they descended upon Saul. The War Master's pause at Beta Garmin was no hesitation, but a serpent coiling Mars had already fallen, its red sands choked by traitor titans and dark mechanicum hellfoundries. The lodges of the IV Legion, experts in the murder of worlds, whispered siegekant over Terra's stolen defense schematics. News came in shattered fragments. The iron hands mauled at Istvan could not answer Dorn's call. The Ultramarines burned in the fires of Calth. The Space Wolves bayed at the Hydra's many throats in distant stars. Only the Blood Angels, fresh from Cygnus Prime's nightmare, and the White Scars, harried but unbroken, raced to Terra's aid, a thin crimson line against the storm. Dorn turned his mind to the final geometries of defense. The palace walls grew teeth, volcano cannon emplacements sunk into mountainsides, mile-high bastions studded with missile silos, killzones calibrated to funnel traitors into lakes of promethium fire. Every street in the outer precincts became a shooting gallery, every hablock a necropolis waiting to be baptized in Xenos blood turned traitor. Refugees flooded the inner sanctums, their eyes hollow with tales of worlds burning. Custodians paced the thoroughfares in silence, their auric armor daring the coming damnation to test its edge. Beneath it all, the air grew thick with psychic static, the Golden Throne's power waxing, its light casting cyclopean shadows that danced at the edge of mortal vision. When Horus came, he did not knock. His fleet tore through the Sol blockade like claws through rotten meat, Luna's orbital plates crumbling under sustained lancefire. For 30 solar days, the Loyalist fleets died in flaming arcs across the skyfrigates, exploding into shoals of shrapnel, battleships venting atmosphere in final death rasps. When the last defense platform fell silent, the bombardment began. Terra's skies burned. Continental plates shuddered under macrocannon impacts that left craters like bleeding wounds. Hive spires melted like wax, rivers boiled to steam, and the atmosphere itself became a storm of radioactive soot. Dorn's palace held, its void shields flickering, but holding beneath the apocalyptic Rainiat every man, woman, and child knew it was only the overture. In the lull between bombardments, the darkness above Terra parted to vomit forth droppods, an avalanche of ceramite and hatred, the first wave of world eaters howling for blood, Death Guard trudging through radstorms with graveyard patience, Emperor's children descending in orgiastic splendor. The siege of Terra, that grim crescendo of mankind's folly, began not with a declaration but a snarly legions against the last ember of light. And somewhere in the palace's deepest vault, where reality thinned to a shivering veil, the Emperor bent his will upon the golden throne, his grand design a heartbeat from extinction. Hope, that frailest of illusions, clung to the barrels of bolters and the edge of chainsword soon to be drowned in the tide. The thunderous roar of artillery shook the very bedrock of Terra, as the Warmaster's wrath fell upon the Eternity Wall and Lion's Gate, twin bastions that stood as sentinels against the coming storm. These towering spaceports, their shields glittering like false constellations, were the first teeth in the maw of Horus, ambitioned footholds from which 5 traitor legions vomited forth their corrupted might. Through choking clouds of promethium smoke and the howl of turbocharged engines, the scions of darkness descended, world eaters howling hymns to Khorne, Death Guard shuffling with pestilent purpose, Emperor's children lost to senseless excess, iron warriors methodical in their malice, and word-bearers chanting curses that scoured the air. Behind them swarmed tide upon tide of mortal heresy chaos cultists, with eyes bleeding ruin, renegade Auxilia, whose loyalty had curdled to zealotry, and the Mechanicum's lost sons piloting war machines fused with screaming demon flesh. Against this apocalyptic vista stood the golden defiance of Terra's last sentinels. The Imperial fists formed an unyielding wall of crimson and saffron, their bolters spitting disciplined fury alongside the crimson-clad blood angels whose battlecries soared like choir hymns, and the white scars who flowed across the killing fields like silver lightning. The spaceport walls became slaughterhouses of twisted metal and liquefied stone, every parapet a graveyard where men died standing, their boots fused to ferrocrete by rivers of their own clotting blood. For hours that felt like eternities, the Loyalists held until the sheer weight of corruption ground their resilience to dust. When the Warmaster's banners finally clawed their way atop shattered bastions, dyed black with soot and gore, the Lion's Gate fell with a groan that echoed in the bone marrow of every defender. Then the Eternity Wall crumbled, its proud name now a sick jest, as the enemy poured through ruptured gates like pus from a lanced wound. Terror's surface writhed in sympathetic agony. From the ashes of fallen districts rose the cobra hiss of cultist incantations, their voices weaving a tapestry of damnation that slithered through rubble-choked streets. Sacrificial pyres bloomed like obscene flowers, where once market squares thrived, each charred corpse thinning the veil between realms until the air itself birthed nightmares. From rippling gashes in reality emerged greater demons Belacker's kin, monstrous juggernauts of rage and cunning, whose very footfalls birthed firestorms. A bloodthirster raised an axe the size of a tank, its blade drinking the light as it carved through a platoon of Astra Militarum, their lasguns as futile as spit against a volcano. Yet still the golden lights of defiance burned. Sisters of Silence moved like vengeant ghosts, their nullfields extinguishing warpspawn with silent finality, while custods in auric armor spun through the maelstrom, their guardian spears puncturing demon flesh with surgical precision. Victory, if such a word could flavor this rancid feast, merely opened fresh arteries of horror. With the spaceports secured, Horus loosed his true filth upon the throne world. Massive landers, bloated as necrotic organs, weathered the gut-punch fury of Terra's defense lasers. Many detonated in the upper atmosphere, raining molten shrapnel across continents, but countless others vomited their corrupt cargo into the burning plains. From their rancid bellies spilled columns of traitor legionnaires, their armor defaced with obscene glyphs, followed by herds of possessed tanks whose treads oozed sentient pus, and Titanso, the titans whose cathedral-sized frames now housed gibbering demons. The Legio Mortis marched, their god machines weeping black oil from joints fused by warp sorcery. The Dies Irae, an imperatorcless behemoth crowned with skull turrets, leveled its armaments at the palace's outer bulwarks. Its first plasma volley turned a kilometer of adamantine ramparts to slag, the screams of incinerated fists swallowed by the roar of collapsing architecture. And yet, in this hell of fire and failing hope, the defenders clenched their teeth and bled the enemy white. Rogel Dorn, his face a mask of frozen granite, orchestrated a symphony of attrition from command bunkers choked with vox static and the coppery stench of fear. His strategy was a blade drawn slowly across the traitor's throat, every redoubt a tooth, every trench a vein ripped open. At the Delphic battlement, bloody-handed blood angels under Sanguinius met, wave after warp-twisted wave, their angelic Primarch a shining spearhead in the gloom. To the west, Jagatai Khan's white scars harried the flanks, their bikes skimming over mud made from pulverized bone, hit-and-run strikes leaving trails of burning transports in their wake. But the sheer relentless press of corruption squeezed them backward, inch by screaming inch, until the outer wards ran scarlet as arterial spray. From the front ranks of this tidal darkness came a roar that liquefied weak men's bowels. Angron, the Red Angel, his once noble form swollen to demonic grotesquerie. Chain axes fused to meat-slab arms, wings of flayed skin beating the ash-choked air. He slammed his fists against the hegemon's wall, each blow birthing seismic cracks that spiderwebbed through rockery. Lay down your arms, little loyalists. His voice was a landslide of grinding teeth. Your corpse Emperor forsakes you. The words carried psychic rot, and even veteran fists felt doubt's cold fingers squeeze. Their heart-suntal radiant wings cast a halo of defiance over the ramparts. Sanguinius descended like wrath-given form, his blade gleaming with impossible light. No words passed between the brothersonly, a heartbeat of shared grief for what Angron had been before the demon Primarch's snarled retreat, his promise of slaughter deferred but undimmed. 3 times the Black Legion's fury breached the Sanctum Imperialis. 3 times Sanguinius hurled them back, his presence alone reigniting crumbling resolve. At the dolorous spire, a Terminator claw ripped through his ivory breastplate, yet he still crushed a World Eater's champion's skull with his bare hand. In the shattered remains of Lion's Gate Plaza, he dueled a squadron of mutated obliterators, their flesh guns sputtering impotently against his speed. But Horus, festering in orbital dominion, grew impatient. His final gambit lumbered forth the Daizeri, flanked by a coven of Warhound Titans vomiting phosphorus doom into the defenders' lines. Entire companies vanished, not even ash remained. Jagatai Khan saw the death stalemate grinding the palace to dust. Vision piercing through the crapulent smoke, he turned his lightning towards the Lion's Gate spaceport. Horus rotten lifeline. At dawn's bruised light, a tsunami of white scars bikes and Chagorian rough riders tore through cultist cordons, chainblades reaping a harvest of spines and diesel fuel. By noon, loyalist colors flew over reactivated defense lasers, their beams shearing through troop landers like godly scalpels. The counterpunch at Eternity Wall faltered beneath concentrated demonic fury, but the blow was struck. Horus, infinite tide now flickered, strained. No respite came. As voids buckled and bastions fell, the loyalists retreated inward, fighting through colonnades where fine murals depicted triumphs now trampled under blood-caked boots. The Eternity Gate loomed last barricade before the Sanctum. Here Sanguinius stood haloed by muzzle flare, his feathers singed black, as cabined immediatest of corns, bloodthirsters manifested in a geyser of boiling ichor. The demon spun a whip forged from fused vertebrae, its crack-splitting ceramite like eggshells. Angel of Light, taste the darkness. Their duel shook the foundations. Sanguinius, already bleeding from a score of wounds, took blades meant to sunder worlds thin rows, ribs shattered, to seize the monstrosity. A sound like continents colliding split the air as he broke Kabanda's spine across his knee, hurling the fading abomination into its cringing worshippers. The gates sealed with the shriek of dying hydraulics. Behind them, Rogel Dorn surveyed his shattered brother's fists with missing limbs still clutching bolt guns, blood angels weeping blood tears over their genocide's wounds. Gilliman's reports lay heavy in his mind, the Codex's cold logic a dirge for Legion glory. Soon the Emperor would strike a boarding action on the vengeful spirit that would shatter Horus' soul but break the Imperium's spinal cord. Sanguinius dead by the Warmaster's talon, the Emperor enthroned in charred agony, and Dorn Architect of the Unbreakable left to dismantle his own masterpiece, his fists, into scattered chapters. As dawn bled across Terra's corpse, he stood before his wrathful captains, their fury beating against his resolve like siege hammers. In his chest, pride warred with Dudith's same battle that had scorched the star sands somewhere. Amid rancid smoke and the keening of widows, he wondered when the bleeding would stop. The answer, whispered by the ghost winds of dead titans, was simple: never. For this was the victory they had purchased at a future cloven in half, held together by scars and sorrow, its every breath drawn in the shadow of a broken throne. Loyalty curdled into defiance as Rogel Dorn stood firm against the breaking of his legion, that adamantine resolve forged over centuries of crusade, now trembling beneath the crushing weight of necessity. Across the Imperium, still reeling from Horus' betrayal, brother turned against brother over Gilliman's code's not merely doctrine, but an open wound where the legions, sundered identities, bled out. The Imperial fists, they who had endured the hellish siege of Terra as the Emperor's unbreakable shield, now faced dissolution for the Imperium's salvation. Dorn's refusal was a thunderous silence shaking the halls of the phalanx, every instinct howling that to dismantle his sons was to dishonor their countless sacrifices upon the anvil of war. Yet deeper than pride ran the bitter truth: the fractured realms of mankind could not withstand another civil war. He tasted the specter of it in the acrid tension between chapters, saw it in the battle readiness of fleets not yet demobilized, felt it in the tectonic pressure building within his own Geneforged bones. Visions of Terra burning anew haunted his nights, not from traitorous ambition this time, but from the very protectors who'd saved it. And so the stubborn mountain moved not in capitulation, but in excruciation. For the first time since the Emperor's interment upon the Golden Throne, Dorn yielded. His blessing upon the second founding was less decree than dirge, each newly birthed chapter a shard of his legion's soul splintered away. The Black Templars tore into the void under Sigismund's zealous banner, their eternal crusade a blazing comet scorching heresy from the stars. Alexis Pollux's crimson fists rose as the younger siblings, their cobalt gauntlets soon to be stained legendary in desperate last stands that would etch their names into imperial hagiography. Then came the battle-scarred excoriators, forged in the siege's cruel fires and wearing their pain like a cloak of thorns, and the enigmatic Fists Exemplar, entrusted to Dantleon the captain whose foresight had once sparked rebellion in Dorn's own halls. Each founding carved another sliver of living history from the Legion's heart, and amidst the hollow echo of the phalanx, Dorn stood alone, his heart still beating in the chests of 10,000 sons scattered beyond the reach of his command. But scars fester when left untended. The iron cage awaited a poisoned seed planted millennia before, when two masters of siegecraft first locked gazes across a stratagem table, respect souring to rivalry, then curdling into undying malice. For Chirabo's betrayal had transformed him into a living mockery of what they'd once shared, crafting the eternal fortress on Sebastus Iv, a blasphemous eight-pointed sprawl of trenches and slaughter alleys screaming its corruption into the void. To Dorn it was more than stronghold, it was profane testament to his brother's fall. What followed was not strategy but catharsis. The Imperial Fist's assault was a volcanic eruption of pent-up anguish, Dorn's pristine discipline buried beneath the weight of Horus, betrayal, Kerr's sadism, and now Thith's ultimate desecration. For Chirabo, the architect of broken dreams, had birthed a labyrinthine hell where walls wept rust and every corridor breathed ambush. Trapped in that steel intestine of Bastion IV, the sons of Dorn fought not for victory, there was none to be found but for the purity of their extinction. Ammunition spent, warriors with mangled fists and shattered armor clawed at rusted iron with blood-slick fingers. Bolt rounds gave way to combat knives, knives to ceramitek-led teeth, the choking stink of promethium and void-scorched corpses thickening the air into a miasma. At the heart of the carnage stood Dorn, his warplate scoured to bare metal in patches, hammer rising and falling in the unsteady rhythm of desperation. For Chirabo, perched somewhere in the fortress' mechanical bowels, watched his brother drown in attrition, savoring each Imperial Fist death like fine Amescuntal Gilliman crashed into the crucible with ultramarine sirens wailing. Robout's pragmatism severed the death grip, sparing Dorn only to brand him with survival's shame. The retreat was silence deeper than any Voxdead void, bitter with unspoken truths. Decades later, Dorn met his final reckoning not in the embrace of his legion, but amidst the dying light of the Imperium's first Black Crusade. Abaddon's horde tore from the eye like a tidal wave of teeth, Warmaster's ambition made manifest in corrupted hulls and howling demon engines. The phalanx interposed its selfless fleet, the mobile bastion holding not rescue but grim calculus. Reports whispered of Dorn transmitting fleet dispositions with mechanical calm even as Gothic-class cruisers imploded around him. On the bridge, alight with the electric stench of ozone and ruptured conduits, the Primarch spoke his final order, boarding action against the sword of sacrilege. Not tactics, but repentancy, a Primarch's atonement cast in blood and the certainty of oblivion. The claustrophobic innards of the Despoiler-class flagship reeked of charnel pits and ruptured sump tanks as Dorn's strikeforce carved a red road through the writhing dark. Mutant crewmen burst from shadowed bulkheads, their flesh sown with screaming faces. Possessed armor clanked with the discordant laughter of bound Neverborn. Plasma discharges scarred battle plate and illuminated grotesque murals daubed in excretions older than Terra. When the last Voxlink died, Dorn fought in eerie silence, his chainsword snarl the only requiem for the warriors dying at his heels. Records suggest he breached the bridge alone, the door seals blasting open to reveal Abaddon's throne room swirling with empiric lightan then nothing. Fleet sensors registered a detonation that peeled the sword of sacrilege open like rotten fruit. What the rescue crews found amidst the derelict's corpse-strewn decks was not a body, but a relic clutched in the rigor mortis fist of a dead apothecary. Dorn's skeletal hand, severed cleanly at the wrist, ceramite fused to bone. Brought back to the phalanx gleaming under funerary oils, the hand was more than mortal remains. It was scripture cast in ivory. The Chapter S Scrimshaw priests descended upon it like Carrion saints, etching tiny reliefs into its ossified plaints storming of the Iron Warrior's bastion, the defiant silhouette of the phalanx against Abaddon's shadow, the Primarch's last stand rendered in painstaking filigree. It is these bones that hold the Legion's soul, both literal and metaphorical. The Imperial Fists, Genocide Flawless, Alabaster Pure, rejecting mutation with Dorn's own blunt, Obstinacibar's subtle betrayals. The missing Betcher's gland denying them venomous spittle like cursed birthright. The absent Susan membrane stealing the mercy of hibernating coma. Yet it gifts them the scrimshaw need, an ancestral murmur echoing through their genetic helix. Ritualized bone carving binds their chronicles to the fallen, marrow-deep memoirs of loss, transmuted into acts of meditative remembrance. Battle brothers spend off-watch hours hunched over rib fragments or finger bones, etching miniatures of void battles or sacred texts onto ivory canvases. Chaplains wear vertebrae gorgets etched with the names of wall breachers who died at the siege's eternity gate. Even the tech marines concede to it, servorms delicately incising the armor of the dead with geometric scarchistry rendered imperishable. Deep within the sanctum oculus of the phalanx, lit only by guttering corpse candles, rests the greatest relic, the scrimshawed hand of Dorn himself. Each microsculpted scene whispers a testament Primarch on the iron cage's bloodfields, Guilliman's arrival at Sebastus rendered in sapphire dust inlay, the phantom outline of the Emperor's throne upon Terra. Yet one knuckle remains defiantly bare. The keepers of the reliquary say it awaits the final engraving, the moment when their lost Primarch strides anew from the storm-racked edges of the Imperium to reclaim his shattered legacy. Until then, the hand grips an invisible sword, forever poised in stoic defiance, a skeletal metaphor for the chapter itself, unyielding even in the agony of doubt, its faith etched not in stone, but in the marrow-deep certainty that duty outlives death. To be an Imperial Fist is to exist within a crucible of self-flagellation, where the relentless pursuit of flawlessness borders on divine madness, a ceaseless war waged not against external foes, but against the whispered specter of inadequacy that haunts every battle brother's soul. This is no mere chapter. Culture rate is a sacred pathology, an obsession etched into their genetic fabric by the stern hand of Rogel Dorn himself, transforming even the faintest stumble into a heresy-demanding purgation. Every microsecond lost in deployment, every millimeter of defensive miscalibration, every fractional lapse in bolter discipline becomes a wound upon the honor of the Legion, flayed open by their own unforgiving scrutiny. Such wounds fester unseen by others, but to the Sons of Dorn, they scream with the intensity of Phosphex burning flesh, demanding penance. Enter the pain glovia sacrament of agony, a biomechanical confessional where failure is exorcised through neural fire. To don its synaptic tendrils is to drown in a holocaust of memory, every error relived in screaming clarity as the device feeds upon agony, coursing white-hot through nerve bundles like molten lead poured into the marrow. Some inquisitors name it barbarism, a madness birthed from toxic pride, yet to stride from its torturous embrace, skin blistered, muscles quivering, eyes ablaze with rekindled resolves to emerge reborn, a phoenix purified by self-immolation. This same indomitable spirit bleeds into their battle doctrine, where retreat is a blasphemy carved deeper than any Narthesium scar. Witness them at the breach, yellow ceramite fused black by promethium, gauntlets welded to storm bolters as waves of heretics crash against their bulwark. To yield ground is to desecrate Dorn's legacy, to spit upon the sacred stones of the Imperial Palace they once shielded with mountains of their own dead. Thus, they plant their banners in blood-soaked earth and die standing, voxcasters howling the litany of sacrifice until their final breath steams in the cold void. Yet hidden beneath this adamantine exterior lies a genetic poison. Dorn's darkness. Though it rarely claims the Imperial Fists directly, it festers within their successors like rot in a fortress wall. The excoriators bear its cruelest touch, warriors frozen mid-stride, clarity replaced by waking nightmares where they drown anew in their Primarch's ancient anguish. Trapped within the psychic echo of Terra's darkest hour, these cursed souls relive the siege's despair thunder of Warhound Titans collapsing the Lion's Gate, the stench of burning Astartes' flesh clogging the Helios corridors until their minds fracture, leaving hollow shells that neither eat nor speak nor heed the drums of war. Among the living, however, another fire burns, the cult of the blade. Duels reverberate through the Phalanx's cavernous training decks, a thunderous ballet of chainblades and combat shields, where honor is etched in scar tissue. These are not mere sparring matches, but rites of self-creation, each clash a sermon in steel, where brothers dissect their weaknesses under the pitiless gaze of Dorn's stone effigies. The resulting scars jagged across pauldrons, furrowing cheekbones are worn as scripture, physical testament to lessons carved in pain. Such trials begin long before the black carapace, amidst the howling voids where the phalanx drifts like a continent of gunmetal. Here, in this nomadic colossus that scorns planetary ties, recruitment chapels thrive as gardens of agony. No homeworld coddles these aspirants. They emerge from deathworld crucibles where survival is a prayer screamed into blizzards or ganger wars. In Wit's glacier-strangled hives spawn youths who chew frozen lichen to silence hunger pangs, their bones tempered by cold that cracks plasteel. They come bearing frostbite and stoicism, kneeling on chapel decks still stained with the blood of predecessors who shattered under Genocide torments. Beneath Necromunda's toxic skies, Hivescum claw their way from sump pits to the spire's chapel, lungs seared by chemfogs, eyes narrowed by perpetual betrayals. Survival here breeds the cold pragmatism Dorn cherished, loyalty forged not by idealism, but by the certainty that only the chapter's embrace offers escape from the endless knife fight of existence. The chapels accept all, for the fists care not for pedigree, only endurance. Those who expire during selection are left where they fall. Carrion for servitors to clear weakness has no burial rites in the Emperor's shield. The survivors, hollow-eyed and trembling, face the true ordeal aboard the phalanx. Neophytes are broken upon the anvil of fortification drills, their minds rewired to see not landscapes but kill zones, not rubble but redoubt potential. They memorize pressure points in bastion walls, calculate fields of overlapping fire while last burns blister their skin, and learn that defense is not passivate, is an act of controlled fury, a masterpiece of slaughter sculpted beforehand. All beneath the gloom of lumen strips and Dorn's brooding statues, whose stone eyes seem to track their every stumble. Culture here is dictated by memory not just of Dorn's vanished presence, but the siege itself, an event etched into their collective soul like a brand. Shield companies bear gate names from that apocalyptic struggle hemispheric wall, Lion's Gate, Saturnine invoking not history but holy writ. Battle Brothers shed birth names like Useless Skin, reborn as Defiance or Unbroken, titles earned by surviving trial combat where bone shields splinter under power mauls. Yet this unbending pride courts annihilation, as adamantly as it forges victories. Adamantio's near erasure proved Thistiburnus ossifying into dogma until catastrophe shattered their ceremonial chains. Now they wage wars anew, though their souls remain bound to Terra's scarred soil. In rare moments of quiet, when the guns fall silent, a different siege begins. Scholars of war dissect the Codex Astartes with Ultramarines' diligence, tracing defensive formulae across hololiths like monks illuminating grimoires. They embrace the Junker Correctin archaic, pitiless doctrine from ancient Terra demanding perfection in minutiae, Boltron stacked in rhomboid patterns, bootlaces triplinated, auspex sweeps timed to the millisecond. For in these tiny obediences lies the marrow of their creed that no act is too small to escape the shadow of Dorn's expectation. Hierarchy weaves through all facets of this brotherhood, merciless as a guillotine. From the lowliest neophyte scrubbing corrosion from deck plates to the high lords encased in relic Terminator plate, absolute obedience binds them not to abstract ideals, but to the unbroken chain stretching back to their Primarch's vanished hand. At its apex, gleaming like a dagger, stand the Templars 1,000 blades sworn to the Temple of Oaths where granite walls weep with centuries of inscribed vows. These grim paladins exist beyond standard company structures, a spiritual razor's edge whose zeal melts ceramic. Templars duel not for honor but transcendence, seeking that perfect moment where skill, fury, and faith intersect like targeting Reticulus a union, named the Fury of Dorn. Their induction requires not mere prowess but ecstatic devotion, proven by walking unscathed through neutron flames in the temple's heart, emerging with skin blistered into golden sigils. Such extremes birth legends, yet some whisper that the chapter's greatest battle has already been fought not against Xeno's hordes or warpspawn, but against the crushing weight of their own legacy. Every Panglove session, every defiant last stand, every recruit gasping his life out on the Phalanx's decks is both an act of worship and desperation, a scream into the void that they are still Nurgle Dorn's unbroken wall, that decay has not yet claimed them. They are the Emperor's shield, yes, but also their own most merciless judges, sentencing themselves daily to trials no other legion could endure. And in that endless self-immolation, they find not peace, but purpose, for in a galaxy screaming towards oblivion, the Imperial fists alone refuse to bend, even should the act of standing straight shatter their very bones. The Imperial fist stood as a bastion of unyielding discipline, their hierarchy forged not in the cold halls of political favor, but upon the searing anvils of Warech leader, a blade tempered by merit alone. The roles within Nurgle Dorn's inner circle were not gifts bestowed by bloodline, but honors carved from the bedrock of battlefield valor, earned by those capable of rising to meet the galaxy's unrelenting trials. Below these senior captains, the Legion's structure descended into a meticulously ordered tapestry of line captains and centurions, each commanding battalions and companies with the precision of a master craftsman. Yet two ranks soared above the rest, embodiments of the Legion's unmatched mastery over specific domains of annihilation. Fleet masters, their minds sharpened by the infinite calculus of void warfare, steered the colossal armada of the 7th Legiona Leviathan force, numbering 1,500 warships at the heresy's dusk, its arsenal a symphony of destruction unrivaled in the Imperium. Siege masters, conversely, were architects of terrestrial apocalypse, orchestrating the grueling ballet of fortress breaking and trench warfare with cold, methodical genius. Those specialists, their authority was a thunderclap second only to Dorn himself, their voices shaping the fate of worlds. Within the labyrinthine keeps and bastions scattered across imperial space, the titles of Castellan and Legion Seneschal burned bright emperorary crowns, worn by those entrusted with the sacred duties of fortress stewardship and recruitment, fleeting honors that nonetheless carried the weight of ancient oaths. Far from the booming orchestration of drills and the sanctified clamor of forges, deep within the heart of the fortress monastery on Malecha, night-shrouded orb lying perilously close to the eye of Terror Librarian Galen bent like a penitent over his sacred task. Enveloped by the librarious, cavernous gloom, its vaulted ceiling lost to shadows, he hovered above a time-battered tome bound in leather so aged it resembled cracked earth. Around him, the air hung thick with the ghosts of knowledge. Endless shelves groaned under crumbling scrolls and grimoires, their pages whispering secrets brittle as bone or humming with wards older than the stars above. The light danced fitfully from swaying looming globes, painting serpentine shadows across gilded spines and carved runes, each flicker granting the illusion of movementward slithering, symbols pulsing as though alive. The chamber's atmosphere was a tangible thing, dense with the perfume of decayed vellum and mineral bite of oxidized iron bindings, undercut by the coppery tang of sealing wax long dried to bloodust. Galen breathed it in, the musk of centuries settling upon his armored shoulders like a mourner's cloak. Beyond the soundproofed walls, the muted thunder of distant drills and the nasal chants of mechanicum liturgies seeped through as a dull resonance, a reminder of the ceaseless preparation for war. But here in the crypt quiet, only the scrape of his quill broke the silency etched stroke deliberate, each flourish a sacrament as he inked the chronicles of the Death Watch, the long vigil given form. It was said that of 100 Astartes, one possessed the iron willand, the singular dread wisdomto, answer the call of the Death Watch. A shadow brotherhood bound not by blood but necessity, these warriors abandoned their chapter's colors to don the solemn black and silver of the Long Watch, pledging fealty to the Inquisition's Ordo Xenos. They stood as a blade in the dark, a final wall against the ravening horrors that slithered from the void's abyss. Born of no single world or lineage, they were a living mosaic of the Adeptus Astartes Ultramarine and Space Wolf, Dark Angel and Iron Handshoulder to shoulder beneath the inquisitorial sigil, their original heraldry reduced to a muted badge on their pauldron, a ghost of loyalty subsumed to higher duty. Their mandate was vast as it was dire, the eradication of the alien, in all its multifarious vileness, greenskin hordes bellowing mindless fury to the uncaring stars. Tyrannid swarms consuming worlds in a grotesque mockery of life cycle. Necron legions rising from silent tombs, metal bones clicking with Aeon-souled malice. Each foe was a unique damnation, and the Death Watch met them not with blind hatred but studied predation, for to kill the Xenos, one must first dissect its soul. None in the Imperium commanded such harrowing expertise, nor bore the burden of such profane knowledge. While other chapters crusaded for conquest, the Death Watch waged a silent, perpetual war for survival, deploying not in battle companies, but in kill teams, surgical instruments honed for precision extermination. Should the threat exceed even their lethal prowess, entire chapters or the uncountable masses of the Astra Militarum would be summoned, but it was the Watch who struck first, who delved deepest, who returned scarred by truths too lethal for common minds. Their genesis was a riddle wrapped in myth. Some chroniclers pointed to the time of rebirth, when the Imperium quaked beneath the apocalyptic boots of the Beast of Warboss. Of such monstrous cunning his horde seemed less an invasion than a crude parody of the Great Crusade itself. With Terra itself trembling, Chapter Master Corland, last son of the shattered Imperial fists, beseeched the High Lords to sanction a desperate gambit. Kill teams drawn from every chapter, united under the Inquisition's gaze to execute decapitation strikes no army could deliver. Reluctance curdled into assent, and from the ashes of Armageddon the first Death Watch arose, their ranks filled by broken men clinging to purpose like shards of glass. Other whispers, older and fouler, spoke of the apocryphal conclave on orate Iva Cabal of the Ordo Xenos, highest lords gathering in dread portent, foreseeing a day when every Xenos breed would unite to drown mankind in a tide of fang and claw. Their answer was the Watch, an eternal sentinel forged from the finest blades of 100 chapters, its warriors sworn to secrecy so profound even their Genefathers could not pierce it. Two tales diverging and entwining like serpents, yet both ended in the same oath, vigil. Those who took the black returned irrevocably altered, their minds vaults of forbidden lore, their souls forever apart from the brothers they once called kin. Clad in the livery of mourners, they carried with them the cold comfort of duty, knowing that should they fall, another would step into the shadows, another hand take up the silvered blade. For in the end, the long vigil was not a choice but a chain, its links forged from the simple, terrible truth that without the Watch's silent war, there would be no Imperium to burn in daylight's fire. In his dusty sanctum, Librarian Galen inscribed these truths with reverence, each word a ward against oblivion. The cold light flickered, the shadows convulsed, and somewhere in the void beyond Malech, a kill team moved black against black, hunting a horror only they could name. The vigil endured. The Death Watch endures as a silent blade poised in the galaxy's shadowed veins, their existence a paradox of unity and secrecy and alliance, forged between the uncompromising will of the Inquisition and the unyielding resolve of the Adeptus Astartes. No other brotherhood in the annals of the Imperium has walked such a razor's edge, their autonomy preserved even as they bend to the whispered directives of the Ordo Xenos. Watch captains stride into the colliginous frontiers of known space, their blackened armor a void against the alien horrors they hunt, guided not by overt command, but by the cold calculus of Xenos intelligence parsed through 1,000 auspic-scarred data looms. They are the unseen sentinels who trespass where the light of the astronomicon flickers and dies, who study the clicktongue dialects of hive-dwelling monstrosities and the fractal tactics of crystalline star predators, all to sever threats before they coalesce into invasions that might bleed into humanity's trembling heart. Theirs is a legacy etched in the oldest oath sworn by Corvus Corax and the Apocryphal Conclave in an age when the stars themselves seemed less cruel and upheld now by warriors drawn from 100 chapters, their heraldry obscured beneath the argent pauldron of the long vigil. For centuries beyond count, they have waged war without witness, their triumphs unheralded save in the sealed archives of watch fortresses, their dead mourned only by brothers who dare not speak their names aloud. They are bound not by glory but by purpose, a purpose that now frays beneath the calamities of the 41st millennium. This is an epic of unraveling, of entropy's ghastly crescendo, where the shield of the Death Watch trembles beneath blows from a dozen galactic wounds. The Imperium fractures under the Great Rift's baleful scream, its halves severed like a butchered carcass, and in the resulting darkness, ancient and novel monstrosities surge forward, hungers whetted by humanity's vulnerability. Like carrion birds descending to a dying beast, the Xenos cometh Eldari of Craftworld Elatok, their unsustately grace sharpened into desperation, waging war with a fervor unseen since their empires collapse, not for territory but for resurrection, a final flare of pride before their species winks out into myth's cold embrace. Their venomous kin, the Druckery of Komorog, descend in predatory tides upon fractured imperial worlds, not to conquer but to harvest, spiriting away entire populations to pain-engine coliseums where agonies are refined into art. Cities are left as hollowed husks, their streets echoing with the after-silence of screams, all to slake a thirst that has turned the dark city's lords into something even the demons of the warp might shun. And yet these predations are but facets of the doom closing in. Beneath dead planets, where tomb dust chokes vaults older than the Imperium itself, Necron dynasty stirrers of living metal reassembling from scattered atoms, phasing through reality as though the Death Watch's bolter fire were but minor annoyances. Destroyer cadres vanish into teleportation mist, only to rematerialize seconds later, Gauss flares reducing battle brothers to ash before the Watch can recalibrate tactics. Each foe slain is a fleeting victory, for Necron cryptechs labor in sunless forges, drawing fallen warriors back across the veil, their legions swelling faster than kill teams can cull them. And amidst this, like a virulent infection, the orcs of Tharka swarm under the banner of Gazkul Mag Uruk Thraka, a prophet whose very name ignites primal terror. His WAGH is no mere green tide, but a tsunami of rusted iron and fungal flesh, his clans unifit in aberration. Under a cunning that outpaces even the beast of legend, this Krorkin Albert name carves through sectors with mechanized hordes, dropping asteroidrum ships onto hive cities and deploying graviticrumpas that crumple titans like tin. Death Watch strike forces melt into his peripheries, planting vortex mines and sabotaging fuel stills, but against such numbers, even the Astartes are but pebbles hurled against a flood. In the galactic east, cold stars watch the Tiao Empire's insidious advance at their Xenos horizon engines slipping past imperial blockades, their rhetoric of the greater good, a honeyed poison that turns governors into puppets. Whole systems succumb not to fire but to flickering holograms of prosperity, their populations lulled by pulse rifle diplomacy, until the Aquila is quietly replaced by the Sept emblem. The Death Watch answers with surgical decapitations, vanishing ethereal leaders mid-speech, yet each halted expansion bleeds the Watch's reserves thinner, their warriors recalled by desperate chapters to bolster homeworlds buckling under other fronts. And through it all, silent but omnipresent, the Tyranid swarms encroach hive fleet Leviathan, a shapeless dread oozing from beneath the galactic core. Its vanguard is not mere bioforms but tectonic horrors, capillary towers piercing continents like weeping needles, spore chimneys exhaling synaptic mists that dissolve the will to fight. Where hive fleet behemoth roared and kraken slithered, Leviathan suffocates, wrapping tendril fleets around Segmentum Solar itself, forcing the Death Watch to choose between saving Holy Terra's approaches or abandoning 1,000 peripheral worlds to the digestion pools. It is in this hour of midnight despair that the Battle of Venner is remembered less a battle than a crucible, where the Death Watch's nascent might faced its first inferno. Aner Prime, a barren rock transformed by orc ingenuity into a pulsing green fortress, its surface shielded by a crackling energy dome that turned orbital bombardments into firework displays. Lord Commander Corax, flanked by the grim specter of Vulcan Hermit Primarch of the Salamanders, cloistered aboard the Alcazar remembered, his silence await his brothers mistook for Wisdomel the assault. Drop pods fell like steel hail, only to crash into labyrinthine killzones, where Gretchen sappers detonated seismic charges beneath advancing Astra Militarum regiments, while commandos emerged from sludge-swirls to drag space wolves into ambushes. Every step toward Gagod, the beast's capital, cost oceans of blood. Orcs fought not with mindless fury, but with the cruel precision of hunters herding prey, their traps baited with Imperial dead. Mega-gargants, towering idols of grease and rivets, stamped through maniples of Skidarai, while shock attack guns teleported Cybernetica into molten slag. By the time the Imperial spearhead reached the temple palaces, half the fist's exemplar lay broken, and the Blood Angels, sanguinary priest, could scarce keep pace with the butchery. It was Esed Wire, assassin of the Venenum Temple, who pierced the inner sanctumsonly to find not one beast, but a conclave of warbosses clad in scavenged Terminator plate, hulking in the flickering shrine light of Gork and Mork. His mission impossible, Wire seized a rickety orc fighter, its engines coughing promethium soot, and careened through AA fire to bring warning. Corax, battered but unbroken, shifted strategy with a predator's grace. Strike not at the beast's heart, but his belly. Death Watch kill teams, their existence not yet formalized, but their tactics already ghosting into being, slipped behind orc lines. Stocked with cannibalized Captivicinto radioactive craters. Famine did what bolters could not. The beast's tide faltered, clans fracturing into warring warbands over dwindling food. The victory was brutal, pragmatic, a mirror of the Death Watch's Futuria victory written in ash and silence, its architects unthanked, its cost etched only in the blackened armor of the fallen. As the Imperium's darkness deepens, the Watch stands at the precipice, warriors recalled to dying chapters, their strength a slow bleed. Yet still they light candles against the night, each kill team a spark refusing extinction, their war eternal, their names forgotten, their oath unbroken. The air crackled with the acrid stench of ozone and scorched iron, as the greenskin tide erupted from Gagod's depths, an avalanche of howling flesh and rusted metal that shook the very bedrock beneath the Imperial lines. Like some primordial force given form, the orc horde crashed against the human defenses gargants, the size of city blocks, slammed into Legio Ultima Titans in collisions that sent shockwaves tearing across No Man's Land, toppling soldiers like toy soldiers beneath a child's tantrum. Shells screamed overhead, detonating in spheres of orange fury that illuminated the nightmarish tableau. Waves of orcs clambering over the smoldering husks of lemon rust tanks, their crude axes rising and falling in sprays of crimson, while Imperial engineers, faces streaked with grime and desperation, bolted together the last hope of the vanguard, a jury-rigged ordinatus cobbled from a capital Imperialis, shattered frame, and the gutted plasma core of a fallen starship. Each discharge from the monstrosity carved a corridor of screaming green bodies, the superheated air itself seeming to wail. But for every 100 orcs vaporized, 1,000 more scrambled over the corpses, eyes blazing with manic glee. Then the earth trembled not from artillery, but from revelation. The temple of Gorkin Morkin obsidian ziggurat that had absorbed weeks of orbital bombardment without yielding suddenly unfolded. Stone shrieked as colossal plates slid aside, revealing ocular lenses larger than baneblades glowing with malevolent sentience. The Megagargant did not merely rice it uncoiled, a god machine of scrap and spite that pulsed with the raw psychic hatred of 100,000 orc souls bound into its reactor core. Its first footfall cratered the earth for half a mile. Its arm, a piston-driven wrecking ball studded with shrieking buzzsaws, swept through the Imperial left flank, sending tanks pinwheeling through the air like discarded playthings. In that final, choking hour, Vulcan emerged from the Smokia fortifier in the darkness. 3,000 Space Marines assembled at his command, boarding Thunderhawks and Stormbirds with faces set in stone, each knowing this flight led only to the pyre. They screamed through flak so thick it blackened the sun, ramming through the Megagargant's hull in explosions of molten plating. Within, the air burned with the stink of fermented fungusoil and scorched wiring. The corridors shook with the thunder of klaxons and the stomp of elite Nob bodyguards. Chainswords met power claws in showering sparks as the Astartes fought room by room, hallway by hallway, until only the Primarch and his honor guard remained, breaching the sanctum where a titanic effigy of the beast himself loomed, a statue of scrapyarn and hatred that turned its creaking head and roared. Armor the color of clotting blood encased the warlord, his bulk straining the meg-armor's joints as he hefted a power claw crackling with stolen voidshield energy. The beast's laughter was guttural, wet a sound felt in the bones more than heard, his gothic mangled but merciless as he boomed of mankind's extinction, of Terra drowning in tides of green. Vulcan answered only with hammer raised, the drakeskull cloak billowing behind him like wings. Their clash split the air. Every impact sent shockwaves spiderwebbing through the chamber's groaning superstructure. The Primarch's armor buckled under blows that could have felled a warhound, but his strikes began to tell ceramite shattered, cables snapped, and still the beast laughed, goading Vulcan onward until the Primarch saw the only path left. With a bellow that shook the walls, Vulcan drove Forgebreaker into the beast's chestnut through flesh, but into the pulsing core of the Gargant's reactor behind him. Corvid's Voxcree to withdraw was swallowed by the detonation of white-hot supernova that ate the Mega-Gargant from within, peeling back reality itself, before collapsing into a column of ash and mourning. The greenskin rout was immediate, their frenzied cohesion dissolving into scattered warbands gnawing at each other in the vacuum of leadership. Yet the Imperial survivors moved like ghosts, their armor still warm from the funeral fire that had claimed a demigod. As the fleet limped toward Terra, the augurs flickered to life not with distress calls, but with a growling chant that oozed from every frequency, every vox-beat and cogitator. I am slaughter, a taunt echoing from some unseen throat. Desperation, once a specter, now sat at High Command's table. Corvid, his face etched with grief and the knowledge that brute force had bled the Imperium dry, listened as Inquisitor Veritas unfurled his poisonous salvation. The Sisters of Silence, the outcasts who walked with the Emperor's shadow clinging to their heels, whose Nullera strangled Weird with the scalpel to gut the Orc's psychic sinew. Finding them on Necrotic Niter was a gauntlet through Orc flotillas whose captains, driven by instinctual dread, threw ships into suicidal ramming maneuvers to keep the Null Maidens entombed. When Corvid finally stood before their Abyssa woman whose gaze was colder than the void between Starsha refusal, was a blade drawn across old wounds. Only at Vulcan's name did her frigid resolve thaw, the Primarch's shadow stretching beyond death to bind ancient oaths. The plan was heresy given form. Capture Orc Weirdboys mid-Waag, chain them in circuits of psychodampeners, and set the sisters amongst their thrashing forms. On Incus Maxima, they unleashed this abomination and artificial feedback that ripped through the Orc horde like chain lightning, turning psychers into flesh bombs that vaporized their kin in spirals of green viscera. For the first time since the beast reared its head, Orcs ran. The Death Watch was forged in this bitter epiphany, understanding that victory lay not in legions, but in precise, annihilating cuts. Veterans from 100 chapters, clad in black ceramite etched with Xeno-killing sigils, boarded inquisitorial black ships alongside Skidara, Kilklades, and Stoneface sisters. Their baptism came at Damnos, but their true crucible was the Second Battle of Ulanora Crusade bled pale by the first assault yet hardened by sacrifice. Corvid's strike team teleported into Gagod's rotting heart even as the fleet burned above, trusting the Death Watch's knives to carve a path to the beast's throne. What they found was no mere warlord. Seated atop a dais of bolter-riddled Terminator armor, the beast waited, flanked by 6 thrones of bone and plastileech sized for a monstrosity his equal. The honor guard weren't Nobsthi, were living Gargants, mech-suited colossi that crushed gray knights into paste with hydraulic fists. Corvid fought like a man already damned, Storm's teeth revving as he sheared through power fields and ceramite, but every wound knitted shut before their eyes, every bolt round flattened against warp-infused plating. Hope was a dying ember when the sisters knelt, their nullfields flaring a psychic backdraft that crumpled Weirdboy conduits and made the beast howl in pain. Corvid struck, the blade finding the gap beneath the beast's helmet as the warlord toppled. A final roar shook the chamber. Not from the corpse from the shadows behind the throne. Another beast emerged, identical but larger, its claw closing around Corvid's torso in a burst of ceramite and bone before the teleport flares dragged the survivors back. Lord Commander Corvid died choking on his own blood, cradled by Death Watch hands as the truth clawed at his fading mind that 6 beasts remained, each uglier than the last, and the Imperium had merely traded one extinction for another. The void, it seemed, had only begun to laugh. The frozen winds of Damnos howled across its desolate plains as the Ultramarines' warships pierced the void, engines burning with the fire of vengeance. 25 standard years had crawled past since Imperial boots last desecrated this accursed tomb world, a quarter-century of festering shame that clung to the blue armor of every Ultramarine like frost on ceramite. Chapter Master Marnius Calgar stood upon the bridge of the Lex Talionis, fists clenched so tightly that the adamantium of the gauntlets of Ultramar groaned in protest. Below him spread the ice-glazed hellscape, where his brothers had broken against the implacable metal ranks of the Necronter, where Captain Sicarius had learned the bitter taste of defeat that still twisted his features into a permanent grimace. The High Lord's decree burned in Calgar's mind like a brand, not a request, but an ultimatum written in the blood of failed sentinels. Redeem your honor, or be remembered as the chapter that bowed to soulless machines. The journey through the Necron-patrolled system had been a masterpiece of misdirection written in voidcraft maneuvers and sensor ghosts, a deadly ballet choreographed by tech marines poring over flickering hololiths. Now explosion blossoms bloomed soundlessly on the planet's night side, as the first wave of empty drop pods tore through the upper atmosphere, sacrificial decoys, trailing burning promethium trails to draw the wrath of the Gauss pylons. Sicarius watched their fiery descent from the embarkation deck, his fingers tracing the unfamiliar weight of the vortex, grenade mag-clamped to his belt. Sergeant Imac's parting gift felt heavier than any relic blade, a distilled singularity of trust from a Deathwatch brother who knew what it meant to hunt aliens in the marrow-deep dark. Around him, 4th Company veterans checked bolters with ritual precision, the ship's lumens turning their warplate the color of midnight ocean depths. 30 seconds to insertion. The ship's machine spirit intoned, its binary cant washing over 500 transhuman warriors standing immobile as statues in their launch cages. Calgar's voice rolled like thunder through the vox beads nestled in their auditory implants. Remember Calth, remember the gauntlet. The Xenos thinks us broken, show them the unbroken chain. Sicarius felt the battle cry resonate in his twin hearts, drowning out the whispering ghosts of fallen brothers whose names adorned his armor's scrollwork. Catapult charges detonated beneath the drop pods with apocalyptic force, plunging them toward Damnos, glacial crust in a storm of ionization trails. Impact rattled teeth in Astartes' skulls as the pods slammed into ice permafrost, hatches exploding outward to disgorge their cobalt-armored cargo into a hailstorm of emerald death. Gauss beams sliced through the howling winds with reptilian hisses, flickering beams of annihilation that turned immortal guardsmen to vapor where they grazed, leaving only the faintest scream lingering in charged air. Sicarius was moving before his auto-senses fully adjusted, power sword already arcing through a Necron warrior's spinal column in a shower of necrodermis sparks. Forward, break their lines before they coalesce. His voxcrawl cut through the storm as the frozen plain erupted in overlapping firestorm stalkers unfolding like monstrous insects from buried vaults, destroyers hovering on antigrav arcs to pour enfilading fire into human ranks. To the west, Calgar carved a path through the mechanical horde, with the gauntlets of Ultramar ringing like funeral bells against Necron chassis. Each blow cratered the permafrost, sending metallic limbs twitching through crimson-spattered snow. But for every Necron shattered beneath Terminator boots, another rose from the ice, wounds sealing with liquid metal sighs as the tomb complex beneath their feet thrummed to full awakening. The skeletal warriors moved with hideous synchronicity, not ranks but a single entity, a corpse-metal tide washing against the Imperial beachhead. Chapter Master, energy signature spiking from the central monolith. Codicere Venudius, astropathic shout tore through the voxnit even as reality screamed around the Tesseract vault. The floating nightmare loomed over the battlefield, its obsidian geometry violating mortal perception as containment fields ruptured in cascading failures. Frozen air crystallized into falling diamonds as a cruciform shape tore through dimensions, its screams scraping at sanity like broken glass. Varulker the World Shaper, namesake plague of forgotten epics, unfolded into reality with a star's wrath, a Cetan shard, whose mere presence bent glacial ridges into screaming faces before it casually backhanded a land raider into molten scrap. Calgar's auto-sensors screeched damage reports as he charged the malfunctioning Gauss pylon, armored boots cracking meter-thick ice sheets with each stride. The war machine's energy sickle wavered in its housing, crippled by overcharged Necron Resurrection's protocols, now flooding the battlefield. With a roar that fused Voxgrill to gorge it, Calgar wrenched the crescent emitter toward the Tesseract vault, just as Varulker brought down a continental plate-shifting fist toward the Ultramarines' command group. Energy met energy in a detonation that bleached retinal implants for kilometers the gathered might of Damnos, defenses pitted against the captured fury of a star god. When the actinic flare faded, the vault's shield shimmered and died like collapsing soap bubbles, revealing the shard now hovering fully unleashed above fissures cracking Damnos to its mantle. Beneath the carnage, deep within suffocating crypts that predated human speech, the Deathwatch kill team found their prey. Sergeant Lazarius watched impassively as melta-charges transformed the Undying Lord's reanimation chamber into a superheated grave, the Necron Overlord materializing midstride only to shatter like glass under entropy grenade bombardment. Above them, through kilometer-thick bedrock, they felt rather than heard the Cetan's triumphant bellow shaking the planet's core. On the surface, Sicarius fought through flensing particle winds to reach the maelstrom's heart. Necron flayed ones descended upon his position in a blizzard of rusted talons, their gibbering scrap code nearly drowning out warnings of armor integrity loss. The vortex grenade felt frigid against his palm as he thumbed the activation rune, listening to the warp's rising whisper behind its containment seals. Varlker turned its semi-aware gaze upon the lone Astartes, cold galactic amusement vibrating in the molecular bonds between them, for Guilliman and the throne world. The vortex device spiraled through Archangau's fire to detonate against the Citan's chest, reality itself hemorrhaging where ancient science and warp-born predation collided. Varlker's rage outshone dying suns as the wound dilated, dragging its cosmic essence screaming into the Empyrean in ribbons of stolen starlight. Sicarius stood frozen in the back-blessed zone, his sword arm dangling useless from a flayed one's toxin-seeping claw marks, watching the last afterimage of the godshard vanish like mist. Around him, Necron legions stuttered mid-stride, incomprehension registering in their inhuman architectures before the Ultramarines fell upon them, with renewed fury absent their animating will. Victory came slow and costly under Damno's sickly green-tinged auroras. Deathwatch tech savants led purgation teams through crypts with archaeotech flamers, sterilizing tomb complexes with xenocidal thoroughness. When Frostrime Thunderhawks finally lifted the survivors from the permafrost weeks later, Sicarius stared impassively at the world shrinking below. The chapter master's silent nod carried more weight than any laurel wreath absolution etched not in ceremony but shared burden. Above the ravaged planet, aboard watches whose obsidian hulls bore no heraldry, neophytes of the Long Vigil observed the war's final acts through sensor feeds. These initiates bore the hidden scars of 100 xenocidal campaigns already, their freshly painted black armor obscuring original liveries beneath solemn oaths of secrecy. For them, Damno's wasn't redemption's stage, but a living textbook on Necron combat doctrines, another fragment of implacable knowledge to be dissected, memorized, and secreted away behind mindlocks aboard scattered Vigil stations. The transition from chapter brother to Deathwatch operative began in silence. No cheering crowds lined the embarkation decks when Chaplain Cassius relinquished veteran Brother Pythol to the black-lead envoys. The ritual stripping of his blue warplate took place before the Temple of Correction's grimacing gargoyles, apothecaries recording every genetic marker before the black ceramite closed over his flesh like a second skin. His left pauldron alone retained the Ultramar symbol, a single cobalt tear in an onyx void. The Tech Marine's chant resonated in the armor's machine spirit as sacred unguents anointed its joints, binding his fate to secrets no fellow Ultramarine would ever divine. Aboard the Watch Fortress Eternal Penance, Pythol learned the true price of vigilance. His introductory days unfolded in vaulted chambers, where holographic xenotypes lunged from every shadow orc genostructure dissections, giving way to Tyrannid synaptic wave analysis before circadian rhythms reset to analyze Eldar soul crystal harmonics. Each lesson ended with the same thrumming neural purgation, preventing remembrance of anything but approved doctrines and targetable weak points. He trained alongside a Black Templar, whose vows of poverty clashed with an Imperial Fist's ritualistic protocols, supervised by a mentor whose Storm Warden's brogue couldn't quite obscure the chapter symbol hastily scrubbed from his own shoulder guard. The immersive indoctrination fused battle data with psychic conditioning until Pythol's nightmares brimmed with unpurged alien vectors. When deployment orders finally came, mission parameters outlined in a data slate as blank, as his ship's transponder no farewells echoed through Eternal Penance's docking bay. Only the hum of teleporters and the scent of ozone as he vanished in crackling energy, already disappearing from records he'd spent a lifetime building. Somewhere halfway across the galactic core, Sicarius stared at fresh scrollwork engraved on his armor, still hearing the vortex grenade's dying wail. Somewhere in dark between stars, Varlker raged against impossible geometries. And in 10,000 watch stations, the Templars of mankind's survival continued compiling their anathema archives, writing humanity's defiance one secret at a time in blood and stolen alien knowledge that would never see the light of common imperial day. The Long Vigil burned eternal, fed by sacrifices like Damno's not victories, but desperate stays against the gathering night where even gods could be made to bleed. The galaxy teems with hidden terrors, a vast menagerie of razor-limbed predators and incomprehensible intellects that prowl the void between stars, and the Death Watch knows them all. Through synaptic indoctrination that etches itself bone-deep, through relentless drills that supplant even autonomic responses, every Death Watch Marine becomes a living repository of xenobiological nightmares. When the fighting starts, when chitin scrapes against ceramite and alien warhorns shatter the air, these forbidden archives explode into brutal clarity. Acidic weak points beneath a Tyrannid's armored crest, the precise millisecond a Necron's reanimation protocols falter, the territorial aggression pattern of a crude carnivore, packed these truths detonate in the Space Marine's mind like gunfire. No matter the foe, no matter how many bladed limbs or howling psychic assaults crash against him, instinct becomes a surgeon's scalpel. He strikes where the alien bleeds, terminates where it breeds, shatters where its incomprehensible biology fractures a dance of annihilation choreographed long before the enemy crests the horizon. Yet this lethal perfection demands sacrifice. A Space Marine steps into the obsidian armor of the Death Watch, and in that moment, the heraldry of his chapter, the battle honors etched across his pauldrons, even the very name by which his brothers once hailed him, all are cast into the forge of fire. The kill team is his brotherhood now, a mosaic of warriors fragmented from 100 divergent doctrines. Here the methodical siegecraft of an imperial fist collides with the wildfire assault doctrines of a white scar. Here, a blood angel's crimson thirst must still itself beside the machinecum of an iron hand. Combat doctrines clash like swords, arguments ignite over suppressive fire patterns and close-quarter tactics, but the long vigil tempers them in blood. Battle after battle against the galaxy's most grotesque predators melts differences into necessity. A Space Marine learns to trust the kill team brother covering his flank as he trusts his own genetically engineered reflexes. He knows, with utter certainty, which of his new brothers wields flamers with purgatorial fury, who can thread a stalker pattern bolter round through a Hormigaunt's synaptic ganglia at 900 meters, whose psychic shadow can wither an Eldar warlock's conjurations. In the crucible of ceaseless war, rivalry becomes respect. Respect hardens into kinships forged not in the comforting rituals of a homeworld shrine, but in the shared terror of battling organisms that breathe vacuum, that communicate through telepathic plagues, that weaponize the very fabric of reality. The kill team, once strangers snarling at each other's tactical eccentricities, ceases to be a collection of warriors at all. Under the crucible's hammerstrike, they fuse. Squad movement becomes a single organism's breathing. Bolter drills murmur in uncanny unison. The death scream of one Xenos breed triggers a choreographed response from all five in the kill zone. They are a scalpel, but a scalpel crafted from darkness, edged with impossible knowledge, wielded by hands that know precisely when to cut deep and when to twist. But the Death Watch is more than executioners. They are scavengers of the apocalyptic archivists of 1,000 impossible horrors. As the Ordo Xenos' chamber militant, their mandate stretches beyond eradication into the forbidden, the capture, the containment, the blasphemous study. A howling Necron face sword, still quivering with anti-entropic energies, wrenched from disintegrating metal fingers. A Drukhari agonizer, its neural toxins analyzed in sterile vaults deep within watch fortresses. Even in desperate extremes, the turning of such devices against their creator's a tech marine, his sanctified mechadendrites trembling with revulsion and necessity, jury-rigging a captured orc shock attack gun to tear apart its former masters. Such acts are anathema, necessary heresies performed under the cold gaze of the Inquisition and the sterile scrutiny of the Adeptus Mechanicus. To feast upon the enemy's strength is to balance on the precipice one misstep, one overlooked scrap of alien consciousness lingering in the captured weapon, and catastrophe bleeds into the Imperium's veins. Yet the Death Watch endures this sacrilege, bearing the taint so that the countless teeming hives of humanity never need know the razors edge their shield walks. This burden is not borne lightly. Chapters steeped in zealous orthodoxy, the Black Templars with their unquenchable thirst for annihilation, the Dark Angels clutching their own secrets like poisoned daggers, despise the compromises the long vigil demands. They come as men sentenced, not commended, their oaths of compliance bound in chains of ancient obligation to the Emperor himself. The Space Wolves snarl at inquisitorial oversight. The Iron Hands dissect orders with cold logic, distrusting any directive not arising from binary clarity. The Blood Angels wage inner wars against their own darkness, while Xenocide brews around them. Yet they fight. They fight because ancient writs etched onto Titan-bound parchment command it. They fight because there is no other bulwark capable of meeting the galaxy's monstrosities as equals in slaughter. Even the stalwarts ultramarine stalwart as fortress walls. Crimson fists with vengeance etched into their genetic code carry silent doubts. To walk this path is to become more and less than Space Marine, a keeper of forbidden truths, a wielder of unholy armaments, an eternal watchman resigned to knowing he can never fully return to the light of the brotherhood he once called home. And when the mission ends, should he survive the incalculable perils, the Death Watch Marine faces his final trial silence. He is relieved of his midnight armor, his seals of joint service ritually burned, his mind purged of certain volatile operational details. He returns to his chapter, his armor repainted, his tongue weighted with oaths stronger than adamantium. No tales of genestealer infestation hatching within segmentum solar bureaucracies. No whispered accounts of Atrud migration corridors coiling through prosperous agri-worlds. No warning of Rangdan psychic echoes still flickering at galactic fringes. He keeps his brothers' trust by betraying them with omission, by smiling grimly at their boasts of Xeno's battles while knowing the true horrors gnawing at the Imperium's edge. Some, scarred beyond recognition of their former selves, choose the eternal vigil, sinking into the structure of the Death Watch itself. They become watch captains, their faces obscured by artificer helmets, their voices ground to gravel by decades breathing recycled fortress air. Others become apothecaries of atrocity, tech marines versed in alien desecration, librarians whose psychic hoods hum with secrets lethal to unshielded minds. These secrets fester, corrosive, and sacred. The Ordo Xenos knows well knowledge is the sharpest weapon and the deadliest plague. Let the Imperium's common soldiery learn of the Canib's gravity-warping spore ships, the Slaw's sentient fleshbits manufactorums, and despair would beget heresy, panic would birth betrayal. Thus, ordnance reports become elegies, mission debriefings transform into rituals for the dead. Every Death Watch fortress doubles as a mausoleum for truths too hazardous to be borne. The long vigil's veterans become living crypts, their silence a stronger barricade than any fortress wall, their burden sharing space in their genocide alongside the Emperor's holy gifts. Amidst the galactic sprawl, clinging to dead asteroids or drifting unseen in the nebula's heart, the Watch fortresses stand sentinel. These are not chapter keeps resonant with hymns and the reek of sacred oils. They are sterile, echoing vaults operating in perpetual shadow. Tassa Prime, fortress world gifted by Robot Gilliman's own hand, once thrummed with initiates from Ultramar's gleaming bastions, now severed by the cicatrix maledictum. It serves as a tomb for lost knowledge. Fortress Fuelo's IX, stripped down to skeletal girders and immense vox spires, listens not for warp transmissions, but for the aberrant harmonics of craftworld gravsails. Griffon Altus is a grim spire orbiting a dead hive, its cells overflowing not with battle brothers, but with cryosailed specimens orc spores in stasis, necrodermis fragments sealed behind nullfields, twitching tyrannid bioforms dissected under pallid lumens. A watch commander's authority here is absolute, surpassing mere military rank. He's a fixture of the fortress scar tissue, giving command some bare bionic grafts, restoring anatomy devoured by Atrud temporal rot. Others speak through synthboxes after lictor venom melted lungs. Still others project faint holograms to hide bodies, ruined beyond even Astartes' regeneration. Their council, the stratagem, is a gathering of necessary heretics. The librarian dreads the warp not only for demons, but for the mind-shattering psychona of the enslavers. The apothecary steps beyond healing into abhorrent xenobiology, injecting battle brothers with synthesized tyrannid antitoxins, surgically implanting Eldar Shadowfield generators into their own bodies. The tech marine becomes a priest of desecration, worshipping the Omnissiah while calibrating captured Gauss weaponry, knowing each activation risks phasentropy bleeding into the fortress's core. Even the chaplains here preach a distorted creed. Sermons speak not of glory, but of the purity found in absolute silence, the righteousness of smothering forbidden truths beneath oaths sharper than blades. Within these hollowed-out mountains or dangling orbital colossi, watch companies form skeletal things, 50 warriors or fewer. Each company is a mosaic hungry to be broken apart and reassembled, their kill teams shuffled like tarot cards prophesying annihilation. Crimson heraldry stripes on greaves, silver skulls inset on midnight pauldrons. These fleeting sigils mark fleeting brotherhoods. Today's warrior belongs to the company of shattered stars, purging Eldari corsairs from ghost-wreathed void hulks. Tomorrow the silent workings of the stratagem may embed him within the company of Dusk's vengeance, deploying him alongside 2 tech marines and a librarian to desecrate a Tiao communications array. Only the kill teams are constant, and even they exist in flux. Some surge into battle encased in bulky Centurion warplate, their heavy incinerators scouring orc spore-choked asteroids. Others flit through darkness on graveshoots, their blackened armor swallowing lumens as they ambush Necron flayers. Others gather like thunderheads. A stalker pattern bolter's shot cracks a synapse node. Another battle brother severs the limb tendrils of the bewildered bioform with chainsword precision. And before the alien horror crashes down, the plasma cannon erupts, erasing it from material existence. Primaris formations Fortis, Indomitor, Spectrus coil through battlefields as adaptable pathogens, shifting from mechanized spearhead to infantry wall to surgically precise eradication duties. Each fresh atrocity witnessed sharpens their next assault. Every alien mutation cataloged fine-tunes their next barrage. To face a Death Watch kill team is not to face mere transhuman dread, it is to exist in the telescopic sights of 10,000 years of cold hatred, to be drowned in institutional knowledge distributed across weaponized minds. When a watch fortress unleashes an entire company, silence becomes panic. The void shivers not merely from the displacement of strike cruisers, but from the psychic backwash of assassinated horrors. For planetary governors, clutching their writs of desperation before pickfeeds showing tendrils erupting from the crust or archaeotech constructs awakening beneath hive spires, the arrival of midnight armored giants offers no comfort. They understand in their gut-deep terror the Death Watch does not come to save worlds. The Death Watch arrives to sterilize. To burn infestation so utterly that not even memory survives. And if that sterilization requires the deployment of vortex grenades, the sanctioning of 10 million souls to halt a Genestealer cult spread, the betrayal of Allied Guard regiments exposed to psychic reclamation, it occurs without hesitation. These are the apostasies no chapter banner could endure, made bearable only in the void-black shroud of the long vigil. Time wears on. Missions blur into an endless scroll of devastation across worlds without names. The warrior celebrates no Terran anniversaries. He marks the passage of years in recovered alien relics, in serums injected to combat extra-dimensional parasites, in the slow accumulation of encrypted mission logs his chapter will never access. He may once have clutched beliefs about purity, about the spiritual rod of defiance against Codex orthodoxy. Now he laughs inwardly. Such distinctions belong to those unburdened by knowledge of the slot's fleshcraft, unmarked by the scorch patterns of dark Eldar darklight weaponry. He becomes alien in thought to those who knew him, his rituals interlaced with the death chants of 1,000 Xeno civilizations, his targeting reticles calibrated by the death throes of bioforms never recorded in Imperial archives. Should he expire upon a nameless asteroid, choking on biospheriating microbes, his corpse will be vaporized by his brothers. No Geneseed left to return home, no Warkri left to echo from chapter halls, just a void-blackened entry in the fortress logs and another silent vigil ended. This is the Death Watch, not a chapter, but a cancer, a malignant necessity metastasizing in the Imperium's darkest reaches. They wield shadows as weapons and truths as shackles. They sacrifice brotherhood upon the altar of versatility, purity upon the pyre of pragmatism. They endure so that hive worlds may light their gaudy spires unabated, so that merchant barons may squabble over resource rights, so that imperial scholars may somnolently debate heretical texts free of the paralyzing truth that we swim in a black ocean teeming with razored jaws, and only the silent, death-dealing few hold those jaws at bay. The long vigil offers no glory, no monuments, no respite. Only the void, the enemy, and the certainty that extinction is forever a single, unsuppressed Xeno's breath away. The silence of the void gave no warning before they came, materializing in a corona of coruscating energy that scorched ancient stone and boiled alien ichor where they stood, the scent of ozone sharp as broken glass in the air. 5 ceramite giants emerged from the storm of displaced atoms, Deathwatch black armor drinking in the sickly green light of the Necron tomb, crimson pauldrons bearing the heraldry of forsaken brotherhoods now united in singular purpose. At their head strode Watch Captain Varos of the Crimson Fists, his auspex arrays painting targeting sigils across retinal displays, the hum of his mastercrafted stalker pattern bolter harmonizing with the low chant of incantations spilling from the vox grill of Brother Zachariah, the kill team's librarian. Their insertion had been precise, brutal teleportation matrices delivering them into the heart of the enemy's sanctum, before the tomb's sentinels could raise alarms, before synapse shrieks could cascade through the labyrinthine depths. Such was the way of the Deathwatch, a scalpel thrust into diseased flesh, a lance of imperial vengeance wielded with the cold calculus of those who knew extinction was merely one failed mission away. They moved now as they had been trained, bootfalls silent despite their bulk, targeting reticules dancing across holodisplays, fingers resting lightly on triggers honed to hair-trigger reflex. Each motion spoke of centuries of war encoded into geni-enhanced muscle, of neural pathways rewired by hypno-indoctrination, until reaction became instinct. Varo's helm tilted fractionally, the motion caught and mirrored by his squad. Brother Nihilus of the Black Templars shifting his grip on the heavy bolter's gyro-stabilized harness, suspended ammunition feeds gleaming like serpent coils. Chaplain Orton adjusting the grip on his Crozius Arcanum, its disruptor field casting rippling shadows across hieroglyph-led walls. Apothecary Silas cycling bioscanner overlays across his visor, ceramite fingers twitching near the array of specialized rounds sheathed at his waist-crocking penetrators for Necron warriors, Hellfire missiles for the flayed ones swarming tide. The stench struck them first zone, giving way to the thick, metallic tang of necrodermis, the oily undertones of reanimation protocols humming in the air like static before lightning. Figures emerged from the gloom, skeletal warriors carved from captured starlight and hatred older than Terra herself, emerald eyes flaring to life as ancient systems detected their presence. There was no time for hesitation, no space for doubt. Nihilus, Bolter roared first, Kraken rounds punching glowing wounds through Necron warriors, their segmented bodies rupturing in blooms of molten metal and green soulfire. Yellow targeter beams sliced through particulate-rich air as Varro's, Stalker Bolter spoke with lethal economy, each shot detonating a skull-like cranium with surgical precision. Orton's Crozius Arcanum caved in an immortal's chestplate before spinning to intercept a glowing war scythe, the impact sending sparks cascading across the gloom. Their movements were hymns to a choreography of annihilation, Bolter reports punctuating the shriek of disintegrating Necrons, the bass thrum of Zachariah's psychic shield shimmering into existence to deflect Gauss flare beams. Yet Varros saw the danger before Auspec's warnings, could chime a nightmare of shifting scarabs flowing like mercury across the floor, coalescing into a Necron overlord whose staff bore sigils that hurt the eyes to witness. The creature moved with unnatural speed, phasing through Orton's defensive swing, its warscythe carving ceramite as the chaplain staggered. No human force could have reacted, but these were no mortals. Silas was already moving, a melta charge arcing through the air even as Varros snatched the Xenophase blade from his maglock, its alien alloy shimmering with stolen Necron tech. The explosion engulfed the Overlord in purifying radiance, and where its reconstructed form began to shimmer into existence, Varros' blade severed its spinal column, the unnatural metal screaming as it died. Silence fell, save for the hiss of cooling metal and Zachariah's murmured litanies of mental fortitude. No cheers, no exultationally Varros accessing mission parameters through retinal feed, vox-click commands sending the kill team deeper into the tomb's heart. Their mission was clear: find the Nexus Orb, destroy its control matrix, vaporize this festering wound in Imperial space. But Varros felt the weight pressing on them, all 5 Space Marines against a tide that had drowned entire sectors. Once they could count on reinforcements from the Astartes chapters, calling upon sacred oaths sworn in crusades long past. Once. The unspoken truth hung in the stale air between their armored forms as they advanced. The days of blades were ending, the long vigil fraying under the onslaught of an uncaring galaxy. Above the tomb world, unseen by those in the killing fields below, the void echoed with its own lament. Hive Fleet Leviathan's shadow crept ever closer, tendrils tasting the system's edges, a biological doom swelling to eclipse stars. Across the galactic rim, orc hordes under Gazkul's banner ravaged the Scarus sector, war moons blotting out suns while Imperial battlefleets fractured under the strain. And always, the Necrons rose, awakening not in scattered tombs, but in legions that blackened worlds with their march. The Deathwatch were spread thinner than ever before, watch fortresses screaming into the astral void for reinforcements that never came, or came too changed, too alien. Varros knew this in the way his kill team's ranks had shifted since the Rift's birth. Brother Cassin of the Iron Handscon recalled when Medusa's forges guttered under Tyrannid's siege. His replacement was a Primaris Marine, Brother Kalen of the Nova Marchers, his redoubtable armor thicker, his reactions a nanosecond quicker, but his eyes those unsettled Varros. Not for weakness in battle, Kalen fought like a demigod unleashed, but the lack of ingrained instinct against Xeno's trickery, the hesitation before choosing between melta charges or gravflux shells when facing lictor ambushes. Friction hummed between old and new, tradition and necessity, a microcosm of the Deathwatch itself. Training halls once resonant with the unity of shared purpose, now held simmering tensions, Primaris warriors drilling with transfixed awe at veteran Killmarines, esoteric knowledge of alien physiologies, chafing under protocols forged in centuries of clandestine war. Veteran Deathwatch, in turn, eyed their augmented brothers with suspicion masked as discipline, resentment bubbling beneath the black carapace at orders diverting precious resources to outfit these newcomers, whose very genetics came from secrets hidden even from their own commanders. And always the departures, the messages received and buried deep, the honor-bound requests from chapter masters with voices like fraying steel. Return our son, our penance is paid, our walls crumble without him. Varros remembered escorting Brother Malak of the Blood Angels to the shuttle docks, the way the Flesh Terror's eyes had burned with sorrowful fury beneath his ceremonial hood. His chapter called him home to Baal, where Leviathan's jaws snapped at their throat, called him even as the Deathwatch prepared a strike against the Necron Cryptek, coordinating the system's demise. Malak had left his oathring on the docking bay floor, a shattering of tradition that echoed through the fortress monastery like a breached airlock. These fractures were not merely logistical, but spiritual. Of long vigil, once the pinnacle of honor among the Astartes, now held the bitter tang of conscription. Chapters that had once competed for the privilege to send their finest now clung to veterans like Miser's hoard. Even the sacred inquisitorial mandate wore thin as radical ordos exploited the desperation, offering the Raven Guard respite from Hive Fleet splinters in exchange for 5 more years of Captain Solari's service. bartering Dark Angel support at the Caliban Nebula for the right to keep Interrogator Chaplain Barbaros embedded in Watch Fortress Iriok. The stench of political machinations clung to briefing rooms like promethium smoke. Varros saw it in the way Watch Commander Gensis now held War Council's tactical hololiths depicting galactic sectors bleeding crimson as incursion markers proliferated. The man's unshakable voice now edged with fatigue when he spoke of allocating forces. They were down to half strength in 7 sectors, forced to deploy kill teams in penny packets where full demi-companies were needed. Strike cruisers retrofitted for stealth insertions now lumbered into full frontal assaults, Deathwatch brethren fighting as line infantry when their talents were wasted on anything but precision decapitation strikes. And yet, they endured. Adapting as they always had, survival etched into their bones like the litanies of hate. When Kraken rounds proved ineffective against Genestealer cults warped by Hive-Fleet Chronos, Psychic Evolution, the armories broke open stasis-sealed vaults, deploying stolen Drukhari haywire grenades. When termite drills couldn't penetrate Bio-Titan-carved hive cities, Kill Team Thanatos had turned the Xenos' own weapons against them, luring Hierophants into Necron Scarab swarms, watching as Bio-Titans dissolved under metallic corrosion. Even now bolted to Varro's own weapon harness was a Tiao Pulse Disruptor salvaged from a Pathfinder's corpse, its overload sequence jury-rigged to fire 3 bursts before melting down. Heresy to Puritan minds, salvation to those drowning in alien tides. Deep in the Necron tomb, Zachariah raised a fist, the kill team freezing mid-stride. Ahead pulsed the Nexus Orb, its crystalline structure shimmering with captive starlight, tendrils of energy linking it to pylons stretching into darkness. The chamber reeked of temporal dislocation, air thick enough to choke even transhuman lungs. Nihilus already had the Melta charges primed when the ambush struck not from ahead but below, the floor disintegrating into a swarm of scarabs that climbed armored joints like metallic locusts. From shadowed alcoves poured flayed ones, blades weeping contagion, dementia shrieks scraping at mental wards. Varro's world narrowed to the dance of Death Sinafe's blade severing claws, Stalker Bolter coughing specialized rounds into Necron joints. But their formation was breaking. Orton went down beneath a tide of scarabs, his Croxius crushing one flayed one even as others shredded armor cabling. Kalen roared, emptying his Hellfire rounds point-blank into the swarm bioacid melting necrodermis. Zachariah's psychic beacon flared, a scream inside their skulls as he unleashed a telekinetic blast that ripped flayed ones into shrapnel. Silas dragged Orton clear, Narthesium whirring to inject combat stims. Varro saw Athena phalanx of Lichguard materializing around the orb, warscythes crackling with dimensional harmonics. They were outnumbered, outgunned, seconds from annihilation. His hand closed over a vortex grenade proscribed, unstable, capable of shredding reality itself. A weapon no watch captain should possess. A weapon this watch captain had bartered from a grinning Ordo Xenos Inquisitor in exchange for 6 months added to his vigil. His thumb hovered over the activation rune. Deathwatch Protocol roared for purity, demanded they die upholding the Emperor's dictums against such abominable arsenals. Necessity whispered of the greater victory, the mission above all. The grenade detonated with a sound like time tearing, a momentary black maw devouring Lichguard, the explosion's backlash hurling Varros into shattered stone. He rose amidst the wreckage, helm cracked, blood mingling with sacred oils leaking from his armor. The Nexus Orb lay fractured, Necron constructs collapsing like puppets with cut strings. Mission accomplished. Another star saved, another debt owed. But as he looked at his kill team Orton limping, Kalen's helm visor shattered to reveal eyes bright with fresh trauma, Zachariah's psychic aura flickering like a guttering candle, Varros felt the cost etched into them all. They were becoming what they fought, adopting alien ruthlessness, bending oaths until they threatened to snap. Light years distant, in eternal cold that bit deeper than any battlefield frost, the great library of the Blood Angels, Balite Moon loomed over its lone scribe. Larian's quill scratched across vellum under the watchful gaze of statues weeping frozen blood, their angelic wings spread in silent benediction. Here, under Librarian Arcona's silent vigil, history unfolded not in blood and bolter shells, but in ink and dying firelight. The boy trembled, not from cold though the library's chill seeped into marrow, but from the weight of knowledge flowing through his hand. He chronicled the sanguineous, lineage-glorious victories over traitor legions, the whispered pain of the Black Rage, the recent horror of Baal's devastation under Leviathan's jaws. Each word seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the Imperium, a fragile thread connecting past to unraveling present. The hearth's crackle echoed battles come and gone, flame shadows dancing like phantoms of fallen heroes. Arconas stood immobile, his mind brushing Larian's thoughts gentle, inexorable. Below them, beneath Moonrock and Permacrete, the Blood Angels prepared again for war. Recalled veterans from Deathwatch strike forces brought alien weapon schematics to the armories, their eyes haunted, their allegiances split between star-spanning brotherhoods. Even here, the vigil's shadow stretched long. Larian's ink froze mid-sentence, breath catching as an older pain resurfaced memory of a Deathwatch chaplain who'd visited the Librarium years past, his black armor scorched by Atrud temporal weapons, voice hollowed to a rasp as he recounted fighting beside Blood Angel brethren on the plains of Hesiod. That warrior was dead now, torn apart by Hormagaunts during a Tyrannid boarding action. Yet his saga remained, etched in scrolls Larian now touched reverently. Duty was memory, service was legacy. He dipped his quill once more, the scratch of nib on parchment joining the wind's mournful choir outside the diamond glass windows. Thus did the galaxy endure not merely through bolter and blade, but by the recording hand that bound their stories against entropy's tide. Somewhere far away, the iron-bound doors groaned deep within the library's heart, a shuddering gust rattling against ancient hinges, and Laren's fingers tightened around his quill as if it were a blade. The sound was a raw, unwelcome reminder of the world beyond these stone walls, a howling expanse of ice and death, where survival was a duel fought daily against wind and weakness. Here, amidst the towering shelves and the soft, accusing glow of looming globes, the silence felt alive, thick with the breath of generations past. Their voices coiled in the dust-moted air, spectral hands pressing down upon his shoulders, urging him to carve their truth into the vellum before it faded into oblivion. The weight was a physical thing, a mantle of memory heavier than ceramite. He dipped the quill again, the nib scraping like a bone against parchment, and let the ink flow not with the flourish of triumphs, but the ragged truth of beginnings. For Laren had come to understand, through sleepless nights and crumbling texts, that angels could only be captured not in their soaring glory, but in the dirt-smeared roots of their making. The chamber itself seemed to lean closer as he wrote, the firelight flickering like ancestral eyes, transforming the cold air into a living tapestry, where shadows whispered tales older than the Imperium's heartbeat. Long before the stars bent knee to the Emperor's dream, when Terra was a festering wound of chemstorms and howling anarchy, the Ninth Legion clawed their way into existence. The old night was not a time, but a suffocating presencia poison seeping through the planet's veins, twisting flesh and shackling hope. While other legions rose as banners of unity and conquest, gleaming symbols of a golden dawn, the Ninth were birthed from necessity's grim womb, a scalpel for cancers even the Thunder Warriors dared not excise. They were not born to inspire hymns, but to endure screams. Where cultivation failed, they salted the earth. Their ranks were forged not from noble stock or warlord champions, but from the forgotten Dregskavingers gnawing on irradiated carcasses, slaves whose spines had bent beneath techno-barbarian whips, their bodies warped and blistered by generations of betrayal by air and soil. The Emperor's genetic alchemy was no gentle sacrament. It was a crucible that shattered weak men and reforged survivors into parodies of the divine. Tall they stood, fair as marble statues under a blood-red dawn, features sharpened to a cruel symmetry that mocked the future Primarch they'd never met. Living icons, yes, but also embers of a terrible equation. For every shred of glory, a pound of flesh paid in advance. In the rad-choked wastes, where mutated horrors slithered from collapsed hive cities, the Ninth found their baptism. The Amarka nestled in their biology, was less a gift than a Shackleyan organ that let them devour the memories and skills of the fallen, sucking knowledge from marrow and brain matter. Survival demanded it. Resupply was a myth in the blighted zones they haunted. When the killing ended, they lingered like carrion birds over fields of corpses, alabaster faces smeared crimson, feasting not out of hunger but grim strategy. Each bite was a stolen secret, a fragmentary weapon against the next abomination. But where their brothers saw pragmatism, outsiders saw predation. Whispers followed them like flies to rot eaters of the dead, a title that clung like a second skin. Their battle cry was silence, their legacy erasure. They fought without the Ultramarines' noble calculus or the Space Wolves' howling joy, only a cold animal rage that scoured life from the earth as if purging a stain. Even victory tasted ashen. Among the Imperial army, their arrival drew not cheers but averted eyes, the soldiers crossing themselves as if warding off plague. Angels they called them, but angels with teeth bared and hands forever slick. The Emperor had crafted them for this very purpose, yet in his genius, he'd sown the seeds of their exile. Their beauty was a gauntlet thrown in the face of their function-pale skin glowing like funeral lilies amidst gore-streaked